World reset. The last level. The brick wall came apart above my shoulder. Red dust burst across my face and filled my mouth with a taste of old mortar. In the game, it should have been just another bad corner, another choke point in a level built to punish impatience. My fingers knew the controller by feel. Left stick hard, right trigger feathered, shoulder button ready for the next lean. Still, my pulse thumped as if the soldiers on the other side of that alley were real men with real rifles and real hate in their throats. I slammed my character behind a pet supply store, the kind with faded paw prints painted on the window and a cartoon dog smiling over the door. The building was half collapsed. Bags of animal feed spilled across the floor inside like dirty sand. The enemy squad moved in from the street. 12 soldiers in gray armor, faces hidden behind masks that made them look less human than they needed to. "You're boxed in," Sam said from the other end of the couch. "I can see that." "Then stop acting like you can't see that." "Helpful, Sam. Real helpful." Round snapped through the alley. On the screen, holes appeared in sheet metal, plastic trash cans, brick, glass, whatever my character got close to. I sent him into a hard slide behind a rusted dumpster. The controller vibrated in my palms. I heard a high metal ping through the television speakers, then another, then a burst so fast it sounded like a zipper getting torn open. Sam leaned forward, elbows on his knees. He was taller than me by a few inches and built like he belonged under Friday night lights instead of in my upstairs game room eating stale chips. His hair hung too long over his forehead, and he had the kind of grin that made teachers suspicious before he even opened his mouth. "You've got one smoke grenade," he said. "I'm saving it." "For what, your funeral?" "For the trees." He glanced at the screen and saw it at the same time I did. Past the alley, past the line of wrecked cars, a little neighborhood park opened up. It had a plastic slide, 2 swings moving in the wind, and a black line of woods behind it. The game designers had made it look close enough to hurt. If I could cross the open ground, the trees would break line of sight. After that, I could flank around, pick 2 off, maybe steal a truck from the maintenance lot. Maybe, but I didn't trust it. The soldiers shouted in a language I didn't know. That was one of the things I liked about the game. It didn't translate every threat for you. It trusted tone. It trusted panic. You didn't need subtitles to know when a man wanted you dead. I waited for the pause. Every weapon in the game had a rhythm, and every bad guy had a moment when the magazine ran dry. The next burst chewed through the dumpster. I counted the shots under my breath. 9, 10, 11. Silence hit like a door opening. I moved. My character broke from cover, boots skidding on glass. The screen shook with each step. Enemy rifles lifted. I cut left, ducked behind a parked sedan, then came out low and fast. The first shots went high, punching the windshield into glitter. The second burst walked the pavement behind me. "Smoke," Sam said. "Not yet." "Use it." "Not yet." The plastic slide grew bigger, blue and yellow, ridiculous and bright in the middle of all that ruin. I dove behind it. Bullets hit the molded plastic with dull cracks. The slide wasn't cover. It was a prayer shaped like playground equipment. I thumbed the grenade button. White smoke bloomed and rolled across the grass. It gave me maybe 2 seconds. I took them. The tree line waited. Dark shade, thick trunks, dead leaves. I felt Sam hold his breath beside me. I was close enough to taste the wind. Then the controller jolted hard. My character stumbled. A red stain spread across his right thigh. He hit the dirt and clawed at the grass. The smoke thinned. A shadow fell over him. One of the soldiers stepped through the gray haze, huge and steady, rifle pointed at the center of the screen. "You almost made it, little rabbit," the soldier said. The shot cracked. White swallowed everything. "Player 1 has died. Restart from checkpoint?" "This game cheats," I said, dropping the controller onto the carpet. Sam laughed so hard he nearly choked on a chip. "It doesn't cheat. You got greedy. I made the right move. You made the cool move. There's a difference." I stared at the glowing question on the screen. "Restart from checkpoint?" It blinked like it knew something I didn't. My hand still had that faint aftershock from the controller, a ghost buzz in the bones of my thumbs. "In real life," Sam said, still grinning, "you probably would have made it." I looked over. That's the dumbest thing you've said today. And you've had a busy day. I'm serious. You don't freeze. That's your thing. Everybody else starts yelling and you start looking for exits. It's a video game. I'm not talking about the game. Remember when Coach Mason locked his keys in the equipment shed and everyone just stood around? You climbed the fence, got through that busted vent, and opened it from the inside. Remember when Blake nearly set the science lab on fire? You grabbed the blanket before Mr. Halpern even turned around. Blake set a paper towel on fire. It had ambition. I shook my head, but I couldn't stop the corner of my mouth from moving. Sam had been my best friend since we were 7, and both of us got suspended for turning the kindergarten rain table into what we called a flood test. We had different kinds of trouble in us. Sam found it. I studied it. Downstairs, the television carried a voice too sharp to belong in the background. My parents always left it on when they were home, and I had kept the habit while they were in Hawaii. Noise made the house feel less hollow. Since they'd left 4 days earlier, every room had seemed too clean, too still, and too big. Sam stood and stretched. Food. My stomach filing a complaint. You ate half a bag of chips. That was pre-food. We headed down the stairs. The house smelled like fabric softener, coffee grounds, and whatever frozen pizza Sam had almost burned at lunch. My parents' place looked like adults lived there because adults did. Or at least they did when they weren't sitting on a beach sending me pictures of blue water and drinks with fruit stabbed through them. A news anchor spoke from the living room, his face tight, the image framed by footage of smoke rising over a foreign city. Armored vehicles moved through a street clogged with wreckage. The banner at the bottom of the screen crawled too fast to read. Sam paused with one foot in the kitchen. They're still talking about that war. They're always talking about a war. You think it's connected to anything? Connected to politicians wanting everyone scared? Probably. He grabbed 2 slices of cold pizza from the fridge and shoved one at me. My dad says it started because one side hit a data center. Your dad thinks every problem starts with computers. He's not always wrong. The anchor's voice climbed. No confirmed strike. No official response. Military officials declined comment. Grid resilience. Cyber aggression. Escalation concerns. I reached for the remote and muted him. The sudden quiet made the footage worse. A man ran across the screen carrying a little girl in a pink jacket. He slipped, got back up, and kept going. Sam stopped chewing. I turned the television off. That's not due doom hour, I said. Graduation's in a few months. Your math grade's already trying to kill you. That's enough tragedy. He snorted. My math grade's misunderstood. Your math grade needs a lawyer. We ate standing at the counter. We talked about senior year, the party next weekend, and the fact that my 18th birthday had somehow become a bigger event in Sam's head than in mine. My parents were supposed to fly back the day before. Mom had promised cake. Dad had promised some mystery gift he kept acting smug about, which usually meant either something useful or something he thought was useful. Your dad's going to give you a tire pressure gauge, Sam said. Last year, it was a trauma kit for my truck. That's actually cool. Yeah, it was. Dad had a way of making paranoia feel practical. He kept water in the garage, food in the pantry, cash in a safe place he thought I didn't know about, and enough tools to rebuild half the house if the other half fell down. He said comfort made people lazy, and lazy people didn't do well when systems failed. Mom said he watched too many disaster documentaries. Dad said she used the phrase too many because she knew he was right. I never told either of them how much of it I had absorbed. Sam wiped his hands on a paper towel and nodded toward the stairs. One more run. I went to watch the little rabbit get flattened again. I'm making the trees this time. Big talk from a dead rabbit. We went back upstairs. The game room had sloped ceilings, a sagging couch, and shelves crowded with old game cases. Late afternoon light pressed through the blinds in bright lines. Dust drifted in it, lazy and harmless. I picked up the controller. The checkpoint loaded. The alley came back. Same brick wall. Same rusted dumpster. Same soldiers shouting like they had been waiting for me. And everything died. Not dimmed. Not flickered. Died. The television snapped black. The console's fan stopped mid-whine. The overhead light vanished. The little charging dock by the bookshelf went dark. The house lost its voice all at once, and in the space left behind I heard my own breathing. Sam sat still. Brecker, ah. A thump sounded outside, followed by a pop that cracked through the neighborhood. Another came after it, louder, then another, farther down the street. We ran to the window. The transformer on the corner burst in a blue-white shower. Sparks sprayed out like a burning fountain, then dropped into the dry grass beneath the pole. 2 houses down, another transformer blew. The sound came late and hard, a flat bang that made the glass tremble in the frame. Holy hell, Sam whispered. The sky changed while we watched. It wasn't sunset. The sun still hung low and gold beyond the roofs. Above it, silent flashes pulsed behind the clouds, bright enough to bleach the street. A red shimmer spread across the horizon. Thin at first, then wide, then deep as fresh blood underwater. It moved in curtains. It moved like something alive. Sam fumbled his phone out. The screen stayed black. He pressed the button harder, then shook it as if that might wake it up. Mine's dead, he said. I pulled my phone from my pocket. No vibration. No logo. Nothing but my own face reflected in the glass, pale and stretched by the window. The air vent sighed once and went still. A smell slipped into the room. Burned plastic. Hot metal. The sharp stink of fried wires. Landline, I said. We tipped the stairs fast. In the kitchen, I grabbed the old cordless phone from its cradle. The little screen was blank. I dropped it and yanked the corded phone from the office desk. Dad kept it because he didn't trust batteries. I lifted the receiver. No dial tone. No hum. No distant hiss. The silence in that earpiece had weight. Sam stood in the office doorway with his dead phone in his hand. What is this? I set the receiver down slowly. I wanted my voice to come out calm, so I made it slow. It looks like an electromagnetic pulse. From what? Could be a weapon. Could be the sun. Could be something nobody warned us about. We'd hear a bomb. Not if it went off high enough. He stared at me. The red light from the sky touched one side of his face and made him look bruised. How do you know that? Dad has books. I read when the internet's boring. Another transformer popped, farther away. A woman screamed outside. A dog barked until another sound cut it off. The deep grind of a car engine trying and failing to turn over. Sam swallowed. His throat clicked. What do we do? There it was. The question every game pretended to ask. Every movie answered too cleanly. Every person thought they'd be ready for until the lights went out for real. I looked around the office. Dad's framed fishing picture. Mom's little ceramic bird on the shelf. A stack of bills held down by a brass paperweight. Normal things. Dead world things now. Water first, I said. Every container. Fill the tubs, sinks, pitchers, bottles, anything clean enough. Pressure won't last if the pumps are down. Then food. Then your house. My mom's at work. I know. My dad drove to Pine Hollow this morning. Pine Hollow was almost 40 miles away. Even with working cars and clear roads, it felt far. With the world gone silent, it might as well have been another country. Sam's fingers tightened around his phone. He's smart, I said. He'll head home. Your mom will too. But until they're here, you can't stand around waiting. What about your parents? A picture came into my head before I could stop it. Mom laughing on a beach. Dad squinting into the sun, both of them under a sky that might be red right now. Both of them an ocean away, with airports full of dead screens and people shouting at counters that couldn't print a ticket. I shoved the picture down where it couldn't slow me. They're not here, I said. You are. So move. He blinked as if I'd slapped him. I softened my voice. Your house is 3 doors down. Get water going. Grab food that doesn't need power. Get shoes, jackets, flashlights, tools, and anything your dad keeps locked up. Don't stop for neighbors yet. Don't get pulled into anyone else's panic. Come back here in 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Less if you can. What if this isn't what you think? Then we look stupid with extra water. That's not a tragedy. He gave a rough breath that almost turned into a laugh and didn't. You're really not freaking out. My hand had been shaking since the phone stayed dead. I held it against my leg so he wouldn't see. I am, I said. I'm just not making it useful. That got through. Sam nodded, once, quick and hard. He turned toward the front door, then stopped. Lock up after me. I will. You ran. The door closed, and the house became too large again. I stood in the office for 3 seconds. I let the shakes move through my hand, up my wrist, into my arm. Then I made a fist until it hurt. The pain gave me a place to stand. Water, I said to the empty room. It wasn't a plan. It was a first step, and first steps were enough until you earned the second. The house with no sound. The kitchen faucet coughed before it ran clear. That sound did more to scare me than the Transformers. I had always thought of water as something that arrived because it had decided to. Turn the handle. Get water. End of deal. Now the pipe rattled inside the wall like a weak old man clearing his throat, and I pictured every pump station between our street and the reservoir sitting dead under that red sky. I filled the big pasta pot first, then the kettle. Then every pitcher Mom kept in the lower cabinet because she liked lemonade in summer. I dragged storage bins from the laundry room, rinsed dust out of them, and filled them in the sink until my forearms ached. When the kitchen counters recovered, I ran upstairs and turned on both tubs. The pipes groaned. Brownish water spat for a second, then settled. I watched the level rise and told myself not to think about how fast a person could become helpless without it. While the tubs filled, I moved through the house room by room. Dad's emergency habit had always felt like background noise, the way some people collected spare batteries or kept a flashlight in every drawer. I knew where most of his things were because he was organized to the point of insult. Garage shelves had labels. Pantry cans faced forward. Tools hung against outlines he had traced in black marker. When I was younger, I thought it was funny. Standing in the quiet house, I wanted to hug him for every annoying minute he had spent making things easy to find. I found 2 headlamps in the mudroom, 1 hand-crank radio that might be useless if the circuits inside were cooked, 3 boxes of water purification tablets, a roll of heavy plastic sheeting, duct tape, paracord, work gloves, a hatchet, and 2 full propane tanks beside the grill. I carried them to the dining room table and set them out without making a pile too messy to understand. A crash came from outside. I froze with a box of protein bars in my hand. Another crash. Glass, maybe. Then a man's voice yelling, "Come on, come on, come on." I moved to the front window and stood to the side instead of in front of it. Dad's voice lived in my head with all his small rules. Don't silhouette yourself. Don't stare through glass like it's armor. Curtains are concealment, not protection. The street looked wrong in a way my brain didn't want to accept. Every garage door sat shut because the openers were dead. Cars had rolled to crooked stops, some half in driveways, some at the curb with doors hanging open. Mr. Alvarez from across the street had the hood of his sedan up and both hands buried in the engine as if he could dig electricity out with his fingers. Mrs. Klein stood in her yard wearing slippers and a house robe, clutching a little white dog against her chest. The dog was quiet now, its head tucked under her chin. 3 doors down, Sam's front door banged open. He came out carrying 2 backpacks and a duffel, moving in a stiff half-run because the weight dragged at him. His face was white, his mouth tight. He looked over his shoulder once before crossing the lawn. Behind him, a shape moved at the edge of his house. I reached the front door before my thoughts finished arranging themselves. The lock clicked loud in the stillness. I opened it just wide enough. "Sam," I called. "Move faster." He heard something in my voice and ran hard. A man stepped from the side yard of Sam's house. I knew him, sort of. Everyone knew him, sort of. He lived in the rental at the end of the block, worked odd hours, smoked on his porch, and yelled at delivery drivers when they missed his driveway. His name was Terry Briggs, and he had a crowbar in one hand. "Hey," Terry called after Sam. "Your folks home?" Sam didn't answer. Terry took 2 steps into the street. "I asked you a question." I opened the door wider. "Keep walking, Terry." His head turned toward me. The red sky made the metal in his hand flash dark. "This ain't your business, kid." "It is, if you're following him." Sam hit the porch and nearly fell inside. I grabbed one strap and dragged him through. The duffel scraped the threshold. I shut the door and threw the deadbolt Terry laughed outside. It wasn't a happy sound. You boys think you're soldiers now? Sam bent over, hands on his knees, breathing hard. I stood with my palm flat against the door. Through the wood, I heard Terry's boots on the walkway. Slow. Testing. He stopped on the porch. People are gonna need help, he said. You gonna hide in there with all your rich daddy's toys? My mouth dried out. I looked at Sam. He shook his head, small and vast. Terry tapped the crowbar once against the door. Not hard enough to break anything? Hard enough to let us know he could. You boys think about what kind of neighbors you want to be, he said. His footsteps moved away. I waited until I couldn't hear him anymore. Then I waited longer. Sam slid down against the wall and sat on the floor. Sweat had plastered his hair to his forehead. He was in our garage. What did he take? I don't know. I didn't look. I grabbed what I could. I heard him before I saw him. He was trying cabinets. Did he see what you got? Maybe, but I don't know yet. I crouched in front of him. Did you get hurt? He shook his head. No. He scared the hell out of me, but he didn't touch me. The first thing that came into my head was relief. The second was anger so sharp it made my teeth hurt. Show me what you brought, I said. Sam opened the duffel with hands that didn't want to work. Inside were canned beans, pasta, 2 jars of peanut butter, a box of crackers, loose batteries, a flashlight, a hunting knife still in its sheath, 3 bottles of sports drink, and a framed photo of his parents tucked between 2 shirts. He saw me see it and looked away. I don't know why I grabbed that. Because you're not a robot. I should have grabbed more food. You grabbed enough for 20 minutes under pressure. That's not nothing. He gave me a look. You sound like your dad. That felt mean. It wasn't. I stood and helped him up. Come on. We need the safe. Dad's gun safe was in my parents' walk-in closet, bolted to the floor behind a row of hanging clothes. I had seen him open it enough times to know the code. That knowledge felt like theft now, even though every piece of the world had changed the moment the phones died. Sam stopped at the bedroom door. Your parents are going to be mad. If they make it home, they can yell at me for surviving. The sentence hit the room and stayed there. I didn't look at Sam. I went into the closet, pushed aside Dad's suit jackets, and knelt in front of the safe. The keypad stared back at me, black and blank. I pressed the first button anyway. Nothing lit. It's electronic, Sam said. I noticed. Can you crack it? Sam, I got a 76 in chemistry. He almost smiled. I ran my fingers along the edge, under the lip, behind the hinge side. Dad had preached redundancy like religion. If a thing mattered, it needed a backup. If the backup mattered, it needed a backup that didn't require batteries. I found the recessed slide beneath the keypad after half a minute, mostly because my fingers were desperate enough to search where eyes wouldn't. A tiny panel clicked loose. The keyway sat inside. Please be here, I muttered. What are you talking about? The key. Where would he keep it? I looked around the closet. Dad had a cedar box on the upper shelf where he kept old watches, cufflinks, and coins from his father. I dragged the step stool over, opened the box, and spilled its contents across the carpet. The key was tucked beneath the felt insert. Of course it was. It took me 2 tries to get it into the lock because my hands had started shaking again. The safe opened with a heavy mechanical clunk. Inside were 2 rifles, a pistol locked in a separate case, boxes of ammunition, magazines, a cleaning kit, hearing protection, and a trauma bag. Dad's handwriting marked each shelf in neat strips of masking tape. Rifle mags, pistol mags, medical, slings, light. Sam stared. Your dad is intense. Yeah, I know. Can you use them? He's taken me shooting since I was 12. Not like this. Targets don't scream back. I lifted the first rifle. Its weight settled into me, heavier than a game controller, heavier than every fantasy I had ever had about being ready. The metal was cold. The grip fit my hand because Dad had adjusted it when I was 15. I remembered him standing behind me at the range saying, "Slow is smooth and smooth is fast." I remembered rolling my eyes. I didn't roll them now. We carried the gear downstairs. I kept the rifles unloaded until we reached the dining room. then loaded one magazine for each and set them on the table with the rifles pointed in a safe direction. Sam watched every movement like I was handling a snake. "Rules," I said. "Finger off the trigger unless you're ready to fire. Never point it at anything you don't mean to destroy. Safety stays on unless it can't. If you don't know, ask. If you're scared, set it down. I'm scared right now." "Then you're thinking." He touched the rifle stock with 2 fingers. "You really think we'll need these?" I looked toward the front door. I thought about Terry's crowbar touching the wood. "I think we need to act like we might." Outside, voices gathered. Not one voice now, but several. The block was waking up to the shape of the disaster. People who had spent years waving from driveways were stepping into the street because every private problem had become public at once. Mrs. Klein called for someone to check her car. Mr. Alvarez shouted back that everyone's cars were dead, not just hers. A kid cried somewhere. Someone said the water was still working. Someone else said it was poison. Farther off, a siren tried to rise and failed after one weak note. Sam moved to the side of the window. "They're all out there." "Not all." "Should we go talk to them?" I didn't answer right away. Dad would have said information mattered, but exposure got people killed. Mom would have said neighbors mattered, because a street that trusted each other could do more than a locked house pretending it was an island. Both of them would have been right, which made the choice worse. A knock hit the front door. 3 quick taps, not Terry's crowbar. "Evan," a girl's voice called. "Are you in there?" Sam looked at me. "That's Mia." I knew. Mia Carter lived 2 houses past Sam in the green place with the porch swing and the overgrown rose bushes. She sat behind me in English, worked part-time at the animal clinic, and had a way of looking at people that made lies die before they reached her. We'd talked at school for years without turning it into anything bigger, mostly because I was better at surviving imaginary firefights than asking a girl to coffee. Now she was on my porch under a red sky. I lifted the curtain edge and checked. Mia stood alone, one hand tight around a canvas medical bag, the other holding a metal flashlight. Her dark hair had come loose from a braid. A smear of blood cut across her cheek, but it didn't look like hers. I opened the door. She looked past me, saw the rifles on the dining table, and looked back at my face. "My mom's clinic generator is dead. Every car in the lot is dead. Mr. Teague collapsed outside the pharmacy and nobody can call an ambulance. Are you hurt?" "It's not mine." Her eyes flicked toward the street. "People are starting to act weird. Not scared weird. Hungry weird. Grabbing weird. My mom told me to get home, but she stayed at the clinic with 2 patients. I need help bringing supplies here before someone breaks in over there." Sam said the clinic's 6 blocks away. "I know how far it is," Mia said. The way she said it ended the argument before it grew legs. I looked at the dining room table. Water. Food. Rifles. Medical gear. A house that still felt defensible because no one had tested it yet. 6 blocks away, a clinic full of bandages, antibiotics, pain medicine, and people who couldn't move fast. "We can't go yet," I said. Mia's jaw tightened. "Evan, listen to me." I didn't say no. I said not yet. Daylight's dropping, and half the street standing outside with dead phones and empty heads. We need to know who we're dealing with before we leave this house open. We need a plan that doesn't get all of us trapped. She took that in. Her eyes shined, but her voice stayed steady. "My mom's alone there? Then we'll make the plan fast." For a second, I thought she'd hate me. Maybe she did a little. Then she stepped inside, and I locked the door behind her. The house had 3 of us now. It still didn't feel like enough. Neighbors under a red sky. The first meeting of the end of the world happened in the middle of Brookmill Drive, with no mayor, no rules, and no one sure whether to whisper or shout. We didn't go out right away. I made Sam drink half a bottle of water first, then made Mia sit long enough for me to clean the blood from her cheek. It had come from Mr. Teague when he hit the sidewalk outside the pharmacy. She held still while I wiped it away, but her eyes stayed on the front door as if she could see through it all the way to the clinic. "He's alive?" I asked. "He was when I left." His breathing sounded wet. My mom said heart, maybe stroke, maybe shock. She didn't know without equipment. You don't have to explain it like a report. If I don't, I'll start screaming. Sam looked down at his hands. I taped a small gauze pad over a scrape near Mia's temple. My fingers brushed her hairline. She smelled like antiseptic, sweat, and smoke from something burning down the block. It wasn't a romantic moment. It was too sharp, too ugly, and too real. Still, when her eyes met mine, something passed between us that had been waiting for a safer day and clearly wasn't getting one. Thanks, she said. Don't thank me until we get your mom. And don't mess it up. That's the plan. Sam gave a weak laugh. Great plan. Very detailed. I loaded the second rifle and handed it to Sam after making him repeat the safety rules back to me. He handled it like it might accuse him of something. Mia took a heavy flashlight, the clinic bag, and Dad's hatchet without asking. When I lifted an eyebrow, she said, I treat angry dogs at work. I know how close I don't want to be. Fair enough. We stepped onto the porch with the sun touching the rooftops and the red shimmer hanging above the street. The air had cooled fast, but the pavement still held the day's heat. Somewhere beyond the houses, something electrical burned with a sour chemical stink. No birds called. That absence pressed against the ears. Even the insects seemed to have stopped to listen. Neighbors stood in clusters. Mr. Alvarez had grease to his elbows and a look on his face like the universe had insulted him personally. Mrs. Klein clutched her dog and kept asking whether anyone had tried emergency services, even after people told her the phones were dead. The Millers from the corner had 2 kids wrapped in blankets, both crying in the exhausted way kids cry when adults have failed to make the room feel safe. Terry Briggs stood apart from everyone, crowbar hooked over one shoulder. He watched our porch, not the sky. Mia moved closer to me. That him? Yeah, I know. He was at Sam's house. In the garage. Her mouth flattened. Good to know. Mr. Alvarez saw us and waved. Evan, your father have a generator? Not one that'll work after this, I said. You don't know that. I know enough. A woman I didn't know well said, my car won't start. My husband's at the hospital. I have to get there. Every car's dead, Mr. Alvarez said. There's no spark, no electronics, nothing. Even the old mower won't turn. Bicycles, Mia said. People looked at her. She lifted her chin. Bicycles, wagons, carts. Anything without a motor. If you need to move, that's how. And if it's a bomb, Mrs. Klein asked, what if there's radiation? The word moved through the group like cold water. I kept my voice low enough that people had to lean in instead of shout over me. If it was ground level nearby, we'd have felt more than the lights going out. If it was high up, the biggest threat right now was what it did to the grid. And you know this how? Terry asked. I turned toward him. Reading. He laughed. Reading. That's good. We're being led by a library card. Nobody lashed with him. Sam shifted beside me. The rifle hung across his chest on its sling, pointed down. Terry's eyes settled on it and stayed there. Mr. Miller spoke up. What do we do tonight? That was the question. Not what happened. Not who did it. Tonight, people could only carry the future in pieces that small. I didn't want to be the person answering. I was 17 for 6 more days. I still had unfinished homework in my backpack and a half-dead game waiting at a checkpoint upstairs. But Mr. Alvarez was looking at me because he knew my dad. Maya was looking because her mom was still at the clinic. Sam was looking because he'd seen Terry in his garage. The street needed a shape, and nobody else had grabbed one. Fill water now, I said. Tubs, bins, bottles, anything. Food in freezers won't stay safe long, so cook what you can outside on grills if you have propane or charcoal. Don't burn indoors. Don't run any open flame in a garage. Stay in pairs if you leave your house. Don't tell strangers what you have. Don't leave doors unlocked because it feels rude to lock them. Mrs. Klein hugged her dog tighter. Strangers? Terry smiled. Kids already seeing monsters. I looked at his crowbar. No, just people. Mia stepped forward. The animal clinic has medical supplies and 2 people who can't walk home. My mom's there with them. I need to go back before dark. We could use help. The group shifted. Concern passed over faces. Then came the calculation. 6 blocks. Red sky. No cars. Families at home. Supplies of their own to guard. It wasn't cowardice, exactly. It was survival shrinking the world to the size of a front porch. Mr. Alvarez rubbed a hand over his jaw. I'll go. My wife can stay with the house. Luis, Mrs. Alvarez said from their driveway. He turned. She didn't say anything else. She didn't have to. His shoulders sank a fraction. I can go after I get them settled. Mia nodded once, but her fingers tightened around the flashlight. I'll go, Sam said. I looked at him. He stared back, daring me to argue in front of everyone. His face still held fear, but there was iron under it now. Maybe fear had burned off the soft parts. Maybe he'd always had it, and I just hadn't needed to notice. We're going, I said. The 3 of us. We need a 4th if someone can move fast and follow instructions. No one spoke. Then a voice said, I'll come. It belonged to Caleb Ward, who lived with his grandmother in the blue house near the stop sign. He was 19, maybe 20, narrow-shouldered, quiet, the kind of guy people forgot about until they needed a computer fixed or a heavy box moved. He came down his driveway, carrying a backpack and a tire iron. I know the alleys behind the clinic, he said. I cut through there when I walked to work. Good, I said. You armed with anything else? He patted the tire iron. Just this. Terry made a little sound. 4 kids with toys. Mr. Alvarez snapped. Terry, shut your mouth. For a moment, Terry's smile disappeared. There was a man under it who didn't like being told no. Then the smile came back, thinner. Just saying what everybody's thinking. No, you're saying what you need people afraid enough to believe, Mia said. That hit him harder than Mr. Alvarez had. His eyes went flat. I stepped in before the air could catch fire. We leave in 10 minutes. If anyone has a bicycle, trailer, wagon, or handcart, we can bring more back. Mrs. Miller said they had a folding wagon in the shed. Mr. Alvarez had 2 bicycles with cargo racks. Caleb had a small yard cart with 1 squeaky wheel. People started moving because moving was easier than deciding. As the group broke up, Terry drifted closer to me. Sam's hand moved near his rifle, not touching the trigger, but ready. Terry stopped at the edge of the yard. You think that gun makes you a man? No, not yet. Then what does it make you? Harder to rob? His nostrils flared. He looked toward Mia, then Sam, then the windows of my house. Your dad had more than that in his safe. My chest tightened. You don't know anything about my dad. I know men who prepare don't prepare small. He leaned a little closer, close enough for me to smell cigarettes and stale beer. When people get hungry, boy, they're gonna remember who had what on day 1. Better learn how to share before somebody teaches you. I met his eyes. Better learn how to ask before somebody stops you. For 1 heartbeat, I thought he would swing the crowbar. He wanted to. The desire twitched in his jaw. Then Mia said, Evan. Not loud. Just enough. Terry stepped back with a little laugh. Go save the puppies then. He walked away. Sam let out a breath. I hate that guy. Good, Caleb said softly from behind us. That's a healthy instinct. I looked at him. He adjusted his backpack straps and glanced at Terry's retreating back. He stole gas from my grandmother last winter. She wouldn't press charges because she said he was troubled. Troubled people still know what they're doing. Mia said, Then we don't leave your grandmother alone. She's with Mrs. Alvarez now, Caleb said. They've already decided they're sisters for the night. I almost smiled. Almost. We gathered at my porch 10 minutes later with 2 bicycles, a folding wagon, Caleb's squeaky yard cart, 4 flashlights, 3 knives, the hatchet, 2 rifles, and more fear than any of us wanted to admit. I left a note for my parents on the kitchen counter, even though there was no way they could read it tonight. Mom, Dad, I'm alive. Sam and Mia are with me. I'm getting medical supplies from the clinic. I'll come back. I love you. I folded the paper and set Dad's brass paperweight on top. My hand lingered there. Sam waited in the doorway. You good? No, not yet. Yeah, me neither. That was all either of us needed. We stepped into the street and headed toward the clinic as the sun fell behind the houses. Behind us, Brook Mill Drive filled with the sounds of people filling tubs, dragging grills, arguing in low voices, and pretending the dark would be temporary if they did enough normal things before it arrived. Ahead of us, 6 blocks had never looked so far. The clinic run. By the second block, we learned how loud the world had been before it ended. No engines. No air conditioners. No distant highway drone. No music leaking from open garages. Without all of it, small sounds became threats. The squeak in Taleb's cartwheel. The soft rattle of cans inside the folding wagon. Sam's breathing when he tried to make it quiet and failed. Dragons scraping across pavement. The red shimmer in the sky had thinned, but it hadn't gone away. It hung above the rooftops like a stain. The last daylight turned windows into black mirrors. Every house we passed seemed to watch us. Mia led because she knew the fastest route to the clinic. She moved with tight purpose, flashlight off to save batteries, hatchet held low by her thigh. I walked just behind her with one rifle on a sling and Dad's trauma bag across my back. Sam stayed on the wagon side, Caleb on the cart. "No light unless we need it," I said. "You keep saying things like my dad," Sam muttered. "Your dad's alive in your head, too. Use him." Sam's mouth pulled tight. "Yeah, I am." A garage door rattled to our left. We stopped. The door lifted 6 inches, then 8. Fingers appeared beneath it. A man grunted on the other side, trying to force it higher without power. We waited half hidden by a box hedge until he got it high enough to crawl under. He came out covered in dust, dragging a red plastic gas can. Mia whispered, "That's Mr. Pike." Mr. Pike limped to his truck, opened the fuel door, then just stood there with the gas can in his hand. After a long moment, he laughed, low and broken. "What good is gas?" he said to no one. We moved on. 2 houses later, a woman called from a second-story window. "Is anyone's phone working?" Nobody answered. The question followed us down the street. At Ridge Street, traffic had died in place. Cars sat at odd angles, some kissed together bumper to bumper, others abandoned with doors open. A delivery truck had rolled onto the curb and smashed the wooden sign for the dentist's office. The driver sat on the pavement beside it, head in his hands, uniform shirt dark with sweat. "Sir," Mia said. "Are you hurt?" He looked up like the word had traveled from far away. "Won't start." None of them start. "Are you hurt?" she repeated. "I don't think so." "Then get home before dark." He looked around at the dead street and laughed once. "Home's 22 miles. Mia's face changed. Not much. Just a tiny collapse around the eyes. I said, "There's a neighborhood behind us. Brookmill Drive. Ask for the Alvarez house. Tell them Evan sent you. They'll at least let you sit somewhere safe while people figure this out." "Safe," he repeated. "Safer than here." He nodded without standing. We couldn't make him move. That was the first hard lesson of the walk. You could point at the hole in the ice. You couldn't force every person to step back from it. The pharmacy sat at the corner across from the animal clinic. Its front windows were intact, but a knot of people had gathered by the doors. An older man lay on the sidewalk with a jacket under his head. A woman knelt beside him with 2 fingers against his neck. Mia made a sound and broke into a run. "Mom," she called. The woman looked up. Dr. Laura Carter had the same sharp eyes as her daughter, and the same ability to make panic feel like wasted time. Her gray-streaked hair had slipped from a bun. Blood marked one sleeve. She didn't run to Mia, though I saw she wanted to. She held her fingers to the man's neck for 2 more beats, then rose and hugged her daughter hard enough to make the medical bag thump between them. "You're late," Dr. Carter said. Mia's voice cracked. "You're alive. Both can be true." Then she saw us. Saw the rifles. Saw the carts. Her eyes measured, judged, and accepted, all of it faster than most adults accepted a dinner invitation. "Good," she said. "We need to move." The man on the sidewalk wheezed. His mouth hung open. His skin had a gray cast under the red sky. "Mr. Teague?" I asked. Dr. Carter nodded. "He can't walk. Neither can June inside. She's on oxygen, and her powered concentrator is a paperweight now. We have small tanks, but they won't last." Sam looked at the clinic. Can we take them to our street? If we move slowly and don't drop anyone, yes. If we stay here until full dark, no. A man near the pharmacy door snapped. What about my wife? She needs insulin. The fridge is dead, another woman said. My kid has asthma. You can't take everything. Dr. Carter raised one hand. I'm not taking everything. I'm taking what keeps people alive tonight. That's stealing, the man said. Maya turned on him. It's our clinic. It's medicine. Everybody needs medicine. Everybody? The word had teeth now. I stepped beside Mia, not in front of her. The rifle stayed pointed down, but people noticed it. I hated that it worked. I hated that the crowd's noise lowered, because a 17-year-old with a gun had become more persuasive than a doctor with blood on her sleeve. We're going inside, I said. Dr. Carter decides what goes. If you've got a medical need, tell her and she'll do what she can. If you try to rush the door, nobody gets helped. The man with the insulin problem stared at me. You in charge? No. She is. That mattered. Adults didn't want a kid leading them. They could accept a kid guarding the woman who knew what things were worth. Dr. Carter gave me one brief look. Gratitude wasn't in it. Approval, maybe. Or warning. Then she said, asthma first. Who has the child? The woman with the asthma kid pushed forward. Dr. Carter directed Mia to get inhalers from the clinic, then sent Sam with her. Caleb and I stayed outside while Dr. Carter checked Mr. Teague again. The crowd pressed closer every time the clinic door opened. Not much. A foot. 6 inches. A shoulder past another shoulder. Fear had a tide. Caleb murmured. They're gonna push. I know. You have a line. For what? For when you stop talking. I looked at him. He hadn't raised his voice once since he joined us. Maybe that's why I listened. I don't know, I said. Figure it out before they cross it. Good advice shouldn't feel like a punch, but it did. The clinic door opened again. Sam came out with a cardboard box of inhalers, antiseptic, gauze, tape, pill bottles, and sealed packets. Mia followed carrying another bag. Dr. Carter took what she needed for the asthma child, gave instructions to the mother, and put 2 inhalers in the woman's hands. The insulin man grabbed for the box. I moved without thinking. My left hand caught his wrist and twisted it away from the supplies. He was bigger than me, older, stronger in the shoulders. He shoved with his free hand. I stepped with it, instead of against it, hooked my foot behind his ankle, and dumped him sideways onto the pavement. He hit hard. Air burst from him. The crowd jerked back. My own heart kicked so hard that my vision narrowed. I didn't point the rifle at him. I didn't need to. Sam had frozen with both hands on the box, eyes wide. Mia's grip on the hatchet turned her knuckles pale. Dr. Carter looked at the man on the ground, then at me. Nobody grabs, I said. My voice sounded like someone else's. Ask. Wait. That's the rule. The man rolled to his side, coughing. A raw scrape opened along his forearm and leaked dark red across his skin. Mia knelt near him before I could decide whether that was safe. Hold still, she said. You make it worse if you fight the pavement, genius. He glared at her, but he held still. The absurdity of it almost broke something in me. The world had gone dead. A man had tried to steal medicine. Mia was insulting him while cleaning his scrape because that was what decent people did when someone bled. Dr. Carter crouched beside him. Your wife needs insulin? His anger cracked. She's got 2 pens left. They were in the fridge. I don't know what happens now. They don't fail in an hour, Dr. Carter said. Keep them cool, not frozen. Bring her to Brickmill Drive tomorrow morning if she can't manage. I'll see what I can find. Tomorrow, you think? Tonight, we move patients who can't breathe or walk. Tomorrow, we deal with the next layer of hell. He covered his face with one hand. Nobody rushed the box after that. Inside the clinic, the smell of animal fear hit first. Dogs barked from the kennel room, frantic and hoarse. Cats cried from carriers. Without ventilation, the air had already grown thick with disinfectant, fur, urine, and hot electronics. Emergency lights should have glowed over the exits. They didn't. The darkness in the hall felt like a thing with weight. Mia led us with the flashlight beam aimed low. "We can't take the animals," she said before anyone asked. The words cut her on the way out. Not tonight. Not all of them. A dog slammed against a kennel door. Sam flinched. Dr. Carter opened a storage room, grabbed bandages, gloves, sutures, antibiotics, pain medicine, antiseptic, splints, syringes, saline, tourniquets, and anything sealed. "Leave the controlled cabinet. I don't want that fight tonight unless we have no choice." It was almost a list, but it came from need, not neatness. We moved by shelf and bag, not by order. I packed what she pointed at. Caleb loaded the cart. Sam carried oxygen tanks with both arms wrapped around them like they were sleeping children. In the treatment room, June Alvarez sat in a rolling chair with a nasal tube under her nose and a small oxygen tank beside her. She was 80 if she was a day, thin as a winter branch, wearing a purple sweater and house shoes. She looked at the rifle on my chest and said, "I see the boys finally got dramatic." Sam blinked. "Ma'am, don't ma'am me like I'm already dead. It makes you sound guilty." Mia laughed once, quick and wet. Dr. Carter checked June's tank. "We're moving you to Brook Mill Drive. Does it have tea?" "It has teenagers with carts. So no tea. We'll work on tea." Mr. Teague was harder. He drifted in and out while we got him onto a padded animal stretcher. His lips were pale. Every breath sounded like liquid trying to pass through a straw. Dr. Carter didn't say he might die on the way. She didn't have to. Mia heard it anyway, and so did I. By the time we came back into the front room, the crowd outside had thinned. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. A crowd you could see was one kind of danger. People moving through dark streets with private plans were another. We loaded the first car with medical supplies and oxygen. June sat in the folding wagon, dignity somehow intact despite the blankets tucked around her. Mr. Teague rode the yard cart on the stretcher, with Caleb taking the handles and Sam steadying the side. Dr. Carter locked the clinic door, then put the key in Mia's hand. "You keep it," she said. "Mom, stay with me. If something happens to me, you know what's inside." Mia's face went still. "Don't say that. I don't say things because they're fun." The first scream came from behind the pharmacy. Not surprise. Not anger. Pain. Everyone froze. A second scream followed, cut short by a hard crack and the crash of something metal hitting concrete. Sam whispered, "We need to go." Dr. Carter looked at me. Not because I was in charge. Because I was the one with a rifle and the closest view of the alley. The smart move was to leave. The useful move. The living move. Then a boy stumbled out from behind the pharmacy, maybe 14, both hands pressed against his side. Blood ran between his fingers. 2 men came after him. One had a tire iron. The other carried a backpack that looked too heavy to be his. The boy saw us and tried to run. His knees folded. Mia made a sound. I brought the rifle up. "Stop there," I called. My voice reached the men before the rifle did. They stopped at the mouth of the alley. The one with the tire iron had a shaved head and a face shiny with sweat. The other wore a delivery uniform jacket turned inside out. Both looked at the boy on the ground. Both looked at our carts. The shaved head man smiled. "We don't want trouble." "Then walk away. We just want what's ours." The boy gasped. "They took it." The man with the inside-out jacket kicked him in the leg. "Shut up. I didn't think this time." Thinking had too many exits. I fired into the pavement 2 feet in front of them. The shot cracked the dead street open. Everyone flinched. My ears rang. The rifle shoved my shoulder hard enough to sting. A chip of pavement struck the shaved head man's jeans. His smile vanished. "Next one isn't the ground," I said. They ran. The smell of burnt powder hung in the air. My hands stayed locked on the rifle. I couldn't feel my fingers. Dr. Carter was already moving to the boy. Mia looked at me as she passed. There was shock in her face. Not fear of me. Maybe fear of how fast the world had made me into someone who could do that. I wanted to explain that I hadn't aimed at them. I wanted to say I hadn't wanted to fire. I wanted a lot of things the street no longer had room for. "We move," I said, because the echo would bring people. Now, the boy's name was Eli. He could walk if Sam held him up and Dr. Carter kept pressure on the cut in his side. He said the two men had jumped in when he came out of the pharmacy with medicine for his little brother. His backpack was gone. His brother was 6 blocks the other way. 6 blocks might as well have been the ocean. Dr. Carter made the call none of us wanted. We get these people safe, then we decide. Ely cried without sound. That was worse than crying loud. We started back toward Brookmill Drive with the sky darkening, carts heavier, people weaker, and the gunshot still ringing inside my skull. The route home did not feel like the same 6 blocks. The first blood on Brookmill. Night didn't fall. It closed. The last strip of sunlight vanished behind the roofs, and Brookmill Drive became a row of dark shapes under a red-black sky. Without porch lights, every house looked abandoned until someone moved behind a curtain or whispered from a driveway. The stars should have been sharp without city glow, but the strange shimmer overhead smeared them into dull pinpricks. We came back slower than we left. June's oxygen tank hissed softly in the wagon. Mr. Teague's breathing had changed, not better, not worse, just different in a way that made Dr. Carter check him every 30 steps. Ellie leaned on Sam, jaw clenched so hard I could see the muscle jumping in his cheek. Caleb's squeaky wheel had started to sound like a distress call. Mrs. Alvarez saw us first and hurried from her yard with a lantern that used a candle inside glass. The little flame made her face appear and disappear. "Buis?" she called. "They're back." The street stirred. People came out with flashlights that worked, lanterns, candles, and one old oil lamp that smelled like a garage. The light made everything feel older, like we had slipped backward 100 years in an hour. Mr. Alvarez took one look at the carts and said, "Inside my house. Both patients." We cleared the living room. Dr. Carter didn't waste thanks. "Good. I need blankets, boiled water if you can manage it, clean towels, and a table lamp with the shade removed. Candle behind it if that's all we have. Boiled water's gonna take time. Then start time." Mrs. Alvarez guided June toward the house. June patted her arm. Finally, someone competent. "Don't charm me, Miss Halpern," Mrs. Alvarez said. "I've heard about you." June smiled despite the tube under her nose. For 3 minutes, the street became something close to a community. People lifted, carried, fetched, and held doors. Sam helped Eli to my porch because we had the trauma kit there. Mia and her mother vanished into the Alvarez living room with Mr. Teague. Caleb moved medical boxes into their dining room. The Millers brought blankets. Mrs. Klein brought bottled water and apologized for not having more until Dr. Carter told her to stop apologizing and wash her hands. Then Terry Briggs stepped into the candlelight. He had 2 men with him I hadn't seen at the earlier street meeting. One wore a sleeveless shirt despite the cold. The other had a baseball bat resting on his shoulder. Terry still had the crowbar. "Looks like you found supplies," he said. Mr. Alvarez turned from his porch. "Not now, Terry." Seems exactly like now. Medical supplies belong to the neighborhood. Food, too. Guns, if we're being honest. We can't have kids deciding who gets what. Sam sat on my porch beside Eli, one hand pressed over the bandage on Eli's side. He looked up at Terry with pure hatred. I stepped down onto the walkway. "The medical supplies are with Dr. Carter. She decides." Terry nodded, as if that sounded fair. "And your house? Who decides there?" The men behind him spread out a little. "Not much." "Enough." Caleb came from the Alvarez house and stopped at the edge of the yard. His tire iron hung at his side. "Go home," I said. "We'll talk in daylight. Daylight's for people who can afford to wait. You don't look starving." His smile twitched. Big talk from the armed boy. Mia appeared in the Alvarez doorway. Her eyes moved over Terry, the 2 men, Sam, Eli, me. Dr. Carter's voice called from inside for pressure and more light, but Mia stayed where she was. Terry lifted his voice for the street. "Everybody's thinking it. I'm just saying it. We don't know how long this lasts. Some houses have more. Some have less. If we don't collect and divide now, people are going to hoard." A few neighbors looked at my house. A few looked away. Terry saw it and fed on it. "See," he said. "They get it." Mrs. Miller hugged her youngest against her hip. Nobody's taking from anyone tonight? Your kids hungry yet? Terry asked. Her husband stepped in front of her. Don't talk to my wife. The man with the bat laughed. The line was forming, whether I wanted it or not. Caleb had asked if I had one. I did now. It ran across the sidewalk between Terry's boots and my porch. You can ask for help, I said. You can trade. You can join a watch. You can sit with injured people and be useful. But if you try to force your way into my house or anyone else's, that's over. Over how? I didn't answer. He wanted the word. He wanted me to say kill so the street could recoil from me and maybe step toward him instead. I kept my mouth shut. Terry took one step forward. I raised the rifle, not to my shoulder, just high enough that the barrel pointed at the ground between us. The sleeveless man flinched. The man with the bat didn't. Terry looked from the rifle to my face. You won't shoot me. Don't make that the question. For a second, the whole street held its breath. Then Eli groaned behind me. His body curled around the cut in his side. Sam said, Evan, he's bleeding through. Terry's eyes flicked past me. That was all the opening needed. The man with the bat lunged for the porch. Caleb moved first. His tire iron hit the man's shin with the sound I felt in my teeth. The man screamed and pitched sideways. The bat clattered across the walkway. Sam shoved Eli back against the wall and grabbed the bat before the man could reach it. Terry swung the crowbar at my rifle. I jerked back. Metal struck metal and skidded along the handguard. The blow numbed my left hand. I drove my shoulder into him because firing at that distance would be a nightmare of bodies and neighbors and dark. He was heavier. He smelled like sweat and cigarettes. We hit the grass together. He punched me in the ribs. Air left me in a hard grunt. I rolled before he could pin the rifle. His hand grabbed my shirt. I drove my knee up and caught him low in the stomach. He spat a curse and shoved his thumb toward my eye. This wasn't a game. No timing window glowed. No health bar drained neatly. It was elbows, breath, wet grass, and panic moving faster than thought. Mia hit Terry across the back with the flat of the hatchet. Not the blade. The flat. Hard enough to stun him. His grip loosened. I kicked free and scrambled backward. Terry pushed himself up on one hand, face twisted. The sleeveless man grabbed Mia from behind. She drove her heel into his foot and snapped her head back into his nose. The crack was small and ugly. He let go, both hands flying to his face. Blood poured over his mouth. She turned and shoved him away with both palms. He came back at her anyway. Sam fired the warning shot. It went into the lawn, close enough to spray dirt over the sleeveless man's shoes. The street exploded with shouts. The man froze. Sam stood on the porch, rifle shaking in his hands, eyes huge and wet. Back up, Sam said. His voice broke, but the words held. Back the hell up. Nobody moved for one long heartbeat. Then Mr. Alvarez stepped out with his own shotgun. I hadn't known he had it. Neither had Terry, judging by his face. Enough, Mr. Alvarez said. The word wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. Terry wiped blood from his lip. He looked at me, then at Mia, then at Sam, then at the neighbors who hadn't stepped to his side. Calculation replaced rage. Calculation was worse. Rage spent itself. Calculation saved receipts. You all saw it, Terry said, backing away. They pulled guns on hungry neighbors. Remember that. Mrs. Klein's voice shook from her porch. We saw you swing first. Terry turned that dead smile on her, and she stepped back into shadow. He and his two men retreated toward the rental at the end of the block. The man Caleb hit limped, cursing with every step. The sleeveless man kept a hand clamped over his nose. When they vanished, my knees tried to stop being knees. Mia caught my arm. Don't fall yet. Wasn't planning to. Your planning's been uneven. I laughed once, and it hurt my ribs enough to make me hiss. Sam lowered the rifle with both hands. I fired. Into the ground, I said. I fired. His face looked young then. Younger than it had that morning, which made no sense and perfect sense at the same time. I climbed the porch and took the rifle from him before the shakes made him drop it. You stopped him, I said. You didn't hit anyone. You did good. He looked at me like he wanted to believe it and hated that he needed to. Ellie whispered. I'm gonna throw up. Please don't, Sam said. I'm emotionally full. The laugh that moved through us was ugly and tired and brief, but it kept something from snapping. Inside, Dr. Carter shouted for Mia. The blood had soaked through Eli's bandage, and Mr. Teague was struggling. The fight ended because the work resumed. That was the second hard lesson of the night. Disaster didn't pause after violence to let you process it. It simply handed you another bleeding thing. We moved Eli into my dining room. Dr. Carter checked him under the light of 2 candles and a flashlight held by Mrs. Miller. The cut was long, but not deep enough to spill what couldn't be replaced. He needed stitches. He needed antibiotics if infection came. He needed his little brother, and we didn't have that. Mia assisted her mother with hands that stayed steady until the last knot was tied. Then she stepped into the kitchen and braced both palms on the counter. I followed with a clean towel pressed to my split lip. You saved me outside, I said. You were getting your eye gouged. Still, I'm listening. She looked at the dark window over the sink. Her reflection hovered in it, lit by candles from behind. I wanted to use the blade. I didn't know what to say. She glanced at me. That's what scares me. Not Terry. Me. I wanted to. My ribs throbbed. My mouth tasted like blood. In the dining room, Eli made a small sound while Dr. Carter worked. You didn't, I said. What if tomorrow I do? Then tomorrow had better be bad enough to deserve it. She let out a breath that shook at the end. That's not comforting. I'm out of comforting. For some reason, that made her smile. Barely. Me too, she said. We stood there side by side, not touching, with the counter between us and the dead world outside. I wanted to reach for her hand. I wanted to be the kind of person who could do that without making it strange. Instead, she reached first and touched 2 fingers to my wrist. Not romance. Not yet. Just proof. We were still here. A knock came at the back door. Everyone in the dining room went silent. The knock came again. 2 taps, then a pause, then 2 more. I picked up the rifle and moved to the side of the door. Sam took the flashlight. Mia grabbed the hatchet. Dr. Carter stayed with Eli, but looked ready to throw a scalpel if the night asked. Who is it? I called. A small voice answered to the wood. Please, Ellie said. Bruckmill. Please, my brother's here. Ellie tried to sit up. Noah. Dr. Carter pressed him down. Don't move. I opened the curtain by a finger's width. A boy stood on the back step, maybe 8 years old, though hunger and fear made kids hard to age. He wore 1 shoe. His other foot was wrapped in a dirty towel. He had a backpack almost as large as his body and a kitchen knife in his right hand, pointed at the ground because his hand was too tired to lift it. Behind him, the yard was empty. For now. I opened the door. Noah stepped inside and saw Eli on the dining room table. The knife slipped from his hand and hit the floor. He ran to his brother, and the sound Eli made when he saw him was the first clean thing I'd heard since the sky turned red. I shut the door and locked it. For the next hour, Brookmill Drive became a field hospital, a shelter, and a border all at once. People came with injuries small and large. A burned hand from trying to light a grill. A twisted ankle from falling in a dark garage. A panic attack that looked enough like a heart problem to make Dr. Carter check twice. She treated what she could and sent people home with instructions that sounded simple until you remembered the world had no search engine left. At some point, Mr. Teague died. He did it quietly, or maybe I only remember it that way because the house was too full of other noise. Dr. Carter had been kneeling beside him in the Alvarez living room. Mia came back across the street with her mother's hand on her shoulder and a look that told me before anyone said it. June asked for tea. Nobody had any hot water yet. Sam sat on the porch steps after midnight, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the spot where he'd fired into the lawn. I sat beside him. My parents aren't coming tonight, he said. No, not yet. Yours either. No, not yet. He nodded slowly. Tomorrow we go looking? For your mom, if she doesn't make it here by morning. Your dad's farther out. We plan before we move. And your parents? The sky shimmered weakly above the roofs. Hawaii felt like a word from a different lifetime. I can't get to them, I said. Not yet. Sam didn't tell me they'd be okay. He didn't insult me with hope too big to carry. Then we hold what we can, he said. I looked at him. Yeah, we hold what we can. Down the street, Terry's rental sat dark and quiet. Too quiet. No candlelight moved in the windows. No voices drifted from the yard. I knew he hadn't gone to bed. Sorry. Men like Terry didn't sleep off humiliation. They stored it. Somewhere beyond him, beyond the dead cars and silent houses, the rest of the town was learning the same lessons at different speeds. Water mattered. Medicine mattered. Doors mattered. People mattered until they didn't. The game upstairs was still frozen at the checkpoint, if the screen had survived. Player 1 had died. Restart from checkpoint? I almost laughed at the thought. There were no checkpoints now. No checkpoints. Morning came gray, cold, and mean. The red shimmer had faded to a bruised stain along the horizon, but the damage it left behind sat in every dead window and every useless phone. Brookmill Drive woke in pieces. Doors opened carefully. People stepped outside as if the air might have changed its mind overnight and become poison. Smoke rose from backyard grills. The smell of cooking meat drifted over fences because freezers were warming and nobody wanted to waste what might be the last easy food they'd see for a long while. Easy food. The phrase sounded stupid and perfect. I had slept 40 minutes in a chair with a rifle across my lap. Maybe an hour. My neck ached, my ribs hated breathing, and the inside of my mouth was swollen where Terry had split my lip. Sam looked worse. He had slept on the floor near Eli and Noah, one hand still touching the rifle sling like it might disappear if he let go. Mia hadn't slept at all. She and Dr. Carter had moved between houses until nearly dawn. When I found her in the kitchen, she was rinsing blood from a towel with water we couldn't afford to waste. Use the bucket, I said. She looked down at the running tap. For 1 second, she didn't understand. Then her hand snapped to the handle and shut it off. The silence after the water stopped felt accusatory. Damn it, she whispered. I know better. You're tired? That's not a resource either. I took the towel and dropped it into a plastic bin with a few inches of gray water at the bottom. We'll make a wash station out back. Clean water stays cleaned. Dirty water gets reused for first rinse, flushing, whatever we can manage. She rubbed both hands over her face. You're getting bossy. I've been bossy. You're noticing because you're tired. A tiny smile appeared and vanished. Maybe. Through the kitchen window, I saw Mrs. Alvarez and Caleb carrying folding chairs into their driveway. Mr. Alvarez had drawn a rough map of the block on a flattened cardboard box. He had found markers somewhere. The sight of adults using markers under an in-time sky nearly made me laugh. Meeting? Mia asked. Looks like. Please tell me you're letting someone else talk. That's also the plan. Your plans keep needing work. We walked outside together. People gathered with coffee mugs full of water, blankets around shoulders, and faces that had aged during the night. Dr. Carter stood near June, who sat in a lawn chair with her oxygen tank beside her and looked irritated by the whole arrangement. Ellie lay on a blanket in the shade of the Alvarez porch. Noah sat beside him, guarding his brother with the seriousness of a soldier half his size. Terry wasn't there. Neither were the 2 men who had come with him. That absence sat in the middle of the meeting like a coiled wire. Mr. Alvarez tapped the cardboard map. We need watches. 2 people at a time, 2-hour shifts, all day and all night. North end by the rental, south end by Ridge Street. No one goes alone. Mrs. Miller said, My husband can take nights. I can do afternoons if someone watches the kids. I'll watch them, Mrs. Quine said at once. Her little dog sat in her lap, calmer than most of the people. Caleb added names to the cardboard. His handwriting was small and neat. Dr. Carter spoke next. Medical supplies are limited. I'm setting up at the Alvarez house for now because June can't be moved often. If you have medications in your homes, bring me the names, doses, and how much you have. Don't bring every pill bottle unless I ask. We need to know who becomes critical first. A man from the second block said, What about food? The question everyone wanted and feared. Mr. Alvarez looked at me. I shook my head a little. He understood and didn't put me on stage. Each house inventories its own food today, he said. Not public amounts. Just days. How many people? How many days, if careful? We need the truth without making a shopping list for thieves. A murmur moved through the group. That made sense to some, and not enough to others. Mrs. Miller said, "What if somebody lies?" June snorted. "Somebody will. Plan for humans, dear." A few people laughed because June made it safe. Sam stood beside me, arms folded. "We need to find parents. People from work, school, wherever." His voice shook less than I expected. Mr. Alvarez nodded. "We organize search teams after inventories and watches. Bicycles only. No wandering. We make routes. We mark where we go." "My mom works at Westbrook Medical," Sam said. "It's 8 miles. 8 miles through a town with dead traffic, frightened strangers, and whatever Terry was becoming." I said, "We don't go to Westbrook first." Sam turned on me. "That's my mom." "I know. That's why we don't do it, stupid. We need to check closer first. Roads. Town center. Police station. Firehouse. If there's any organized help, we find the edges of it before we go 8 miles. And if there isn't, then we plan for that." His jaw worked. I could see the argument building. Then Noah's small voice came from the porch. "My mom's at the school." Everyone looked at him. Ellie, pale on the blanket, said, "She works cafeteria." She took a double. The elementary school sat less than a mile away. Close enough to matter. Close enough to be the first test. Maya crouched in front of Noah. "Which school?" "Marsh Creek." Sam looked at me. His anger had changed shape. "That's on the way to town center." He was right. We picked 4 for the first scouting run. Me, Sam, Mia, and Mr. Alvarez. Caleb wanted to come, but his grandmother needed him, and he knew it before anyone said so. Dr. Carter tried to keep Mia back and failed in the quiet way. Mothers fail when daughters have already decided who they are. "You follow Evan's lead if there's trouble," Dr. Carter told her. Mia gave me a sideways look. "That's a lot to put on him. I didn't say he was always right. I said follow his lead if there isn't time to debate." That was the most terrifying endorsement I'd ever received. We left Brookmill Drive after eating smoked sausage, crackers, and peaches from a can. Breakfast of the new world. The sweetness of the peaches made my stomach twist because it felt too normal. I saved half the syrup in the can and handed it to Noah before we went. He drank it like medicine. The walk to Marsh Creek Elementary took us through streets that had spent the night changing. Yesterday's stranded drivers had become today's foot traffic. People moved along sidewalks carrying backpacks, grocery bags, suitcases, baseball bats, kitchen knives, and expressions that warned you not to ask questions. Some were heading home. Some were heading away from home. Some looked like they had forgotten what either word meant. A man pushed an office chair loaded with bottled water down the center of Ridge Street. One wheel had broken, and the chair scraped every few feet. A woman in business clothes walked barefoot with her heels in one hand and a tire tool in the other. 2 teenage boys tried to siphon fuel from a dead truck before realizing they had nothing to run with it. At the intersection near the dentist's office, someone had spray-painted a message across the side of a delivery van. "Grid down. Stay home." Under it, someone else had added another line in smaller letters. "Home isn't safe." Sam read it and swallowed. Mr. Alvarez adjusted the shotgun on his shoulder. "Don't stare too long. Messages aren't always warnings. Sometimes they're bait." "You sound like Evan's dad," Sam said. "Your friend has a smart father." "Had better still have one," I said before I could stop myself. No one corrected me. The school came into view behind a chain-link fence. Marsh Creek Elementary had bright murals on the outer walls, animals reading books, and smiling suns with faces. The murals looked obscene now. The front drive was clogged with dead cars and 2 buses. The buses had stopped crooked, doors open. A scattering of backpacks lay on the sidewalk. One had a cartoon dinosaur on it, Mia whispered. Kids were still here. We approached the main entrance slowly. Glass from one door lay on the ground, not shattered outward, inward. Mr. Alvarez tightened his grip. Someone broke in. "Or out," I said. Inside, the school smelled like old lunches, floor wax, sweat, and fear. Our footsteps sounded too loud in the hallway. Children's artwork lined the walls. Paper handprints. crayon houses, a board covered with stars for reading goals. The ordinary details made my skin crawl more than blood would have. "Hello," Mr. Alvarez called. "We're from Brookmill Drive. We're looking for staff and survivors." No answer. A locker banged somewhere deep in the building. Sam flinched. I lifted one hand slow, everyone, and listened. Another bang. Then a muffled voice. A child crying. Mia moved first. We followed the sound to the cafeteria, where a supply closet door had been jammed from the outside with a mop handle through the pole. Something inside struck the door again. "Move back," I said. "Mom, Noah's mother might have been behind that door." The thought made my fingers clumsy. I pulled the mop handle free. The door opened 2 inches before someone inside shoved it hard. 3 children spilled out, followed by a woman in a cafeteria apron and a young teacher with blood dried under her nose. The cafeteria worker grabbed my arms. "Ellie." "Noah." "Are they with you?" "They're alive," I said. "They're on Brookmill. Noah's with Eli." Her knees gave. Mr. Alvarez caught her before she hit the floor. Mia held the teacher by both shoulders. "How many are here?" The teacher blinked too fast. 10 kids. 2 staff. "We kept them in the music room overnight. Some parents came. Some didn't. Then men came before dawn, looking for food. We locked them out. They broke a door. We hid the little ones." "Where are the men now?" Mr. Alvarez asked. "Gone, I think. They took cafeteria food and left." A sound scraped above us. Not in the hall. Above. Ceiling tile dust drifted down near the kitchen entrance. I looked up in time to see a panel shift. "Back," I snapped. The tile dropped. A man fell through after it, landing on a lunch table with a crash that folded the legs. He rolled off, groaning, a screwdriver clenched in one hand. Another man shouted from the ceiling space. Sam yanked the children behind him. Mia shoved the teacher toward the far wall. Mr. Alvarez brought the shotgun up. The man on the floor tried to rise. I kicked the screwdriver out of his hand and pinned his wrist with my boot. "Don't," I said. He looked up at me with dust in his eyebrows and blood on his teeth. "It's food. It's just food." "Then why climb through the ceiling?" He didn't answer. The second man scrambled back through the ceiling space, cursing. We heard him retreat, tiles rattling overhead. Mr. Alvarez tracked the sound with a shotgun until it faded. The man under my boot stopped struggling. He wasn't much older than 25. Thin, dirty, scared, hungry probably, maybe dangerous because of all those things at once. "You alone?" I asked. He spat blood onto the floor. "Now I am." "Did you hurt anyone?" "No. We just needed food." The teacher said. "They hit Mr. Lowry." The man's eyes cut toward her. Mr. Lowry, we learned, was the custodian. He was in the nurse's office with a broken cheekbone and 2 cracked teeth, conscious but dazed. The men had beaten him when he tried to stop them taking the cafeteria supplies. They had locked the cafeteria worker and the teacher in the closet after catching them moving children. Mr. Alvarez wanted to tie the intruder and leave him for whoever came next. Mio wanted to drag him to the police station. Sam wanted him away from the kids, which was the only thing everyone agreed on. In the end, we took his shoes. It sounded cruel until Mr. Alvarez explained it with a voice like gravel. "You can walk. You can live. You won't run back here fast, and you won't chase children." The man called us animals. June would have told him to plan for humans. We sent him out the back door barefoot with a warning that if he returned, the decision would get uglier. He believed us because all of us looked like we believed ourselves. The school had 10 children, 3 adults, counting Mr. Lowry, and too little food to keep them there. Some parents had left notes on classroom doors before phones failed. Some children knew addresses. Some didn't. The cafeteria worker, whose name was Rosa, held my hand when we told her Eli was safe, and she cried into her apron for exactly 10 seconds before asking how far Brookmill was. "Less than a mile," I said. "Can you take them?" I looked at the kids. Small faces, backpacks, a girl with mismatched socks, a boy holding a stuffed fox by one leg. They looked at us with the terrible trust children give to anyone who seems to have a plan. Sam knew my answer before I said it. "Brookmill can't feed everyone," he whispered. Brookmill can't leave them here either. Mia heard both sides and stepped between them. We don't take everyone forever. We take them to Brookmill, sort addresses, reunite who we can, and keep the ones who have nowhere else. We need more adults, more food, more everything. But right now, we need to get them out of a building people already raided. Mr. Alvarez nodded. She's right. Sam looked at the kids again. The fight went out of his shoulders. Yeah, I know. We spent 20 minutes packing what remained: peanut butter, crackers, canned fruit, powdered milk, first aid supplies from the nurse's office, blankets from the kindergarten nap room, 2 walkie-talkies that did not power on, and every paper map we could find in the office. I found a hand-crank pencil sharpener bolted to a classroom wall and stared at it longer than I should have, because it still worked. A small metal thing from an older time, doing its job without caring that the sentry had failed around it. On the way out, I saw a poster above the main doors. Today's a new beginning. I hated it so much I almost tore it down. We formed a line with adults at the front and rear. Mr. Lowry could walk if Sam helped him. Rosa carried the smallest girl. Mia kept the children quiet by telling them they were playing a silent trail game. She didn't make it cute. She made it serious, and they obeyed because serious made more sense than cute now. Halfway back, we saw smoke rising from Brookmill. Sam saw it first. No. My feet stopped, then started faster. The smoke wasn't a house fire. Too small. Too low. It came from the end of the block near Terry's rental. Then we heard shouting. I told Mia to keep the children back with Mr. Lowry and Rosa. She wanted to argue. One look at the kids ended it. Mr. Alvarez, Sam, and I ran the last stretch. At the north end of Brookmill Drive, Terry's front yard had become a camp. 3 more men were with him now, and 1 woman I didn't recognize. They had dragged a grill into the driveway and were burning something that smoked black and foul. A pile of items sat near the porch: bags, tools, a bicycle, a case of bottled water, Mrs. Klein's little oil lamp. Mrs. Klein stood on the sidewalk crying. The dog shook against her chest. Caleb stood between Terry and the rest of the street with his tire iron raised. Blood ran from his eyebrow. His grandmother was behind him in a chair, wrapped in a blanket, chin lifted like royalty. Terry saw us arrive and smiled. "Look at that," he said. The hearers brought more mouths. Sam made a sound I had never heard from him. I caught his arm before he lifted the rifle. "Not here. Not like this." He hit Caleb. "I see it." Terry spread his hands. "We're not hurting anyone. We're collecting for a common pantry." "People gave willingly." Mrs. Klein shouted. "You took my lamp." "You weren't using it right," Terry said. Mr. Alvarez stepped forward. "Put it back. All of it." One of Terry's new men lifted a machete. Not a clean tool. Not one from a yard shed. The blade had dried stains near the handle. The street changed around that blade. People stopped whispering. Doors closed. Children behind us sensed a shift and began to cry despite Mia's best effort. Terry looked past me at them. "You gonna feed those kids, Evan?" "With what?" "Your birthday cake." "Acades, I didn't know how he knew about my birthday. Maybe Sam had mentioned it once. Maybe Terry had heard more than anyone thought. The detail made my stomach turn. "We'll figure that out without thieves," I said. "Thieves," he repeated, pretending the word hurt. "That's a hard accusation." Caleb wiped blood from his eye. "You punched me and took Mrs. Klein's water. You blocked my path." To her porch. Terry's smile faded. This street needs leadership, not feelings. Not children playing rescue. Leadership. June's voice cracked from behind us. "Then it's a shame you didn't bring any." Even Terry's men looked surprised. June sat in the folding wagon, oxygen tube under her nose, blanket over her knees, eyes sharp enough to cut leather. Mia must have brought her with the group before I noticed. Or maybe June had brought herself through Will alone. "You old people should be careful," Terry said. "Falls happen." The street heard the threat. So did Mr. Alvarez. The shotgun came up. Terry's men tensed. Sam lifted his rifle. I lifted mine. The man with the machete shifted his weight like he wanted to test math against courage. A child's sob cut through it. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a little boy at the end of what he could carry. Noah had come onto the street and seen his mother across the group. Rosa saw him. She dropped to her knees with a sound that was half cry, half prayer, and Noah ran to her. For 1 second, every adult watched them collide. That second saved us. Mr. Alvarez lowered the shotgun a few inches. I lowered the rifle. Sam followed because my hand pressed down on his barrel. Terry saw the moment slipping away and hated it. "This isn't over," he said. "No," I said. "It isn't." He backed toward his stolen pile, but he didn't take it farther. Not yet. The street had seen enough to know. That mattered, though not as much as food, water, or ammo. By noon, Brookmill Drive had 23 extra people. 1 dead man wrapped in a sheet in the Alvarez garage, a hostile camp at the north end, and no sign of police, power, phones, or help. The town beyond our block had started moving like a body waking from a hit to the head, confused, angry, and dangerous before it was fully aware. We made room because not making room would have made us something I wasn't ready to become. Children went into houses with families. Rosa and Noah stayed with Eli in my dining room. Mr. Lowry took the couch at the Miller's place. Dr. Carter kept working until her hand shook too much to tie knots. That afternoon, Sam and I climbed onto my roof to get a higher look. Dad kept a small pair of binoculars in a drawer by the back door. They still worked because Glass didn't care about pulses or politics. From the roof, I saw smoke in 3 directions. Thin columns, thick columns, one black tower rising from somewhere near town center. People moved along Ridge Street in clumps. Some carried bags, some pushed carts. A few carried rifles. At the far edge of sight, near the water tower, I saw something that made my mouth go dry. Convoy. Not police. Not fire. Not military, at least not the way I understood it. 4 vehicles moving because they were old enough or shielded enough to survive, or because someone had planned better than everyone else. They rolled slow along the main road, dark shapes against the pale afternoon. Men stood in the beds of 2 trucks. Sam took the binoculars. "They're heading this way?" "Not yet." "Who are they?" I thought about the game. The alley. The soldiers. The tree line I never reached. It had felt real until it wasn't. Now the real world had borrowed the same rules and taken away the restart screen. "I don't know," I said. "But we need to be ready before they decide who we are." Sam lowered the binoculars. "World reset. What are you talking about?" "That's what this is. The whole world just got reset to 0. Below us, Mia stepped into the backyard and looked up. The wind moved hair across her face. She didn't smile. She didn't need to. Brookmill Drive was no longer just a street. It was a line on a map that only we cared about. A little pocket of light waiting for the dark to test it again. I looked toward the distant convoy until my eyes hurt. "Then we learn fast," I said. Smoke over Brookmill. The convoy vanished behind a stand of dead pines before I could decide if that made me feel better or worse. From the roof, distance lied. 4 vehicles looked small enough to ignore. Men standing in truck beds looked like dark pins stuck against the road. Smoke made everything seem farther away than it was, as if the whole town had been pushed behind dirty glass. But my mouth stayed dry, and the skin along my arms tightened under the afternoon heat. Sam kept the binoculars pressed to his face even after there was nothing left to see. He turned the focus ring back and forth like the right twist might bring the trucks back through the trees. "They weren't police," he said. "No," I said. "They weren't firefighters. They weren't utility crews. They weren't anybody coming to fix this. No, not yet." He lowered the binoculars and looked at me. His eyes had red veins through the whites. He had slept less than I had, which should have been impossible. "You've got to stop doing that." "Doing what?" Answering like you're trying to save words for later. I almost smiled. It didn't make it all the way. "I'm trying to think." "Then think out loud." "I can't read your mind, man." Below us, Brookmill Drive had the wrong shape. It still had the same ranch houses, lawns, cracked driveways, mailboxes, and shade trees, but people had changed the way they stood inside it. Nobody crossed open ground without looking both ways. Nobody left a door wide for air anymore. Curtains shifted. Faces watched through glass. Children were kept in yards with adults near them. Buckets and plastic tubs sat wherever taps had still worked that morning. The whole street smelled like smoke, sweat, and old fear. I looked toward the north end, where Terry Briggs had turned his rental into a camp. His stolen pile was smaller now, which meant he'd moved the rest inside. A man with a shaved head sat on his porch steps, sharpening something against a stone. Another man leaned beside the garage with a long-handled tool across his knees. They watched our end of the street the way dogs watch meat. "We tell the others," I said. "About the convoy?" "About everything. We can't keep reacting house by house." Sam rubbed at the side of his face. "You're about to make another speech." "I hate speeches." "You keep making them anyway." "People keep needing them." He gave me the binoculars and sat back on the roof with his knees drawn up. The shingles had baked all morning. Heat soaked through my jeans. Far off, another column of smoke thickened, darker than the others. Something big had caught. Maybe a store. Maybe a gas station. Maybe a house with someone trapped inside. I made myself not imagine it too clearly because imagination was a knife that could cut the hand holding it. "Evan," Sam said. I looked down. He wasn't watching the road anymore. He was watching Mia in my backyard. She stood near the fence with a bucket in one hand and her mother's medical bag in the other. A strand of hair had stuck to her cheek. She shoved it back with her wrist and kept walking. "Don't make her into armor," Sam said. The words hit harder than I expected. "I'm not. You look at her like, if she's standing, you can keep standing." I wanted to snap at him. The answer rose fast and mean, shaped by no sleep and too much smoke. Then it died behind my teeth because he wasn't wrong enough. "I'm trying to keep everyone alive," I said. "Everybody's trying. That doesn't mean you're allowed to turn into stone." The roof shifted under us with a soft creak of old wood cooling in weak wind. Down below, Noah laughed at something Rosa said, a small, thin sound that made every adult nearby turn toward him. One laugh and the street remembered children still existed. "I don't know how to do this," I said. Sam nodded like he'd been waiting for something honest. "Nobody does. That's probably the point." We climbed down through my bedroom window because the ladder had to stay hidden behind the garage. My room still looked like a room owned by someone who'd expected Monday to matter. Sneakers under the chair, school books on the desk. A birthday card from my aunt unopened beside the computer. The console sat under the television, dead as a brick, controller cable curled on the carpet like a shed snake. Sam saw me looking at it. "You gonna miss it?" "Not right now." "Liar, and you know it." "A whittle," I said. "That's healthier." The house downstairs had become a triage station, shelter, pantry, and argument, waiting to happen. Rosa sat at the dining room table, with Noah asleep against her side. Ellie lay on the couch with his shirt cut open and bandaged tight around his middle. His face had the gray sheen of a person who had given the day too much blood. Dr. Carter leaned over him, counting under her breath as she checked his pulse with 2 fingers. Mia stood in the kitchen filling a notebook with names. She'd made columns because her mother had asked for medication schedules, but the columns had become people instead of supplies. Who had water? Who had food? Who had babies? Who had insulin? Who had weapons? Who had a temper that could become a problem? She wrote fast, pressing hard enough to dent the pages underneath. "Convoy," I said. The pencil stopped. Dr. Carter looked up. Mr. Alvarez came in from the back room with a bucket in each hand. Caleb stood near the pantry door, quiet enough that people forgot he was there until he spoke. "How many?" Caleb asked. 4 vehicles, I said. "Older trucks? Maybe 1 van?" "Men riding in the beds. They were near the water tower when we saw them. They weren't moving fast." Mia set the pencil down. "Could be people looking for family." "Could be," I said. "You don't think so?" "I think people looking for family don't put armed men in truck beds unless they've already learned the day is bad." Mr. Alvarez lowered the buckets. Water sloshed over the rims and darkened the floor. "Everybody learns fast after the lights die. Doesn't make them enemies. It doesn't make them friends," Sam said. Rose's hand moved over Noah's hair, slow and automatic. She hadn't spoken much since she found Eli alive. Every so often, her lips moved like she was praying without making a sound. Dr. Carter went back to Eli. We need information before fear turns into decisions. A scout run, Caleb said. Mia looked at him. You make that sound simple? It's not simple. It's needed. Not today, Dr. Carter said. Mia's eyes narrowed. Mom, don't start with me. We can't sit here blind. You can sit here alive. That's a useful skill. The words landed with enough force to shut the room for a second. Mia looked away first. Her hand closed around the pencil until the wood creaked. I knew that pressure in her face. I had seen it in a clinic when she'd said we couldn't take the animals. I saw it now, aimed at the road. She wasn't reckless. She was worse for anyone trying to keep her still. She understood the cost and wanted to move anyway. We don't go all the way to the tower, I said. Not yet. We put eyes on Ridge Street from the old trail behind the church. We learn if those trucks are coming this way. We come back before dark. That's still a scout run, Dr. Carter said. A short one. Bullets don't care about distance. Neither does thirst, Mr. Alvarez said quietly. The room turned toward him. He looked older than he had that morning. His shoulders were still square and his voice still carried, but his eyes had sunk into tired shadow. The water in houses won't last. We have tubs, bottles, pots, whatever people filled. Some folks didn't fill enough. Some filled nothing because they stood outside staring at the sky. The town water tower is gravity-fed for now. If the valves still work, whoever controls that area controls drinking water when the pipes fail. Mia tapped the notebook. Then the convoy matters even more. So does Terry, Caleb said. Nobody liked hearing his name, which meant it needed hearing. He's quiet, Caleb continued. That means he's not done. If he sees those trucks before we do, he'll try to make a deal. He doesn't need to beat all of us, if he can point something worse at us. June's voice came from the hallway. I told you children to plan for humans. She sat in a chair near the base of the stairs with her oxygen tube under her nose and a blanket over her lap, despite the heat. I had no idea how long she'd been listening. With June, it was safer to assume always. You also told us you were resting, Dr. Carter said. I rested. It was dull. Sam gave a tired laugh. Dr. Carter closed her eyes for half a second, then opened them and kept working. A knock hit the front door. Every conversation died. Sam reached for his rifle. I moved to the side window and lifted a curtain with 2 fingers. Outside, Mrs. Klein stood on the porch with a pot held against her chest. She was 60 or close to it, with silver hair cut short and a face that had spent years refusing nonsense. Beside her stood a boy I didn't know, maybe 13, skinny, sunburned, holding a pillowcase that sagged with weight. I opened the door, but kept my body in the gap. Mrs. Klein looked past me and then back to my face. I brought nails, candles, and 3 cans of peaches. The boy swallowed. My name's Aaron. My mom said Brookmill was safer. Where's your mom? I asked. His throat worked again. She said to run first. She was behind me. There were scrapes on his knees. His shirt had a dark smear across one side that looked like oil until he shifted and the smell came with it. Smoke drifted over the street. Mia peered at my shoulder. Her voice softened without getting weak. Aaron, where did you run from? The apartments by the laundromat, he said. People were breaking doors. A truck came through. They said everybody had to come outside and put food in the street. My mom told them we didn't have any. Then somebody hit our door. She pushed me out the bathroom window. Mrs. Klein's mouth flattened. He came over my back fence. Nearly scared me into the grave. The boy looked at the floor. I'm sorry, ma'am. I said nearly. Don't apologize for surviving. I glanced at Sam. His face had gone pale under the dirt. Truck. A Foco. Aaron nodded. Black one. Old. Loud. Men in the back. The convoy was no longer distant shapes near the water tower. It had touched the town and left a child running. Dr. Carter came to the doorway behind us. Bring him in. I stepped aside. Aaron crossed the threshold with his pillowcase and the stiff walk of someone trying not to limp. Mia took him gently by the arm and guided him to a chair. Mrs. Klein set the pot on the counter. Inside were candles, 2 boxes of matches, a hammer, loose nails, and peaches wrapped in a dish towel like treasure. His mother may still be alive, Mia said. Nobody answered fast enough. Aaron heard the gap and looked up. I hated us for that gap. Not because it was cruel, but because it was honest. The road between here and his apartments had changed. Every minute turned it further from road into choice. We'll find out what we can, I said. Mia's eyes snapped to mine. She understood the careful words and hated them. Aaron clutched the pillowcase. She told me Brookmill. She said people here helped kids from the school. The room shifted again. Not with pride. Pride was too clean. It shifted with the weight of reputation. One decent act had become a sign hung over our street. People would come because of it. Hungry people. Hurt people. Good people. Bad people. Children with pillowcases. Sam whispered, "World reset." This time nobody asked what he meant. By late afternoon, we had a plan that felt too thin to stand on. Mr. Alvarez and I would take the old trail behind the church and get eyes on Ridge Street. Caleb would come because he knew half the service alleys from fixing routers and lawn equipment for old people who paid in cash. Sam wanted in. I told him to stay with the houses. He argued until Rosa touched his sleeve and asked if he could help move Eli if they had to. That ended it. Maya wanted in. Dr. Carter said no before Mia finished the first sentence. The argument moved to the kitchen, low and vicious. I caught pieces while checking a rifle. I'm not a child. You're my child. That doesn't expire because the lights did. People need help. People need you breathing. You taught me to run toward the bleeding. I also taught you not to step in front of a truck to prove you care. Silence followed that one. When Mia came back, she had the hatchet on her belt and the medical bag across her shoulder. Dr. Carter stood behind her with a face carved from stone. "She's coming," Dr. Carter said. I opened my mouth and closed it. Mia looked at me. Good choice. I didn't make one. Even better. We left through backyards, not the street. Brookmill watched us go in pieces, curtains, porch shadows, hands raised without waving. Terry watched from his end, too. He leaned against the rental porch post, arms folded, face unreadable. The man with the machete stood behind him. As we crossed into the drainage ditch behind the last house, Caleb glanced back. He's gonna move while you're gone. Sam knows, I said. Sam's loyal. That isn't the same as ready. I almost defended him. Then I remembered what Sam had said on the roof about armor and stone. He's getting ready, I said. The ditch smelled of hot mud and trash. Mosquitoes gathered in whining clouds. We moved low where reeds and scrub trees hid us from the road. The world had become painfully loud in small ways. The dry rasp of Mia's boot against concrete. The clink of Caleb's tools inside his pack. My own breath through my nose. A dog barking 2 streets away until it stopped too suddenly. At the church trail, we found the first body. He lay near the chain-link fence beside the playground, face turned away, one hand under him. Not a soldier. Not a looter. Just a man in khaki shorts and a polo shirt, the kind a school principal might wear to a weekend cookout. His pockets had been turned out. His shoes were gone. Mia crouched, but didn't touch him. He's cold. Caleb looked toward the road. People took his shoes. People take what they need, Mr. Alvarez said. Not from a dead man in the first 24 hours, unless something broke inside them fast. I couldn't argue. The man's bare feet were gray with dust. That detail bothered me more than the blood dried against his collar. Shoes meant travel. Shoes meant getting home. Someone had seen him as supplies before they saw him as a person. We kept moving. The trail rose behind the church and cut through a narrow strip of woods between neighborhoods. Leaves had already started collecting ash. The air tasted like a fireplace choked with plastic. Twice we heard voices and froze until they faded. Once, a woman screamed from the direction of the apartments, a raw sound that seemed to tear itself apart before it reached us. Mia flinched. Her hand moved toward the medical bag. I touched her wrist, not hard. We can't chase every sound. She looked at my hand until I let go. I know. Do you? Knowing doesn't make it easier. That was the truest thing anyone said all day. We reached the hill behind the church just as the sun lowered into smoke. From there, Ridge Street opened below us, in pieces between trees. The water tower rose beyond the hardware store, pale legs against a dirty sky. Big tank painted with a town name I couldn't make out through soot and distance. The road near it was clogged with dead cars. Some had doors open. Some had shattered glass around them. A delivery truck sat crosswise at the intersection, tires flat, back door hanging wide. And there were people. A lot of people. Not a crowd, exactly. Crowds drift and press and murmur. This was organized. Men moved cars with come-alongs and chains. Others carried boxes from the hardware store. 2 stood at the base of the water tower with rifles. A black truck idled near the curb, engine rough and loud in a dead world. Another truck sat behind it with a patched canvas cover over the bed. A van had been pulled into a driveway and painted with a white circle on the side. Inside the circle, someone had drawn a simple line through it, a reset mark. Sam would have hated being right. Caleb took the binoculars. They have fuel. Could have siphoned it, Mr. Alvarez said. Maybe. But that truck's running like they don't care what they burn. People who don't care have more somewhere. Mia leaned against a tree, eyes narrowed. Look near the laundromat. I found it through the binoculars. 3 blocks east, smoke crawled from a low apartment building. People stood in the parking lot with bags piled in a line. A man on the truck bed pointed with a rifle while another man moved down the line taking things. Food, water, bags, medicine, anything that showed value. Then I saw her, a woman in a yellow shirt with one arm held tight against her side. She stood near the end of the line, face streaked black, chin lifted. Aaron's nose, Aaron's narrow shoulders. I didn't know her name, but I knew who she was. His mom, I said. Mia reached for the binoculars. I handed them over. She watched for 3 breaths. She's alive. For now, Caleb said. Mia lowered the binoculars. We have to tell him. We also have to tell him we left her there, I said. Her eyes cut to me. I'm not saying we should, I added. I'm saying that's what walking back means. Mr. Alvarez put a hand on the tree trunk and leaned in. 4 of us can't take that many. Not with children back at the houses. Not with Terry waiting to use any mistake. Down below, the man with the rifle shoved Aaron's mother hard enough that she staggered. Mia's lips parted. No sound came out. A tall man stepped from behind the black truck. Even at distance, he changed the space around him. He wore a long tan coat despite the heat and moved with the easy pace of someone who expected the world to get out of his way. People looked at him before they acted. He didn't carry his rifle in his hands. It hung at his side on a sling, which made him seem less afraid than the men around him. He spoke to Aaron's mother. She spat at his boots. One of his men raised a hand to hit her. The tall man stopped him with 2 fingers. Then he smiled. I couldn't see the smile clearly. I felt it anyway. Caleb whispered, "That's not good." The tall man pointed toward the van with the reset mark. 2 men grabbed Aaron's mother by the arms and took her there. She fought once, hard enough to almost break free. The man in a tan coat watched like he was learning something useful. Mia pushed away from the tree. We're getting her. Mr. Alvarez grabbed her shoulder. Not like this. She tried to pull free. She's alive, and you won't be if you run down there. Let go. I stepped in front of her. Mia. Her face was close to mine, eyes wet but fierce. Don't you dare talk to me like I'm stupid. I'm not. Then don't stand there and tell me we walk away. We walk away with what we came for. We learn the ground. We bring more than anger next time. Next time, she might be dead. I had no answer that didn't taste like ash. Below us, the black truck shifted gears. Men loaded the last bags. The tall man in the tan coat climbed onto the running board and looked toward the neighborhoods west of Ridge Street, toward Brookmill. For one frozen second, I thought he saw us through the trees. Then a twig cracked behind me. I turned fast enough to lift the rifle halfway before I saw a boy standing on the trail 10 yards back. Not Aaron. Older, maybe 15, with a shaved head and a split lip. He held both hands up and trembled so hard his fingers flickered. Don't shoot, he whispered. Please don't shoot. Mia moved first, stepping sideways so she wasn't in front of my barrel. Who are you? Dylan. His voice broke. I followed you. I saw you leaving Brookmill. I thought you might help. Caleb's jaw tightened. You let anyone? I don't think so. I stayed low. I swear. Mr. Alvarez checked the trail behind him. Where did you come from? Dylan looked down at Ridge Street. From them. The black truck rolled through the intersection below, engine growling. The reset mark on the van flashed between trees. Dylan swallowed hard. The man's name is Mercer. He says the old rules died yesterday. He says he's building the first new one. No one spoke. The sun slid lower. The air turned red again, not from the aurora this time, but from smoke catching light. Dylan looked at me as if he had decided I was the closest thing to an answer. He's coming for your street before morning. Terry told him you have guns. The boy from Ridge Street. For a second, none of us moved. The woods held their breath around us. Ridge Street growled below with the last of Mercer's engines, and the smoke from the apartments rolled through the trees in dirty sheets. Dylan kept his hands in the air. His wrists were narrow, scratched raw where rope or plastic ties had bitten into him. His shirt was torn at the collar. One shoe had no laces. Mia stared at him like she could see every hour he'd survived written across his skin. Terry talked to him, I asked. Dylan nodded too fast. This morning. Maybe noon. I don't know. They brought him near the tower, and he acted like he belonged there. He told Mercer about Brookmill. Said there were houses with food, medical stuff, and a safe full of guns. Mr. Alvarez muttered something in Spanish that didn't sound like a prayer. Caleb took 2 steps down the trail and looked through the trees. How did Terry get there and back? He didn't come back with them, Dylan said. Not when I left. He was eating with them, laughing. My mind shoved pieces together with the blunt force of bad math. Terry's quiet rental. The missing part of his stolen pile. The way he'd watched us leave. He hadn't been waiting for the convoy to reach him. He'd gone to meet it. How did you get away? Mia asked. Dylan lowered his hands a few inches when nobody fired. They had us moving cars. I was with my stepdad. He tried to stand up for a woman they were pushing around. Mercer shot beside his foot and told him the next one wouldn't miss. When everyone looked, I ran behind the delivery truck. There was a ditch behind the hardware store. I got into it and crawled until I couldn't hear them anymore. Where's your stepdad now? Mr. Alvarez asked. Dylan's mouth twitched. Still there. He told me if I got clear, find people with walls. We don't have walls, Caleb said. You have people who came back from the school, Dylan said. Everybody's talking about that. They said Brookmill took kids in. I figured if that was true, maybe you weren't like them. There it was again. Reputation becoming gravity. People were falling toward us, and every one of them added weight. Mia took a step closer. You're bleeding. It's not bad. Everybody says that before they fall over. Sit down. He looked at me first as if I held permission. I hated that too. Sit, I said. Dylan dropped onto a tree root. Maya crouched in front of him and opened her bag. Her hands moved with practiced care, but her mouth stayed tight. She cleaned the split in his lip, then turned his wrist and saw the raw bands there. She didn't say anything. Sometimes silence had more mercy than questions. Mr. Alvarez watched Ridge Street. Caleb watched the trail. I watched Dylan's eyes, not because I distrusted him, but because fear tells the truth around the edges. What does Mercer want? I asked. Dylan gave a thin laugh and then winced when his lip cracked again. Everything. More specific. Food. Fuel. Medicine. Batteries. Weapons. People who can work. People who know things. He says he'll protect anyone who joins before he has to take from them. That sounds like a gang with speeches, Caleb said. Dylan looked at him. It is. Maya wrapped gauze around his wrist. How many? I counted 14 with Mercer near the tower. Maybe more at the grocery store. Some are scared and pretending not to be. Some are enjoying it. Vehicles? Mr. Alvarez asked. 3 trucks that run. 1 van. A motorcycle that didn't start after they stopped it. They have fuel cans in the hardware store. They found an old generator too, but it kept coughing smoke. Caleb's eyes sharpened. Hardware store means tools. Chain. Pipe. Nails. Fuel siphons. Bolt cutters. And access to the tower, Mr. Alvarez said. Dylan nodded. They made Mr. Hahn open something at the base. He runs the water department. Or ran it. I don't know. Mercer kept calling him mayor, but he isn't. Mia tied the gauze. Is he alive? He was when I left. Nobody asked if that would last. The black truck below turned away from the tower and headed west, slow enough to make a statement. 2 men stood in the bed. One held a rifle across his chest. The other held a white cloth tied to a pipe. Not peace. Display. The white cloth had the reset mark painted on it in black. They're scouting, Caleb said. They're coming, I said. Mr. Alvarez looked at the lowering sun. We need to move. Mia stood. Dylan comes with us. Can he keep quiet? Caleb asked. Dylan bristled despite everything. I'm sitting right here. Then answer right here. I'll keep quiet. Good, Caleb said. Because if you panic and run, you might lead them to us. Mia shot him a look. He's a kid. Kids can make noise. Noise doesn't care about age. Dylan pushed himself up. I won't run. He said it like a promise and a dare. I believed he meant it, meaning didn't guarantee muscle when fear came back. We took the long way home. The trail behind the church felt different with Dylan in the middle of us. Every snapped twig sounded like a mistake. Every crow lifting from a tree made my finger itch near the rifle guard. We didn't talk unless we had to. Mia stayed close to Dylan, not touching him unless he stumbled. Mr. Alvarez moved ahead with the shotgun low. Caleb ghosted along the side where the brush was thickest, tire iron in one hand, eyes constantly moving. The first sign that Brook Mill was wrong came before we saw the houses. No dog barked. Dogs had been the background of the street since yesterday. Barking at smoke, strangers, slammed doors, distant sirens that no longer came. Now there was nothing. The silence sat too smooth over the houses. Mr. Alvarez stopped and raised a fist. We all froze. From the back of the Miller house came a man's voice. Not Sam. Not anyone I knew well. Open it. A second voice answered, nervous. I told you I don't have the key. Then break it. Mia's eyes found mine. We moved along the fence line and reached the Miller's shed. Through a gap between boards, I saw 2 strangers in the yard. One had a pry bar. The other held a kitchen knife and kept glancing toward the house. Mrs. Miller stood near the back door with both hands raised. Her husband sat on the steps, one side of his face swelling, blood under his nose. The pry bar man had the shed latch half torn loose. Foods and houses, the knife man said. Why are we wasting time with lawn crap? Old man said generator. The pry bar man snapped. Generators mean fuel. Fuel means trade. I scanned for Sam and saw nothing. That scared me more than the strangers. Caleb leaned close to my ear. No guns visible. Knife and bar, I whispered. Mia touched Dylan's arm and pointed to the ground behind a woodpile. He crouched there, eyes wide. Mr. Alvarez shifted his grip on the shotgun. I shook my head once. The sound would bring every hungry person within 3 blocks. Maybe worse. We needed quiet if quiet was still available. I pointed to Caleb, then the pry bar. Pointed to myself, then the knife. Mr. Alvarez would cover. Mia would get the Millers clear. Caleb nodded. I stepped through the gate. The hinge gave a soft squeal. Both men turned. Grab the knife, I said. The knife man flinched backward. The pry bar man lifted his tool like he'd been waiting to use it. This ain't your yard, he said. It isn't yours either. He saw the rifle and swallowed, but he didn't drop the pry bar. Desperation had made him brave or stupid. The two can look the same until pain sorts them. Mrs. Miller gasped when she saw me. Her husband tried to rise and couldn't. We don't want trouble, the knife man said. Then you're doing it wrong. Caleb said from behind him. The knife man spun. Caleb struck his wrist with the tire iron. The knife fell into the grass. The man bent with a choked sound, and Caleb shoved him face first against the fence. The pry bar man charged me. He didn't make a war cry. He made a grunting sound from deep in his chest and came fast, tool raised. I stepped sideways, too slow, and the iron edge smashed across the rifle stock hard enough to jar my hands numb. He followed with his shoulder. We hit the shed wall. Old boards cracked behind me. The rifle sling caught under my arm. The barrel dipped. He grabbed it with both hands and tried to tear it away. His breath smelled like onions and stomach acid. "Give it," he hissed. I drove my knee into his thigh. He cursed and slammed his forehead into my cheek. Light burst behind my eyes. The rifle scraped between us. Somewhere, Mia shouted for Mrs. Miller to move. I let go with my left hand. The pry bar man thought he was winning. His weight surged forward. I reached for Dad's sidearm, got my fingers around the grip, and pressed the barrel into the man's ribs before he understood the shape of the moment. "Stop," I said. He froze. The word wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. His eyes dropped to the pistol, then came back to mine. Sweat ran through dirt on his temple. His hands opened around the rifle. "Back up," I said. He did. Slowly, Mr. Alvarez stepped into the yard with a shotgun aimed at the ground between both strangers. "On your knees. Hands where I can see them." The knife man sank down at once. The pry bar man took longer. Caleb kicked the knife away and kept the tire iron ready. Mia helped Mr. Miller stand. His legs shook. Mrs. Miller clung to his arm, but kept her eyes on the strangers with a fury that made her look younger. "They said they knew Terry," she said. The pry bar man spat blood onto the grass. "Everybody knows somebody now." I wiped my cheek with the back of my hand. It came away red from a split near the eye. "Not bad. Bad enough to pulse?" "Where's Sam?" I asked. Mrs. Miller blinked. "He went to the north end." Terry came back. There was shouting. The yard seemed to tilt. "How long ago?" 10 minutes. "Maybe less?" I looked at Mr. Alvarez. He understood before I said it. "Go. I'll handle this." "Don't let them loose," Caleb said. "I won't," Mr. Alvarez said. Mia grabbed my sleeve before I could run. "Your face. Later, when we're breathing." "Evan, listen to me." "Sam first." She held my stare, then let go and turned to Dylan. "Stay with Mrs. Miller. You do exactly what she says." Dylan nodded. I ran. Brook Mill's backyards blurred past in broken fences, plastic toys, garden hoses, and patio chairs tipped over like people had fled mid-conversation. Caleb stayed at my side. Mia followed, breathing hard but steady. We cut through the Alvarez yard and came out near the street. Sam stood in the middle of Brookmill Drive with his rifle on the pavement at his feet. Terry stood 10 yards away with Mercer beside him. Mercer looked taller up close, though, not as huge as distance had made him. He was lean, maybe 40, with sun-browned skin, a trimmed beard, and eyes that did not waste movement. The tan coat hung open over a gray shirt. His rifle rested against his chest on a sling. Behind him, the black truck idled at the north end of the street, engine rumbling like an animal under a tarp. 2 men stood in the bed. Another leaned by Terry's rental gate. Sam's hands were raised. My chest tightened so hard I almost missed a step. Terry smiled when he saw me. His lip was still split from earlier, puffed and dark. "There he is. Brook Mill's little hero." Mercer turned his head. He looked me over, then Mia, then Caleb. His gaze paused on the rifle in my hands and the blood on my face. "Evan Hale," he said. Hearing my last name in his mouth made my skin crawl. "Let Sam pick up his rifle," I said. Mercer smiled with one corner of his mouth. "Ah, hello. You came onto our street with armed men." Your friend pointed a weapon first. Sam's jaw flexed. "Terry's people were stealing from the Millers." Terry laughed. "My people. That's rich." Mercer raised a hand. Terry went quiet. That told me more than any speech could. "We're not here to fight," Mercer said. "Not unless fear makes you foolish." "Your men hit an apartment building," Mia said. Mercer's eyes moved to her. "We secured supplies from an unstable site. You took a woman. Yellow shirt. Her son is with us." Something changed behind his expression. Interest, maybe. Not guilt. "Then her son is safer than he was. He wants his mother." Everybody wants something they can't have right now. That's what yesterday taught us. I stepped closer, stopping beside Sam, but not reaching for his rifle. Mercer's men in the truck shifted. One lifted his barrel a few inches. I made myself not look at it. "What do you want?" I asked. Mercer glanced down the street. Doors cracked. Curtains moved. June sat on the Alvarez porch with her blanket and oxygen tank, watching like a judge. Dr. Carter stood behind her. Rosa held Noah inside my doorway. Mr. Alvarez appeared from between houses with the shotgun low. Mercer took all of it in. Order, he said. Caleb made a dry sound. That's a pretty name for theft. Mercer looked at him. Theft is what happens when men grab in the dark. Order is when people contribute according to need and receive according to value. That's still theft with better grammar, Caleb said. A truck-bed man laughed. Mercer didn't. You have a strong little pocket here, Mercer said to me. Medical skill. Armed homes. Families willing to follow direction. I can use that. We're not joining you, I said. I haven't asked. The street seemed to lean closer. Mercer continued, voice even. At sunrise, my people begin a survey of neighborhoods west of Ridge. Food, water, fuel, medicine, ammunition, useful tools. Every household contributes. In return, every contributing household gets access to the tower distribution point and protection from unaffiliated raiders. Refuse, and you're unaffiliated. Protection from you, Mia said. Protection from what comes after me. He said it with such quiet certainty that for a second I saw past him. Beyond the trucks, beyond Terry, beyond even the burned apartments, thousands of people without power, water, fuel, food, news, or rules. Mercer was awful because he had moved first. He might not be the worst thing moving. That thought almost made me sick. Sam bent slowly toward his rifle. One of Mercer's men snapped, "Leave it." Sam froze. I looked at Mercer. You made your announcement. Now leave. Terry stepped forward. You don't speak for everyone, June called from the porch. Neither do you, Terry, though you keep auditioning. A ripple of nervous laughter moved through our side of the street. Terry's face darkened. Mercer studied June. Ma'am, you should conserve your breath. I conserve it for useful moments. He smiled for real then. Not warm. Appreciative. Rook Mill has spirit. I respect that. Respect looks different where I come from, Dr. Carter said. Mercer touched 2 fingers to his brow in a little salute. Doctor. We'll speak soon. We won't. You will. Your supplies are limited, and you won't let people die if a trade can save them. That makes you predictable, not weak. Predictable can be worked with. Mia's face hardened. I saw her hand drift near the hatchet and stepped half an inch closer, just enough that our shoulders brushed. She caught herself. Mercer noticed. Of course he noticed. Sunrise, he said. No heroics tonight. Heroics waste people. He turned and walked back toward the truck. Terry lingered just long enough to look at me. Told you this wasn't over. You brought wolves to your own street, I said. His smile twitched. Better than being sheep. The truck backed out, turned, and rolled away with Terry walking beside it like he had been promoted. The engine faded toward Ridge Street, leaving the block in a silence that felt picked clean. Sam lowered his hands and grabbed his rifle. His fingers shook as he checked it. I didn't let him take it. I saw, I said. He told me to set it down, or he'd have Terry shoot Mrs. Miller's husband. I didn't know where you were. You did right. He looked at me like he needed to believe it and couldn't. Maya touched the cut near my eye with 2 fingers. I flinched. Later turned into now, she said. I wanted to argue. My legs had gone weak without asking permission. The street began talking all at once. Fear turned voices sharp. People wanted to know what Mercer meant by survey. People wanted to know if the tower mattered. People wanted to know if we were fighting, leaving, hiding, surrendering, praying, or all of it in rotation. June lifted one hand. Somehow, the street quieted. Inside, she said. All of you. We need a plan before sunrise, and some of you are too stupid in open air. Nobody laughed this time. We moved into the Alvarez house because it had the biggest living room, and June refused to be carried twice in 1 hour. Candles burned on saucers. The heat inside was thick with sweat and antiseptic. Ellie slept under a thin sheet. Aaron sat near Rosa, knees pulled close, waiting for someone to tell him if his mother was alive. Mia looked at me. I looked at Dr. Carter. Dr. Carter closed her eyes, opened them, and crossed to Aaron. She knelt in front of him with the care of someone stepping onto fragile glass. "We saw your mother," she said. "She's alive." The boy's face broke open. Hope and pain came together so fast it hurt to watch. "Where is she?" No one answered fast enough. Aaron gripped his pillowcase. "Where is she?" Mia sat beside him. "A group has her near Ridge Street. We're going to try to bring her back, but we have to do it smart." "Tonight, you mean?" The word wasn't a one-word sentence, because it was a plea, not a plan. Still, it hit like one. I crouched across from him. Not by running straight at them. That would get people killed and leave her there anyway. We need to know their guards, their route, and what they want from Brookmill. Aaron stared at me. "You're leaving her." I couldn't make the answer pretty. For now. He turned away and buried his face against Rosa's side. Rosa wrapped both arms around him. Noah woke and started crying because other children crying can pull sadness from sleep. The room held that sound. Mercer had given us until sunrise. Aaron's mother might not have that long. Brookmill might not either. For the first time since the sky went red, I understood something worse than fear. There were choices where every answer made you guilty. A street with teeth. We turned the Alvarez living room into a war room because nobody had a better name for a place where scared neighbors argued over candles. Mr. Alvarez spread his cardboard map on the coffee table. The first version had been neat enough. Brookmill Drive drawn as a straight line with houses marked in careful boxes. By midnight, it looked like a desperate mind had leaped onto it. Ridge Street, the water tower, the hardware store, the school, the clinic, the apartments. Terry's rental shaded in dark marker at the north end, like a rot spot on fruit. Arrows marked where Mercer had come in and where he might come again. People leaned over it with the intensity of gamblers betting their lives. Mrs. Klein had taken charge of candles and patients. She had little of either left. We can't feed every person who runs here. We just can't. Saying it doesn't make me cruel. It makes me able to count. Rosa held Noah against her hip and looked at Aaron asleep on a blanket near the wall. "And if it's your grandchild running next?" Mrs. Klein's face tightened. "Then I hope someone better than me opens a door. That doesn't change the cans in my pantry." Dr. Carter sat on the floor beside Eli, back against the wall, eyes half closed but listening to every word. "Food arguments won't matter if Mercer controls water. Dehydration kills faster than hunger, especially children and older people. June's oxygen is a second clock. Eli's fever might become a third." June, from her chair, lifted a finger. "Don't make me a clock. I've always hated being decorative." "Then conserve air and stop helping," Dr. Carter said without looking over. "That sounds like retirement." I declined. A few people smiled because the alternative was screaming. Sam stood near the front window, looking through a crack in the curtain. He had apologized 3 times for setting down the rifle. Nobody blamed him. That didn't matter. Shame is a private infection. It spreads whether people approve or not. Caleb sat cross-legged by the map with a pencil and a notebook. He had been making lists without making them sound like lists, writing possibilities as short notes. Block cars at North End. Quiet signals house to house. Water ration. Scout tower after midnight. Watch Terry's roof. Protect doctor. Mia cleaned the cut near my eye at the kitchen table. I kept trying to watch the room. She kept turning my face back toward her with 2 fingers under my chin. "Hold still," she said. "I'm listening. You can listen without bleeding on Mrs. Alvarez's tablecloth. It's a towel. It's her good towel that makes it a tablecloth tonight." The alcohol burned. I gripped the edge of the chair and made a sound I didn't like. Her mouth twitched. "Hero." "I never said that." "Good. It'd be annoying if you had." She taped gauze near my cheekbone. Her fingers were warm. Mine were cold. The kitchen smelled like peroxide, candle wax, and rice. Someone had cooked before the gas pressure started acting weak. "Your mom hates this," I said quietly. Mia's eyes didn't leave the tape. She hates everything she can't control. So do I. We come by it honestly. She's trying to keep you safe. Everybody keeps saying that like safe is still a place. I didn't answer. She smoothed the tape. "There. You're ugly in a different direction now. Thanks, I mean it. You're welcome. For a breath, the noise in the living room faded. She was close enough that I could see tiny black specks of soot caught in her lashes. Yesterday, I would have had a week to think of something clever and still found a way to sound stupid. Tonight, there was no room for clever. That made it easier and harder. I'm glad you came back from the clinic, I said. Her hand paused against the side of my face. Me too, she said. The words were simple, not safe, not soft enough to be a promise, but they landed somewhere under my ribs and stayed. Then Mrs. Klein raised her voice from the living room. We are not putting my Buick across the road. The moment broke. Mia stepped away. Your face is done. Go save the Buick. I returned to the map. We need barriers, Caleb said. Not a wall. We don't have time or material, but we can make vehicles slow and force them into one lane. If Mercer has to roll in one at a time, he loses confidence. Mr. Miller, one eye swollen nearly shut, rubbed his jaw. My Buick still has half a tank. It doesn't run, but that's fuel. Fuel in a dead car with a smashed ignition isn't fuel we can use tonight, Caleb said. A 2-ton block in the road is useful right now. Mrs. Klein folded her arms. Easy to say when it isn't your car. Caleb looked at her gently. Ma'am, if Mercer takes the street, it won't be your car either. She glared at him for 3 seconds, then looked away. Fine, but if civilization comes back, I'm haunting everyone who scratched it. You have witnesses, June said. The plan formed in ugly pieces. We would block the north end with the Buick, Mr. Alvarez's dead pickup, and a landscaping trailer from the Miller yard. The south end would stay open but watched, because trapping ourselves felt like building our own coffin. Quiet signals would run house to house. 3 knocks meant neighbor. 2 fast and 1 slow meant danger. A whistle meant fire. A pot lid struck 3 times meant everyone inside and armed if they had anything resembling armed. I hated the word armed by then. It made kitchen knives and tire iron sound official. Water would be rationed by household size. Medical needs came first. Children next. Everyone else got enough to keep functioning and angry about it. Dr. Carter said anger was acceptable if kidneys kept working. Food went into 2 categories, private and shared. Nobody liked that conversation. Nobody trusted it either. But Mrs. Klein surprised everyone by putting 3 cans of peaches on the table and saying, if we're doing this, we do it where I can see the math. Others followed. Not all. Enough to start. The hardest part was Aaron's mother. We can't mount a rescue and defend the street at the same time, Mr. Alvarez said. Aaron was awake by then. He stared at the floor, face wet and empty. Every adult tried not to look at him, which meant everyone did. Mia sat beside him. We can watch their camp tonight. If they move her, we know. If there's a gap, we take it. Dr. Carter's voice went flat. You are not sneaking into Mercer's camp. I'm not asking to sneak. You're breathing like you already packed. Mia's jaw tightened. Caleb tapped the map. A rescue attempt needs timing. Mercer set sunrise for a reason. He expects us to spend the night scared and tired, then make a bad choice in daylight while he's rested. We can use tonight, but not by charging the tower. We need to know where he sleeps, where he keeps prisoners, and if Terry is with him or back here. So a scout, Mia said. 2 scouts, Caleb said. Small. Quiet. No fight unless there's no choice. Me and you, I said. Mia's head turned fast. Absolutely not without me. You know medical. You're needed here. She leaned forward. Don't try that. I'm not trying anything. You are. You're putting me on a shelf because my mother is in the room and you're afraid she'll skin you. Dr. Carter said, I haven't ruled it out. A strange little laugh moved through the room and died. Mia didn't look away from me. I can move quiet. I know the clinic alleys. I know how people sound when they're about to stop breathing. If Aaron's mom is hurt, you need me. If Mercer sees you, Dr. Carter said, he'll know exactly how to hurt me. That one silenced Mia. Dr. Carter's voice softened, but only a little. He already looked at you like he was counting what mattered. Don't give him another number. Mia's hands curled on her knees. She didn't cry. Her eyes went bright and stayed bright. I'll go. Sam said from the window. Every head turned. He didn't look back. I froze. I put my rifle down. I get why. I know I had to. But I need to know I can move when it matters. This isn't about proving anything, I said. It is for me. That's why you're not going. His face hardened. You don't get to decide every person. I'm not. You are. You just do it in that calm voice and hope nobody notices. The room became painfully interested in the floor. Sam stepped away from the window. I'm scared. There. You happy? I'm scared all the time now. But I'm still useful. I know how Terry thinks because I've listened to him run his mouth for years. I know the storm drain behind Ridge because we used to cut through it to get tacos. Caleb doesn't know that. You don't know that. I looked at Caleb. Caleb lifted one shoulder. Storm drain could matter. Mia said. Sam should go. I stared at her. Not because he needs to prove something, she said. Because he knows the route. And because if you keep protecting him from fear, he'll start believing fear gets to make all his choices. Sam blinked at her like she had handed him something fragile. I wanted to say no. I wanted to say I needed him here, needed him alive, needed one piece of yesterday that still knew my jokes and my favorite games and the way my parents made too much pasta on Sundays. But needing someone alive was not the same as letting them live. Fine, I said. Me, Sam, Caleb. We go to the storm drain, watch the tower, look for Aaron's mom, and come back before first light. No rescue unless there's a clean chance. Clean means we all agree. Mia's mouth tightened. You stay, I said before she could speak. Not because you're weak. Because Mercer noticed you. Dr. Carter needs you. And if we come back with someone hurt, you're the difference between carrying them and burying them. She looked furious enough to throw something. Then she looked at Aaron. Bring her back, she said. I didn't promise. A promise can become a lie before it leaves her mouth. We'll try, I said. That was worse and better. The next 2 hours became work. Work saved us from thinking too much. We moved the Buick with 6 people pushing and 1 steering through a dead wheel that fought every inch. The tires whispered over asphalt. The car settled across the north end at an angle, nose against the curb, rear nearly touching Mr. Alvarez's pickup. The landscaping trailer locked a gap between them. We stacked trash bins, patio stones, and broken fencing where feet might slip through. It would not stop a determined truck. It would slow one. Sometimes slow was all survival asked for before it decided whether to grant more. At Terry's rental, nothing moved. The porch sat empty. The front window reflected candlelight from our end of the street. His stolen grill was cold. He had chosen his side and taken his appetite with him. People whispered as they worked. Not long lists. Not speeches. Little pieces of fear. My daughter lives east of the tracks. I should have filled the tub. The baby won't take powdered milk cold. I heard shots near the store. What if the army comes and thinks we're looters? Nobody had answers. We had boards, rope, and sore hands. Near midnight, Mia found me by the garage while I checked the rifle with a candle shielded inside a coffee can. She carried a small cloth bundle. For the scout, she said. Inside were gauze, tape, pain tablets, 2 alcohol wipes, a small flashlight, and a folded note sealed with medical tape. What's the note? I asked. For Aaron's mom if you can't bring her. It tells her he's alive. The bundle felt suddenly heavier. Mia, wait. Don't open it unless you have to. I wasn't going to. She nodded and looked toward the dark houses. I hate staying. I know. No, you don't. You hate leaving. Those aren't the same. Fair enough. I put the bundle in my pack. Your mom's right about Mercer noticing you. I know. That's why I hate her being right. The candle flame shifted in the can. For a second, her face went gold at the edges and black everywhere else. When this is over, I said, then stopped because the sentence didn't know where to go. She gave me a tired look. When this is over, what? We get pizza? Go to prom? Pretend we didn't watch a man die in your living room? I was going to say I owe you a normal conversation. That caught her off guard. She looked down, and for once the silence between us didn't have teeth. You owe me several, she said. I'll keep track. Don't make a list. Caleb's got that covered. I smiled a little. She did too, barely. Then she stepped in and hugged me. Not long. Not soft in the way movies made things soft. Her arms went around my ribs, careful of the rifle sling, and her forehead touched my shoulder. I stood there too stiff for half a breath before I held her back. She smelled like smoke and soap and the sharp bite of antiseptic. My throat tightened. Come back, she said into my shirt. I'll try. I hate that answer. It's the honest one. She pulled away, wiped under one eye with the heel of her hand, and glared as if daring me to mention it. I didn't. Sam and Caleb waited by the back fence. Sam had darkened the pale stripes on his sneakers with mud. Caleb wore a black hoodie despite the heat and carried a coil of rope across his chest. Mr. Alvarez came to see us off. He handed me 2 spare magazines from Dad's safe and looked me in the eye. If you have to choose between information and a fight, choose information. I know. Knowing and choosing are cousins who don't always visit. June called from the porch. Don't die stupid. Sam whispered. She's like a fortune cookie from a war zone. She heard that, June said. I meant it respectfully, Sam called back. Respect sounds different when you're scared, she said. We slipped through the gap behind the Alvarez garage and entered the drainage ditch. Behind us, Brookmill Drive disappeared into dark. Ahead, Ridge Street waited with engines, prisoners, water, and the man in the tan coat who thought sunrise belonged to him. The storm drain mouth yawned under the road like a place built for bad choices. Under Ridge Street. The storm drain smelled like rot, rust, and old rain that had forgotten how to leave. Sam crouched at the entrance with his flashlight cupped in one hand, beam pointed at the concrete instead of the open dark. The tunnel was big enough to crawl through on hands and knees at first, then widened after 20 feet into a low pipe where we could move bent over. Slimy water ran along the center channel. Mosquitoes lifted in faint clouds when the light touched them. Still think this is a good route? Caleb whispered. Sam swallowed. I didn't say good. I said rude. That's comforting. You wanted useful. Comfort costs extra. The joke helped him. I heard it in his breathing. Not steady exactly. Better. We entered single file, Sam first because he knew the turns, then me, then Caleb. The concrete scraped my shoulder. My pack caught twice. I had to keep the rifle angled across my chest so the barrel didn't knock the walls. Every sound seemed too loud. Water around our boots. Nylon rubbing. My own breath bouncing back at me. After the first bend, the world behind us disappeared. The dark inside the drain had weight. It pressed against the flashlight beam, close and wet. The air was cooler, but not fresh. It tasted metallic. Somewhere ahead, water dripped in a slow pattern that almost became footsteps if I listened too long. Sam stopped. I nearly bumped him. What? Give me a second. His voice was tight. Caleb whispered from behind me, Don't tell me you're stuck. I'm not stuck. Don't tell me you're about to be stuck emotionally. Sam let out a shaky breath. You're terrible at support. I support efficiency. I touched Sam's shoulder. Look at the floor 2 feet ahead. Not the whole tunnel. Just 2 feet. I know how to crawl through a drain. Then do it 2 feet at a time. He nodded once. We moved again. The pipe forked after 40 yards. Sam chose left. Another 20 yards brought us under a grate where a stripe of night air fell across the water. Voices drifted above, muffled but close. We killed the light. The dark swallowed my hand in front of my face. Boots scraped overhead. Men talking. One laughed. A can hit pavement and rolled across the grate, rattling until it stopped. The smell of cigarette smoke slipped through. Terry says the doctor's got good stuff, a man above said. Another voice answered. Mercer says don't touch the doc unless he says. Mercer says a lot. Mercer keeps engines running. You got an engine? The first man grunted. I got hunger. Everybody's got hunger. That's not a rank. They moved on, their footsteps fading toward the tower. Caleb leaned close. Terry's definitely feeding them details. We heard, Sam whispered. I enjoyed confirming bad news. We waited until the cigarette smell thinned, then moved under the grate and deeper into the drain. The tunnel narrowed again. At one point, we had to crawl through a section half blocked by branches and trash washed in from some old storm. My palm sank into something soft that made me grip my teeth and keep moving without identifying it. Sam stopped at the next grate. "This should be behind the laundromat," he whispered. We listened. No voices above. No engines nearby. Just the faint crackle of fire and a woman coughing somewhere far off. I lifted the grate carefully. It resisted with a little metallic squeal that froze my heart. We waited. Nothing shouted. Nothing moved toward us. Caleb helped from below, and together we shifted it just enough to squeeze out. The alley behind the laundromat looked like a place the world had already abandoned before the reset and had now decided to finish. Dumpsters overflowed. A broken washer sat on its side near the back door. Smoke from the apartment building crawled over the roofline and pooled low, making my eyes water. The building itself still smoldered, not fully burning. Worse, black windows, melted blinds, a child's scooter in the parking lot with one wheel still spinning in the faint wind. Sam came up last and replaced the grate. He wiped his hands on his jeans, then looked at the apartment. Aaron came from there. "Stay focused," Caleb said, softer than usual. We crossed the alley and slipped behind a row of service sheds. From there, we could see the edge of Mercer's camp. Camp was too generous. It was a gash I couldn't call a gash, so I made myself think of it as a cut in the town. The hardware store had become the center. Its front doors were open. Lantern light moved inside. 2 trucks sat in the parking lot beside stacks of boxes, fuel cans, plastic bins, and rolled fencing. The white reset mark had been painted on plywood and leaned against the wall. At the water tower, men worked by flashlight around the base, where a fenced utility area had been opened. Prisoners sat near the van. 6 that I could see. Maybe more inside. Aaron's mother was among them. Yellow shirt, dull with soot, one side of her face swollen. Her hands were tied in front, not behind, which meant Mercer wanted them able to walk or work. A man beside her had a white beard and water department patches on his shirt. Mr. Hahn, maybe? His head drooped. A woman in a pharmacy smock held pressure against his shoulder with both hands. Sam exhaled. "She's there." "We see her," I said. "So, what's the clean chance?" I didn't answer. There wasn't one. Caleb scanned the camp. 2 guards at the prisoners. 1 by the hardware door. 2 at the tower. Unknown inside. Truck keys probably with drivers or Mercer. If we create noise, they shoot or scatter. If we cut the prisoners loose, they can't all run. "Could open the van and hide them," Sam whispered. "Hide people from the people who own the van?" Bold. Bold. Stop doing that. Being accurate. Being you right now. Caleb looked at him, then back at the camp. "Fine. Sorry." It was the first time I'd heard Caleb apologize. It sounded like something he had assembled from spare parts. I took out Mia's sealed note. The tape edge stuck to my fingers. Sam saw it. "We can get that to her. Maybe, but I don't know yet. The pharmacy woman. She's moving around. If she comes close to the alley, we pass it through." Caleb shook his head. "Every handoff adds risk." "Everything adds risk," Sam said. "That's the whole menu." Voices rose near the hardware store. We ducked lower behind the shed. Mercer stepped into view, tan coat moving around his legs. Terry walked beside him, talking with both hands. Seeing Terry there, comfortable and alive under lantern light, sent heat up my neck. He pointed west several times, toward Brookmill. Mercer listened without expression. A 3rd man joined them. Heavy shoulders, shaved head, a scar down one cheek. He carried himself like violence had been a trade before it became a hobby. "That's Rusk," Sam whispered. I glanced at him. Used to bounce at Hammerjacks. Got arrested after he put a guy through a glass door. My cousin knew him. Rusk said something to Terry. Terry laughed too loudly. Mercer didn't laugh. He looked toward the prisoners and snapped his fingers. One guard grabbed Mr. Hahn by the arm and hauled him upright. The old man staggered. Aaron's mother tried to stand too, but the 2nd guard shoved her back down. Mercer spoke to Mr. Hahn in a calm voice we couldn't hear. Mr. Hahn shook his head. Mercer nodded like he'd expected that and gestured to Rusk. Rusk hit Mr. Hahn in the stomach. The old man folded. The pharmacy woman cried out. Erin's mother surged against her ties, and the guard put a rifle barrel against her chest. Sam made a sound. I clamped a hand over his arm. Not his mouth. His arm. He wasn't a child, and I needed to remember that. Mr. Han was dragged toward the tower gate. Caleb's voice went then. They need him to operate the valve system. Maybe there's a manual control or a pressure release. He won't show them. Can they contaminate the water? Sam asked. They can control access. That's enough. Mercer turned from the prisoners and spoke to Terry. This time I caught a few words through the night. At first light, doctor first, weapons second, food third. Terry said, the kid won't fold. Mercer looked amused. Everyone folds. The shape change is not the fact. My fingers tightened around the note. Sam whispered, we have to warn them. We will, I said. But leaving felt like tearing skin. Erin's mother sat less than 60 yards away. Her son slept under our roof of excuses. I imagined putting Mia's note in her hand. Imagined her reading that Erin was alive. Imagined hope becoming pain because the paper didn't come with a rescue. A guard left the prisoner area and walked toward the alley with a bottle in one hand. He stopped near the laundromat wall, unzipped, and relieved himself against the brick. He was 20 yards away. Maybe less. Young. Finn. Rifle hanging loose because he thought the dark belonged to him. Sam saw the same thing I did. We can take him, he whispered. Caleb grabbed his sleeve. And then what? Uniform. Rifle. Information. Noise. Missing guard. Search. The guard finished and turned toward us. Not directly. Not enough to see. Enough that his flashlight beam swept across the dumpsters and hit the edge of Sam's shoe. The light stopped. The guard lifted his head. Hey, he called. Who's there? We didn't breathe. He took 2 steps closer. The flashlight beam crawled along the ground, touched the shed wall, climbed toward us. There are moments when plans don't fail. They simply get passed by something faster. I moved. I came around the shed low and hard. The guard jerked the rifle up, but the sling caught on the bottle in his hand. I slammed into him before he cleared it. We hit the pavement together. His head cracked against the laundromat wall. The rifle clattered. He tried to shout. Sam was there, hand over the guard's mouth, knee pinning his wrist. Caleb snatched the rifle and dragged it into shadow. The guard bucked under us, eyes wide, teeth biting into Sam's palm. Sam hissed but didn't pull away. Quiet, I whispered. Quiet, and you live. The guard froze enough to listen. He was younger than I thought. Maybe 18. Maybe my age. Dirt lined the creases beside his nose. His face had acne scars and 2 days of stubble. He stared at me like I was the monster in the dark. Nod if you understand, I said. He nodded against Sam's hand. How many inside the hardware store? Sam eased his hand a fraction. The guard swallowed. 5. Maybe 6. Where does Mercer sleep? Office. Back office. Where are the keys? Rusk has truck keys. Mercer has van. Terry, is that you? The guard's lip curled. Rat gets a chair and thinks he's king. Caleb crouched beside us. What happens at sunrise? The guard looked at the rifle Caleb held, then at me. Neighborhood sweep. West side first. Your street first. Terry says you've got a doctor and rifles. Mercer wants the doctor breathing. Doesn't care as much about you. Sam's hand shook near the guard's mouth, not from fear this time. The woman in yellow, I said. What's her name? Lena? Linda? I don't know. Is she being moved? Prisoners go to the grocery before dawn if the tower is secure. People work better when they don't sleep near family. That's what Mercer says. Erin's mother might be gone before sunrise. I pulled Mia's note from my pocket. Can you get this to her? Caleb's head snapped toward me. Evan. The guard looked at the folded paper like it might explode. Why would I? Because you're not like Rusk. His eyes flickered. I hated using that. I did it anyway. You're scared, I said. That means something in you still knows this is wrong. Give her the note. Tell her Erin is safe. The guard's breath trembled. Sam eased back a little more. What's your name? The guard blinked. Pete. Pete, Sam said, voice low and rough. There's a kid crying himself empty because his mom is sitting in your camp. You can do one decent thing without getting caught." Pete looked at him for a long second. Then he whispered, "Rusk checks prisoners before dawn. If he sees paper, he'll beat her for hiding it." I froze. Pete swallowed. "Tell me the message." "I'll say it when I bring water. Trust is a stupid thing in the dark. Sometimes it's all there is." I leaned closer. "Tell her Aaron is alive on Brookmill. Tell her he got out. Tell her we're trying." Pete repeated it once. Then again, Caleb didn't like it. His face said so. He still took the guard's rifle magazine and emptied the chamber before sliding the weapon back toward him. "You slipped," Caleb said. "Hit your head taking a leak. You were embarrassed and took your time." Pete stared at the unloaded rifle. "They'll know. Not if you're a good liar." "I'm not." Caleb leaned in. "Learn fast." We let him go. Every instinct screamed against it. Pete stumbled back into the open, one hand to the back of his head. He picked up his rifle, not knowing Caleb had kept the ammunition, and walked toward the camp with the stiff gait of a person trying not to run. A man near the hardware store shouted something. Pete waved him off and pointed at his pants like he had made a mess of himself. The other man laughed. Sam let out air through his teeth. "I can't believe that worked." "It hasn't worked yet," Caleb said. Mercer came out of the hardware store again. We ducked lower, but not before his head turned toward the alley. His eyes moved across the dark. Not searching wildly. Measuring. The way a hunter measures brush after birds go quiet. For 2 full breaths, I felt him looking straight through the shed. Then Roos called to him from the tower, and Mercer turned away. We left because staying had become greed. The drain seemed tighter on the way back. Sam led faster now, fueled by the need to put distance between us and Mercer's stare. We were halfway through the long pipe when voices echoed behind us. Not above. Inside, the air had gone sour. Caleb killed the flashlight and caught my sleeve. Sam stopped so fast I hit his back. A beam of light flickered far down the tunnel behind us. Then another. Someone had found the drain. "Move," I breathed. We moved bent low, boots splashing despite every effort. The tunnel forked ahead. Sam hesitated one fatal second. "Left," he whispered. "No, right." "Wait." Behind us, a voice shouted, "I heard water." Caleb shoved past me and grabbed Sam by the shirt. "Pick a wrong way while we're young." Sam went right. The pipe narrowed. We had to crouch lower. My thighs burned. The rifle bumped concrete. Behind us, the lights grew brighter. A shot cracked through the tunnel. The sound was enormous, a physical blow. Concrete sparked near Caleb's shoulder. He stumbled but kept moving. Sam swore and dropped to his knees at the next bend. I grabbed the back of his jacket and hauled him through. The pipe ended in a grate too small. Not the exit. Not even close. Dead leaves blocked half of it. Beyond the bars, I saw weeds and a slice of night, but the grate was bolted from outside. Sam stared at it. "This isn't right." "You said right," Caleb snapped. I panicked. The lights behind us rounded the bend. I raised the rifle. Caleb dropped beside the grate and pulled tools from his pocket with hands that had gone eerily steady. "Buy me 30 seconds. "We don't have 30 seconds, I said. "Then buy used." The first man appeared at the bend, flashlight high, pistol low. He saw us and shouted. I fired once. The shot took a chunk from the concrete near his head. He dropped back with a curse. Return fire blasted through the pipe, wild and deafening. I pressed myself flat to the side, heart slamming. Sam fired twice toward the light. The beam vanished as the flashlight hit water. Caleb worked at the bolts. Metal squeaked. One bolt turned. Another refused. "Faster," Sam said. "I thought you wanted comfort." "I take it back." A voice from the bend shouted, "Come out, and Mercer might let you breathe." Caleb grunted. The second bolt came loose. The grate shifted, but held at the bottom. "Kick," Caleb said. Sam and I kicked together. The grate burst outward with a metallic scream. We spilled into a drainage ditch behind a strip of closed shops. I landed hard on gravel and felt skin tear across my palm. Caleb came after me. Sam scrambled out last. A hand grabbed his ankle from inside the pipe. Sam screamed and kicked. I lunged, caught his jacket, and pulled. The man inside held on. Sam's body jerked halfway back toward the hole. Caleb brought the tire iron down on the man's knuckles. The grip broke. Sam rolled free. A second later, a pistol fired from inside the drain, the bullet snapping through weeds above our heads. We ran. No stealth now. No careful route. We tore through the ditch, climbed a fence, crossed a dead parking lot, and dove behind a row of hedges as shouts spread behind us. A dog began barking. Another joined. Lights flickered near the tower. Mercer's camp was awake. Sam bent over, gagging for air. Caleb leaned against a wall, eyes shut, one hand pressed to his side. Hit? I asked. Concrete chip, he said. Hurts like a tax audit. Don't say audit around Jerry, Sam gasped. I blinked at him. Sorry, he said. Brain broke. We didn't have time to laugh, but the almost laugh kept terror from taking the wheel. We cut through the church woods as fast as darkness allowed. Twice we dropped flat when engines moved on nearby streets. Once, a truck passed close enough that I smelled hot oil and heard men arguing in the bed. By the time Brook Mill's rear fences appeared, the eastern sky had begun to pale behind the smoke. We had information. We had warned Aaron's mother, maybe. We had proof Mercer was coming. We had no rescue and no time. At the back fence, Mia waited with a rifle she looked like she hated holding. Her face went slack when she saw us. Then she saw the blood on my hand, Sam's torn jacket, Caleb's gray expression, and the slackness hardened into motion. Inside, she said. Now. Behind her, the street was already awake. From Ridge Street, faint but clear in the dawn, an engine started. Sunrise tax. Mia cleaned my palm while the sun came up dirty. She sat me on the Alvarez porch steps because the living room had no space left for another body. My hand looked worse than it was. Gravel had peeled skin from the heel of it, and blood kept threading between my fingers every time I moved. Mia poured clean water over it from a cup so small it felt criminal to use. I watched the red run down the step and vanish into dust. That's drinking water, I said. It's infection prevention now. People are rationing. Then stop getting scraped. Her voice shook on the last word. She bent over my hand so I couldn't see her face. Sam sat on the porch rail with his head between his knees. Caleb leaned against the post while Dr. Carter checked the bruise blooming over his ribs where concrete had chipped and struck him through the hoodie. He kept saying he was fine. Dr. Carter kept ignoring him. Inside, Aaron had been told his mother was alive and had heard our careful version of what we had done. We told him Pete would pass the message. We did not tell him how small that hope was. Children can smell false comfort, but sometimes they need adults to leave a curtain between them and the full shape of fear. Mr. Alvarez stood in the street giving quiet orders. The north barricade had been strengthened before dawn with more bins, 2 mattresses soaked with hose water to resist fire, and a tangle of garden tools wired between vehicles. It looked ridiculous until I imagined trying to drive through it while people aimed from windows. South End watchers took positions behind the Miller fence. Mrs. Klein organized water cups with the severity of a prison guard. Rosa kept the younger children in my basement with a story she made up as she went. Something about rabbits building a door against foxes. I heard Noah ask if the foxes had trucks. Nobody answered fast enough. June sat on the porch beside us, oxygen tank at her feet, blanket gone now because the heat had thickened early. She watched the north end over the rim of a coffee mug filled with water. They're late, she said. Sun's barely up, Sam muttered. Men who announce sunrise and arrive late are either arrogant or delayed. Arrogant is predictable. Delayed is useful. Caleb winced as Dr. Carter prodded his side. Can we vote for delayed? We can vote for whatever we like, June said. The road counts the ballots. Maya wrapped my palm and tied the bandage tight. Flex. I flexed. Pain ran up my wrist. You'll live, she said. Sound disappointed. Try bleeding less, and I'll celebrate harder. I looked past her toward the north barricade. You should be inside. She didn't even look up. You should be taller. We all make do. Sam snorted despite himself. A whistle came from the north watch. 3 sharp notes. The porch emptied its breath. Mr. Alvarez lifted his shotgun and moved behind the engine block of his dead pickup. I took my rifle in my hurt hand and hated the way the bandage changed my grip. Sam slid down from the rail. Caleb pushed away from the post with his tire iron. Mia grabbed the medical bag first, then the rifle second. That told me who she was better than any speech. At the far end of Brookmill, Terry appeared before Mercer did. He walked up the middle of the road with both hands out to his sides as if he were calming a room. Behind him came Rusk and 4 men on foot. The black truck idled farther back at the corner, blocked from coming straight in by our vehicles. Mercer sat in the passenger seat, visible through the windshield, watching instead of leading from the front. That bothered me. Men like Mercer didn't avoid danger because they were afraid. They avoided it because other people were tools. Terry stopped 10 yards from the barricade. He wore a pistol on his belt now, not tucked. Displayed. "Morning, neighbors," he called. "Nobody needs to get hurt." June said, not loudly, then he should leave. I was close enough to hear. Terry wasn't. Mr. Alvarez answered from behind the pickup. "You don't live here anymore, Terry." Terry's smile twitched. "That's dramatic. I still pay rent." "To who?" Caleb called. "The dead phone company?" Rusk's eyes moved to Caleb. He remembered voices from the drain. Maybe not faces. Maybe enough. Terry spread his hands wider. Mercer's offering structure. Food distribution. Water access. Security. All he's asking is a fair contribution in cooperation. "He took prisoners," Mia said. Terry looked toward her and smiled in a way that made my grip tighten. "He secured unstable people during a crisis." "You rehearsed that on the walk?" Sam asked. Terry's smile disappeared. "You put your gun down pretty fast yesterday." Sam's face went white, then red. I moved a step before he could. "Talk to me, Terry?" "Gladly," he said. "You're the problem." This street stayed quiet. Terry liked having an audience. He had always liked it. Before the reset, his audience had been delivery drivers, tired cashiers, and neighbors too polite to shut a door. Now he had armed men behind him, and but volume had become authority. "People are scared because you keep them scared," Terry said. "You drag kids in, wave rifles, make everyone think the world's ending. Mercer has resources. He has fuel. He has water access. You have a bunch of old people and school kids hiding behind trash cans." Mrs. Klein shouted from behind a curtain, "And my Buick. Don't forget my Buick." A ripple moved through our side. Terry hated that. Rusk stepped forward. His voice was deeper than Terry's and carried without effort. "Here's how it goes. You bring out the doctor, all long guns, all spare ammo, half your shell food, and a count of every person on the street. Mercer gives you water chits and leaves a protection mark. Refuse, and we come back with more men." "What are chits?" June asked. "Little pieces of paper to lick when you're thirsty." Rusk's eyes narrowed. Dr. Carter stepped onto the porch. Mia made a small sound behind her. "I'm the doctor," Dr. Carter said. "I'm not property." Mercer opened the truck door at the corner and stepped out. He didn't hurry. He adjusted his coat, spoke to the driver, then walked toward us with the clean patience of a man entering a meeting he already controlled. "Dr. Carter," he called. "Nobody said property. Skills belong where they help the most people. You don't decide where my skills belong. Yesterday, I would have agreed. Yesterday died." He stopped behind Terry and Rusk, far enough that the barricade still mattered. His eyes moved across the vehicles, the windows, the roof lines, the people half hidden behind curtains. I could almost hear him counting angles. Then his gaze found me. "Evan," he said, "you had a busy night." My stomach tightened. Pete had talked, or Mercer had guessed, or both. "So did you," I said. "Did my boy get home safe?" There it was. "A test. Which one?" I asked. Mercer smiled faintly. "Good. You learn." Rusk looked at him, confused. Mercer lifted a finger and Rusk stayed quiet. "You're young," Mercer said to me. "That can be useful. You haven't had time to confuse pride with wisdom as permanently as older men do. So listen plainly. Your street is already losing. Not because you lack courage. Courage is everywhere this morning. It's cheap. You lack depth. You lack supply lines. You lack water control. You lack intelligence beyond what you risked your life to steal last night. I respect the effort. I also resent it. Sam shifted beside me. Caleb's eyes flicked between Mercer and Rusk. I said, you resent anything you didn't permit. Mercer's smile warmed by a degree and got worse. Maybe. Mia stepped off the porch until she stood beside me. Dr. Carter said her name sharply. Mia didn't go back. The woman in yellow, Mia said. Her son is here. Return her. Mercer looked at her longer than I liked. Linda Cross. That's her name. She hit one of my men with a brick. Sounds like she has taste, June said. She'll live if she works, Mercer said. So will the others. I'm not a butcher. But I won't let sentiment fracture order before it has a chance to save lives. You mean your order, Dr. Carter said. Order needs a center. I happen to become one. Caleb spoke before I could. You didn't happen to do anything. You planned for this. Mercer's eyes moved to him. Some people prepare. Some people mock preparation until they need prepared people. There's preparation, and there's painting a logo on stolen vans before the smoke clears. Mercer studied Caleb with new interest. You're the list maker. Caleb's mouth tightened. Terry told me about you, Mercer said. Quiet boy. Sees systems. Those are rare. Come work where systems matter. I'd rather drink ditch water. You may. The words landed cold. Mercer turned back to the street. I'm done negotiating in the open. Dr. Carter comes with us for 6 hours. She treats critical cases at the tower. She returns tonight with water for this street. Evan provides 2 rifles as collateral. Food contribution waits until tomorrow. That is my reduced offer because I prefer cooperation to clean up. Mia's voice dropped. No. Dr. Carter put a hand on her shoulder. Mia. No, Mia said again. Longer, not a one-word remark, but a line drawn twice. He's not taking you. Mercer watched them both. 6 hours. With armed men, Dr. Carter said. The world is armed now. With my daughter as leverage. Your daughter stays here. That should comfort you. It doesn't. A sound rose from the south end. Not a whistle. Not a shout. A rolling crash. Everyone looked. Smoke lifted behind the houses near the open end of Brookmill. A second later, Mr. Lowry's voice yelled from that direction, Fire! Mercer's face didn't change. Mine did. Because I understood before I saw it. The north end was theater. The south end was the knife. Back, I shouted. The first bottle hit the Miller roof and burst into flame. People screamed. A second bottle arced over a fence and shattered in the street, burning liquid spreading across asphalt in a low sheet. Someone at the south end yelled, then a shot cracked from behind the Henderson garage. Mercer moved as our attention split. Rusk shoved the barricade trailer hard with 2 other men. Terry drew his pistol. The sunrise tax had become collection. I fired at the ground near Rusk's boots. He jerked back. Mr. Alvarez fired the shotgun into the air, the blast hammering the whole street. For one heartbeat, even the fire seemed to pause. Then everything moved. Sam grabbed Terry's pistol arm as Terry tried to aim through the barricade. The gun went off into the side of the Buick, punching a hole through Mrs. Klein's haunted future. Sam and Terry slammed against the hood. Terry clawed at his face. Sam drove a fist into Terry's stomach and took a knee to the thigh. Mia ran south with the medical bag because somebody had screamed like they were burning. Dr. Carter yelled after her, then followed because a doctor can threaten obedience only until blood answers louder. I saw Mercer step back instead of forward. He watched the fight as if confirming numbers. He's measuring, Caleb shouted. I turned too late. Rusk came over the trailer. For a big man, he moved fast. He planted one boot on the Buick, vaulted the gap, and dropped inside our barricade with a machete in one hand. Not the same one from Terry's camp. Or maybe it was. I didn't have time to care. Caleb swung the tire iron. Rusk caught the blow on his forearm and kicked him in the chest. Caleb hit the pavement and slid. I brought the rifle up, but Rusk was too close to Caleb, too close to houses, too close to everyone. Rusk came at me. I backed, fired low, missed, and felt the machete pass close enough to move air against my shirt. He grabbed the rifle barrel with one hand and yanked. My hurt palm screamed. I let the sling take weight and drove my shoulder into him. It felt like hitting a tree. He laughed. Then Mrs. Klein hit him in the back of the head with a cast-iron skillet. It didn't drop him. It made him angry and confused, which was almost better. Caleb rolled to one knee and struck Rusk behind the leg. I tore the rifle free as Rusk stumbled. Sam shouted my name. Terry had broken loose. He aimed at me from behind the Buick, face twisted. I saw his finger tighten. Mr. Alvarez hit Terry from the side with the butt of the shotgun. The pistol fired into the air. Terry went down hard, the gun skittering under the trailer. At the south end, flames climbed the Miller roof. People formed a bucket line from every stored container they could spare, throwing water with the grief of people watching survival evaporate. Mia knelt beside a man whose sleeve burned. She smothered it with a blanket and shouted for someone to hold pressure on a cut I couldn't see. Mercer whistled. Sharp. 2 notes. His men pulled back. Rusk didn't want to. Mercer whistled again, and something in Rusk obeyed. He backed toward the barricade, eyes on me, blood running from his scalp where Mrs. Klein had split it. You're dead later, he said. Get in line, Caleb coughed from the pavement. Rusk climbed back over the Buick. Mercer stood at the corner beside the black truck. He looked down Brookmill Drive at the fire, the injured man, the smashed barricade, Terry on the ground, Sam gasping, Mrs. Klein with her skillet raised in both hands like an ancient queen of kitchen war. His expression was not defeat. It was education. 6 hours is no longer on the table, he called. At dusk, you surrender the doctor, the weapons, and the boy who leads you. Or we burn both ends and take what walks out. Then he got into the truck. Terry tried to crawl after them. The truck drove away without him. For a second, Terry watched it go with the naked face of a man realizing wolves don't adopt dogs. Then Sam put a knee in his back and pinned him to the asphalt. The fire took 20 minutes to beat down. It cost us more water than we could afford. 3 people with burns, 1 broken arm when a ladder slipped, and the Miller roof. Smoke rolled over the street. Children cried in the basement until Rosa started singing through a throat rough with tears. When it ended, we had Terry tied to a porch post with extension cords and clothesline. His face had gone slack. Not sorry. Empty. Men like Terry were always surprised when consequences had hands. Dr. Carter washed a burn with the last of a pitcher and looked at the rest of us. We can't survive a second attack like that, she said. Nobody argued. Caleb wiped soot from his mouth. Then we don't wait for one. Mr. Alvarez looked toward Ridge Street. We hit the tower. Caleb shook his head. Not the tower. The fuel. Mercer has engines because he has fuel. Take that, and he's a man with speeches. Sam, still breathing hard, looked at Terry. He knows where they keep it. Terry lifted his head. For the first time since I'd known him, he looked afraid of everyone at once. June sipped water from her mug and said, Good. Now we're negotiating. Fuel for monsters. Terry lied for 20 minutes before fear taught him efficiency. We didn't hurt him. That mattered to Dr. Carter, and because it mattered to her, it mattered to the shape of us. No fists, no blades, no revenge dressed as questions. We sat him on the Alvarez porch with his wrists tied to the railing and let the whole street look at him. That did more than a beating. Terry could sneer at one person. He could perform for a crowd when he believed half of it might admire him. But Brookmill looked different after the fire. Soot-streaked faces. Clothes clung wet from the bucket line. Mr. Miller sat with his broken arm splinted against his chest. Mrs. Klein stood behind him, skillet still in hand. Children watched through basement windows until Rosa pulled them back. June watched from her chair with the calm of a woman who had outlived every excuse men invented. Terry tried anger first. You can't keep me tied up. Nobody answered. He tried injury next. My wrists going numb. Dr. Carter checked the tie, found blood still moving into his hand, and stepped away without a word. He tried bargaining. Mercer knows I'm here. He'll trade for me. Caleb gave him a look. He left you in the street. Terry's mouth shut. Finally, when the sun climbed and heat pressed the smoke lower, he started giving us pieces. Mercer kept most fuel in the hardware store stockroom and some in a fenced yard behind it. Gas cans, propane tanks, diesel from construction equipment, anything that could run engines, cook food, or become fire. Risk guarded the stockroom because Mercer trusted brutality more than locks. The grocery store had become a holding place for prisoners and sorted supplies. The water tower needed Mr. Hahn alive until Mercer understood the controls, which meant Mr. Hahn and Linda Cross would likely be moved there before dusk. At dusk, Mercer would hit Brookmill with more men. How many more? Mr. Alvarez asked. Terry stared at the porch boards. Enough. Sam stepped closer. That's not a number. 20, maybe. Depends who he scares into carrying something. What about Pete? I asked. Terry frowned. Who? Young guard. Acne scars. I don't know every stray Mercer picked up. I believed that. Terry didn't notice people unless they could feed his reflection. Mia leaned against the porch rail, arms folded. She hadn't spoken to Terry since the fire. That seemed to bother him more than anger would have. Her silence made him small. If we hit the fuel, Caleb said, Mercer comes straight here. He's already coming, I said. Then we make him come walking. The plan was dangerous, thin, and built from things we barely had. That described all our plans by then. We would not try to steal every fuel can. Too heavy. Too slow. We would disable what we couldn't carry, take what we could, and leave Mercer with smoke, leaking containers, and questions. No open flame if we could avoid it. Fire near fuel might punish Mercer, but it could also kill prisoners and burn half the block around the hardware store. We needed him slowed, not crowned king of ashes. Caleb knew how to puncture cans quietly and ruin fuel with sugar, water, dirt, or whatever would foul engines. Mr. Alvarez had siphon hose. Sam knew the storm drain in a delivery alley behind the hardware store. Mia knew the clinic route and had no intention of staying behind this time. Dr. Carter objected before anyone suggested it. No, she said. Mia stood in the middle of the living room, face still streaked with soot. Mom, you can say that as many ways as you like. The answer doesn't change. You need someone there if we find Linda or Mr. Hahn. You need someone here when Mercer hits early because your plan makes noise. He won't hit early if his fuel is ruined. That's Hope wearing boots. Mia looked at me for help. I looked at the floor because cowardice has small forms too. Dr. Carter saw it anyway. Don't recruit him with your eyes. Mia's laugh came out sharp. I'm not recruiting. You always recruit. You were 6 years old convincing stray cats to follow you home. Those cats lived because I fed them. The room held a fragile, absurd silence. Then June said, For what it's worth, Lena, the girl is going whether you approve or not. Better to bless the knife than pretend there isn't one. Dr. Carter turned on her. You are not helping. I rarely do when asked. I often do when needed. Mia's eyes lowered. Dr. Carter looked at her daughter for a long time. The anger in her face didn't leave. It folded around something more breakable. You stay behind, Evan, Dr. Carter said. Mia glanced at me. He gets hit a lot. That's not reassuring. Then stay behind, Caleb. He argues with physics. Then stay behind God because I'm out of options. Sam muttered, June might know him. I heard that, June said. I figured, Sam replied. The final group became 5. Me, Mia, Sam, Caleb, and Mr. Alvarez. Dr. Carter stayed to manage the medical cases and the street defense. Mrs. Klein took command of the South Watch because nobody dared tell her not to. Rosa organized the children and made them practice quiet movement to the basement. Dylan, who had slept only an hour, insisted he could help and was given runner duty between houses. Aaron begged to come. Rosa held him while he fought her, and I stood in the doorway, feeling like every choice had become theft. She's my mom, he said. I know, I told him. You don't. He was right. I didn't. Mia crouched in front of him. We're going near where she is. We might not get to her today. But if we do, she needs to know you're here waiting, not running into gunfire. That's your job. Stay alive where she can find you. Aaron shook so hard his teeth clicked. Then he nodded once and wiped his face with both hands. Before we left, Dr. Carter pulled me aside in my kitchen. The house smelled wrong now. Too many people. Too much sweat, too many candles burned through too quickly. Mom's refrigerator magnets held photos from a world that would not return on demand. Dad's coffee mug sat by the sink from the morning before the reset. I had almost washed it twice and stopped both times as if leaving it there kept him closer. Dr. Carter followed my eyes to the mug. They might still be alive, she said. I looked at her. Your parents, she said. Hawaii's far from this. Different grids, different damage. We don't know. I hadn't said their names in hours. Hearing them put into the room nearly knocked something loose. I can't think about that, I said. You can. You're choosing not to because if you start, you might not stop. That's different. I tried to answer and couldn't. She put a small bottle of antibiotics in my hand. If you find Linda and she's cut badly or feverish, give her 2. If Mr. Hahn's shoulder is open and dirty, give him 2. If you have to choose the one you can move. The bottle felt heavier than a magazine. I hate that, I said. Good. Keep hating it. The day you don't, someone should take the bottle away from you. She started to weave, then stopped. And Evan, ahai. Yeah, what is it? My daughter isn't armor. Sam's words from the roof came back so hard I looked away. Dr. Carter's voice softened by 1 careful inch. She's not a reason to be brave either. Be brave because the work needs doing. Let her be a person beside you. I nodded. Say it. She's a person beside me. Good. Bring the person back. We left in late afternoon, when smoke and heat made the streets shimmer. The timing was chosen because Mercer expected fear to pin us until dusk. At least, that was Caleb's guess. Caleb's guesses were not magic, but they were usually better than panic. We did not use the same storm drain entrance. Rusk's men might be watching it after last night. Instead, we went through back fences, crossed the church lot, and entered a service alley behind a row of closed businesses. The alley stank of garbage gone sweet in the heat. Flies gathered thick around a broken restaurant door. Maya walked beside me, not behind. Dr. Carter's instruction echoed. Person beside you. I let her stay there. Your mom gave me a speech, I whispered. She does that. It was about you. She definitely does that. She said you're not armor. Mia glanced at me. Were you confused? Maybe a little. Her expression changed. The sarcasm softened around the edges. I don't need you to be stone, Evan. Sam said that too. Sam's smarter than he pretends. Don't tell him. I won't. He'd become impossible. Ahead, Caleb raised a hand. We crouched behind a dumpster as 2 of Mercer's men crossed the mouth of the alley, carrying boxes from the hardware store. One had a rifle. The other had a baseball bat wrapped in tape. They were arguing about whether canned beans counted as protein. The argument felt so ordinary it made the rifles worse. When they passed, we moved. The hardware store rear yard sat behind a chain-link fence topped with 3 strands of barbed wire. The gate had been chained from inside. Beyond it were stacks of lumber, pallets of soil, propane cages, and a roll-off dumpster filled with broken shelving. The stockroom door stood 20 feet beyond the gate, guarded by Rusk and another man smoking a cigarette. The smell of fuel hung heavy even from the alley. Mr. Alvarez studied the fence. Can we cut it? Caleb shook his head. Too loud, too slow. Gate chain, maybe. Or over the dumpster. Barbed wire, Sam said. Caleb pulled a folded moving blanket from his pack. That's why blankets exist. Pretty sure they exist for beds. You're narrow-minded. We waited through 10 terrible minutes. Rusk paced. The smoking guard flicked ash. From the front of the store came the sound of an engine starting, coughing, then dying. Someone cursed. Mercer shouted once, not loud, and the cursing stopped. Then the smoking guard walked toward the side of the building to relieve himself, because men under stress apparently hydrated at the worst possible times. Rusk stayed. Caleb looked at me. His face said the math had not improved. Mia pointed to the propane cage. A padlock held it shut. Beside it, a stack of empty metal cylinders waited for exchange. If those cylinders fell, the noise would pull Rusk away from the stockroom. I shook my head, too uncertain. Mia held my stare and tipped her head toward the far corner. A loose dog nosed through trash near the fence. Skinny, tan, ribs visible, chain collar dragging. It sniffed near the cylinders. Sam whispered, "We're not throwing stuff at a dog." Mia looked offended. "I wasn't going to." She dug in her pocket and pulled out half a protein bar. Before I could stop her, she tossed it gently over the fence, not at the dog, but near the propane cage. The bar landed with a soft tick. The dog lifted its head. Rusk didn't notice. The dog trotted over, chain dragging behind it. It found the bar, snapped it up, then backed into the cylinders. The chain caught. The dog panicked. Metal clanged. One cylinder tipped, then 3 more rolled into the cage with a crash that sounded like a machine falling apart. Rusk spun. "What the hell?" He ran toward the cage. Mia whispered, "Now." We moved. Caleb threw the blanket over the barbed wire where the roll-off dumpster pressed close to the fence. Sam climbed first, then me, then Mia. Mr. Alvarez stayed outside to cover the alley and help with return. Caleb came last, landing silently enough to make me hate him a little. We crossed behind stacked lumber while Rusk cursed at the dog. The smoking guard came back laughing. "Dog's got more sense than Terry," he called. Rusk kicked the cage. "Get it loose, idiot. Mercer wants those tanks counted." The stockroom door was open. Inside, the air was thick with fuel fumes and rubber. Caleb slipped in first. I followed with Sam. Mia stayed at the door, eyes on Rusk. Rows of red cans lined one wall. Larger blue drums sat near the back. Propane tanks were stacked in crates. A shelf held camp stoves, lanterns, batteries, hand tools, siphon pumps, and boxes of nails. A year ago, this store had sold weekend projects. Now it held the difference between engines and walking. Hot food and cold cans, light and dark. Caleb whispered, "We take siphon pumps, batteries, small fuel cans. Ruin the rest." Quietly. We worked fast. Sam loaded batteries into his pack. I grabbed 2 siphon pumps and a coil of clear tubing. Caleb opened cans and poured water from a jug into several, then added handfuls of dirt and shook them once. Not enough to look obvious. Enough to make engines choke when trust mattered. He punctured 2 plastic cans near the bottom and set them behind a pallet where they would leak slowly. Mia hissed from the door. "Someone's coming." We froze. Footsteps approached the stockroom. Not Rusk's heavy tread. Lighter. Hesitant. Pete appeared in the doorway, carrying an empty bucket. His face changed when he saw us. His eyes went to my rifle, then to Sam, then to the open fuel cans. Sam whispered, "Pete." Pete looked over his shoulder. "You people are insane." "Did you tell Linda?" I asked. "Yeah," she cried, quietly. "Then she told me if I saw you, tell Erin she's coming." Mia's hand flew to her mouth and stopped there. "Where is she?" I asked. "Grocery store. Mercer moved prisoners after your drain stunt. Mr. Hahn, too. Rusk is mad because he thinks Mercer made him look stupid." Which he did. Caleb put another battery in his pack. "Can you get prisoners out?" Pete almost laughed. "No. I can get water buckets and pretend I joined because I'm useful. That's my whole heroic range." "That's not nothing," Sam said. Pete looked at him for a second. "Feels like nothing." A shout came from the yard. "Rusk." "Pete, where's that bucket?" Pete flinched. Mia grabbed a small packet from her bag and shoved it into his hand. "For Linda. Gauze and antibiotics. Hide it. If they find this, they'll put me in the prisoner line." "Then hide it well," she said. He stared at her, then tucked it inside his sock. Rusk's footsteps started toward us. "Out!" Pete whispered. "Back corner. Delivery hatch. It sticks, but it opens." Kayla was already moving. The delivery hatch was a waist-high metal door behind stacks of fertilizer. It opened into a narrow loading chute that dropped to the alley outside the fence. Caleb shoved. It didn't move. Sam joined him. Nettle groaned. Rusk entered the stockroom. Pete turned with the bucket in hand, blocking just enough of the view. "Sorry, man. Couldn't find a clean one." Rusk's eyes narrowed. He smelled the air. Fuel fumes were everywhere, but fresh fuel has a sharper voice. "Why's it stink?" he asked. Pete shrugged too high. "It's a fuel room." Rusk stepped farther in. Mia and I slipped behind the fertilizer stack. Sam and Caleb got the hatch open 3 inches, then 6. Sunlight cut through. A fuel can behind the pallet gave a soft glug. Rusk heard it. He shoved Pete aside and turned. I grabbed Mia and pushed her toward the hatch. Go. Sam dropped through first. Caleb shoved the packs after him. Mia squeezed through next. I started after her. Rusk rounded the stack and saw me. His face split into a grin. Later came early, he said. He lunged. I kicked backward, caught him in the knee, and dropped through the hatch. The fall slammed me onto the chute and scraped my back raw through my shirt. Maya grabbed my arm and hauled. Caleb and Sam pulled from below. Rusk's hand shot through the hatch and caught my pack strap. The strap dug across my throat. For one choking second, I hung halfway in sunlight, halfway in the stockroom, with Rusk dragging me back by gear and fury. Mia drew the hatchet. Not his hand, I choked. She hit the strap instead. The blade cut through nylon. I fell out of the hatch and crashed into Sam. My pack stayed in Rusk's fist. Half our stolen supplies went with it. Rusk roared through the opening. Run, Caleb said. We ran. Mr. Alvarez met us at the alley mouth. He saw we had fewer packs than planned and didn't ask. Behind us, Rusk's shout became alarm. Men yelled. The dog barked wildly. A shot punched brick from the corner above Mia's head. We cut left instead of right, away from the church route, because the church route was now a memory Mercer could guess. Caleb led us through a narrow gap between buildings, over a fallen fence, across the back lot of an auto shop. Sam carried the remaining fuel can against his chest. I had the siphon pumps jammed under one arm and the rifle in the other. At the auto shop, we found a gift the old world had left by accident. A delivery van sat inside the open bay, hood up, tires intact. No electronic dash, old enough to have a simple diesel engine. Caleb stared at it like it was a religious object. No, I said, because I knew his face. Yes, he said. Absolutely yes. Mia looked behind us. They're coming. Caleb dropped to the engine. Give me 2 minutes. You get one, Mr. Alvarez said. The van had a manual transmission and a cracked windshield. Its paint had once been white. The side read, Myers Appliance Repair in faded blue letters. A toolbox sat on the passenger floor. Caleb worked under the hood with hands that blurred. Sam poured a little fuel from our can into something Caleb pointed at. Mr. Alvarez washed the alley. Mia wrapped a strip of cloth around my neck where the strap had burned the skin. Person beside me, I rasped. Her eyes flashed. What? Nothing. Just remembering. The first of Mercer's men appeared at the far end of the lot. Mr. Alvarez fired once. The man ducked back. Caleb slid into the driver's seat, pumped the pedal, and turned the key. The engine coughed. Nothing moved in the street. Come on, Sam whispered. Caleb turned it again. The engine coughed, caught, shook the whole van, and stayed alive in a cloud of black smoke. Sam laughed like a person falling downstairs. Oh, I love ugly vans now. Get in, Caleb shouted. We piled inside. Mr. Alvarez took the rear with the shotgun. Mia shoved the sliding door mostly closed. I landed on a bare metal floor beside a box of appliance hoses and felt every bruise introduce itself. Caleb ground the gears. The van lurched out of the bay. A man fired. The passenger window shattered inward. Sam yelled and covered his face. Caleb ducked, but kept driving. The van bounced over the curb, clipped a trash can, and roared into a side street. For the first time since the reset, we had an engine. That should have felt like victory. Then the black truck turned onto the street behind us. Rusk stood in the bed, one hand gripping the roof, the other pointing straight at us. Caleb looked in the cracked mirror. That's bad. Drive, Mr. Alvarez said. I'm doing the concept. The van was not fast. It was loud, heavy, and angry about every shift. Caleb fought the wheel, while the black truck gained. Sam crouched beside him, one hand on the dash, the other pressed against a cut on his cheek from the shattered glass. Mia crawled toward the back with the medical bag sliding after her. Stay down, I said. I'm trying to reach Alvarez. Mr. Alvarez knelt at the rear doors. I'm fine. A bullet punched through the back and tore a hole in the van wall. Everyone ducked. "Fine is changing," Mia snapped. Caleb took a turn too hard. The van tilted. Tires screamed. We shot past the church road and toward a row of older houses with deep yards. "Where are you going?" I shouted. "Not Brook Mill with them behind us." Good answer. Terrible reality. The black truck swung wide behind us and clipped a parked car. Metal shrieked. Rusk kept his balance like he'd been built for the bed of a moving truck. Sam looked back. "They're still coming." Caleb's eyes flicked to the fuel gauge. "We won't outrun them." "Then don't," Mr. Alvarez said. "Make them choose." Ahead, a narrow service road cut behind the old lumberyard. A sign hung crooked across the entrance. "Weight limit. Wooden bridge. Local traffic only." Caleb saw it. So did I. "Will it hold us?" Sam asked. "We're gonna learn," Caleb said. The van bounced onto the service road. Branches scraped both sides. The bridge appeared ahead, a narrow plank and beam crossing over a drainage creek. It had been questionable before the end of the world. Now it looked like a dare from a dead carpenter. Caleb didn't slow. We hit the bridge. Boards hammered under the tires. The whole structure groaned. For one awful second, the van seemed to float on sound and bad choices. Then we were across. "Brake!" Mr. Alvarez shouted. Caleb slammed the pedal. The van skidded sideways on gravel and stopped beyond the bridge. Mr. Alvarez kicked the rear door open and fired at the bridge supports, not at the truck. I understood half a second later. The black truck hit the bridge too fast. The first boards broke under its front tires. The truck dropped hard, nose down, rear lifting. Rusk flew forward and slammed into the cab roof. Men shouted. The rear wheels spun, chewing wood, then the left side of the bridge collapsed. The truck tilted into the creek bed with a crash that threw birds from every tree around us. It didn't explode. The world didn't care about drama. It simply broke. Caleb stared through the mirror. "That worked. Drag before it stops working," Mia said. He drove. We reached Brook Mill from the south 20 minutes later with a stolen van, 1 fuel can, 2 siphon pumps, 3 battery packs, a box of assorted flashlight batteries, and half a coil of tubing. We had lost my pack, some supplies, and any chance Mercer would treat us as negotiators. The street erupted when they saw the van. People cheered for exactly 3 seconds before they saw our faces and stopped. Dr. Carter ran to the sliding door. "Who was hit?" "Nobody shot," Mr. Alvarez said. "Cuts and stupidity." "Stupidity doesn't get triage priority." "It should," Caleb said, climbing out. "It spreads fast." Aaron pushed through the adults. "My mom." The question cut through the air and took the cheer with it. Mia knelt in front of him. She didn't soften the truth into mush. Pete gave her the message. "She knows you're alive." She told him she's coming. "We didn't get her yet." Aaron's eyes filled, but he didn't collapse. He held Mia's stare like she was a rope. "Yet," he said. "Yet," she agreed. From the north end, Dylan shouted from the barricade. "Trek. Not Mercer's black truck. Another one." This one rolled slowly toward Brook Mill, with a white cloth tied to the antenna. Its engine sounded rough, weaker than the others. It stopped beyond the barricade. The driver got out with hands raised. Pete stood in the smoke. He looked worse than before. Blood ran from his hairline. One eye was swelling. But he was alive. And in the truck bed, under a tarp, lay Mr. Hahn. Pete called down the street, voice cracking. "Mercer knows you hit the fuel. Rusk's truck is down. He's gathering everybody." Mia stood very still. Pete swallowed and looked at Aaron. "Your mom made me take Mr. Hahn first. She said the waterman saves more people. She said tell you she's not done." Aaron made a sound that Rosa caught against her shoulder. Mr. Hahn stirred under the tarp, gray and shaking. Dr. Carter ran toward him with Mia right behind her. Pete looked at me across the barricade. "Mercer comes at dark," he said. "And he won't come to scare you this time." Behind him, far off toward Ridge Street, a column of black smoke rose from the hardware store. Not enough to destroy Mercer. Enough to make him angry. Brook Mill had teeth now. We had bitten the monster. The monster was turning around. The hour before dark. We had less than 2 hours before Mercer came back with enough anger to burn the street flat. That should have made everyone move faster. It didn't. Fear has a way of thickening the air. It gets into the hinges of people. It turns good hands clumsy and smart mouths quiet. Brookmill Drive stood under the dirty late afternoon light with smoke across the roofs and every shadow stretched thin across the pavement. And for a few seconds after Pete said Mercer was coming, nobody moved at all. Then June slapped her cane against the porch rail. "Well, don't everybody be useless at once," she said. "Pick a direction and start living in it." The spell broke. Dr. Carter shouted for blankets and clean water. Mia and Rosa helped lift Mr. Hahn from the truck bed, easing him down like he was made of cracked glass. His face had gone the color of old paper. The heat had dried salt trails down his cheeks, and his lips were split so badly they darkened every time he tried to speak. "Valve room," he whispered. Dr. Carter leaned close. "Don't talk yet. Save it." "Valve room," he said again, stubborn enough to waste blood if nobody listened. "Water tower. Mercer doesn't know the bypass. I shut it before they pulled me out. They think the main line is broken. It isn't." Caleb crouched beside him. "Can we get water out of it?" Mr. Hand tried to nod. The movement barely happened. Not from street pressure. Need manual turn. Under the tower. Blue handle. Then lowers service gate. Slow. Too fast and it hammers the line. "Blue handle, lower gate, slow," Caleb repeated. Mr. Hahn's eyes shifted toward Pete. She stayed. Aaron stood 3 steps away with Rosa's hands on his shoulders. He looked too young for the way he listened. "Maman." Pete couldn't meet his eyes. "Lena made me take him. She said Mr. Hen knew how to get water running and that made him more important than her." Aaron shook his head once, small and hard. "She wouldn't say that." "She did," Pete said. "She hit me with a flashlight when I argued." A thin breath that might have become a laugh came from Mr. Han, but Dr. Carter pressed him down before it finished. Inside. "Now." Mia, table cleared. "Evan, don't stand there turning this into grief." I hadn't realized I'd stopped moving. Sam touched my shoulder. His fingers left soot on my shirt. "We need a plan." "We need 3, Caleb said. He was already looking up and down the street, measuring houses, cars, sightlines, weak spots. "Defense here. Water at the tower. Fuel yard follow-up if we get a chance." "There's no chance," Mr. Alvarez said. "Dark comes first. Dark helps both sides. Dark helps people who aren't tired, hurt, and carrying children." Caleb accepted that with a small tilt of his head. He respected people more when they argued with sense. "Then we make Mercer fight where tired people can still win." The black truck Pete had driven in ticked as its engine cooled. It was an old work truck with faded paint, mismatched tires, and one headlight cracked in a spiderweb pattern. The bed smelled like gasoline, sweat, and metal shavings. It had bullet holes through the tailgate and a smear of blood on the right side, not enough to tell a story, just enough to remind everyone stories ended badly now. Pete stood beside it with his hands raised even though nobody had told him to keep them up. He was maybe 23, narrow-faced, with dark hair stuck to his forehead and a split lip. He had belonged to Mercer's people an hour ago. He had brought us Mr. Han. Those 2 truths stood on opposite sides of him and argued. Sam kept his rifle angled at the ground, but his fingers stayed straight along the frame. "Why should we trust you?" Pete swallowed. "You shouldn't." "That's not a great start." "It's the true one." Caleb stepped close enough to make Pete lean back. Caleb didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "Tell me what Mercer has." Pete looked at the barricade, then at the houses, then at Aaron. His eyes snagged there and couldn't get loose for a second. 6 trucks before you dropped Russ into the creek. 4 still running, maybe 5 if they drag his out. A van. 2 motorcycles that only work when they feel like it. 20 men who'll fight because they're scared of him. 8 who'll fight because they like it. And maybe 30 people who follow because they think he can feed them. "Weapons," Caleb said. "Shotguns, hunting rifles, pistols, 1 rifle with a scope, 2 boxes of hand grenades from somewhere I don't want to know about. Most people can't shoot worth anything past the length of a driveway. Russ can." Mercer doesn't shoot much. He points. Mrs. Klein came down from her porch with a skillet in one hand and a cloth sack in the other. She had changed shirts since the fight, but a dark bruise spread along her jaw. She looked Pete up and down. Does he have manners? Pete blinked. Ma'am. Mercer. Does he knock before burning a house? No, ma'am. Then we won't answer the door. She walked away, and somehow that did more for people than any speech could have done. Neighbors began moving again. Doors opened. Buckets appeared. Sheets came off beds and were torn into strips. Men dragged trash cans and patio furniture toward the south barricade. Women carried jars of screws, kitchen knives, bottles of bleach, medicine, lamp oil, and every other thing that had become more useful by becoming scarce. Children hauled small loads and tried not to cry where adults could see. I caught Pete watching them. His face folded in on itself. You help, I said. He looked at me fast. What? You want to not get tied to a porch post beside Terry. You help. Terry was still there, lashed to the post with cords and clothesline, head hanging, one eye swollen nearly shut. When Pete saw him, color drained from his face. He sold you out, Pete said. Terry lifted his head with effort. Shut your mouth. Pete laughed once, brittle and mean. You're tied to a porch like a bad dog, Terry. I'd save my breath. Terry's lips peeled back. Mercer's going to cut every one of you open. Mrs. Klein turned around without slowing. Say another cheerful thing and I'll gag you with a dish rag. Terry, shut up. Mia came out of the house carrying a basin stained pink from washing Mr. Hahn. She stopped when she saw Pete near Terry, then looked at me. Her eyes asked questions faster than words could have managed. Pete knows Mercer's setup, I said. He brought Mr. Hahn. And Aaron's mother? Pete flinched before he answered. Still at the apartments when I left. Mercer took some people from there back to the bus yard. She wasn't in the truck. She was alive when I saw her. Mia set the basin down carefully on the grass. Too carefully. Where exactly? Laundry room at the back of the complex. She had 2 other women and an old man with her. They barricaded the service hall. Rusk wanted to smoke them out. Mercer said later. Later when? After Brookmill. Aaron had followed Rosa onto the porch. He heard enough. His hands curled at his sides. We're going for her, he said. Rosa pulled him back. You aren't. She's my mom. That's why you aren't. His face twisted. He looked at me like I owned some answer that could make the world fair. I didn't. I had a rifle, a dry throat, and a map in my head that kept turning into graves. We can't send a rescue team before dark and still hold the street, Mr. Alvarez said. Mia turned on him. You heard him. Rusk wanted to smoke them out. I heard. Then don't talk like time's generous. I'm not. I'm talking like time is a knife and we only get one hand to hold it. That shut her down for half a breath. Not because she agreed. Because it was too true to dismiss. Caleb looked toward Ridge Street. Smoke thickened there, flattening the sun into a red coin. Mercer will expect us to sit tight. He knows we're protecting families. He thinks that makes us predictable. It does, Sam said. Only if we let it. I understood where he was going and hated him for making me understand. A small team moves before full dark. Not to the apartments. To the creek path. We hit the water tower valve and make them think we're pushing there. Caleb's eyes flicked to mine. Keep talking. Mercer can't ignore water. If he thinks we're taking it, he sends people that way. That pulls men off the bus yard and maybe off the apartments. Brookmill gets a weaker attack or a later one. And Lena? Mia asked. Pete said the apartments are behind the laundromat. The creek path runs close enough to cut across the drainage lot. A second pair can check the laundry room while the tower team makes noise. Mr. Alvarez stared at me. That is not a plan. That's 2 bad plans holding hands. Bad plans are what we've got. Who's in the second pair? Mia's answer came before anyone else's. Me. Dr. Carter appeared in the doorway, hands red from work, face hard. No. Mom, stay with me. Don't start. You need Lena alive. Aaron needs her. We need everyone we can pull back here. I need my daughter alive. Mia stepped closer. Then teach me where to press if someone is bleeding too much, Pack my bag and let me move. The whole porch went quiet. Dr. Carter's mouth changed shape, not into surrender, but into the hard line people wear when the answer is awful and correct. You're not going alone. I wasn't planning to. Sam looked at me, saw the decision before I said it, and cursed under his breath. Of course you are. I couldn't look at Aaron and do anything else. I'll go with Mia, I said. Caleb takes the tower with Mr. Alvarez and Pete. Sam stays here. Sam stepped forward. That's not happening. You know this street better than anyone after me. People listen to you. They listen to Caleb. Caleb won't be here. Then let Caleb stay and I'll go. Mercer's people know your face from the van. They know mine too, but they know yours because you talked at the creek. That's weak, and you know it. Maybe. It's still true. His jaw worked. Under the grime and smoke, he looked like the kid who'd sat on my carpet yelling at a game screen yesterday. Yesterday had become a foreign country. June's cane tapped once. The one who hates staying is often the one who should stay. Keeps the home fire from becoming a funeral fire. Sam glared at her. That's supposed to help? Not especially. I prefer accuracy. He looked away, breathing through his nose. Then he pointed at me. You come back. I'm planning on it. Don't give me that calm nonsense. Say it like you mean it. I met his eyes. I'll come back. He held the stare until he could accept the lie inside it, or maybe the hope. There wasn't much difference anymore. Preparation swallowed the next hour. Caleb drew a map on the hood of Pete's truck with a piece of charcoal. The water tower sat north of Ridge Street, fenced behind the municipal lot. The bus yard was farther east, past the old cannery and the broken rail spur. The apartments Aaron had fled were south of the laundromat, close enough to the creek path that a person could reach them without using the main road if that person didn't mind mud, briars, and a drainage tunnel that smelled like dead water. I minded all of those things. I minded them less than Mercer. Mia packed gauze, tape, pain tablets, antibiotic cream, 2 tourniquets, a small bottle of iodine, and a flashlight she promised not to use unless someone was dying. I loaded magazines by feel and checked the rifle until Sam told me I'd polish the metal off it. Mr. Alvarez filled 2 canteens and stared at the water like he hated every swallow we hadn't earned yet. Terry watched from the porch post. When I stepped close, he tried to grin. It came out crooked through split skin. You kids are gonna get peeled. Maybe, I said. But Pete says you know the bus yard gates. His grin thinned. Pete talks too much. So do you when you're scared. For a second, the mask slipped. He didn't want anyone to see it, but I did. Terry had attached himself to Mercer because Mercer looked like the winning side. Now winning had left him tied up on a stranger's porch with a whole street staring at him. Men like Terry didn't fear death first. They feared looking small. I crouched so we were eye level. Mercer comes here tonight, and you know he'll kill you if he thinks you're useless. Help us, and you live long enough to hate us tomorrow. That's your offer? It's the nicest one you're getting. He spat on the grass. East fence at the bus yard has a hole behind the tire pile. Dogs used to get through. Mercer parks his good trucks near the office because he likes to see them from upstairs. Fuel's in the maintenance shed, but the big tank is outside, behind concrete blocks. They keep one man on it because everybody thinks fuel explodes like in movies. Does it? Not unless you're stupid enough to light vapor in the wrong place. Mostly it burns and ruins your week. Where are prisoners kept? Terry looked toward Pete, then back to me. Old wash bay, chained to the door handles. How many guards? Depends who Mercer's mad at. Tonight before it gets worse. He shrugged with the wrong kind of casual. If he's coming here, maybe 2. Maybe none if he thinks they're too weak to run. I stood. Evan, Terry said. I hated hearing my name from his mouth. You think you're the hero because people are desperate enough to follow you, he said. But heroes just die where everybody can see. Mercer gets that. He knows the trick. Make people need you, then make sure nobody else can feed them. Thanks for the philosophy. I'm not trying to help you. I'm telling you what you're up against. He doesn't want your street because it has food. He wants it because you made people think there was another way. He can't leave that alive. The porch boards creaked behind me. June had come out with a small cloth pouch in one hand. "He's right about that," she said. Terry's smile returned. "Hear that? The old lady gets it." June struck him across the mouth with her cane. "Not hard enough to break anything. Hard enough to make the point land." "I didn't say I liked your company," she said. She handed me the pouch. Inside were 3 safety pins, a folded square of silver emergency blanket, a lighter, and an old pocket knife with a bone handle worn smooth. "I can't take your knife," I said. "You can, because I'm giving it to you. You might need it. I have a skillet and poor impulse control. The knife is extra." I closed my hand around the pouch. Mia came down the steps wearing a dark jacket and her hair tied tight at the back of her neck. Her medical bag crossed her body. She had a pistol on her hip, not quite natural there yet, but not decorative either. Dr. Carter followed her, tucking a small card into Mia's pocket. "Pressure points," Dr. Carter said. "Quick notes. If you have to read them, you're already behind, so memorize while you walk." Mia's face softened. "Mom." Dr. Carter gripped her shoulders. "Don't make me bury you in a world without shovels." Mia swallowed. "I won't." They hubbed hard, fast, and without enough time. Across the street, Aaron stood with Rosa. He had stopped crying. That worried me more than tears would have. He walked over and held out a red scarf. "It's hers," he said. "She wears it when it gets cold inside the store because the vents are messed up. If she sees it, she'll know I made it." Mia took it like it was something breakable. "We'll show her. Tell her I didn't run because I was scared." I looked down at him. "You ran because she told you to survive. That's not the same." His eyes shone, but his chin stayed up. "Tell her anyway." "I will." We moved before anyone could say a better goodbye. Caleb's tower team left first, slipping through the Bennett's backyard and over the fence line toward the church trail. Mr. Alvarez went with him, carrying a shotgun, a crowbar, and the slow patience of a man who'd fixed more broken things than he had broken. Pete walked between them, hands visible, still not trusted, still useful. Me and I waited 5 minutes, then took the drainage ditch behind the last house on Brookmill. The street disappeared behind us 1 step at a time. Grass rose above my knees. Mosquitoes gathered in whining clouds. The ditch held the ribbon of brown water that smelled like rot, oil, and summer heat. Every footfall made a sucking sound in the mud. Branches scraped my sleeves. Somewhere ahead, a dog barked until a man's voice snapped it quiet. Mia walked close behind me, not touching. Close enough that I could hear her breathing change when the ditch curved and the houses fell away. "You good?" I asked. "Ask me after." "That's fair." "You. What about you?" Same answer. A weak smile touched her mouth and vanished. The sky above the trees darkened by shades not all at once. Smoke took the sunset and smeared it across the horizon. The red shimmer from the night before had faded, but sometimes the clouds pulsed faintly, as if some distant machine behind them still hadn't stopped dying. A day ago, I had thought the world ended when the lights went out. Now I knew the lights had only revealed what people carried inside them. The laundry room. The drainage tunnel crouched under the service road like a mouth full of dirty teeth. I stopped 10 yards short of it and raised one hand. Mia froze behind me. The creek path narrowed there, pinched between a bank of thorn bushes and a concrete wall tagged with faded spray paint. The tunnel itself was barely high enough to crawl through. Brown water slid over broken bottles and leaves. The smell coming out of it had weight, a wet, sour breath that made my stomach pull tight. Mia leaned close to my ear. "Please tell me that's not our way in." "That's our way in." "I was afraid you had taste." "Not anymore." We listened. The world had become a library of threats. Insects scratched in the grass. Water clicked against glass. Somewhere beyond the service road, an engine coughed and died. A loose sign tapped metal against metal in the light wind. I heard no boots in the tunnel, no voices, no scrape of a weapon against concrete. That didn't make it safe. It made it empty enough to tempt us. I slung the rifle across my chest and went first. The concrete scraped my shoulders. Cold water soaked my knees and palms. The stink rose around my face until every breath tasted like rust and old pennies. Halfway through, something soft brushed my hand. I bit down on a curse and kept moving. Mia entered behind me. Her medical bag bumped the tunnel wall. "Quiet," I whispered. "I'm trying not to think about what just touched my sleeve." "Don't name it." "I hate that advice." We crawled for 20 feet. It felt like 200. The pipe carried sound strangely, turning each movement into a private thunder. When we reached the far end, I waited with my cheek against damp concrete and studied the drainage lot beyond. The laundromat sat to our left, a low brick building with half its windows smashed and a plastic sign hanging by one corner. The wetters had once promised cold wash, hot dry, free wireless internet. Now the sign swung in the smoke-heavy wind and squealed with every movement. Behind it stood the apartment complex, 2 stories of peeling beige siding wrapped around a parking lot crowded with stalled cars. Doors hung open. A baby stroller lay overturned beside a speed bump. Clothing spilled from a broken laundry basket and fluttered across the asphalt like surrender flags. No people in sight. That worried me. Mia slid beside me, breathing through her mouth. Her eyes moved from window to window. Aaron said laundry room at the back. Service hall behind the laundromat connects to the apartments. How do you know? I used to cut through here when Sam and I rode bikes. There was a vending machine with cheap soda. Of course your tactical memory is snack-based. It kept me alive so far. A shout came from the road beyond the apartment office. We sank lower. 2 men stepped into view near the far end of the lot. One carried a shotgun low in both hands. The other dragged a plastic cooler by the handle, letting it bang against his leg. Their clothes were mismatched, not uniforms, but both wore strips of orange fabric tied around their left arms. Mercer's mark, maybe. A way not to shoot each other in the dark. The man with the cooler spat onto the pavement. Rusk said, "Check every unit." "Rusk can check it himself," Shotgun said. "I'm not getting stabbed over somebody's soup cans." "You scared?" "I'm hungry." "Different thing." They crossed toward the office and vanished behind a row of cars. Mia's breath tickled my ear. "Orange cloth." "I saw." "We should take some if we can." I looked at her. She shrugged slightly. "Don't look at me like I'm turning evil." I listened. "I wasn't looking at you like that." "You were a little." "Maybe I was. Not because the idea was bad. Because it was good, and I didn't like how fast good ideas had started wearing ugly clothes." We waited until the men were out of sight, then slipped from the tunnel into the lot. Mud sucked at my shoes. The evening air felt almost clean after the pipe. Almost. We kept low behind a row of cars. The first sedan had a child's booster seat in the back. The second had its driver's window broken inward, glass glittering across the seat. The third held a man slumped over the steering wheel. Mia stopped when she saw him. I had touched her wrist. "We can't." Her eyes stayed on the car. "I know." The man's hand hung near the gearshift. His wedding ring caught a thin slice of red light. That tiny shine did more damage than the body. It made him someone's ordinary life. It made him Saturday errands and a coffee cup and somebody waiting too long. Maya turned away first. Her face had gone hard in the way. Wet clay goes hard after fire. We reached the back of the laundromat. The service door had been kicked in, but a vending machine had been shoved across the inside, blocking most of the opening. A gap barely wide enough for a person remained along the frame. From inside came the faintest scrape. I raised 2 fingers, then pointed to my eyes and the gap. Mia nodded. I eased forward. The laundromat interior stank of detergent, mildew, and smoke. Dryers lined one wall, their round doors hanging open. Washers sat in rows like squat metal drums. Broken glass crunched under someone moving near the front. A woman's voice whispered from deeper inside. "Who is it?" Mia lifted Aaron's scarf and held it through the gap before answering. "Aaron sent us." Silence hit so hard I could hear my pulse. Then a sound came from behind the vending machine, small and sharp, like air leaving someone who'd been holding it too long. "Aaron?" the woman whispered. "He's alive," Mia said. "He's at Brookmill with Rosa. He told us to show you the scarf." The vending machine shifted half an inch, then stuck. A face appeared in the dark gap. Lena had Aaron's eyes, but hers had gone older in a single day. Her hair had come loose from a braid. A bruise marked the side of her neck. She stared at the scarf like it might disappear if she blinked. "He got out," she said. "He did," I whispered. "We need to move." Lena's gaze snapped to me. "I have 3 people in here who can't run fast." "How hurt?" "Old Mr. Bell took a fall." "Hip, maybe." "Carla has glass in her foot. The niece is 6 months pregnant and hasn't kept water down since morning." Mia closed her eyes for half a second. When she opened them, she was already working. "Move the machine enough for me. Evan covers." "Mia, wait. Don't argue unless you got a better thing to do with your hands." She pushed through the gap before I could stop her. The laundromat swallowed her. I turned my body to face the parking lot, rifle ready, and listened as Weena and Mia strained against the vending machine from the inside. Metal squealed across tile. Too loud. Everything was too loud. A voice from the office side shouted, "You hear that?" I ducked behind a washer visible through the open doorway, but there was no clean cover from outside. Footsteps came across the lot. 2 men. Maybe the same 2 from before, maybe worse. The cooler scraped pavement, then stopped. "Back door," one said. Mia's whisper came from inside. "Almost." The vending machine shifted another inch. Shotgun rounded the corner first. He saw me at the same time I fired. The shot slammed him backward into the brick wall. His shotgun went off as his hands clenched, blasting the roof edge above me. Splinters and dust rained down. The second man dropped the cooler and clawed for a pistol tucked into his waistband. I fired again and missed. He dove behind a cart, the pistol barking from the pavement. The first bullet punched the doorframe beside my head. The second hit a washer inside the laundromat with a sound like a bell being murdered. Mia shouted, "Evan!" "Stay down?" The man behind a car fired blind. Glass burst from the sedan window. I dropped lower, crawled across broken tile, and came up behind a row of dryers. The back door gave me a slice of his shoes beneath the car. He was shifting right, trying to get an angle. I aimed at the asphalt under the car and fired once. He screamed. Not a clean movie scream. A wet animal sound that made my throat tighten. His pistol clattered. He tried to crawl, leaving a dark smear behind him. I moved before mercy could become hesitation. I kicked the pistol away and dragged him behind the car by the collar. He was young, maybe not much older than Sam. His ankle was torn open. He stared at me with huge eyes. "Don't kill me," he gasped. "Then don't make me." Mia reached the doorway. "We have to go." "Orange cloth," I said. Her face tightened, but she understood. She pulled the strip from Shotgun's arm with hands that only shook after she was done. Then she cut another from the injured man's sleeve. He whimpered through clenched teeth. Lena emerged next, helping a pregnant woman with a round belly and sweat-soaked hair. Denise clutched her stomach with one hand and held a kitchen knife in the other. Behind them came Carla, limping hard with one foot wrapped in a towel. Last was Mr. Bell, a thin old man with skin like folded parchment, trying to stand straight though every step carved pain into his face. "I can walk," he said. "Nobody asked if you could dance," Lena told him. "Lean on me." I looked at the injured raider. "How many between here and Brookmel?" He stared at the dead man by the door. His mouth opened and closed. I pressed the rifle barrel against the pavement beside his hand, not touching him. "How many?" "I don't know. 6 at the office, maybe." Rusk took most to Ridge. Mercer said, "Smoke the Little Kingdom after dark." "Little Kingdom," Mia muttered. "That's what he calls it," the raider said. "The street with the boy king." His eyes moved to me. Something cold slid through my stomach. "He's making you into a symbol," Mia said quietly. "He doesn't get to decide what I am." "He kind of does if everyone starts believing him." There wasn't time to answer that. The tower team made its noise before we reached the drainage tunnel. It began with a metallic groan from the north, so deep it seemed to travel through the ground instead of the air. Then came a hammering clang, followed by voices shouting from Ridge Street. A truck engine roared to life. Someone fired 3 shots in quick panic. The water tower's old service horn, a rusty thing used once for storm drills, suddenly wailed across town in a broken rising shriek. Caleb had found the manual horn. For one mad second, every head in the apartment lot turned toward it. "Move," I said. We ran badly because not everyone could run. Mr. Bell leaned on Lena and me. Denise held Mia's arm. Carla limped with her teeth buried in her lower lip. The orange cloth strips went around Mia's arm and mine. From a distance in smoke and dusk, maybe that bought us 2 seconds. Sometimes survival was only stolen seconds stacked together. We reached the tunnel as men spilled from the office. "Hey!" someone shouted. "Where are you taking them?" Mia didn't slow. Rusk said tower. The confidence in her voice almost fooled me. Almost, but not enough. A man near the office hesitated. Another didn't. He raised his rifle. I fired first. He spun and fell against a parked truck. The others scattered. The tunnel mouth became the only place in the world. I shoved Mr. Bell down ahead of me and crawled behind him, pushing when his bad hip locked. Denise sobbed into her hand, trying to fit through without crushing her belly. Maya guided her inch by inch. Carla went last before me, leaving bloody towel prints on the concrete. Bullets hit the tunnel lip. Chips of concrete stung my cheek. The pipe caught every shot and turned it into thunder. Mr. Bell groaned ahead of me. "Keep moving," I said. "Don't stop." "I wasn't planning to sit," he snapped. That made Lena laugh once, wild and ragged. The laugh turned into a cough. She kept crawling. The tunnel ended in the ditch. The world opened into weeds and smoke. I pulled myself out and turned to help the others. Mia came through last, mud across her face, hair loose now, eyes bright with the kind of focus that leaves no room for fear until later. A man appeared at the far end of the tunnel behind her. I raised the rifle, but Mia was closer. She swung June's knife underhand. The blade caught his forearm as he reached for her. He screamed and fell back, blocking the pipe for the men behind him. Mia stumbled out. I grabbed her by the jacket and dragged her into the weeds as bullets chewed the brush above us. "You used the knife," I said. I noticed. "You okay?" She looked at her shaking hand, then shoved the knife back into the pouch. "Ask me after." We moved through the ditch with Mercer men shouting behind us and Caleb's horn still dying in the distance. By the time Burt Mill's back fences came into view, the sky had gone dark purple and the first flames appeared on Ridge Street. Sam met us at the fence with 3 neighbors and a ladder. His face changed when he saw Lina. "Aaron," he shouted. "Get over here." Aaron came running so fast Rosa couldn't catch him. Lena climbed the fence with my hand under one arm and Sam pulling from the other side. She landed on Brookmill grass, turned, and opened her arms. Aaron hit her hard enough to nearly knock both of them down. For a few seconds, no one spoke. No one needed to. Lena held her son on her knees, her face buried in his hair, and every adult in the yard looked somewhere else, because there are kinds of relief, too, private to watch. Mia stood beside me, swaying. I touched her elbow. "After." She looked up. I said, "You told me to ask after." Her mouth trembled into half a smile, then failed. She leaned into me for one breath. Just one. It was enough to feel how hard she was shaking. Then the north barricade exploded into gunfire. Sam turned toward the street. "They're early." Caleb's plan had pulled men away. It had not pulled enough. Brookmill burns back. The first attack at the north barricade came without a speech. Mercer had learned. That scared me more than his threats. He didn't roll up in front of the ruined Buick and offer terms. He didn't stand in a street with his hands spread like a preacher of hunger. He sent bullets first, hard and low, chewing through the sheet metal we dragged across the road. Sparks jumped from the hood of the old sedan. Glass burst from the minivan beside it. A porch light that hadn't worked since the pulse shattered anyway, as if the world wanted to prove dead things could still break. Sam grabbed my vest and yanked me behind the Benetz's garage as a round snapped through the fence where my head had been. "Welcome back," he said. "You missed me?" I was enjoying the quiet. Mia pushed Denise through the back gate into Rose's arms and ran toward her mother without waiting for permission. Dr. Carter had turned my living room into a field clinic with candles, basins, and more need than supplies. Mr. Bell was carried inside by 2 men. Carla followed, hobbling on her wrapped foot. Lina kept one arm around Aaron and used the other to drag a crate of bottled water toward the porch like she'd lived on Brookmill all her life. The street had become a machine made of neighbors. At the north barricade, Dylan and Mr. Alvarez fired from behind the engine block of the old Buick. Mrs. Klein stood behind them with a bucket of loose bricks and the same skillet that had saved Caleb's skull earlier. Children were gone from sight, tucked into basements and interior halls. June sat in the doorway of my house, with a shotgun across her lap, oxygen tube in place, eyes sharp enough to cut thread. "South End," someone shouted. Mercer had split his force. A truck engine roared from the other side of Brookmill. Tires squealed. A crash followed as something rammed the trash can barricade near the cul-de-sac. The street answered with screams, then shotgun fire. Caleb wasn't back. That thought moved through me like ice water. Caleb had taken the tower team. Mr. Alvarez was here, which meant he'd made it back. But I hadn't seen Caleb or Pete. The service horn had stopped. Smoke rose from near the municipal lot. We had water maybe, or maybe we had only made noise and paid for it. Sam saw me looking north. "Don't. Caleb isn't here. Mercer is. Handle the fire in front of you." He was right. I hated how often the end of the world made him right. We crawled along the garage wall toward the front. The air smelled of burnt oil, cut grass, and hot metal. Every shot carried a different sound now that I had learned to hear them. Shotguns punched. Rifles cracked. Pistols slapped. Bullets hitting cars made a flat, ugly ping that stayed in the teeth. Mercer's men were using the houses across the north end for cover. Shapes moved behind mailboxes and trees. Orange strips flashed on arms. They fired too high at first, then lower as Rusk's voice cut through the noise. "Aim at the porch. Keep them inside." Rusk was alive. The bridge had dropped his truck, not him. A man in a red ball cap sprinted from behind a pickup and threw a bottle with a rag burning from its neck. It spun end over end, a small comet of bad intent. It hit Mrs. Klein's porch steps and burst into crawling flame. Mrs. Klein did not run. She picked up her bucket and dumped sand across it. The fire hissed out, leaving black streaks and the smell of fuel. Then she threw a brick with the kind of personal disgust usually reserved for roaches. The brick caught Red Cap in the shoulder. He stumbled into the open, and Mr. Alvarez knocked him down with a shotgun blast. "She's terrifying," Sam said. "She's on our side. That's why I said it with respect." A bullet punched through the garage siding and blew splinters across my cheek. I dropped and fired through the gap under the fence. A man behind a mailbox jerked backward, then crawled away. I didn't know if I'd hit him badly. I didn't have time to follow the thought. From the south, another crash shook the street. Mia appeared at the corner of the house, crouched low, a roll of tape looped around her wrist and blood on her sleeve that I hoped wasn't hers. "Dr. Carter needs more hands. Mr. Alvarez says north is holding. South isn't." "Where's Caleb?" I asked. Not back. Pete came in through the Perkins yard and collapsed. He said Caleb stayed to open the lower gate. "Water, do we have any?" "Some." The taps burped mud, then ran. People are filling everything again. That should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt like a coin paid to a ferryman. Sam looked south. "Go. I'll stay north." "You're sure?" "No, but I'm doing it anyway." Mia touched his arm. "Don't be noble. It doesn't suit your face." "Rude." "True, but rude." We ran bent low across the yard, slipped through the gap in the fence, and reached the middle of Brookmill as the south barricade gave way. The cul-de-sac had been built for quiet lives. Bikes in driveways, basketball hoops, lawn chairs, neighborhood cookouts where adults talked about interest rates while kids chased each other through sprinklers. Now a truck nosed through a wall of trash cans and patio tables, its front bumper smoking. 2 men crouched in the bed, firing over the cab. A third hung from the passenger window with a pistol. The defenders there were fewer and older. Mr. Patterson from the blue house fired a hunting rifle from his hallway. Mrs. Adeyemi crouched behind a garden wall with a revolver gripped in both hands, lips moving as she counted shots. A teenager named Nick dragged his little sister behind a parked car while their father tried to shove a couch through the front door for cover. The truck pushed deeper. "Tires," I said. Mia pointed. "There." A coil of roofing nails lay spilled beside a garage, where someone had been patching shingles before the world quit. I grabbed the box and flung nails across the narrow lane in front of the truck. Too late for the front wheels. Not too late for the rear. The truck rolled over them. One tire popped with a sharp crack. The rear sagged. The driver overcorrected and slammed into a mailbox, tearing it from the ground. The men in the bed pitched sideways. Mrs. Adeyemi fired once. One of the men dropped out of sight. The passenger leaned farther out, pistol swinging toward her. I fired from the hip because there was no time to aim properly. The shot hit the passenger door. The man ducked back. Maya threw a brick through the windshield. The driver couldn't see. He hit the gas anyway. The truck lurched forward, blind and angry, straight toward the house where children were hiding. I ran. It was a stupid thing to do. I knew it while I was doing it. My legs moved before thought could stop them. I sprinted across the lawn, jumped the low garden border, and grabbed the open driver's door as the truck crawled past. The driver turned toward me with a face full of teeth and sweat. He had a tire iron in one hand. He swung. The iron smashed the door frame where my fingers had been. I drove June's knife into the meat of his thigh. He howled and kicked. The truck swerved. I lost my grip and hit the ground hard enough to knock the air from my chest. The truck rolled another 10 feet and struck the old maple in the Patterson yard. The engine coughed. Steam burst from under the hood. The driver tried to climb out, leg dragging, tire iron still in hand. Mia got there first. She didn't shoot him. She pointed her pistol at his face and said, "Drop it or I drop you." The tire iron fell. The second man from the truck bed rose behind her with a knife. I shouted, but Mr. Patterson fired from the hallway. The man folded over the side of the bed and landed on the pavement with a thick sound that made Nick's little sister scream from behind the car. Mia didn't look away from the driver. Her hands shook, but the pistol stayed centered. "Hands on the hood," she said. He obeyed. A flare of light bloomed at the north end. Not a small bottle. Something bigger. The boom slapped the air flat. Heat rolled down the street. People ducked. Smoke rose behind the houses where the Bennett's garage had been. My stomach dropped through the pavement. "Sam," I said. Mia looked north. "Go. South still has men. South has us now. Go." I ran again, less like a hero and more like a frightened idiot who knew exactly which name he couldn't lose. The middle of Brookmill had become a corridor of smoke. People moved through it carrying buckets, weapons, blankets, and parts of themselves they were trying to keep together. I passed Lena dragging the captured driver by his collar toward the porch post, where Terry still sat tied. Aaron followed with a hammer in both hands, face pale and set. "Don't let him near Terry," I shouted. Lena didn't look back. I raised him better than that. At the north barricade, the garage was on fire. The Bennett's garage door had been blown inward. Flames crawled across the workbench and up the wall, feeding on paint cans, cardboard boxes, and old lawn chemicals. The heat pushed me back. Smoke poured into the street. Sam lay behind the Buick, coughing, one hand pressed against his side. I slid beside him so hard, gravel tore my palms. "Where are you hit?" "I'm not," he rasped. "Splinter caught me. Maybe two. Feels like a tree punched me." His shirt was torn along the ribs. Blood soaked the fabric, but not in the pulsing way Dr. Carter had warned about. I pulled his hand away and saw a jagged piece of wood stuck shallow under the skin. "That's disgusting," I said. "Your bedside manner is improving. Can you move? Can you be less annoying?" Apparently, neither of us gets what we want. Mr. Alvarez fired over the hood. "Less flirting, more shooting." "We're not flirting," Sam and I said at the same time. Even with the garage burning, even with men trying to kill us, the absurdity cut through for half a second. Then Rusk's voice came from the smoke. "Evan, move now." The way he said my name made every person near me go still. Rusk stepped into view beyond the barricade, half hidden behind the blackened front of a truck. His scalp was bandaged with a dirty strip of cloth. Blood had dried along one side of his face. He held a woman in front of him with one arm locked around her throat and a pistol pressed below her jaw. I didn't know her. She was maybe 30, with a torn sweater and bare feet cut from running. Orange cloth hung loose from one wrist, but she didn't look like one of Mercer's fighters. She looked like one of the people who had been dragged along and told hunger was a leader. "Send the doctor," Rusk shouted. "Send the boy. Send the guns. Or I paint the street with her." The woman's eyes found mine through the smoke. I felt the whole street looking at me. Terry's words came back. "Heroes die where everybody can see." I could hear the woman breathing in short, broken pulls. I could hear Sam trying not to cough. I could hear fire eating the garage behind me. June's shotgun clicked from my porch. Dr. Carter appeared beside the open doorway, face streaked with soot. "Don't you dare trade yourself for me." I hadn't known I was thinking it until she said it. Rusk shoved the pistol harder into the woman's skin. I count down from 5. "He won't," Sam whispered. "You don't know that. I know men like him need people watching. He wants you to move." "Don't move," Rusk shouted. 5. Mia reached the north corner of the street behind him. I saw her through a shifting gap in the smoke, moving along the far hedge with Mrs. Adeyemi and Nick's father behind her. She had gone around through the side yards. She saw me see her and put one finger to her lips. Rusk shouted, 4! I raised my hand slowly, rifle hanging from its sling. Sam hissed, "Evan, I'm buying seconds. Stop buying with yourself." I stood just high enough for Rusk to see me. "You want me? You can talk to me." Rusk smiled. "There he is. Little king on his little road. Let her go. You don't give orders. Neither do you. You repeat Mercer's." His smile thinned. "Good. Anger narrows people. Mercer leave you at the bridge?" I called. "Did he pull you out himself, or did you crawl?" Rusk's arm tightened around the woman. She choked. 3, he shouted. Mia was 10 yards behind him. A shot cracked from somewhere above us. The bullet hit the pistol in Rusk's hand. It didn't knock it flying like in a game. It tore metal and fingers and made him scream. The woman dropped. Mia tackled her sideways behind a mailbox. Mrs. Adeyemi fired twice. Nick's father fired once. Mr. Alvarez rose and blasted the truck windshield into glitter. Rusk staggered back, clutching his hand, then vanished behind the truck as Mercer's men opened up in panic. I looked up. Caleb lay flat on the roof of the Bennett's house with the scoped rifle braced against a vent pipe. He was alive. He worked the bolt, grimaced, and fired again. Mercer's north line broke. Not all at once. Men don't become cowards in neat formation. 1 ran. 2 followed. Another dragged a friend. A 4th fired until Mr. Alvarez's shotgun convinced him to run lower. The truck backed away, engine grinding, bumper scraping the pavement. Rusk's voice faded with it, screaming more from rage than pain. The north attack dissolved into smoke. The south attack had already failed. Brookmill still stood, but it was burning in 3 places. Half our water had gone into buckets, and Caleb slid from the roof pale enough to make my chest tighten. I ran to catch him as his knees buckled. He shoved me off. "Don't make a scene. You bleeding. People do that when shot." "Where did they go?" "Side. Through and out, I think. Hurts like bad advice." Dr. Carter arrived with Mia right behind her. One look at Caleb and her face went blank in the most frightening way. Dr. Blank. The kind that meant she had put fear in a box because the work needed clean hands. "Inside," she said. Caleb tried to argue. She leaned close. "I will let June sit on you." He looked at June. June lifted her cane. Caleb went inside. The shooting faded. The fires did not. For the next hour, Brookmill fought flames, not men. We carried water from every tap that had started running after the tower valve opened. Brown at first, then clear. Never beautiful. Beautiful had become a word for people who didn't understand thirst. Pete sat on the curb with his head in his hands while Mr. Hahn, barely conscious on the porch, whispered instructions about pressure and pipe hammer to anyone who'd listen. Terry stared at the captured driver tied beside him and said nothing. Maybe even Terry knew when the world had run out of audience for his mouth. When the last fire was beaten down, the street looked like it had survived a war by becoming one. The Bennett's garage was gone. The Miller roof still smoked from the earlier attack. 2 cars had been turned into barricade bones. 3 of Mercer's men lay dead at the north end. 2 more at the south. Our injured filled my living room, the Carter's kitchen, and the floor of Mrs. Klein's den. The hostage woman Rusk had used sat wrapped in a blanket on my porch. Her name was Willa. She had followed Mercer from the west side after he promised food for her younger brothers. The brothers were at the bus yard. She told us that after the fires. She told us a lot. Mercer wasn't only taking supplies, he was sorting people. Workers went to the bus yard. Fighters got orange cloth. Children stayed with relatives until those relatives refused orders. Then children became leverage. Anyone with medical skill, mechanical skill, water knowledge, or farming experience was marked in a notebook Mercer kept in his coat. "He's building something," Willa said, voice rough from Rusk's arm. "Not just stealing. He keeps saying the reset favors people who organize first. He says the old law is dead and soft people are inventory." Mia stood beside me, arms crossed tight. "Reset?" Willa nodded. "That's his word. Not the lights went out. Not the attack. The reset? Like he was waiting for it." The night air felt colder suddenly. Across the street, Caleb lay under Dr. Carter's hands, awake but gray. Sam sat beside him with a bandage around his ribs, refusing to leave. Lena held Aaron on the curb. June watched the dark beyond the barricade. I looked toward Ridge Street, where Mercer's people had retreated. The monster had bitten us. We had made it bleed. But Willa's words settled under my skin and stayed there. Mercer didn't sound like a man surprised by the end. He sounded like a man who had packed for it. The bus yard. Nobody slept after the second attack. Some people closed their eyes. Some sat with their backs against walls and drifted until a cough, a sob, or a falling board snapped them upright. But sleep, real sleep, the kind that loosened the hands and trusted the room, didn't come to Brookmill. Not that night. The street stayed awake under smoke and candlelight, listening for engines. By midnight, Mercer had not returned. That did not feel like mercy. It felt like calculation. Caleb lay on my dining room table because every couch and bed had already been claimed by someone hurt worse or younger. Dr. Carter had cleaned the bullet track through his side and packed it tight. She'd used the last of the strong pain medicine from her bag, and even then, sweat ran down Caleb's temples whenever he breathed too deep. Sam sat on the floor beside him with a blanket around his shoulders and a strip of gauze taped to his ribs. "You look awful." Caleb's eyes stayed closed. "You always know what to say. It's a gift. Return it." Dr. Carter checked the bandage again. "Save the charming conversation for when you're not leaking through my work." "Am I leaking?" Caleb asked. "Not enough to impress me." That was how we learned Dr. Carter lied kindly when needed. In the kitchen, Mr. Hahn sat upright with 2 blankets around him and a pencil shaking in his fingers. His lips were still split, his hands unsteady, but he had drawn the water tower controls on the back of a cereal box. Blue handle. Lower gate. Pressure relief? He had made 3 neighbors repeat the steps until they could do it without looking. Brookmill had water for now because Caleb had stayed long enough to turn the system into a trickle. Not city service. Not normal. A gravity-fed chance. We filled everything. Bathtubs. Storage bins. Crockpots. Coolers. Flower vases. Coffee pots. Jars that still smelled faintly of pickles. Every container became survival. Nobody laughed at anyone carrying a decorative pitcher shaped like a rooster. The rooster held water. The rooster mattered. Mia found me in the garage at 1 a.m, sorting ammunition by touch under a lantern shielded with a towel. "You should sit," she said. I am sitting. On a concrete floor, while counting bullets like a dragon with anxiety. Dragons get caves. I got a garage. She lowered herself beside me with a quiet groan. Mud still marked the hem of her jeans. She had washed her hands until the knuckles reddened, but a thin line of dried blood remained under one fingernail. For a while, neither of us spoke. The garage smelled of gasoline, dust, and hot rubber from Pete's truck. Outside, buckets moved hand to hand. Somewhere in the house, Denise was being coaxed to sip water. Somewhere beyond the street, Mercer reorganized whatever he'd lost. Mia picked up a magazine and turned it in her hands. "My mother says Caleb shouldn't move for at least a week. He'll move by sunrise." She also said if he does, she'll sedate him with a skillet borrowed from Mrs. Klein. That might work. It won't. I slid 3 rounds into a magazine and pressed down with my thumb. The spring fought back. What did Willa say after I left? Mia's face changed. Mercer's brothers worked in private security before this. Rusk wasn't military, no matter how he acts. He did prison time for assault. Mercer ran preparedness seminars, sold fear to people with more money than sense. Willa said he talked about collapse like it was weather. Not if. When. That doesn't mean he caused it. No, not yet. You think he knows more than everyone else. I think he isn't guessing. That thought had teeth. I looked at the dead lantern flame behind the glass. He used the word reset. People use big words when they're trying to make theft sound holy. Maybe, but I don't know yet. She leaned her head back against the workbench. For a moment, with the lantern low and the smoke outside softening everything, she looked like the girl I might have met under normal circumstances. At school. At a grocery store. In some ordinary world where a guy could ask a girl if she wanted coffee without calculating roadblocks. What? She asked. Nothing. Not a sound. That's a lie with a lazy shirt on. I smiled despite myself. I was thinking we met at a bad time. World ending is a rough first impression. I don't think you made a bad one. Her eyes moved to mine, and the garage seemed to shrink around the space between us. Outside, someone dropped a bucket. Water splashed. A child cried and was hushed. The moment didn't break. It just learned to exist with the noise. Mia looked down first, but she didn't move away. Evan, I'm not good at soft right now. Me neither. I don't want to become someone who only knows how to stop bleeding and point guns. You won't. You don't know that. I know you asked Carla's name before you pulled glass out of her foot. You held Denise's hand while she threw up. You brought Aaron's scarf back because you understood what it meant. People who turn into only weapons stop seeing names. Her throat moved. And you? I didn't answer fast enough. She touched my wrist, just once. Don't disappear inside the plan. Before I could find words, Mr. Alvarez stepped into the garage doorway. He saw our hands close together and politely looked at the ammunition instead. Sorry. Mia pulled back, but not like she'd been caught doing something wrong. More like she'd been reminded the world still had teeth. Mr. Alvarez held up a folded piece of paper. He drew the bus yard. Willa confirmed most of it. They're holding her brothers in the wash bay with others. If Mercer doesn't hit us before dawn, he'll move them. Why? I asked. Because he lost here. Men like that punish the people closest to them when the people far away embarrass them. Mia stood. Then we go before dawn. Mr. Alvarez looked at her, then at me. That's what Caleb said. Caleb isn't going anywhere. That's what Dr. Carter said. We found Caleb in the dining room arguing with June. He was half upright, pale, furious, and losing. June stood beside him with her cane planted between his feet like a fence post. You can glare holes in me all night, she said. You'll still stay on that table. You don't command me. That's true. I command the woman with the sedatives. Dr. Carter didn't look up from washing instruments in boiled water. Gladly. Caleb's eyes found me. Tell them. Stay on the table. Wrong answer. Right one. You can't breathe without turning gray. I can plan while gray. You can plan from here. His jaw tightened, but he knew. That was the worst part for him. Being stopped by truth rather than fear. We spread Pete's map across the dining room table beside Caleb's leg. Everyone gathered close. Sam, Mia, Dr. Carter, Mr. Alvarez, Pete, Willa, Lena, Mrs. Klein, and me. Terry stayed on the porch with the captured driver, watched by Nick's father and the teenager's furious little sister through a basement window. Pete's map was rough but useful. The old county bus yard had a main gate facing Industrial Road, an office building at the front, maintenance bays to the left, wash bay at the rear, fuel tank behind concrete blocks, and rows of dead yellow buses parked in crooked lines. Mercer used the office upstairs as his command spot. The workers slept in the maintenance area when they weren't sorting supplies. Prisoners were chained in the wash bay because it had drains in the floor and only 2 exits. That's charming, Sam said. Drains for easy cleaning. Willa's face hardened. Yes. The room went quiet. Caleb tapped the map with 2 fingers. We don't have the manpower for a raid and defense. Then we don't raid, Mr. Alvarez said. We cut one tendon. Fuel, I said. Fuel, he agreed. Disable the trucks. Free who we can without turning it into a siege. No hero sweep. No clearing every building. We go in, cut mobility, pull captives, leave. Mia looked at the wash bay. If we leave people, Mercer takes it out on them. If we all die trying to save everyone at once, he still takes it out on them, Mr. Alvarez said. Limited objective. That is how small groups survive larger ones. Lena folded her arms. My son is asleep in your basement because strangers came for me. I'm not voting to leave strangers chained. We're not voting, Caleb said. Lena stared him down. Good, because I wasn't asking permission. Willa spoke softly. The wash bay has a side door with a broken latch. It sticks, but it opens if you lift while pulling. Rusk doesn't know because he uses the front. My brothers know. I told them if they ever got a chance, try the side. Names? Mia asked. Jonah and Micah, 12 and 15. The names landed in the room, becoming weight. Caleb looked at me. You understand what Mercer wants most. Me? I'll go. Not just you. The idea of you. He made you a symbol. That means if he thinks you're at the bus yard, he overreacts. Sam sat up straighter. I hate where this is headed. Caleb ignored him. We use that. Use me as bait, I said. Use his obsession as cover. You show yourself near the fuel tank with a small team, loud enough to pull guards. Meanwhile, Mia and Lena hit the wash bay from the side door with Willa guiding. Mr. Alvarez handles the vehicles. Pete knows where keys are kept and which trucks might start. Pete raised both hands. I know where they used to keep keys. After tonight, Mercer might change it. Then you're motivated to adapt, June said. Pete lowered his hands. Dr. Carter pointed at Mia. You're not going into a wash bay full of chained people without someone who can lift. Lena's shoulders squared. I can lift. You're exhausted. So is everyone worth trusting. Mrs. Klein cleared her throat. I'll go. Everyone turned. Absolutely not, I said. Her eyebrows rose. Listen to the child giving orders. You can barely run. I don't intend to run. I intend to open doors and hit fools. Those are different activities. June smiled from her chair. I like her. Dr. Carter shook her head. No. Brook Mill needs defenders. Mrs. Klein stays. Rosa stays. Sam stays. Sam's head snapped up. Again? You have a bleeding side and a heroic streak. That's a combination that gets people killed. I can shoot. From here you can. He looked at me as if I'd arranged it. I hadn't, but I was grateful and guilty at once. In the end, the team was smaller than my fear and larger than my sense. Me, Mia, Mr. Alvarez, Lena, Willa, Pete, Nick's father, whose name was Thomas and whose hands hadn't stopped shaking since the South attack until someone gave him a job. A quiet woman named Grace, who had been a nurse's aide years ago and had a hunting rifle she handled like memory. 8 people against a yard full of Mercer's anger. Caleb gave the final instructions from the dining room table. No unnecessary shots. No chasing. No revenge. If fuel catches, move upwind and leave it. If Mercer pins you, scatter to the creek path and return by pairs. If you find something that looks valuable but slows you down, it's not valuable. People first. Mobility second. Pride never. You sure you can't come? Sam asked him. Caleb looked down at the bandage around his side. My body voted. Root of it. Democracy is messy. At 3:40 in the morning, we left Brook Mill through the back fences. The town beyond our street had gone feral in the dark. Without electric light, distance collapsed. Every house became a shadow with secrets. Every open garage was a cave. Smoke covered the stars. Dogs barked in sudden bursts and then stopped in ways that made us all listen harder. The world smelled of damp ash, sewage starting to rise, and the sweet sick rot of food warming in dead refrigerators. We moved in 2 lines, not military enough to be called formation, not random enough to be a mob. Mr. Alvarez led. I followed with Pete 2 steps ahead of me, where I could see his hands. Mia walked behind me. Willa kept close to Lena, whispering directions. Thomas and Grace watched our rear. We crossed Ridge Street where the black truck had retreated hours earlier. Blood marked the asphalt in dark patches. A burned car still ticked as it cooled. No one spoke. At the creek, we found Caleb's marker, 3 white stones stacked beside a culvert. He had left it on his way back, because even after being shot, he thought about other people's path home. The bus yard lay beyond the rail spur. We smelled it before we saw it. Diesel. Old oil. Smoke. Human waste. Too many people crowded into a place built for machines. The east fence came into view through a line of scrub trees. Chain link topped with rusted barbed wire. Floodlight hung dead over the yard. Rows of buses sat inside, yellow paint dulled by years of weather, windows black. In the center, near the office, 3 trucks were parked in a half circle. Lanterns burned behind covered windows upstairs. Men moved in silhouette. Pete pointed toward a mound of discarded tires near the fence. Holes behind there. Mr. Alvarez studied the yard. Guards? 1 by the office. 1 near the fuel. Maybe more sleeping in buses. Maybe is where people die, Grace whispered. Pete nodded. I know. We crawled behind the tire pile. The rubber stank of heat and old rainwater. Mosquitoes rose in clouds. The hole in the fence was low, jagged, and barely wide enough. Someone had cut it years before and bent the metal back. The bottom edge caught my jacket as I slid through. I froze, eased free, and landed in weeds inside the yard. 1 by 1, the others followed. Mia got caught at the medical bag. I reached back and freed the strap. Her face came close to mine in the dark. Thanks, she breathed. Don't disappear inside the rescue. She gave me a look. That's my line. I borrowed it. Return it alive. Then she was past me, moving with Willa and Lena toward the wash bay shadows. I watched her go, longer than I should have. Mr. Alvarez touched my shoulder. Fuel. I turned away. The fuel tank stood behind concrete blocks near the maintenance shed. A single guard sat on an overturned bucket beside it, head nodding. A shotgun rested across his knees. A cigarette ember glowed between his fingers. Pete winced. That's Lamar. He falls asleep on watch if nobody pokes him. Friend of yours? I asked. Not after tonight. Mr. Alvarez handed me a small wrench. Valve stems on the trucks first. Quiet. Fuel tank second. We don't need fire if flat tires and missing parts do the job. We moved from shadow to shadow. My hands found the first truck tire. The valve cap came loose. The core hissed when I turned it. Air leaked out in a soft, steady whisper. Such a small sound to cripple a machine. It felt almost unfair. I kept turning until the tire sagged. Pete slid under the second truck and cut a fuel line with wire snips. He moved fast, almost graceful like shame had sharpened him. Thomas loosened caps and scattered them into weeds. Grace knelt near the office steps, rifle ready. The guard by the tank coughed and lifted his head. I froze behind the third truck. He looked toward the wash bay. A faint metallic clank came from that direction. The guard stood, shotgun in hand, cigarette dropping from his fingers. Mr. Alvarez stepped from behind the concrete block and hit him in the throat with the butt of his shotgun. Lamar folded without a shout, choking on air that wouldn't come. Mr. Alvarez caught him under the arms and lowered him to the ground instead of letting him fall. Tie him, he whispered. Thomas moved in with cord. Then everything went wrong. From the wash bay came a boy's voice, too loud with hope. Willa? A lantern flared in the maintenance shed. Someone shouted, Who's out there? Mr. Alvarez's face hardened. Now. Quiet ended. I ran to the fuel tank and jammed the wrench onto the small drain fitting near the base. Mr. Alvarez had told me not to open the big valve unless we wanted a river of fuel and a fire no one could control. The drain fitting gave us less, but enough to ruin dirt, create stink, and force panic. I twisted. It fought me. I twisted harder. The fitting gave with a squeal. Diesel spilled into the gravel in a dark stream. A man stepped from the maintenance shed with a lantern raised. Grace fired from near the office steps. The lantern dropped and shattered. Flames spread across a rag pile, not an explosion, just a sudden, dirty bloom of light. The yard woke. Doors opened. Men shouted. A dog began barking from inside a bus. The office upstairs lit with moving lanterns. "Evan!" Mercer shouted from above. He knew my name before he saw me. That froze me worse than a shot would have. Mr. Alvarez grabbed my collar. "Move." We ran toward the wash bay. Mia had the side door open. Lena stood inside with a length of chain in both hands, pulling it through handles, while Willa sobbed through clenched teeth and worked a stuck padlock with a hammer and screwdriver. The wash bay beyond them held more people than I expected. Too many. Men, women, 2 teenagers, 1 elderly woman on the floor, Willa's brothers near the front with wrists rubbed raw from zip ties. Jonah, the younger one, clung to Willa so hard she nearly fell. "Later," she said, voice breaking. "Move now." Micah helped lift the elderly woman. Mia cut ties with June's knife. Lena pushed people through the side door in groups, already whispering directions. Creek path. Tire hole. Brook mill. Stay low. "Mercer's upstairs," I said. "I heard him," Mia answered. A shot cracked from the office. Grace fired back. Thomas shouted. Pete appeared at the wash bay door with blood running from his nose. "Keys are gone," he said, "but I found this." He held up a ring of small keys and a folded notebook. "What is it?" Mia asked. "Mercer's list." Another shout came from the yard. "Rusk. They're in the wash bay." Mr. Alvarez fired twice into the darkness, then back through the side door. "Time's done." The prisoners moved, but fear made a bottleneck. People tried to carry bags. Someone grabbed a crate of canned food. A man refused to leave without his brother, who wasn't there. The whole side door jammed with bodies. Mercer's voice cut across the yard. "Nobody leaves." A shot hit the wash bay wall. Concrete dust sprayed over us. The elderly woman screamed. I climbed onto a low concrete divider and shouted, "Drop the bags. Hands on shoulders. Move in a line or you all die in this room." They stared at me. Then Mia stepped onto the divider beside me and raised Aaron's red scarf. "Follow the scarf. Don't look at them. Look at me." That worked. Not because it was brilliant. Because people needed one thing to follow, and red against smoke was enough. She jumped down and led them through. Willa and Lena pushed from the rear. Mr. Alvarez and Grace covered the yard. Thomas dragged Pete when Pete stumbled. I stayed at the door until the last prisoner cleared. Rusk came around the nearest bus with 3 men. His right hand was wrapped in dirty cloth from Caleb's shot. He held a pistol awkwardly in his left. Rage had made his face strange, almost swollen. "You," he said. No speech this time. No countdown. He fired. The bullet hit the doorframe beside my ear. I dropped and fired back. Rusk ducked behind the bus. One of his men rushed forward with a machete raised, orange strip bright on his arm. Mr. Alvarez shot him once. The blast threw him into the wash bay wall. He slid down, leaving a red smear on gray paint. Grace fired at another man. He screamed and spun away. The third kept coming low, faster than I expected. He hit Thomas at the fence hole, and both men went down in the weeds. Thomas's rifle skidded away. The man got on top of him and drove a knife downward. Lena appeared behind him and hit him with a length of chain. The sound was awful, thick and final. The man collapsed sideways. Lena stood over him, breathing hard, chain hanging from her hand, face empty of everything but survival. Thomas crawled back, gasping, "Thank you." Lena looked at the chain as if surprised to find it there. "Get up." Mercer came down the office stairs wearing a dark coat despite the heat. He didn't run. That was the worst part. Around him, men shouted, fuel leaked, fire crawled near the maintenance shed, prisoners fled through the fence, and Mercer walked like the yard belonged to him because he had decided it did. A pistol hung at his side. Not raised. Not needed yet. "Evan?" he called. Mr. Alvarez tugged my sleeve. "Do not answer." I answered anyway because some mistakes feel like choices. "You keep saying my name like we're friends." Mercer smiled. "We're connected whether you want it or not. People need stories now." I offered them order. You offered them defiance. You offered them chains. Temporary structure. Words matter. So do side doors. His smile twitched. Good, that mattered. Behind him, Pete's fuel leak reached the burning rag pile. The fire did not explode. It raced. A low sheet of orange crawled across the gravel faster than I expected, feeding on spilled diesel and trash. Men shouted. Someone dragged Lamar away from the tank. Smoke rolled upward, black and greasy. Mercer looked back once. That was enough. Grace fired. The shot clipped his coat and spun him half around. Rusk fired at us from behind the bus. Mr. Alvarez shoved me through the fence hole so hard I tore my jacket and hit the dirt outside. Run, he shouted. This time everyone did. The prisoners scattered in pairs through the scrub trees. Mia kept the red scarf high until we reached the rail spur, then tucked it away so it wouldn't become a target. Willa had one brother by each hand. Lena helped Thomas. Pete limped, clutching the notebook under his shirt like it was a heart he couldn't drop. Behind us, the bus yard burned in pieces. Not enough to destroy it, enough to make it impossible to command cleanly. Engines tried to start and failed. Men cursed over flat tires. Someone screamed for water and got told not to waste it. Mercer's voice rose above them once, sharp and furious, then vanished under smoke. We reached the creek path just as the sky began to pale. Dawn did not arrive like rescue. It arrived like a witness. At the culvert, Willa collapsed with her brothers wrapped around her. Jonah cried silently into her shoulder. Micah stared back toward the smoke with the dead-eyed focus of a boy deciding whether childhood had survived the night. Maya knelt beside Thomas and checked the cut along his forearm. Hold pressure. You'll keep the arm. You'll also stop trying to block knives with it because that's dumb. Thomas gave a shaky laugh. I'll write that down. Pete leaned against a tree, breathing hard. I held out my hand. Notebook. He clutched it tighter. I brought it. And now you're giving it. For a second, I thought he would refuse. Then shame won again. He handed it over. The cover was black, soft leather, expensive once. Mercer's initials were burned into the corner. Inside were pages of names, addresses, skills, supply notes, compliance marks, punishments, and locations. A town turned into inventory by a man who believed neat handwriting made cruelty legitimate. Near the back, tucked into a pocket, was a folded printed sheet. I opened it. The paper was creased, water-stained, and older than the pulse. At the top was a symbol made of 3 broken circles around a vertical line. Below it, in clean-typed text, were words that made the creek, the smoke, and the dawn seem very far away. World Reset Continuity Brief. I stared until the letters blurred. Mia looked over my shoulder. What is that? I don't know. But that was a lie. I didn't know enough. I knew too much. The brief. We brought 21 people back to Brookmill before sunrise. That should have felt impossible. It should have felt like victory with legs. Instead, every step home pulled more questions behind us than people. The rescued prisoners moved in a ragged line through backyards and alleys, hollow-eyed, barefoot, carrying nothing because we had made them drop everything that slowed them. Some cried when the first fences of Brookmoo appeared. Some didn't react at all. The quiet ones scared me more. Brookmill saw us coming and opened like a hand. Rosa and June had organized the intake before we arrived because of course they had. New arrivals were guided through the Bennett's yard, checked for injuries, given half cups of water, and seated in the shade. No one got a full cup at first. Full cups made sick stomachs reject what they needed. Dr. Carter's rule. She stood on my porch with sleeves rolled up, hair escaping its tie, and exhaustion carved deep around her eyes. When she saw Mia, her face cracked for half a second. Then she saw the line behind us. Tarrage on the grass, she said, walking injured to the left. Anyone dizzy, bleeding badly, pregnant, feverish, or not making sense goes to the porch. Nobody crowds the door. Mia, report. Mia went straight to her mother and started talking. Not daughter to mother. Medic to doctor. Names, injuries, conditions, who had been chained, who hadn't urinated since yesterday, who needed clean dressings, who might be hiding shock behind silence. Dr. Carter listened without interrupting, then touched Mia's cheek with 2 fingers so quickly some might have missed it. I didn't. Willa's brothers sat under the maple with Aaron. Lena had brought them there. Maybe understanding boys knew how to breathe better near other boys. Donald wouldn't let go of Willa's sleeve. Micah took the half cup of water and held it without drinking until Aaron nudged him. "You got a sip," Aaron said. "If you chug it, Dr. Carter gives you the death eyes." Micah blinked. "Death eyes? Ace." Aaron nodded solemnly. "You'll know." Micah looked toward Dr. Carter, saw her glaring at a man who tried to stand too fast, and took a careful sip. Sam found me beside Pete's truck, which we had hidden under tarps and branches after the attack. His bandage showed a thin red line at the edge. He moved stiffly, but he moved. "You smell like a sewer caught fire," he said. "Good to see you too." He looked past me at the rescued people. His joke faded. "You got them." "Some, but not all." "That's not nothing." "Tell my brain." "It's being difficult." He leaned against the truck. "Caleb's alive. Annoying but alive. He wants you inside." "Of course he does." "He also wants the notebook." "Dr. Carter wants to yell at you." "Mia wants coffee that doesn't exist." "June wants to know if you brought back anything useful besides trauma." "I brought a continuity brief." Sam frowned. "A what?" I handed him the folded sheet. He read the heading twice. His mouth shifted like he wanted to make a joke and couldn't find one that fit. "World Reset Continuity Brief." That sounds like something printed by the kind of people who use acronyms and ruin breakfast. There are no acronyms on it. That's worse. We went inside. My house no longer belonged to my family. It belonged to survival. The living room had bandages drying on chair backs. The dining room table held Caleb 2 lanterns, a bowl of boiled instruments, and Mercer's notebook. The hallway smelled of iodine, sweat, and soup heating over a camp stove on the back patio. The family photos on the wall watched everything with frozen smiles from another planet. Caleb lay propped on pillows, pale but awake. "You look like you lost a fight with a ditch." "The ditch cheated." "They always do." "Notebook." I set it beside him. "You're welcome." Gratitude is implied by the fact I haven't thrown a pillow at you. June sat near the window with her oxygen tube and shotgun both in reach. Children bond strangely now. Mr. Alvarez washed his hands in a basin by the pantry. The water turned gray around his fingers. Grace sat on the floor cleaning her rifle with slow, precise movements. Pete stood near the doorway like a man waiting to be dismissed or condemned. Mia entered last and closed the door. The room shrank around the notebook. Caleb opened it carefully. Page after page showed Mercer's system. Names and traits. Useful. Resistant. Dependent. Medical. Mechanical. Food stores likely. Water access. Firearms probable. Family leverage. Punishment examples. Some names had check marks. Some had lines through them. Pete stared at the floor. "You saw this before?" Caleb asked him. Pete shook his head. I knew he kept notes. I didn't know it was like that. That's an answer to a different question. Pete swallowed. I carried the notebook once. Didn't open it. Why not? Because I didn't want to know what I was helping. No one spoke for a while. That was the first honest thing Pete had said that made him look worse and better at the same time. Caleb flipped to the folded sheet. "Read it aloud." My eyes were dancing. I took the brief back. My hands had left grime on the paper. The typed words were crisp beneath it. "World Reset Continuity Brief," I read. "Distribution limited to regional coordinators and asset holders. Civil interruption window expected to begin after primary grid failure. Communications degradation likely. Transportation degradation severe. Local authority response fragmented. Priority actions, secure water points, fuel reserves, medical personnel, agricultural skill, repair skill, and dependent populations. Establish control before relief narratives form. Avoid association with initiating event. Present as stabilizing force. Do not discuss origin, timing, or external partners with non-cleared groups." The room stayed silent after I stopped. Sam rubbed both hands over his face. "That sounds planned." June's expression had lost its bite. "That scared me." "It sounds rehearsed." Mr. Alvarez dried his hands slowly. "Does it say who printed it?" No company name. No government seal. Just a symbol. Mia leaned over the paper. External partners. Regional coordinators. Asset holders. That's not Mercer making up doctrine in a bus yard. Caleb closed his eyes. Maybe a preparedness group. Private network. Rich cowards with binders. Could be, Mr. Alvarez said. Or worse. Worse is getting crowded, Sam muttered. Dr. Carter came in before anyone could answer. She looked at the paper, then at every face in the room. Tell me the short version. Mia did. Dr. Carter listened with the same blank control she used on bleeding. When Mia finished, she picked up the brief and read it herself. Her jaw tightened at the line about medical personnel. Inventory, she said. Willa's voice came from the hallway. We hadn't known she was there. Mercer said doctors belong to the future, not to themselves. Dr. Carter folded the paper with careful hands. Mercer can choke on his future. June smiled faintly. There she is. Willa stepped inside. Her brothers hovered behind her. He isn't done. The bus yard fire hurt him, but he still has people. Some will leave now. Some will stay because they don't know where else to go. Rusk will stay. Rusk loves being pointed at things. Mercer will move, Caleb said. He can't stay at a compromised yard with bad fuel and freed prisoners. Where would he go? I asked. Willa pointed to the map. The high school. The words landed hard. The high school sat 2 miles east, surrounded by athletic fields, parking lots, and chain link fences. Big cafeteria, locker rooms, maintenance shop, nurse's office, diesel generator for emergencies if it still worked, a place built to hold crowds, a place everyone knew, a place with my last normal week still stuck inside it like a ghost. Sam's face changed too. No. Whoa. Caleb looked from him to me. Why no? Because people will go there, Sam said. They'll think it's a shelter. Families. Teachers. Kids. Anyone who doesn't know better. Mercer will know that too, Mia said. The brief lay on the table between us, ugly and patient. Dr. Carter turned to Caleb. You aren't moving today. I wasn't about to suggest a march. Your face suggests things before your mouth catches up. My face apologizes. She didn't smile. I looked out the window. Brook Mill had morning light now. Dirty, smoke-filtered, but light all the same. People sat in yards drinking measured water. Children watched new strangers sleep under blankets. Men and women reinforced barricades with the slow, numb care of people who knew another attack would come. The street had survived the night, but survival had brought a larger world to the door. Mercer wasn't the disaster. He was a symptom with a pistol. The brief meant there were others like him. Maybe in every town. Maybe at every water tower, fuel depot, clinic, and school. People with printed plans for the day everyone else started praying. I wanted my parents so badly in that moment it bent me inside. They were somewhere far away, if they were alive, cut off by dead phones, dead flights, dead roads, and a world full of men who thought people were assets. I pictured my mother's perfume in the closet where I'd opened the safe, my father's neat rows of tools, their vacation photos that would never upload to anything now. The ache came so sharp I had to put one hand on the window frame. Mia saw. She crossed the room and stood beside me without asking. You thinking about them? She asked quietly. Yeah, I know. We can look for a way to find out. Not today, but we can. That's a dangerous promise. It's not a promise. It's a direction. I nodded because that was all I could manage. Outside, Aaron showed Jonah how to carry bricks without smashing his fingers. Lena corrected both of them. Rosa laughed, but the laugh broke near the end. Willa sat with Micah and stared at nothing. Mrs. Klein organized a crew to strip boards from a shed that had partly burned. June watched everything like a general pretending to be a grandmother. Sam came to stand on my other side. You know you're not actually a king, right? I've heard rumors. Good. Kings get stabbed in history books. I checked. You read history books? I skimmed the violent parts. Mia looked at him. That explains so much. For one fragile second, the three of us stood in the burned-out morning and almost sounded like people our age. Then the church bell rang. Once, then again, twice, and the sound carried. 3 times. Not from our street. From the old church near Ridge, where no bell had rung since the pulse. Everyone outside stopped. The bell rang again. The 4th strike followed. The 5th came after it. The 6th silenced the street. Caleb cursed from the dining room table and tried to sit up. Dr. Carter shoved him back down with one hand. Mr. Alvarez grabbed the binoculars and went to the upstairs window. I followed, taking the steps 2 at a time. My legs burned. My hands still smelled of diesel no matter how much mud I'd wiped away. From my bedroom window, the church steeple rose beyond the trees. A white sheet hung from it, marked with the same symbol from Mercer's brief 3 broken circles around a vertical line. Below it, people gathered in the church parking lot. Not Mercer's orange strips. Different markers. Blue cloth on arms. Better weapons. Cleaner lines. 2 trucks parked nose out. A man on the church steps raised a megaphone that shouldn't have worked unless someone had protected it from the pulse. A crackle carried across the dead neighborhood. Residents of the surrounding blocks, the man called. Remain calm. Food and medical screening will be provided at the church. Bring all weapons unloaded and visible. Skilled personnel will be registered for assignment. This area is now under continuity authority. Cooperation will be rewarded. Disorder will be corrected. Sam stood beside me, face gone slack. Mia came up behind us and saw the sheet. The bell rang once more. Across Brookmill, people began to murmur. Some sounded scared. Some sounded relieved. That was the dangerous part. Mercer had been a man with trucks, hunger, and a notebook. The people at the church had a banner, a script, and a working megaphone. The reset wasn't coming. It was already organized. The church bell. The church bell kept ringing long after the man with the megaphone stopped talking. It rolled over the roofs in slow iron waves, not loud enough to cover the smaller sounds on Brookmill, but strong enough to get under them. Children whispered on porches. Someone coughed behind the Bennett's garage. A baby started crying and was hushed against a shirt that smelled of smoke and sour milk. Boards creaked under nervous feet. Somewhere near the north barricade, a bucket tipped over and every head turned as if a gun had fired. The bell rang again. Sam stood beside me at my bedroom window with the binoculars against his chest. He had not lifted them since the announcement. His face looked too pale in the dead morning light, and the bandage around his ribs showed red through the cloth where he'd moved too fast, coming up the stairs. "Say it again," he said. "You heard him. I want to hear how bad it sounds when you say it." I looked back toward the church steeple. The white sheet hung below the cross, marked with 3 broken circles around a single dark line. It moved in the weak breeze, like it was breathing. "Food and medical screening at the church," I said. "Bring weapons unloaded and visible. Skilled personnel get registered for assignment. Cooperation rewarded. Disorder corrected." Sam made a sound low in his throat. "That's not help." "No, it isn't." Mia came into the room behind us. She had washed her face, but the creek mud still stained the seams of her sleeves. Her hair was tied back with a strip of cloth, and there was a tiny cut at the corner of her mouth. She touched it with her tongue whenever she was thinking too hard. "My mom says people are asking if we should go," she said. "Of course they are," Sam muttered. "Somebody says food and folks start hearing music." Mia gave him a look. "They've got kids. They've got injured people. They heard a working speaker after 2 days of silence. Don't make them stupid for wanting that to be real." Sam's jaw tightened. "I didn't say stupid. You almost did." He looked away first. That didn't happen often. The bell rang again, and this time someone down the street answered with a shout I couldn't make out. More voices rose. "Not panic yet." Not quite. It was the sound people made when one bad choice began dressing itself up as the only choice. We went downstairs. My living room had stopped being a living room sometime during the first night. The couch was gone, carried to the garage for an injured man who couldn't lie flat. The coffee table had become a sorting station for bandages, batteries that no longer held use, clean cloth, dirty cloth, and small bottles of medicine with labels nobody trusted until Dr. Carter checked them. The carpet smelled like copper, candle wax, and bodies that had run too hard for too long. Caleb was awake at the dining room table. He was sitting up, which meant Dr. Carter was not in the room, or he would have been flat on his back with a lecture pressed against his ears. His face had the waxy color of a man who'd lost more blood than he wanted to admit, but his eyes were clear. A folded page from the continuity brief lay in front of him. June sat at the end of the table with her cane across her knees. Willa sat beside her brothers on the floor, one hand on Jonah's shoulder, the other on Micah's wrist, as if counting his pulse. Aaron leaned against Lena's leg in the doorway. He looked older in the morning, like sleep had taken something from him instead of giving anything back. Mr. Hahn had a blanket around his shoulders and a cup of water in both hands. He was not drinking. He stared toward the street as though he could see water moving through pipes under the pavement and hear every gallon we were wasting. Dr. Carter came in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. There are 11 people on the sidewalk saying we should send someone to the church. 11 already? Sam said. 11 with the nerve to say it out loud. That number's bigger inside their houses. Caleb tapped the paper. We were going anyway. My stomach tightened. When did that become decided? When they used a powered megaphone and knew enough to say skilled personnel. Mia moved beside the table. You think they had equipment shielded? Either that, or they found something old that still works. Both answers matter. June leaned back, the chair complaining under her. And the third answer? Caleb looked at her. There's always a third answer, she said. Sometimes it's the one nobody likes because it has teeth. They knew this was coming, I said. The room changed without anyone moving. Breath pulled in. Eyes shifted. Mr. Hand finally drank, but only because his hands had started trembling. Willa spoke from the floor. The paper said continuity cells, preposition supply caches, priority assets, regional consolidation after communication loss. How much of that did you read? Caleb asked. Enough to know I wasn't supposed to. Mercer kept a copy because he wanted to sell it to the highest bidder or pretend it made him official. I don't know which. Mercer was a scavenger with a costume, Lena said. Maybe, Willa said. But the church people aren't scavengers. They sounded rehearsed. That was what had stuck in me. Not the words. The rhythm. The man at the church hadn't begged, threatened, or shouted like Mercer. He read the end of the world like a public notice. Mrs. Klein pushed through the front door with a sack of canned goods over one shoulder and a look that dared anyone to tell her she was late. The street's getting sour. Millers want to go. The Doyles, too. Nick's father says we can't stop anyone. He's right, which makes it annoying. We don't stop them, June said. We make sure they know where their feet are landing. Hard to do when there's food on the other side of fear. Dr. Carter turned to Caleb. If we send people, it can't look like a raid. It won't. And it can't look weak. It won't. That's a neat trick. He smiled without humor. I used to be better at neat tricks before someone shot me. You used to listen before someone shot you too. Mia looked between them. Who's going? Caleb pointed at the map. 5 people. Evan, Mia, Dr. Carter, me, and June. June lifted her eyebrows. I enjoy being invited to my own bad ideas. Dr. Carter's voice flattened. Mia stays. Mom, please. Don't start with me in front of everybody. Then don't decide for me in front of everybody. The room tightened around them. It wasn't the first argument between a mother and daughter since the sky turned red. It was only the one with rifles leaning against the wall and strangers making rules from a church parking lot. Dr. Carter turned slowly toward Mia. You came back from the bus yard with smoke in your hair and blood on your hands. I stitched 3 people with no pain medicine because you did the right thing. That doesn't mean I have to volunteer you for the next danger that knocks. Mia's voice stayed quiet. You didn't volunteer me. Caleb did. And I'm vetoing it. You don't get that anymore. Not all of it. For a second, I thought Dr. Carter might say something that couldn't be pulled back. Her hands curled into fists against the towel, then opened again. She was a doctor with too many patients, a mother with 1 daughter, and a woman being asked to choose which part of herself got to speak. June saved her. Mia goes because girls with young faces hear things men with rifles don't. She also goes because if they want medical people, they need to see a doctor and a helper. They don't get to know she's harder to scare than most grown men. Sam looked at me. I should go too. You should breathe without leaking through your bandage, Dr. Carter said. I'm fine. You're a teenage boy with a hole across his side and the self-preservation of a moth near a candle. You stay. He opened his mouth, then saw our face and closed it. Caleb pushed the continuity page toward me. Visible weapons, unloaded, like they asked. In backup, not obvious. We don't sign anything. We don't let them separate us. We listen. We count. We leave before they decide leaving is a privilege. What are we asking for? I said. Useful information. Food if they're handing it out without hooks. Medicine if Dr. Carter can smell a hook before it closes. And if they demand our supplies? Caleb's eyes went to the window. Then we learned how they plan to take them. Outside, the bell rang again. It sounded patient now. I hated patient enemies. Before we left, Sam pulled me into the hallway where nobody could hear us over the mutter of the house. Don't let Mia get separated, he said. I won't. Don't do that thing where you say the right answer fast, so I stopped talking. I'm not. He leaned against the wall and pressed a hand to his side. The pressure made his mouth tighten. The church is going to feel safer than Mercer. That's the trap. I know. Do you? Because a man with a megaphone and rules doesn't look like a monster until you notice who's missing from the line. I studied him. You sound like Caleb. Don't insult me while I'm trying to be wise. A laugh almost came out. It didn't have enough room. Sam looked toward the living room where Mia was tying a canvas bag across her shoulder. I don't like being left here. I don't like leaving you. That almost sounded honest. I'm trying new things. His mouth twitched. Try coming back. I nodded. That one's on the list. We walked out through the front door a few minutes later. Brookmill watched from porches and cracked curtains. People had started wearing weapons the way they used to wear jackets, some awkwardly, some too comfortably. The north barricade still carried scars from the night fight. Burnt boards. Bullet holes. A dark stain in the gutter nobody had time to scrub away. The five of us moved down the street with our rifles unloaded and visible, bolts open, magazines in separate pockets. That was the show. The truth rode under shirts, in boots, behind belts, and in the way June's cane had a steel core Mr. Alvarez had added before dawn. Mia walked beside me. Our shoulders almost touched, then didn't. The almost felt louder than the bell. You okay? I asked. That's becoming your favorite lie detector. Does it work? Not on me. That's what liars say. She glanced at me, and for half a second the street, the smoke, and the church dropped away. Then asked better. I wanted to. I wanted to ask what she had almost said in the laundry room. What she had felt when she leaned into me after the rescue. Whether the world had to be ending for me to stop acting like fear was the same thing as discipline. Instead, I looked toward the steeple. After, I said. Her mouth softened. You're learning. The church sat 3 blocks beyond Brookmill, on a rise overlooking the old town square. Before the polls, it had been the kind of place people drove past without seeing. Red brick, white trim, a wide front lawn, a parking lot shared with a daycare and a food pantry. Now it had become a fort because people needed shapes they understood. A church promised shelter. A steeple promised direction. A bell promised somebody had hands on the rope. Men with blue cloth around their left arms stood at the edge of the lot. They had rifles held low and faces set in the calm, blank way of people borrowing authority from someone else. Most wore work clothes. A few had old tactical vests. One man had a sheriff's brown uniform shirt with no badge and no name tag. That bothered me more than if he'd been wearing nothing official at all. A line of people stretched from the front steps to the parking lot entrance. Families waited there. Injured men shifted on tired feet. Elderly women stood in house slippers. A teenager carried a cat in a pillowcase. Everyone held something. Bags, buckets, shoeboxes, small children. The smell hit before we reached them. Unwashed bodies, diesel smoke, canned soup heating somewhere, and the sharp bite of bleach poured too heavily on pavement. A man at a folding table lifted one hand as we approached. Weapons open and visible, he called. Stop at the chalk line. A white line had been drawn across the asphalt. It looked fresh. Caleb stopped with his toes an inch from it. We're from Brookmill Drive. We heard your announcement. The man at the table looked at a clipboard. He was in his 40s with sandy hair cut close to his skull and a clean shirt that made him look unreal among all the smoke-stained people. Brookmill Drive. That's the blocked street east of Ridge. That's us. Number of residents. Changing hourly. The man looked up. His eyes were pale and tired, but not soft. Approximate count. June leaned on her cane. Approximate manners would help. His gaze shifted to her, then away. He marked something on the paper. Names first, then medical screening, then supply assessment. We're here to speak with whoever's in charge, Caleb said. Everyone says that. Not everyone has a doctor. That did it. The man's eyes moved to Dr. Carter. Not her face first. Her hands, the dried stains around her nails, the supply bag over her shoulder. You're medical? I'm a physician, she said. And you're blocking access to sick people while playing desk clerk? The man blinked once. Behind him, another blue cloth guard turned his head. A voice from the church steps said, "Let them through, Mason." The man who came down the steps had silver hair, a neat beard, and a blue cloth tied not around his arm, but around his collar like a ribbon. He wore a gray field jacket too clean to have been found in the last 2 days. He carried no rifle. That didn't make him less dangerous. Men without weapons in guarded places usually had other people for that. He stopped short of the chalk line and gave us a measured smile. I'm Silas Cross, he said. Continuity coordinator for this sector. You've had a difficult start. Caleb's face didn't change. You could say that. Cross looked past him toward Brookmill. And yet your street held, which is impressive. Wasteful maybe, but impressive. Mia's fingers brushed the strap of her bag. Dr. Carter stepped forward. If you have medicine, I need antibiotics, sterile dressings, pain medicine, and saline. If you have insulin, people will die without it. If you have a generator, we need to discuss shared medical access. Cross's smile became warmer by 1 degree. You're direct. Good doctors are hard to replace. People are hard to replace. Some more than others, whether we like admitting it or not. There it was. The hook, shiny and clean. June tapped her cane against the chalk line. You got a lot of words for a man standing behind armed volunteers. They're not volunteers, Cross said. They're assigned. That didn't improve the sentence. For the first time, his smile faltered. Not much, but enough. He turned and gestured toward the church doors. Come inside. We'll talk where it's quieter. Weapons remain with Mason. No, Caleb said. The guards shifted. Cross's eyes settled on Caleb. You'd enter a relief station armed? I'd enter a place I don't trust with enough caution to leave it again. Then we can speak here. That concession came too fast. I marked it in my head. Cross looked over our little group again. He lingered on Mia, then on me. Young leadership. That's becoming common. The old systems fell faster than the old assumptions. We're not leaders, I said. Of course you are. Nobody crosses a street like that unless somebody behind them cares what happens next. A scream cut through the line. Everyone turned. Near the side of the church, 2 blue cloth guards were pulling a man away from a woman and 2 small kids. The man had a backpack clutched to his chest. One guard twisted his arm behind him. The other reached for the pack. The woman cried, "It's ours!" You said screening, not taking. Cross did not look away. He watched the scene with a face that had practiced not flinching. Inventory disputes, he said. They get ugly before people understand shared survival. The guard ripped the backpack loose. Cans spilled across the pavement. The man lurched after them and caught a rifle stock in the mouth. He dropped hard. Blood splashed bright against the chalk dust. Mia sucked in a breath through her teeth. Dr. Carter started forward. Cross lifted a hand. Doctor, wait. She turned on him. He's bleeding. He's also being processed. You process paper. You treat people. He studied her like he had just found something valuable and inconvenient. That is exactly why we need you registered. Caleb took 1 slow step back from the chalk line. We're done for now. You haven't received your ration allotment. We didn't come begging. Everyone comes begging eventually. Some simply take longer to hear themselves. June's cane stopped tapping. Son, when I beg, you'll know it. There'll be tears and better company. Cross smiled again, but the warmth had gone. Brookmill Drive has until sunset to enter cooperative status. Send your resident count, supply inventory, medical personnel, water access information, and weapons for registration. In return, you'll receive rations, security integration, and priority medical support. Refuse, and you'll be classified as an unsecured pocket. What's that mean? I asked. It means disorder will be corrected. The bell rang above us, so close this time that the sound pushed against my ribs. Behind Cross, the man on the pavement rolled to his side and spat teeth into his palm. The church had food. It had order. It had a bell, and a clean table, and words that sounded official if you were hungry enough. It also had blood on the chalk line. Blue cards. We did not run back to Brookmill. Running would have told the church people more than we wanted them to know. We walked at Caleb's pace, which was slower than fear and faster than pride. The houses between the church and our street watched us with broken glass eyes. Curtains moved. Faces vanished. A dog barked twice from somewhere behind a fence, then went quiet with a yelp that made Mia's shoulders rise. Nobody spoke until the steeple disappeared behind the tree line. Then June said, "Well, he's awful." Caleb exhaled through his nose. "He's organized." I didn't say he was sloppy awful. Dr. Carter walked with both hands gripping the strap of her medical bag. He has supplies. I smelled antiseptic inside the doors. Not household bleach. Real medical stock. I saw 2 crates behind the table. One had hospital tape. Another had sealed dressings. You saw all that? I asked. I look where people don't want me looking. Maya glanced at her. That's where I got it. You also got my stubbornness, which I apologize for less every year. Caleb stopped beside a burned sedan near the corner. The windshield had melted inward in a sagging sheet, and the seats were black shells. Someone had dragged 2 suitcases from the trunk and left clothing scattered across the road. A child's green sock lay in the gutter, clean except for one smear of ash. He unfolded the page from the continuity brief Willa had stolen from Mercer's notebook. Cross used 3 phrases from this. Cooperative status. Unsecured pocket. Skilled personnel. That's not coincidence. Maybe Mercer got his language from them, Mia said. Or they got their people from the same place. June looked back toward the church. A man like Cross doesn't build the kingdom in 2 days unless he had a crown waiting in a box. Continuity cell, I said. Dr. Carter's mouth tightened. What else did the brief say? Caleb hesitated. I asked because I need the answer, not because I expect it to comfort me. He read from the page, his voice low. After grid failure and communication disruption, local continuity coordinators are to consolidate protected assets, establish registration points, and classify residents by utility, compliance risk, and medical burden. Priority categories include medical staff, water system operators, fuel handlers, mechanics, communications personnel, security candidates, fertile agricultural labor, and youth dependents suitable for transfer. The last phrase hit the air and stayed there. Mia's face went still. Youth dependents suitable for transfer. June's cane struck the asphalt once. I knew there were teeth. Dr. Carter took the page from Caleb's hand. Her eyes moved over it once, then again. This is old. Before the pulse, Caleb said. Typed before. Copied before. Distributed before. She handed it back. Someone planned for this kind of collapse? Maybe not this exact one, but close enough. Wouldn't the government have plans? Mia asked. Plans for preserving command, yes. Plans for taking teenagers from their families and calling them transferable, not the kind anyone prints with mercy in mind. A branch cracked behind a house to our left. We froze. Caleb's hand dropped near his belt. I shifted my weight, feeling a small pistol under my shirt. A blue jay burst from a hedge, screaming like it had been personally betrayed by the world. A second later, a woman stepped from behind the house with both hands raised. She was maybe 30, thin-faced with dark hair cut unevenly at her jaw. A blue cloth hung loose from her pocket, not tied where anyone could see. She wore a church pantry apron over a gray shirt. Flour dust or drywall powder streaked her sleeves. Don't shoot, she said. I'm not with the guards. Not like that. Caleb did not relax. Then what are you? Tired of watching people sign themselves into cages. June looked her over. Name first. Warnings after. Iris Vale. I worked the food pantry before all this. I know who belongs there and who showed up with clipboards after the sky went wrong. Dr. Carter stepped closer. You followed us? I cut through yards. Cross has 2 men watching the main road. He'll have somebody mark your street by noon if he hasn't already. Mia studied her. Why tell us? Iris pulled a folded blue card from her apron pocket and held it out with 2 fingers. Caleb took it and passed it to me. The card was printed on heavy paper. Across the top were the broken circles and line. Beneath that, blanks waited for name, age, trade, household size, weapons count, vehicle access, medical conditions, compliance status, and relocation eligibility. At the bottom was a line for signature. The words under the line were small enough to hide from scared eyes. I read them twice. By signing, registrant consents to assignment, relocation, inventory pooling, and protective custody decisions as required by continuity authority, I said. Maya's lips parted. Protective custody. That means they can take you and call it help, Iris said. They started with people alone. Elderly, sick, kids whose parents were missing. Then they moved to families who had food. People think it's a ration card until Mason takes their backpack and hands them a number. How many guards? Caleb asked. 23 wearing blue. Maybe more by dark. Some are locals. Some came in trucks before dawn. A few were with Mercer's people yesterday. Mercer, I said. Iris nodded. I saw orange strips in the back hall. They cut them off and tied blue over the marks. Cross doesn't care where obedience comes from. The idea crawled under my skin. Mercer hadn't been destroyed. He had been reduced to parts, men, weapons, and habits. Cross was the kind of machine that could use all 3. Is Mercer there? Caleb asked. Not what I left. But Rusk is. The name landed hard. My shoulder remembered the creak, the rounds tearing through brush, the way Rusk had moved like violence had been trained into his bones. We'd dropped his truck into the creek. We had not dropped him deep enough. Mia's voice went quiet. He's alive. His face is burned on one side, Iris said. He's telling people Brookmill tried to poison the town's water. Cross lets him talk when it helps. Shuts him up when it doesn't. June muttered something under her breath that sounded like a prayer fighting a curse. Caleb folded the blue card. Why risk coming to us? Iris looked at the distant rooftops of Brookmill. Because my sister signed one this morning. She has a little boy with asthma. They promised medicine. 10 minutes later, they separated her from him for screening. I tried to follow. Mason put a rifle in my stomach and told me pantry workers eat last if they ask bad questions. Dr. Carter's expression changed. The doctor part of her heard asthma. The mother part heard separated. Where are they? She asked. The daycare wing for now. But not all of them stay there. Last night, they took 12 people to the old train depot. Cross called it regional intake. Why depot? I asked. Buses, storage, loading docks, and fences. Places built to move people already know the shape. Caleb looked at me. I knew what he was thinking, because I was thinking it too. The church was the face. The depot was the throat. A truck engine coughed somewhere behind us. Iris flinched. I have to go. If I'm missing too long, they'll check pantry staff. Come with us, Mia said. She shook her head hard. My sister's there. My nephew's there. I leave, and I lose where they moved. Then take this, Dr. Carter said. She dug into her bag and handed Iris a small inhaler. It was half used, the label rubbed nearly clean. In the new world, it was worth more than jewelry. Iris stared at it. I can't take that from your people. You can take it from me. Tell your nephew 1 puff only if he's tight. Shake it first. Do not waste it. Iris's eyes shone, but no tears fell. She tucked it inside her shirt. Don't sign the cards. Don't hand over your doctor. Don't let them count your children. How do we reach you? I asked. Back fence of the daycare. 3 scratches on the blue door after dark. If I can come, I will. If there's a white rag tied to the fence, don't wait there. It means watched. Iris, Caleb said. If Cross marks our street by noon, what happens at sunset? She swallowed. Depends how much he wants you. And he wants us badly? Then he sends food first. People open gates faster for bread than bullets. She slipped through the hedge and vanished behind the house. We stood there for a moment with the blue card in my hand and the bell quiet behind us. Bread first, June said. Bullets after. Caleb folded the card into his shirt pocket. We need to get home before both arrive. Brookmill had changed again by the time we returned. Change had become the only clock we could trust. In the hour we were gone, the street had shifted from guarded waiting to open argument. People gathered near my driveway in clusters, voices low but sharp. A few had bags packed. The Millers stood with 2 suitcases and their little girl between them, her stuffed rabbit tucked under one arm. Nick's father Thomas argued with Mr. Alvarez near the barricade. Rosa stood on her porch with arms folded, not joining any group because she somehow looked like she owned all of them. Sam came toward us as soon as he saw our faces. That bad? Worse, I said. I hate being right. You usually seem to enjoy it. I'm growing as a person. The joke fell flat, but he tried, and I needed him for it. Caleb climbed onto the hood of a dead minivan so people could see him. He moved too fast and almost lost his balance. Dr. Carter's hand snapped out, but he steadied himself before she could grab him. Listen up, he called. The crowd turned in pieces. Not everyone, but enough. Caleb held up the blue card. This is what they're asking people to sign at the church. It lets them assign you, move you, pull your supplies, and place you in protective custody. That's their language. Not mine. Mrs. Miller clutched her suitcase handle tighter. They have food. My daughter hasn't eaten more than crackers since yesterday. Lena stepped forward. Nobody's judging you for wanting food. We're telling you what the cost looks like. Mr. Doyle shook his head. He had a gray beard and a red face made redder by 2 days of heat and anger. Maybe the cost is sharing like civilized people. Maybe Brookmill's turning into the thing it's scared of. Mrs. Klein pointed at him. Civilized people don't hit a man in the teeth for keeping soup cans. You didn't see that. Dr. Carter did, Mia said. Dr. Carter's voice carried without shouting. I saw a man beaten for refusing inventory seizure. I saw people separated by category. I saw medical supplies being held behind armed guards. A murmur moved through the crowd. Thomas looked at the blue card, then at Caleb. So what do we do? Fight a church? June spoke before Caleb could. We fight what walks out, wearing it. That quieted more people than a yell would have. Mr. Hahn took the card and read the tiny print with his face close to the paper. His hand shook, but his voice didn't. They'll want the water system. They already asked, Caleb said. Water access information by sunset. Then they'll come before sunset. Mr. Hahn looked down the street toward the tower we couldn't see from there. Whoever controls clean water doesn't need to win arguments. Sam leaned close to me. That's our next bad thing. They're stacking up. Bad things should take numbers and wait politely. I almost smiled. Then Dylan shouted from the north barricade, truck coming slow. White cloth. Every conversation died. The truck rolled into view from Ridge Street with a bedsheet tied to a broom handle above the cab. It was an old delivery vehicle, boxy and sun-faded, with the church symbol painted on cardboard strapped to the side. 2 blue cloth guards rode on the running boards. Another stood in the back with one hand raised. Not a raid. Not yet. The engine coughed as it stopped 20 yards from our barricade. A man climbed down from the passenger side carrying a cardboard box. Mason, from the chalk line. His mouth was set in a professional frown, as if Brookmill were late for an appointment. Caleb stepped to the front with his rifle open and visible. That's close enough. Mason held up the box. Rations for preliminary contact. 1 box per unsecured pocket. Coordinator Cross extends goodwill. Goodwill usually doesn't need guards. Hunger changes procedures. A smell drifted from the box. It was bread. Real bread, probably from the church pantry freezer before the power died, warmed over a camp stove or flat grill. It hit the crowd harder than the bell had. Mrs. Miller's little girl lifted her head. I saw it happen across the street. Throats moved. Eyes changed. People stopped hearing the blue card and started smelling wheat. Mason set the box on the pavement and slid a clipboard on top. Sunset deadline remains. Send inventory, resident count, weapons list, and name skilled personnel. Medical staff and water staff requested for protective stationing. Children may receive ration priority after household registration. Dr. Carter's voice cut across the road. Children may eat after you count their parents' weapons. That's your goodwill? Mason did not look at her. That's allocation. June started forward, but Mia caught her sleeve. Caleb looked at the box, then at the crowd behind him. He knew the same thing I did. If he rejected it, he became the reason hungry children didn't eat. If he accepted it, Cross's hook entered Brook Mill by the smell of bread. He turned to Rosa. Divide it in public. Small pieces. Everyone sees. Nobody signs anything. Rosa nodded once. Bring it in. Mr. Alvarez and Thomas carried the box through the barricade while Mason watched. I watched Mason. His eyes moved over roofs, windows, faces, barricade materials, people with bags, people with rifles, counting faces, sorting houses, and marking us without ink. Before he climbed back into the truck, he looked at me. Cross said you're reasonable, he called. I said nothing. Reasonable people understand tides, Mason said. You can stand against one wave, not the ocean. The truck backed away and turned slowly toward Ridge. Sam came up beside me. Did the ocean just threaten you? I think so. Root of it. I kept watching until the truck disappeared. On the pavement near where the box had been, someone had drawn a small blue chalk mark while every eye was on the bread. 3 broken circles around a line. Brook Mill had been marked. March Street. The bread lasted 7 minutes. Rosa made it last that long by cutting each piece into strips thinner than kindness. She used June's old bread knife and a board balanced across 2 paint cans. Everyone watched her hands. Nobody admitted they were watching. The smell had spread down the street and into every open doorway. It was just bread. Flour, water, salt, heat. Before the reset, people tossed heels into trash cans and forgot bags and cabinets until green spots bloomed on the crust. Now every slice pulled eyes like a flame. Children got first pieces, then the injured, then nursing mothers, then the elderly, then everyone else by household. A few people complained. Rosa looked at them over the knife, and the complaints found somewhere else to go. Mrs. Miller's daughter ate her strip with both hands cupped under her chin to catch crumbs. When one fell, she pinched it from her shirt and touched it to her tongue. Her mother turned away, shoulders shaking silently. I watched all of it from the chalk mark near the barricade. Mason had not drawn it himself. I was almost sure. He had kept his hands visible except for one moment when he stepped back beside the truck. One of the guards could have done it, or the man in the back, or someone already inside Brook Mill who saw the bread arrive and chose a side without announcing it. That thought sat heavier than it wanted. Sam crouched beside me and rubbed the chalk with his thumb. Blue dust smeared across his skin. Message or marker? Both of us. Helpful answer. They want us to know we're seen. They want their people to know where to come. He wiped his thumb on his pants. Their people could already be here. I looked down the street. Brook Mill was bigger now than houses that had names on mailboxes. We had people from the apartments, the bus yard, the north end, and the roads between. Some had earned trust in fire. Some had only earned a place to breathe. That was the problem with doing the decent thing in a collapse. Decency opened the gate, and danger walked in wearing the same dirt as everyone else. Don't say that loud, I said. I wasn't planning to start a friendly paranoia club before lunch. That's good. Membership's full. He smiled, then pressed a hand to his side when the movement pulled at the bandage. You need to sit down, I said. You need to stop sounding like Dr. Carter. She's usually right. That's why it's irritating. Across the street, Dr. Carter was doing what she always did when the world tried to become politics. She treated people. She had turned the Bennett's porch into a clinic with a sheet pinned for shade. Denise, the pregnant woman from the laundry room, sat with her feet up on a crate while Dr. Carter checked her pulse. Mia knelt nearby, writing names and symptoms in a notebook with a pencil sharpened by knife. A boy named Jonah held a strip of bread in one fist and Willa's sleeve in the other. Micah sat beside him with his back against the porch rail, eyes tracking every adult who raised a voice. Caleb called the council in my garage after the bread was divided. Council was too grand a word for what it was. It was 11 exhausted people standing around a workbench covered in tools, maps, ammo boxes, empty water jugs, and a cracked framed photo of my parents at a beach. I turned the photo face down before anyone had to look at my old life smiling beside the new one. Caleb leaned against the bench because standing without support had become a contest he was losing. We have 3 problems by sunset. Cross wants our inventory, our doctor, and Mr. Hahn. He also wants our weapons counted and our children registered. He can want in one hand, Mrs. Klein said. He's got armed men in the other, Mr. Alvarez replied. Lena stood with Aaron half behind her. We can't hand over names. Not even partial. Once he knows who has what, he doesn't need to guess. He already guesses well, I said. Mason counted everything he could see. Thomas rubbed his face. The night before, he'd helped us rescue prisoners from the bus yard. Now his eyes had gone red with a different kind of strain. If we refuse everything, people will leave. You saw the bread. Cross can pull us apart with a loaf at a time. Rosa set her knife on the bench. It looks strange there beside the ammunition. Then we feed people better than he does. Mr. Hahn gave a dry laugh that turned into a cough. With what garden? Not today. Today we ration. Tomorrow we collect. Every house gets searched with permission. Every pantry, every garage, every shed. People keep a family reserve, but surplus goes to common meals, not Cross's inventory. It's day's hours. We do it in daylight with neighbors watching, and we write it where everyone can see. Mrs. Klein nodded. If we're going to share, it better not smell like theft. Caleb looked at Dr. Carter. Medical status? Oh. We need real supplies. I hate that Cross has them. I hate worse that people will die if we never get them. Could trade? Thomas asked. With what? Nobody answered. Maya stepped into the garage. She had pencil dust on her fingers and a smudge of dirt along one cheek. Iris said the daycare door after dark. We should meet her. Dr. Carter turned. You are not going back there tonight. I didn't say me. You meant you. Mia looked at me with a tiny lift of one eyebrow, as if betrayal could be silent and still obvious. Caleb ignored the look. We need the depot more than the daycare. If people are being moved, that's where Cross's real count is. Depot's farther, Mr. Alvarez said. Past the square, across the service road. Too open. Not if we use the rail spur, I said. They all looked at me. I pointed to the map. It runs behind the hardware store, past the drainage lot, then behind the depot. Part of the fence was down before all this. Sam and I cut through there when we were younger. Sam, who had come in despite being told not to, leaned against the door frame. We never trespassed. We conducted youth-based infrastructure studies. Mrs. Klein squinted at him. You stole pears from Mr. Finley's tree. That was agriculture. Despite everything, a few people laughed. It loosened the room for 3 seconds. 3 seconds mattered. Caleb tapped the map. Small team after dark. Evan, Sam, Mia, and me. Dr. Carter's answer came sharp. Absolutely not. Caleb looked at her. Which one? All of you, but mostly the bleeding ones. I can walk. You can be carried back too. That doesn't make it wise. Then Evan, Mia, Sam, and Mr. Alvarez. Sam is injured. Sam lifted a hand. I object to being discussed like furniture. Furniture doesn't bleed through fresh gauze because it can't follow instructions, Dr. Carter said. Mr. Alvarez looked at Sam's side. I'll go. Boy stays. Sam's face tightened. I expected an argument. He surprised me by swallowing it. Fine then. I stay. But I run the street watch while you're gone. Don't let Dylan do it. He thinks shadows are people, and people are furniture. That was one time. Dylan called from outside. It was a lawn chair. Sam called back. It had stripes. Mia's mouth twitched. The plan formed around the workbench in broken pieces. We would not answer Cross by sunset, at least not with what he wanted. We would send a message saying Brookmill was caring for its own injured and would discuss trade in the morning. Stalling, not refusing. Caleb hated it. June liked it because it sounded polite enough to waste a tyrant's time. Mr. Han would move from my house to the Miller's basement before sunset. Dr. Carter would move between 3 houses during the evening, so nobody outside could be sure where she slept. Children would stay in interior rooms, not basements with only one exit. The water jugs would be split across houses. Food would be inventoried by our people before Cross could claim ignorance as an excuse for taking it. And after full dark, 3 of us would go to the depot. Me, Mia, and Mr. Alvarez. I should have felt better about leaving Sam behind. I didn't. The street felt weaker when he wasn't beside me, which was unfair because he had done more half-injured than most people had done whole. Still, he caught my arm when the garage emptied and leaned close. "You doing it again," he said. "Doing what?" "Carrying the whole map in your head like nobody else can hold a corner. Somebody has to." "Yeah, and somebody has to come back sane enough to read it tomorrow." I looked toward the porch where Mia was arguing quietly with her mother. Dr. Carter had both hands on Mia's shoulders. Mia kept shaking her head, not hard, just enough to say the decision had passed beyond permission. "I don't know how to do this without thinking ahead," I said. Sam's voice softened. "Thinking ahead isn't the problem. Thinking you don't get to be scared is." I stared at him. He shrugged, then winced. "I had a lot of time to become emotionally brilliant while you were out getting shot at. Nobody shot me today." "Day's young." A shout rose from the south end before I could answer. Not alarm this time. Anger had found a voice. We ran. Near the Doyles' house, 2 families had reached the barricade with bags on their backs. The Millers were one. The Doyles were the other. Mrs. Miller held her little girl's hand. Mr. Doyle carried a shotgun broken open over one arm and a white pillowcase tied to a mop handle. Thomas stood in their path with both palms up. "Nobody's stopping you. Just listen first." "We listened," Doyle snapped. We heard enough fear from children playing soldier. Mrs. Miller would not meet anyone's eyes. "They have medicine. Abby needs her inhaler." "We don't have one." Dr. Carter came down the street fast. "I gave an inhaler to a woman at the church for a child with asthma. I have one more with a few doses. Abby can have it if she's tight. You don't need to sign anything for that." Mrs. Miller's face crumpled. Doyle stepped in front of her. "And then what?" "We wait until your little council decides who gets to breathe." Mia's voice stayed level. "That's not fair. Fair died with the power." "Then stop helping bury it." His face flushed darker. "Girl, you don't know what you're talking about." Lena moved before Mia could. She stepped close enough that Doyle had to look up at her. "Call her girl again, and you'll leave with fewer teeth than you brought." The street held its breath. Doyle looked at the faces around him and saw no help. His anger shifted into something smaller and more dangerous. "We'll take our chances." Caleb nodded from the curb. "Then take them. Nobody here owns your feet. We opened the barricade enough for them to pass." Mrs. Miller stopped beside Dr. Carter. "I'm sorry." Dr. Carter pressed the inhaler into her hand. "One puff if Abby's chest tightens. Shake it first. Don't let anyone take it unless they have another in hand." Mrs. Miller's fingers closed around it. "Thank you." Doyle tugged her arm. They walked down the road toward the church with the pillowcase flag dragging behind them. Abby looked back once. Her stuffed rabbit's ears flopped against her chest. No one called after them. That made it worse. At sunset, our message to Cross went out with Nick's father because he volunteered and because Cross had seen him during the bread delivery, which made him less useful to hide. Thomas carried no list, no count, no blue card. Just a folded note in June's handwriting. "Brookmill Drive is caring for injured residents and displaced families. We are not prepared to enter cooperative status tonight. We will discuss fair trade for medical and food supplies in daylight. No children will be moved. No weapons will be surrendered. No skilled resident will be station transferred without personal consent." June had wanted to add a rude sentence at the end. Dr. Carter talked her down to punctuation. Thomas came back 20 minutes later with a split lip, not broken, not beaten badly, just marked enough to deliver a message without risking war too early. He handed Caleb the note Cross sent in reply. Caleb opened it under lantern light. "Unsecured pockets endanger lawful recovery. Sunset grace expired. Compliance inspection will proceed at dawn. Below the typed words, someone had written one sentence by hand. Reasonable people should sleep lightly. Sam read over my shoulder. I officially hate the ocean. Nobody slept lightly. Most did not sleep at all. The night settled cold and damp, pressing smoke low into the yards. We moved supplies house to house. Mr. Han went into the miller's empty basement with 2 guards and 3 buckets of water. Dr. Carter shifted to the Bennett's back room after making sure everyone saw her enter my house first. Children were spread out, which felt wrong until Lena said one house should never hold every future at once. By 10, Brookmill looked quiet from the street. From inside, it breathed like a trap. Mia found me behind my garage checking a small pack for the depot run. 2 full magazines. 1 half bottle of water. A flashlight I didn't trust enough to use unless Death asked politely. A roll of cloth. A pocket knife. The blue card. A pencil. June's little hand mirror for looking around corners. You packed like an old man who expects weather, she said. You packed like a doctor who expects idiots. She touched her bag. I brought extra cloth because you're going. That's insulting. That's evidence-based. We stood in the narrow dark between garage and fence. The house blocked most of the street noise. For a few breaths, it was just us, the smell of cut grass drying into hay, and the scrape of tree branches against siding. Your mom okay with this? I asked. No way. That's all? She said if I die, she'll bring me back and kill me again. That sounds like love. It is. Loud love. The almost smile faded. She looked at me with no shield for once. Ask better. I knew what she meant. I also knew I could dodge it. Dodging had kept me useful. It had also kept me alone in rooms full of people. What did you almost say after the laundry room? I asked. Her gaze dropped to my chest, then came back up. I almost said I was scared that if I started leaning on you, I wouldn't stop. The answer hit harder than I expected because it wasn't soft. It was practical, honest, and sharp at the edges. I wouldn't mind, I said. You say that now. I'm saying it now because now is what we have. For a second, her eyes shone in the dark. Then she stepped close and pressed her forehead against my shoulder. Not a kiss. Not yet. Something smaller and somehow more dangerous, dressed with no time to dress itself up. I lifted one hand and touched the back of her head. Her hair was rough with ash. After, she whispered. After, I said. Mr. Alvarez cleared his throat from the fence gate. I am old enough to pretend I saw nothing and tired enough to mean it. Mia stepped back, wiping under one eye with the heel of her hand. You're not that old? Tonight I am. Move out. We slipped out through the rear yards and into the rail spur shadows. Behind us, Brook Mill waited for dawn. Ahead of us, the depot waited with fences built before the world learned how quickly fences could change purpose. The depot. The rail spur had always looked abandoned from the road. That was its trick. From Ridge Street, it was a line of rusted track half buried in weeds, a strip of town nobody cared to claim. Up close, it became a different kind of road. Gravel shifted underfoot. Old ties held damp in their cracks. Blackberry canes clawed at our pants. The rails caught faint moonlight and carried it ahead of us in 2 pale lines, like the world had left us a path and warned us not to trust it. Mr. Alvarez led because he'd spent 40 years fixing machines in places people stopped noticing. He moved quietly for a broad man with bad knees, pausing before each bend, listening with his head tilted. Mia followed him. I took the rear, looking back so often my neck ached. The town beyond Brook Mill had not gone silent. It had gone selective. No air conditioners, no traffic, no televisions, no constant electrical hum. Without that blanket, smaller sounds had teeth. A loose shutter tapping against a house. A bottle rolling somewhere in the dark. A cough swallowed too late. The distant church bell did not ring now, which made me like it less. A quiet bell meant someone had decided ringing was no longer needed. We passed the back of the hardware store. The fire from the day before had eaten half the roof and left the rest sagging inward. Metal shelves leaned inside like ribs. The smell of wet ash, oil, and scorched plastic clung to the air. One of Mercer's men had died near the loading door. No body remained, but a black stain on the concrete remembered him. Mia looked at it, then looked away. "Keep moving," Mr. Alvarez whispered. A few minutes later, the depot appeared beyond a line of scrub trees. It had been built when trains still mattered to the town. Red brick walls, tall arched windows, 2 loading docks, a long platform with a roof supported by steel posts. Before the Pulse, the city had talked about turning it into restaurants and offices. They had put up a glossy sign showing happy people drinking coffee where freight once moved. Nothing came of it. Now the old depot had found work again. Lights glowed inside, not bright electric lights. Lanterns glowed. Camp lamps burned. Maybe a protected generator somewhere deeper in the building, because one side window showed a steady white glare, too clean to be flame. Trucks sat nose out in the lot. 2 old school buses idled near the platform, engines rough but alive. Diesel smell drifted in greasy waves. Men with blue cloth moved between the buses and the building. The fence around the back lot had been repaired. Mr. Alvarez crouched behind a fallen billboard frame. Mia and I dropped beside him. The sign above us advertised a restaurant that would never open, smiling plates of food fading under mildew. Through the grass, I could see the loading dock clearly. People were in lines. That was the first thing my mind noticed, and the last thing it wanted to accept. Lines meant order. Lines meant someone had made rules, and enough people feared the rule makers to follow them. Men and women stood under guard, each holding a blue card or a strip of paper. Some carried bags. Most did not. A group of children sat near the wall with blankets around their shoulders while 2 women watched them. Another line moved toward the buses. Mia's breath changed. "Those aren't volunteers." "No," I whispered. A guard shoved an older man forward when he stumbled. The man nearly fell, caught himself on the platform edge, and got a rifle barrel pressed into his back for taking too long to stand. Near the buses, a woman argued with Mason. I recognized his shape even in lantern light. He held a clipboard under one arm and listened the way a locked door listens. Mr. Alvarez pointed 2 fingers toward the fence corner. Used to be a gap there. The gap was gone. New chain link patched it, tied with wire that shone fresh. "Can we cut it?" Mia asked. "With what? Prayers and your pocket knife? You got a better idea?" I got older ideas. He crawled left along the billboard frame and we followed. The ground sloped toward a drainage ditch where water trickled black under the tracks. The fence crossed it on a rusted pipe frame. Years of runoff had eaten a hollow beneath the lower rail. It wasn't a gap big enough for a person. Not a comfortable person. Mr. Alvarez tugged at the bottom wire. It gave an inch with a faint screech. We all froze. A guard on the platform turned his head. Mia's hand found my wrist in the dark hard enough to hurt. The guard scratched his neck, spat over the edge, and turned back. Mr. Alvarez waited 10 more breaths, then pulled again. The wire shifted. Mud sucked at the bottom of the fence. He wedged a broken board under it and lifted. "Kids first," he whispered. "We're not kids," Mia said. "Tonight you're narrow. Go now." She went flat and slid under. The fence caught her jacket and held. I reached over her, lifted the wire another inch, and she dragged herself through with teeth clenched around a sound she refused to make. I followed. Cold mud pressed into my shirt and scraped grit under my belt. For one stupid second, I imagined getting stuck there while blue cloth guards walked over and shot me like a rabbit in a snare. Then I was through. Mr. Alvarez came last. He had the worst time of it. The fence caught his shoulder. Metal scraped cloth and skin. His breath hissed. Mia and I pulled from the inside while he shoved with both boots, and at last he rolled free into the ditch with a whisper of words his mother probably wouldn't have liked. "I'm too old for narrow," he muttered. "You said tonight you were old," Mia whispered. "Don't use my wisdom against me." We moved along the inside fence, staying low behind weeds and stacked pallets. The depot lot smelled of diesel, sweat, urine, and fear. Fear had a smell. Not poetic, not imagined. It was the sour stink of people held too close for too long with no control over where their bodies might be taken. At the corner of the building, we found the first list. It was pinned to a plywood board under a lantern, guarded only by distance and confidence. Mr. Alvarez watched the platform while Mia held June's little mirror around the corner. I leaned close enough to read. Regional intake, East Sector. Under were columns household, category, skill, dependence, transfer status, compliance. Names filled the page. Some had notes beside them. Pantry worker, mechanic, nurse's aide, pregnant, asthma, non-compliant spouse, youth transfer hold. Weapon suspected. Water knowledge possible. Brookmill contacts pending. My stomach went cold at the last line. Brookmill Drive was written across the bottom in pencil, not ink. Beside it were names, crosses people knew. Carter, physician. Hen, municipal water. Caleb, security risk. Evan, influence candidate. Mia, medical aid and influence tie. Sam, armed youth. June, morale node. Rosa, ration node. Lena, resistance capable. Aaron, youth dependent. Willa, skate asset. Jonah and Micah, youth dependents. I stared at my name until the letters stopped looking like letters. Influence candidate. Mia leaned in and saw hers. Her face did not change, but her hand closed around the strap of her bag until the knuckles stood out. They've been listening, she whispered. Or someone talked. Mr. Alvarez looked back. Copy what you can. Move fast. I pulled the folded blue card from my pocket and used the blank back to write. Names, categories, and phrases went down fast. My pencil shook once. I made it stop. A door opened 10 yards away. Mia pulled me down behind a stack of pallets. Mr. Alvarez melted into the shadow beside a rusted handcart. 2 men came out of the depot. One wore blue. The other wore no marker at first, then turned enough for me to see the fresh cloth tied badly around his arm. It was Rusk. The burn on one side of his face had tightened the skin into shiny ridges. One eye looked smaller than the other now, but it was still alive with the same cold amusement I remembered from the creek. He carried a rifle across his chest, and a length of cord looped around one wrist. The blue guard with him was younger, nervous. Cross said no rough stuff on the platform. People see. Rusk smiled. The burnside barely moved. Then don't do it on the platform. He said Brookmills for Dawn. Cross says lots of things. He'll cut you loose if you make trouble. Rusk leaned close to the younger man. Kid, he picked me up because Trouble knows how to walk through doors. Polite men don't want to scratch. When he needs clean hands, he sends Mason. When he needs a mess, he sends me. The younger guard swallowed. Just get the girl from holding. Coordinator wants her transferred before inspection. Rusk laughed softly. Which girl? Ah! Pantry worker's nephew is sick. The sister's making noise. Cross says take the boy separate and she'll calm down. Mia's hand found my sleeve. Iris's nephew. Rusk and the guard walked toward the side door. Every plan we had made shifted under me. Mr. Alvarez mouthed one word. No way. He was right. We had come to look, not tear open the depot with 3 people and a pocket knife. We had Brookmill to warn. Dawn inspection, names, categories, Rusk alive. Cross-absorbing Mercer's violence. That information mattered more than one boy. Then the side door opened again, and Iris stumbled out with Mason's hand clamped around her arm. Her apron was gone. Blood ran from her nose over her mouth. She held herself stiff, chin up, refusing the small collapse they wanted from her. Behind her, another guard carried a little boy wrapped in a blanket. He couldn't have been more than 7. His chest moved too fast, shoulders jerking with each breath. Dr. Carter's inhaler was not in his hand. Mason spoke quietly to Iris. We were too far to hear every word, but some carried. Theft of medical priority property. Unauthorized contact. Interference with intake procedure. Iris spat blood on the ground near his shoe. Mason slapped her. Mia moved. I caught her before she could stand. She twisted in my grip, eyes wild. We can't leave them, she breathed. We can't save them dead. That's not an answer. Rusk turned at the movement. Maybe he saw a shape. Maybe he smelled the trouble he claimed to know so well. His head angled toward our pallets. Mr. Alvarez made the decision for all of us. He picked up a chunk of broken brick and hurled it through the nearest depot window. Glass exploded inward. Every head turned. Now, he hissed. Mia broke left. I broke right. Mr. Alvarez surged straight toward the list board like a man attacking paperwork with 40 years of rage. He ripped the intake sheets down, shoved them under his shirt, and kicked the lantern over. Flame licked across spilled oil and climbed the plywood. Shouts erupted. The depot lot turned into movement. I ran toward Iris and the boy because there was no more pretending we weren't in it. Mason drew his pistol. I hit him low before he got it level. We crashed against the side of a truck. Pain flashed across my shoulder. His breath burst hot against my cheek. He was stronger than he looked, all robe and bone. He drove a knee into my stomach. Air left me in a wet grunt. He raised the pistol again. I jammed my left hand against his wrist and slammed my forehead into his nose. The impact rang through my skull. Mason staggered. Blood poured over his lip. I hit him again with the grip of my pistol, not clean, not trained, just hard enough to make his knees fold. He went down beside the truck, choking on blood and curses. The guard holding the boy shouted and tried to swing the child away like a sack. Mia came out of the dark and drove her shoulder into his ribs. The boy fell. Mia caught him badly, both of them dropping to the ground. The guard lifted his rifle. Mr. Alvarez hit him from behind with the handcart. Metal slammed into bone. The guard folded sideways and smashed his head against the loading dock edge. Blood spread under him in a fast, dark fan. Up, Mr. Alvarez said, voice rough. Iris stared at us, as if rescue was harder to understand than captivity. You shouldn't be here. We're getting that a lot, I said. Rusk fired. The round punched through the truck window behind me and sprayed glass across my neck. I ducked behind the hood, dragging Iris down. The boy wheezed in Mia's arms, each breath a thin whistle. Inhaler, Mia said. Where is it? Iris patted her shirt, panic finally breaking through. They took it. Mason took it. Mason lay on the ground 5 feet away, moving one hand toward his belt. I lunged. His fingers closed around a knife. Mine closed around his wrist. We rolled in the gravel. He brought his other hand up and caught my throat. His thumb pressed under my jaw. Spots swam at the edges of my vision. I drove my knee into his side, once and then twice. He grunted but held on. Then Iris kicked him in the face. His head snapped back. I tore free, grabbed the small inhaler from his shirt pocket and tossed it to Mia. She shook it, put it to the boy's mouth, and spoke with a calm that looked impossible from the outside. Breathe out first. That's good. Now breathe in, slow as you can. That's it. Hold it. Hold it. You're doing fine. Rusk fired again. Mr. Alvarez shouted as splinters flew from a pallet near his head. The burning plywood spread smoke across the lot. People in line scattered. Some dropped flat. Some ran toward the fence. Guards yelled orders that collided with screams. A bus door slammed shut. Its engine revved. We have to go, Mr. Alvarez barked. Iris grabbed my arm. My sister. A woman screamed from the depot door. Nate, baby. The boy lifted his head weakly. Mom, please. His mother fought against 2 guards at the side door. One had her by the hair. The other tried to drag her backward into the building. Rusk turned toward them, angry now, not amused. Mia's face changed. She handed the boy to Iris and moved before anyone could stop her. I went with her. That was how choices worked now. No speeches. No time to weigh the world. Someone you trusted moved and your feet followed because the alternative was watching them die alone. The first guard saw us coming and shoved the woman away so he could lift his rifle. I fired from the hip. The shot cracked too loud in the narrow space. It hit him high in the chest and spun him into the doorframe. He slid down, leaving a red smear on the brick. The second guard let go of the woman's hair and reached for a pistol. Mia hit his wrist with her bag. Something inside it clanged. The pistol fell. He backhanded her across the face so hard she dropped to one knee. I shot him in the thigh. He screamed and fell, clutching at the blood pouring between his fingers. Rusk's rifle came up from the platform. There was no time to aim right. I grabbed Mia by the back of her jacket and pulled. The round hit the brick where her head had been and burst dust into her hair. She stumbled into me. We ran bent low, dragging the boy's mother with us. Mr. Alvarez had opened the fence gap again. Iris pushed Nate under first. His mother followed, sobbing so hard she barely fit. Mia crawled next. I turned back because some stupid part of me thought everyone was through. Rusk was 10 yards away. Smoke moved around him. Firelight carved the burn on his face into something almost mask-like. He wasn't smiling now. "Brookmill," he said. I raised my pistol. He fired first. The shot tore through the fence wire beside my ear. I fired twice. One round hit the platform rail. The other struck his shoulder and spun him half around. He didn't fall. Of course he didn't. Mr. Alvarez grabbed my belt from under the fence and yanked. I hit the mud hard, slid under the wire, and felt it rake across my back. On the other side, hands hauled me up. Mia's hands, Iris's hands, and Mr. Alvarez's hands. We ran along the ditch while the depot erupted behind us. Shots followed, but smoke and darkness ruined aim. A round snapped through weeds near my leg. Another hit the rail with a bright spark. The boy wheezed in his mother's arms. Iris kept one hand on his back and one on her sister's shoulder, pushing them forward even though she was limping. We did not stop until the depot lights were swallowed by distance. Then we stopped because Nate couldn't breathe. Mia knelt on the gravel and gave him the inhaler again. His mother clutched his hand and whispered nonsense words over and over. Iris stood guard with Mason's pistol, which I hadn't seen her take. Her hands shook so badly the barrel wavered. Mr. Alvarez pressed the stolen intake sheets against his chest like they were a shield. Blood ran down his arm from the fence scrape, dripping from his fingertips. "You hit?" I asked. "Just scraped." "Don't make that face." "What face?" "The one that says you found another thing to carry." Mia looked up at me. Her cheek was swelling where the guard had struck her. A line of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. "We got the lists," she said. "And Iris. And Nate. And his mom. And every guard in town hunting us by sunrise." She nodded, breathing hard. "Good summary." Nate's breathing eased by degrees. Not enough to feel safe. Enough to move. Iris told us her sister's name was Morin. Morin did not let go of Nate once. She carried him until her legs buckled. Then Mr. Alvarez took the boy, and she kept one hand on his ankle as if contact alone could keep him in the world. The way back took twice as long as the way there. Every sound behind us became pursuit. Every dark window became a scope. We moved through backyards, across the rail spur, under broken fences, and behind garages, until the first roofs of Brookmill appeared. Sam challenged us from the shadows behind the south barricade. "Name and count," he called. "Evan Mia Alvarez," I answered. +3. "Don't shoot." "Depends how ugly Alvarez got." "Ugly enough to hear you," Mr. Alvarez growled. The barricade opened. Brookmill swallowed us fast. Dr. Carter took one look at Mia's face and went silent in a way that scared me worse than yelling. She touched her daughter's cheek with 2 fingers. Mia caught her wrist. "I'm okay. Nate isn't. It's asthma. He got 2 puffs. Might need more." Dr. Carter's mother face vanished behind the doctor's hands. She moved to Nate. Caleb stood under a porch light made from candles and foil, reading the stolen intake sheets while people gathered around. His face hardened with each page. "Dawn inspection," he said. 3 teams. North barricade, south alley, backyards from the creek. Rusk assigned to breach support. Mason assigned to compliance intake. Cross wants Dr. Carter and Mr. Hun alive. Willa and her brothers recovered. Youth dependents transferred. Willa made a sound like someone had stepped on glass inside her chest. She pulled Jonah and Micah against her. Sam looked at me. "How long until dawn?" The sky beyond the roofs had just started to pale at the bottom. "Not long enough," I said. From somewhere beyond Ridge Street, the church bell rang once. Then it rang again. This time it did not sound patient. It sounded like a count. Dawn inspection. Dawn came gray and mean. It did not rise so much as leak into the smoke. The houses along Brookmill turned from black shapes to bruised outlines. Faces appeared in windows, then vanished. Frosty dew clung to lawns that had been crossed too many times in the night. The street smelled of wet ash, stale blood, diesel carried from the depot, and breadcrumbs ground into pavement by nervous shoes. Nobody asked if the depot run had been worth it. The answer was on the stolen pages spread across my dining table. Names, categories, routes, and inspection teams. The shape of Cross's plan drawn in neat columns by people who believed neat columns could make theft moral. Dr. Carter worked on Nate in a corner with Marin hovering so close she almost blocked the air. The boy's breathing had improved, but not enough to relax anyone who understood lungs. Iris sat beside her sister with a split lip and Mason's pistol in her lap. She had not slept. None of us had. Caleb used a pencil to mark the map. His hands were steady, but sweat stood along his hairline. The gunshot cut in his side had started bleeding again through the bandage. Dr. Carter saw it from across the room. If you fall over during the fight, I'm leaving you where you land until the useful people are treated, she said. That's good triage. That's Anger wearing a medical coat. He kept marking. North team will come obvious. They want us looking that way. Rusk takes the creek approach because he knows violence and likes backdoors. Third team uses the south alley to cut off anyone trying to leave. Sam stood beside him with a rifle across his chest. The bandage under his shirt was fresh. His face said he would rather be dragged than sidelined again. Where do you want me? He asked. Center Reserve, Caleb said. Sam blinked. That's not a place. That's what you tell people when you don't want to hurt their feelings. It's a real job. You move where the first breach happens. You know every yard. People listen to you. That's suspiciously respectful. Don't get used to it. June sat near the window loading shells into a shotgun with slow, careful hands. If the churchman wants inspection, we should greet him with hospitality. Mrs. Klein tightened a strip of cloth around her wrist. Your hospitality and mine are different animals. Mine bites too. It just thanks you first. We had less than an hour, maybe less than half. Brook Mill moved under Caleb's directions, but it was no longer a simple defense of one street. It was a shell game with living pieces. Dr. Carter moved again, this time to the Bennett's basement, then back through a rear hall to my house after two people saw her leave. Mr. Hahn was moved under blankets and a child's wagon to Rose's crawlspace. Then a decoy bundle went to the Miller's basement for anyone watching. Willa and her brothers were hidden in the attic above Mrs. Klein's garage with Aaron and two other kids, old enough to understand silence. Water drugs went into 6 houses. Ammunition split into coffee cans and toolboxes. Food stores shifted behind false stacks of junk. The blue chalk mark at the north barricade was scrubbed away and replaced with a smear of mud. Not gone. We were covered. That was what we were too. Mia found me behind the Bennett's house while I was tying fishing line between 2 fence posts at shin height. Not enough to stop a careful person. Enough to punish a fast one. Her cheek had darkened where the guard hit her. The swelling made one eye narrower than the other, but she held herself like it was somebody else's face. My mom wants you to carry extra gauze, she said. Your mom or you? Both of us. I let her think it was her idea. She handed me a folded pack of cloth. How's Nate? I asked. He's breathing. Not great, but better than before. What about Iris? She's quiet. Too quiet. I tied the line off and tested it with my boot. You should stay near your mom when this starts. I should do a lot of things. Mia, listen. She stepped closer. Don't use my name like a door you're closing. The words hit because that was exactly what I'd done. I lowered my voice. Rusk saw me at the depot. He saw you too. If he comes through the creek, he'll be looking. Then he can find both of us paying attention. That's not comforting. I'm not decoration for your courage, Evan. I'm not something you put in a safe room and check after the noise stops. I know that. Do you? I looked at the line between the posts, at the yard, at the windows, anywhere but her face, for one cowardly second. And I made myself look back. I know I get scared and call it strategy when it has your name on it, I said. That stopped her. Behind us, someone hammered twice from the north barricade. That was the signal. Movement on ridge. Mia swallowed. After this. After, I said. We ran. The inspection came with flags. That should have made it ridiculous. It didn't. 2 trucks rolled slow down Ridge Street with white cloths tied above the cabs and blue symbols painted on the doors. Men walked beside them with rifles angled down in a show of restraint. Mason rode in the first passenger seat with his nose taped and swollen from the depot. He looked worse in daylight. I took satisfaction in that and did not apologize to myself. Cross walked behind the first truck. He wore the same gray field jacket and calm face. The calm was the weapon. Behind him, 2 men carried boxes of food high enough for everyone to see. Behind them came more guards. Some wore blue oversleeves. Some had cutaway orange marks on their arms, Mercer's leftovers. Rusk was not visible. That meant Caleb had guessed right. At the north barricade, Caleb stood with June, Thomas, Rosa, and 6 armed residents. Weapons visible, open, not aimed. Hospitality with teeth. Cross stopped 20 yards out. "Good morning, Brookmill." June lifted her shotgun slightly, still pointed at the ground. "Depends who you ask." His smile did not reach his eyes. "I'm here to conduct the compliance inspection and prevent unnecessary conflict." Caleb's voice carried. "You're here with armed men before breakfast. That did half the conflict for you. You attacked a regional intake station last night. You assaulted personnel, stole records, and removed protected residents. We rescued a child you were denying medicine." Cross looked genuinely sad. That made me hate him more. This is how disorder justifies itself. Every violent act calls itself rescue. Every thief calls stolen property survival. From the second-floor window of the Bennett's house, I watched through a gap in the curtain. Mia crouched beside me. Sam was 2 houses down in the central alley. Mr. Alvarez guarded the creekside approach with 3 people and a shotgun he'd cleaned while cursing under his breath. The real fight had not started. Cross lifted one hand. Mason stepped forward with a paper. "Required residents will present themselves for protective stationing," Mason called, voice thick from his broken nose. "Dr. Laura Carter, Han Min, Willa Soren, Jonah Soren, Micah Soren, Evan Hale, Mia Carter, Samuel Briggs, Caleb Ward. Refusal will trigger breach authority." Mia's breath went still beside me. My name sounded different in someone else's mouth. Smaller somehow, like a label on a jar. Down at the barricade, June laughed. It was not a kind laugh. "You came all this way to read a wish list," she called. "Honey, next time bring candles and a cake." Cross's eyes shifted to her. June Alvarez, widow, former school administrator. Community influence high. Mobility limited. Compliance possible through ration leverage. June's laugh ended. Mia whispered, "They have files on everyone." "Not files," I said. "Categories instead." Cross continued, voice carrying. "I don't want bloodshed. I want names verified, dangerous weapons pooled, medical care centralized, water access secured, and children protected under a structure that will outlast panic." Caleb answered, "You want control. Control is what keeps children alive when boys with rifles burn fuel depots and call themselves heroes." People shifted behind our barricade. Cross knew exactly where to press. He had bread. He had medicine. He had words for fear. Then Abby Miller stepped from behind the second truck. Her mother held her shoulders. Her father stood on the other side with his eyes down. Abby still had the stuffed rabbit. A blue card hung from a string around her neck. Cross did not touch the child. He didn't need to. "The Millers entered cooperative status last night," he said. "Their daughter received respiratory care and food. They are safe. Nobody harmed them. Nobody took their child. Fear told you we would. Fear lied." Mrs. Miller looked at Brookmill and mouthed something. I couldn't tell if it was apology or warning. Mia's nails dug into the window frame. "He's good," she whispered. "Yeah, I know. That scares me more than it was Rusk." "Same, I feel it too." A shout cracked from the creekside. Not loud. Cut off fast. The real inspection had begun. I grabbed Mia's sleeve and we ran down the stairs before Cross finished his next sentence. Gunfire erupted behind the houses. Rusk came through the creek line with 6 men and no flags. They moved fast, using yards and fences, wearing dark cloth over the blue, faces streaked with mud. Mr. Alvarez's trip line took the first man at the ankles. He fell hard and caught the fence rail with his throat. His rifle fired into the dirt. Mr. Alvarez shot the second man through the shoulder and ducked as Rusk answered with a burst that shredded the fence pickets into splinters. I hit the back door and nearly collided with Sam coming from the alley. "North is theater," he shouted. "Creech reel. South alley has 2 scouts. Dylan's got eyes." "Dr. Carter?" "They're moving." Mia pushed past us, then moved faster. We cut through the Bennett's kitchen and out the rear. A woman screamed from the next yard. Not a fear scream. It was pain. I saw Grace, the nurse's aide from the bus yard, run, drop behind a grill as rounds snapped over her head. One of Rusk's men malted the fence behind her with a knife in one hand and a pistol in the other. Sam fired from the doorway. The man spun and crashed into the grill. The lid slammed down on his arm. He jerked once, then lay still with blood spreading into the dead grass. Sam stared half a heartbeat too long. "Keep moving," I said. "I am." His voice said he wasn't, but his feet obeyed. Rusk appeared near Mrs. Quine's garage. He moved like the shot from the depot hadn't touched him, though his left arm hung stiff. His burned face twisted when he saw me. Recognition became pleasure. He lifted his rifle. Mia shoved me sideways. The round hit the doorframe behind us. Wood chips sliced my cheek. I fired back twice. Rusk ducked behind a rain barrel. Sam laid rounds into the barrel, punching holes that sprayed old water in bright spurts. Mr. Alvarez shouted from the fence line, "They're going for the garage." Kids are above it. Everything narrowed. Willa's brothers, Aaron, and the other children. Mrs. Quine's garage attic. Mia's eyes met mine and the earlier argument vanished. This wasn't about keeping anyone safe in theory. This was about getting to a door before Rusk's men got to a ladder. We ran across open grass. Gunfire followed. A round snapped past my ear. Another hit the ground near Mia's foot and threw dirt against her pants. Sam fired from behind us, keeping Rusk down. Grace crawled to the fallen guard and kicked his pistol away before grabbing it herself. At the garage, one of the blue cloth men had already reached the side door. He pulled at the handle. It was locked. He stepped back and raised his boot. Lena came from the blind side with a shovel. She hit him across the back of the knees. He folded with a scream. She swung again, this time into his shoulder, knocking him flat. Aaron's mother did not look like anger. She looked like a decision with blood on it. "Inside," she shouted. Mia and I slid past her into the garage. It smelled of motor oil, dust, old paint, and terrified children trying not to make sound. The attic ladder hung halfway down from the ceiling. Above us, Willa whispered, "Mia." "Stay up," Mia called. "Do not come down unless I say." A shadow filled the doorway. It was Rusk. His rifle was gone. A pistol was in his right hand. His burn sheet pulled tight when he smiled. "There you are," he said. I fired. He jerked back behind the door frame. My shot punched through the jamb. He fired blind into the garage. Pink cans burst on a shelf. Something wet and white sprayed across the floor. The children screamed above us. Mia grabbed a metal rake and jammed it through the door opening as Rusk tried to enter. The tines caught his bad arm. He cursed and fired again. The round hit a toolbox, screaming off metal. I moved left, searching for an angle. The garage was too crowded. Too much junk. Too many shadows. Rusk knew it and kept outside using the frame. "Brookmill hero," he called. "Cross wants you breathing," but he didn't say pretty. Sam's voice came from outside. "Then you're already disqualified." Rusk turned toward Sam's voice. That was enough. I charged the door. It was stupid. It was also the only thing faster than his trigger. I hit him with my shoulder and drove him backward off the step. We crashed into the grass. His pistol fired into the air. My hand closed around his wrist. His knee drove into my stomach. Pain burst white behind my eyes. He smelled of smoke, sweat, and burned skin treated badly. "You should have stayed a gamer," he snarled. I slammed my head into his broken cheek. He screamed. Not loud. Not theatrical. A raw animal sound ripped from a place below words. His grip loosened. I twisted the pistol away. He punched me in the throat and the world narrowed to choking heat. Then Lena's shovel came down beside his head. Not on his skull. On his wrist. Bone cracked. Rusk screamed again. Sam kicked the pistol away and put his rifle against Rusk's chest. Move and I'll be rude, Sam said, breathing hard. Rusk spat blood at him. Sam didn't blink. I was hoping you'd choose rude. More gunfire sounded from the north. The Crete team was broken, but Cross's front line had used the distraction. Shouts rose from the barricade. The 2 food boxes at the north had been thrown down. Guards pushed forward behind them, not shooting into the crowd yet, using bodies, using hesitation. People who had wanted bread now had to decide whether to fire near it. Caleb's voice carried from the street. Hold the wine. Mason shouted back. Last warning. Drop weapons. Present required residents. June answered with her shotgun. The blast rolled down Brookmill like thunder trapped between houses. The north fight began. We tied Rusk with extension cords in Mrs. Klein's garage and left Grace guarding him with a pistol and a look that promised she understood temptation. Then we ran toward the barricade. The fight there was uglier because it was closer. Nobody wanted to fire first into people they recognized as neighbors from other streets. Cross knew it. His guards pushed with shields made from truck doors and plywood. Mason stayed behind them, shouting orders through his broken nose. The Millers and Doyles stood off to the side, trapped by their own choice, eyes wide as the promise of safety turned into men shoving rifles through a gap. Caleb had been hit again, or had torn open the old injury. Blood darkened his shirt. He still stood. June fired once more, then broke open the shotgun with hands that shook from age and fury. Rosa and Mrs. Klein dragged a fallen neighbor behind a car. Thomas fired over the hood with tears streaking through soot on his face. Mia ran to Dr. Carter, who had appeared from nowhere to press both hands against a man's bleeding leg. I found Caleb at the center. Rusk's down, I shouted. Still alive? For now. Good enough. Cross wants things alive. Let's make him trade for one. That was the kind of idea people had when they were losing blood and options at the same rate. Cross stood behind his line, untouched by the chaos around him. He watched Brookmill like a man disappointed in a machine failing inspection. I climbed onto the hood of a dead car before I could think better of it. Cross, I shouted. The gunfire staggered, not stopped, but uneven enough for my voice to carry. Cross looked at me. I raised Rusk's blue cloth strip in one hand. Blood darkened it. Your breachman is breathing in our garage. He won't be if you keep pushing. Mason shouted, He's lying. Sam appeared beside the garage entrance down the street and fired one shot into the air. Grace dragged Rusk into view by the cords around his chest. He stumbled, face bloody, wrist bent wrong, hate pouring off him in waves. Cross went very still. Not because he cared about. It was Rusk. I saw that immediately. He cared that one of his tools had become evidence. The guards saw too. Their push slowed. Caleb stepped forward, one hand pressed against his side. Back your people up. You get him after you leave Ridge. Tomorrow, we talk trade. You try another breach, and he goes on the porch with a sign explaining exactly who you hire. Cross's eyes flicked to the crowd behind our barricade. He was calculating what they had seen. Food guards becoming attackers. Rusk wearing blue. Children nearly taken. The story had slipped from his hands for one morning. He lifted his hand. The blue line stopped. Mason turned on him. Coordinator, we have breach authority. And I have ears, Cross said. Hold position. The words snapped as men still. For a moment, nobody moved except the injured. Then Abby Miller broke free from her mother's hands and ran toward Brookmill. Her mother called after her. Her father reached and missed. Abby ducked under the truck door shield, stuffed rabbit clutched under one arm, and sprinted across the open road toward the barricade. A guard grabbed for her. Mrs. Miller screamed. June raised the shotgun, but had no safe shot. I jumped down from the car and ran, knowing I was too far. The guard caught Abby's hood. The child fell backward, choking. The stuffed rabbit skidded into the dirt. Mia reached her first. She came through the barricade gap like a blade, hit the guard's arm with both hands, and twisted. He let go with a curse. Abby scrambled, sobbing. Mia shoved her toward me. I caught the girl and kept moving back. The guard lifted his rifle at Mia. Dr. Carter shot him. No warning. No speech. The pistol in her hands cracked once. The guard dropped on the road, blood spreading under his blue claw. For a second, every person on both sides stared at her. Dr. Carter lowered the pistol just enough to show she still controlled it. Her face was pale and hard. "Nobody takes children," she said. Cross looked at her then, really looked, and the mask of sadness fell away. Under it was hunger. Not for food, for ownership. "Dr. Carter," he called softly, somehow still audible, "you're making a long-term mistake." Mia stood between her mother and the road, cheek bruised, hair loose, rifle raised. "Runs in the family," she said. Something like pride moved across Dr. Carter's face and vanished before it could distract her. Cross stepped back toward his truck. "Withdraw to Ridge. Leave the food. Retrieve Burke's body. Rusk remains for exchange." "Coordinator," Mason said. Cross did not raise his voice. "Right now." They withdrew. Not defeated. Not broken. They had withdrawn. There was a difference, and every inch they gave us felt borrowed. They took their dead guard but left the food boxes in the road like a poisoned apology. The Millers came with Abby after Mrs. Miller crossed the space between sides on shaking legs. Mr. Doyle did not. He stood beside Mason with his pillowcase flag limp in one hand and regret written all over him, too late to spend. When the trucks rolled back toward Ridge, no one cheered. Brook Mill looked at what it had kept and what it had paid. 2 of ours dead. 5 badly hurt. A child bruised at the throat. Caleb bleeding again. Dr. Carter shaking so hard after the pistol left her hand that Mia had to hold her upright for 3 breaths. Rusk tied in Mrs. Quine's garage, laughing through blood because men like him counted survival as victory even when they lost. And Cross still had the church, the depot, the lists, most of the medicine, and enough food to make desperate people listen. By noon, we traded Rusk for 4 crates. Cross did not come himself. Mason did, nose swollen and eyes full of murder. The exchange happened at the Ridge intersection under 6 rifles from each side. We got antibiotics, dressings, canned food, and 2 sealed inhalers. Cross got Russ back alive. Before Mason left, he handed me a folded note. It had my name on it, Evan Hale. Not influence candidate this time. The note was written by hand. "You mistake resistance for independence. Your street survives because I allow time for reason. That time is ending. Ask your doctor how long infection takes. Ask your waterman how long storage lasts. Ask your friends how many funerals create unity. When you are ready to save the people who trust you, come to the church alone. No signature." It didn't need one. I folded the note and put it in my pocket before anyone could ask to read it. Mia saw anyway. She always saw too much. "What did he say?" she asked. "Nothing new. That's not an answer. It's the one I have right now." She looked at me for a long second. Then she nodded, but it wasn't agreement. It was a promise to come back to it. That afternoon, Mr. Hahn opened the water bypass under guard. Not fully. Just enough to fill containers in controlled runs from one outside spigot near the center of the street. People lined up with jugs, silent and grateful in a way that hurt to watch. Water had plastic with a hollow, beautiful sound. For 1 hour, Brook Mill had something Cross wanted and did not control. Then the water stopped. Mr. Hahn stood over the spigot with his hand on the valve key, face gray. He turned it again. Nothing came. He went to the access cover, lifted it with help from Mr. Alvarez, and listened down into the dark. The pipe made a dull knocking sound from far away. He looked at me. "They closed the tower gate," he said. "Can we open it?" He shook his head slowly. "Not from here. Main tower access only. They found the lower service gate and chained it. Maybe broke the handle. Maybe worse." Across the street, people stood holding half-filled jugs. The church bell began to ring, one slow strike after another. Brook Mill had won the morning and lost the water by afternoon. Cross had not taken the street. He had taken the clock. The clock. The church bell counted the afternoon in slow iron strikes. Nobody on Brook Mill moved until the last note faded. It seemed foolish to stand still with half-filled jugs in our hands, but the sound did that to us. It turned a whole street of tired people into statues. Men froze beside barricades. Women held children tighter. Sam stood near the cracked spigot with both hands hanging at his sides, water dripping from his fingers because he had been halfway through screwing a cap onto a jug when the pipe stopped giving. Mr. Han kept the access cover open. His shoulders shook from the effort of listening into the dark. He had his ear angled toward the hole, but there was nothing to hear except the hollow tick of cooling metal and the faraway groan of a system that used to be invisible. Before the reset, water had been background noise. It hissed in toilets, ran in sinks, sprayed over lawns, filled glasses without anyone thanking it. Now a single silent pipe could make 50 people stare at one another like strangers trapped in a mine. Rosa broke first. She lifted her jug and shook it. It was not even half full. The water slapped the plastic sides with a thin, insulting sound. "How much did we get?" she asked. Nobody answered. I looked down the street and counted containers. Buckets. Nope jugs. Stop pots. A cooler with a busted hinge. The number meant nothing without gallons. Gallons meant nothing without days. Days meant nothing if the church people cut us apart before thirst could do it. Mia came to my side. Her hair was tied back with a strip of torn shirt, and the skin under her eyes had darkened from 2 nights without real sleep. She did not ask what I was thinking. She followed my eyes, counted the same containers, and let out a slow breath through her nose. "That's not enough," she said. "No, it isn't." Sam finally got the cap on his jug. His hands left wet streaks on his jeans. "We can go house to house again. Water heaters, toilet tanks, whatever's left. We already hit most of the empty houses," I said. "The rest have people in them." Then we ask. Hungry people don't love being asked for the only thing keeping their kids alive. He looked at the jug in his hand. "So what are you saying?" I pointed toward the north end, past the roofs, past the trees, toward the thin metal crown of the water tower that showed itself when the smoke thinned. Cross turned the street into a clock. We turned it back. Mr. Han looked up from the open hole. His face had the flat color of wet paper. "The tower gate is chained." "I told you that." "Chained means it can be opened." "Chained by people with rifles," he said. "That part's harder." June made a rough sound that might have been a laugh if anyone had strength left for humor. She stood with a hand pressed to her ribs, bruised from the depot run. "You planning to stroll up there and ask nice?" "I'm planning to stop waiting for Cross to decide how thirsty we get." A low murmur moved through the nearest people. Some leaned closer. Others backed away as if my words might draw bullets. Caleb sat on the curb with his injured leg stretched out. Dr. Carter had wrapped it again, clean enough to pass inspection from 10 feet away and ugly underneath. His face tightened when he shifted. He had been trying to look useful all morning and failing in ways that made him angry. "I know the service road," he said. Mia turned toward him. "You can barely walk." "I didn't say I was going. I said I know the road. My uncle used to work maintenance before the town cut his hours. There's a gravel access lane behind the old school fields. It runs past the pump shed and up to the tower fence. Most people think it dead ends at the brush. It doesn't." Mr. Han shut his eyes. For a second he looked older than the street itself. "There is a manual gear at the tower base. If the main valve is shut, opening it requires 2 people and time, not a quick twist. The gear is stiff, maybe rusted, maybe damaged." "How much time?" Mia asked. "If nothing is broken, 5 minutes. If it fights us, 20. If they smash the linkage, we need tools and daylight." "Daylight gets us seen," Sam said. Mr. Han nodded. "Dark gets you shot by mistake." "They won't mistake us," June said. "That makes it simpler." I crouched beside the open access cover and looked down into the black. The air rising from it smelled like cold iron and old pennies. Somewhere deep under the street, Brickmill was connected to a tower Cross had touched with one decision. He had not needed to burn us out. He had only needed to close a gate and let time become his soldier. I stood and faced the people nearest me. They were waiting for someone to make the shape of a plan so they could decide whether to hate it. "We have enough water for maybe a day, if we're careful," I said. "Less if the sick get worse. Less if the kids panic and start drinking every time their mouths get dry. Cross knows that. He'll come back with blue cards and bread, and he'll tell people the street can drink again if we obey. Some will want to go. I don't blame them. That's why we move before he makes the offer. Rosa tightened both hands around her jug. Who goes? Small group. Me, Mia, Sam, Mr. Hahn. Mr. Hahn shook his head before I finished. I know the system. I go, yes, but I cannot run from a fight. Then we don't make you run. We make sure the fight happens somewhere else. Sam frowned at me. That's not a plan. That's a prayer with shoes. It's the beginning of a plan. Mia studied me too carefully. You need a decoy. The street went quieter. I hated that she saw it before I said it. I hated more that she was right. Not a big one, I said. Just noise on the wrong side. Something to pull eyes toward Ridge Street while we use the service road. The wrong side for them is still a side with guns, she said. I know. Do you? Her voice was low enough that only Sam and Mr. Hand could hear. That made it worse. Public anger can be answered. Quiet anger gets under the skin and stays there. I'm not throwing anyone away, I said. Nobody ever calls it that before it happens. Sam shifted his weight. I'll do it. No, Mia and I said at the same time. He looked between us. I can make noise. That's half my personality. You also freeze when someone bleeds on your shoes, Mia said. His mouth tightened. I didn't freeze last night. You almost did. But I didn't. That landed. Mia looked away first. Aaron stepped from Rosa's porch with his mother beside him. He had been silent since Pete brought the news from Ridge Street and the covered shape of Mr. Hahn's body that turned out not to be a body after all. The kid had changed in the space of a day. His face had thinned, or maybe childhood had just stopped holding it up. I'll help, he said. Rosa grabbed his arm. You will not. Mom, stay with me. You will not, she said again, and there was enough steel in it to quiet him. I looked at Aaron. You help by staying alive and carrying water to anyone who can't stand in line. That's not small. His jaw worked, but he nodded. Mr. Alvarez came from the south barricade carrying a dented toolbox in one hand and a length of pipe in the other. He set both on the pavement like an offering. You need tools. Pipe wrench. Bolt cutters. Hacksaw if the cutters don't bite. Grease if the gear isn't ruined. Can we spare them? I asked. Tools don't drink. People do. Dr. Carter walked up with both sleeves rolled. Her hands were clean for the first time that day, which meant she had used water she probably needed to save. You need medical gear. Not the big kit. You won't carry it fast. I'll pack small. We also need someone in charge here while we're gone, Mia said. Everyone looked at everyone else, which answered more than I wanted it to. June cleared her throat. I can keep people from doing anything stupid for a few hours. Sam muttered. That's a full-time job now. June ignored him. But if Cross sends another table and another smile, I can't make hungry people hate bread. Don't make them hate it, I said. Make them wait. Tell them water's coming. And if it isn't, then lie better than Cross does. June gave me a long look. You got colder since this started. No, I said. I just stopped pretending warm thoughts fill canteens. The words came out rougher than I meant. Mia's eyes flicked to me, and I saw the cost of them there. Not judgment. Measurement. She was always measuring what the reset was carving away and what it left behind. We broke the street into work. Rosa rationed what we had. Dr. Carter packed cloth, tape, pills, and a needle she looked at twice before adding. Mr. Alvarez checked the cutters and worked the hinge until the handles moved without a squeal. Caleb drew the service road in chalk on the pavement, using a pebble to mark the pump shed and a bent nail for the fence. Sam watched every line as if he could memorize danger by staring hard enough. The map was ugly and simple. Brook Mill sat like a finger. Ridge Street curled east. The church hunched beyond it. The old school fields spread north, fenced and overgrown, with the tower rising behind them where town utility land began. The service road ran through a cut in the trees, hidden from the main roads except for one bad stretch near a drainage ditch. Here, Caleb said, tapping the ditch. If they patrol, they can see you cross. How long is the open stretch? I asked. Maybe 30 yards. Used to be gravel. Might be mud now. Mia crouched beside him. Any cover? Tall grass, if it hasn't burned. A busted moor shed near the far side? Sam leaned over the chalk. That's where we'll get caught. Maybe, I said. So that's where we don't act surprised. The planning lasted until the sun began to drop behind the smoke. No one had eaten more than a strip of stale bread and a few spoonfuls of cold beans. Hunger sharpened the edges of people's faces. Thirst made them lick their lips until the skin split. Kids cried without tears. Adults pretended not to count every swallow. When the shadows got long, Mia found me in my garage. I was checking magazines by touch, not because I needed to, but because hands need jobs when the mind gets too loud. She leaned against the doorframe. You didn't put me on the decoy because you trust me, or because you don't want me out of your sight? Both, if we can manage it. That's honest at least. I slid a magazine into a pouch. You angry? Yes, that is what I mean. At me. Some. At Crossmore. At the water. At myself for being relieved you didn't ask me to stay behind. I looked up. Her mouth moved, like she wanted to soften that and decided not to. Don't make me the reason you hesitate. I won't? You say that now. Out there, if it comes down to me or the tower, you need to choose the tower. My throat went dry without help from the water shortage. Don't ask me for that. I'm not asking. I'm telling you the truth before bullets make it messy. The garage smelled of oil, dust, and the sour damp of old cardboard. Outside, someone dragged a pallet to reinforce the north barricade. The scrape of wood across asphalt filled the quiet between us. I stepped closer. I can care about you and still think. Can you? I'm standing here, aren't I? For the first time all day, something almost like a smile touched her mouth. It did not stay. She reached up and fixed a strap on my vest, fingers quick and practical, then left her hand there a second longer than the task required. Come back with water, she said. You too. That wasn't smooth. I wasn't trying to be. This time the smile stayed long enough to hurt. At dusk, June gathered the street near Rose's porch. No speeches, no big promise. She held up a half-filled jug and said, Drink when you're told. Share before you spill. Keep the lamps covered. If church people come, you say we are considering their offer. You say nothing about the tower? If anyone says tower, I will personally make them regret learning the word. Sam whispered. She scares me in a healthy way. That's why she's in charge, I said. We left through backyards as the bell rang again, 5 slow strikes rolling through the smoke. Mr. Han moved between me and Sam, carrying the valve key wrapped in cloth so it would not clink. Mia took point, light-footed and tense, with the bolt cutters across her back. I carried the toolbox and a rifle that felt heavier every time I thought about what water weighed. Behind us, Brookmill held its breath. Ahead of us, the tower rose above the trees, black against the red-stained evening. The service road. The backyard swallowed us one fence at a time. Before the reset, fences had been neighbor lines. Privacy, dogs, cookouts, little arguments about leaves and lawn clippings. Now there were obstacles that made too much noise. Chain link rattled no matter how carefully we lifted it. Wooden gates sagged and complained. A plastic playhouse in the Parkers' yard had melted along one side from falling transformer sparks, and the hardened edge brushed my pant leg with a dry rasp that made my fingers tighten on the rifle. Mia moved ahead like she had been built for bad light. She never rushed. She never froze. She looked, listened, touched a gate, tested it, then waved us through. Sam followed Mr. Han, and every few steps he glanced back toward Brookmill. He did not say what I knew he was thinking. Every yard we crossed made the street feel farther away. At the last fence, Mia stopped and held up a fist. We crouched in knee-high weeds behind a garage that smelled of mildew and old gasoline. Beyond it lay the narrow strip behind the old-school fields. The grass out there had gone yellow and ragged. Smoke lay close to the ground. Farther north, the water tower showed through the trees in pieces, 4 steel legs, ladder cage, round tank above like a dead moon. Mr. Han leaned near my ear. Service road begins behind that maintenance shed. There should be a gravel track. Should be. The town neglected everything before the reset. The reset only made it honest. Sam breathed out through his nose. That's cheerful. A voice carried from the fields. We sank lower. 2 churchmen walked along the far fence, blue cloth tied around their left arms. They did not move like Mercer's raiders. Those men had swaggered. These men moved in lines. Not soldiers exactly, but people taught by someone who wanted them to look like soldiers. Rifles held at low ready. Heads turning. One had a flashlight taped under his barrel, dark for now. The other dragged a length of metal against the fence as he walked, making a faint ching every few steps. "Why make noise?" Sam whispered. "So anyone hiding knows they're there," Mia said. Fear does half the walking. The men stopped near a break in the fence. One spat. The other looked toward the neighborhood south of us. "Cross thinks they'll fold by morning," the first man said. "They better. I'm tired of watching empty houses. You saw what they did at the depot. I saw what Cross let them do." "Different thing." The first man laughed softly. "Say that louder, near the steps." The second man did not laugh. "I'm not stupid. I'm just thirsty too." That sentence stayed behind after they moved on. It changed the shape of the enemy in a way I did not want. Thirsty men with orders were worse than monsters. Monsters did not know better. We waited until the sound of metal on fence faded. Mia pointed to the maintenance shed. The first 20 yards were easy. The next 10 tried to kill us with noise. Gravel had washed out from under the grass, leaving stones that shifted under our boots. Every crunch sounded loud enough to ring the bell. Mr. Hand's breathing grew thick. Sam moved close to him, ready to catch him without making it obvious. We reached the shed and slipped behind it. The structure leaned hard to one side, its roof half collapsed, its door hanging by a single hinge. Inside, old field paint cans had burst and dried into blue and white crusts across the floor. A rusted mower sat in the corner with a raccoon nest in the seat. Mia pointed through a split in the boards. "Road's there." The service road was not a road anymore. It was 2 muddy ruts under weeds, curving between the school fields and a line of brush. Tire tracks cut through it, newer than the reset, deep enough to hold black water in their bottoms. Cross had used it. That meant he had men who knew it too. "We stay off the ruts," I whispered. "Soft edges. Slow feet." Sam nodded, though his face said he would rather sprint and get the fear over with. Mr. Hand touched my sleeve. "If they have the pump shed, they may have guards there. The tower gear is past it. Do not stop at the shed unless forced." "Understood. I'll do it." We moved again. The road bent north. The houses fell behind us. That was when the silence changed. Neighborhood silence was full of hidden people. The silence belonged to fields, brush, and empty utility land. Crickets should have been loud. They were not. Even the bugs seemed to know the world had shifted into a lower gear. Halfway to the ditch, we found the first body. He lay face down in the weeds beside the road, one hand stretched toward the track. Blue cloth on his arm. Dark blood clotted in the grass under his ribs. Flies lifted from him in a soft black cloud when Mia crouched beside him. Sam turned his head away and swallowed hard. Mia checked the man's pockets without ceremony. No magazine. No sidearm. Knife missing. "Churchman?" I asked. "Was, but not anymore." Mr. Hans stared down at him. "Who killed him?" A branch cracked in the brush. I shoved Mr. Hand down with one hand and raised the rifle with the other. "Don't shoot," a voice hissed. "Please don't shoot." A woman crawled from beneath a tangle of blackberry canes. She was maybe 25, maybe 40. Hunger had erased the easy math from her face. Her cheek was split. One sleeve had been torn away, and dried blood striped her upper arm. She had both hands raised, but a kitchen knife lay on the ground beside her knee. Nia moved fast and kicked the knife back into the weeds. "Who are you?" I asked. "Lena Price. I was at the church. I left." He followed. The dead man's boots twitched once in my peripheral vision, not from life, but from flies settling again. "Why'd you leave?" Sam asked. Lena looked at him like the question was too big for the small air she had left. "Because they aren't helping people. They're sorting them." Mr. Hahn's eyes sharpened. "Sorting how?" She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and left a rusty smear across her skin. "Blue cards for useful people. White cards for dependents. Red marks for problems. If you bring food, tools, medicine, or guns, they take inventory and give you a number. If you're sick, they put you behind the fellowship hall. If you argue, Cross makes an example near the chalk line. We saw that part, Mia said. Lena glanced at the dead man. You didn't see the basement? The words tightened the air. I did not want to ask. We had a tower to reach. We had minutes falling away with every breath. But information was watered too, and thirst came in more than one form. What's in the basement? I asked. Radios, batteries, crates, a map on the wall with pins. Not just our town, other streets, other churches, supply points. They keep talking about district control like someone's coming to make it official. Sam whispered something under his breath. Lena's eyes flicked to him. It gets worse. The tower isn't just guarded. Cross has a man there with a field phone line running back toward the church. If the gate opens, they call it in. Mr. Hahn frowned. A field phone? Crank phone. Wire on the ground? Looks old. Works. The old world had broken unevenly. That was the lesson we kept learning. Phones and pockets were dead. Towers, internet, traffic lights, bank cards, garage doors, all gone silent. But old gear, ugly gear, forgotten gear survived in basements and sheds. Cross had known where to look. Mia leaned toward me. We need to cut the wire. Where is it? Asked Lena. She pointed north with 2 shaking fingers. Follows the fence line near the pump shed. They bury parts of it under leaves. Not deep. How many at the tower? 4 when I ran. Maybe more by now. 2 at the gate, 1 by the pump shed, 1 sleeping in a truck. Sam looked at the dead men again. You did that? Lena's eyes went flat. He caught me. He was louder than he was strong. Mia steadied her. You want back to Brookmel? I want away from the church. I don't know your street. Our street's thirsty and suspicious, Sam said. So you'll fit right in. I almost told him to stop, but Lena made a broken little sound that might have been the remains of a laugh. A shout came from behind us. Not close. Not far enough. Mia grabbed Lena by the collar and pulled her into the weeds. I motioned Sam and Mr. Hand down. We slid off the service road as 2 more churchmen appeared at the bend behind us. One carried a lantern with a covered side. The other had a shotgun and a belly that strained against his shirt. Dawes, the lantern man called. You out here? The dead man did not answer. The shotgun man stopped. I smell blood. My finger rested along the rifle guard. Not on the trigger. Not yet. Mia lay in the weeds across from me, eyes locked on mine. She made the smallest motion with 2 fingers pointing left. She could circle. I could draw. Bad idea. Maybe the only one. The men came closer. The lantern light moved over the grass. It touched the dead man's boot. Dawes, the lantern man said, and his voice changed. The shotgun came up. Mia moved. She rose from the weeds like a shadow kicked loose and slammed the bolt cutters across the lantern man's forearm. Bone made a dull crack. The lantern dropped. I surged up before the shotgun man could turn fully and drove my shoulder into his middle. We hit the service road hard. The shotgun fired into the dirt beside my head, blasting mud and gravel across my cheek. Sam shouted behind me. Mr. Hand cursed in a language I did not know. The shotgun man was heavy and strong and smelled like onions, sweat, and fear. He tried to bring the barrel around. I grabbed it with both hands and shoved it away as he punched me in the side of the head. Light sparked behind my eyes. My teeth cut my cheek. Blood filled my mouth, hot and metallic. He got a knee under me. Mia's man screamed. The sound cut off with a wet choke. The shotgun barrel swung back toward my ribs. Sam hit the man with a rock. It was not graceful. It was not cinematic. It was a panicked, 2-handed swing from a skinny teenager who had finally found a shape for his fear. The rock struck the man's temple with a sound like a melon dropped on concrete. The man's grip loosened. I twisted the shotgun free and rolled back. He tried to stand. His legs folded wrong. He went down on the side, fingers clawing at mud, mouth opening and closing around words that did not make it out. Sam stared at the rock in his hands. Blood slid down one side of it and dripped onto his shoe. Sam, I said. He did not look at me. "Sam, drop it." He opened his fingers. The rock hit the road with a small thud. Mia came out of the weeds, breathing hard. The lantern man lay behind her, one hand pressed to his throat. Dark blood pumped between his fingers, slowing already. Lena crouched near Mr. Hahn with both hands over her ears. The whole fight had taken less than 30 seconds. My body had turned it into a lifetime. "We have to move," Mia said. Sam looked at the dying man. "I killed him." "You saved me," I said. "Those can be the same thing out here. Move." He flinched at my tone, then nodded too many times. We dragged the bodies into the grass. Not far. Not hidden well. There was no time to bury consequences. Mia took 2 magazines from the lantern man and handed one to me. Lena picked up the shotgun, stared at it, then passed it to Sam. He did not want it. I saw that in his face. He took it anyway. The service road led us to the drainage ditch. Caleb had been right. The open stretch waited under a sky-stained red at the edges, 30 yards of low grass and mud, with the pump shed beyond it. The tower fence rose behind the shed, topped with old barbed strands that looked black in the dying light. Near the shed, a man smoked beside a truck. The wire Lena told us about ran along the fence line, half covered in leaves, a thin black snake headed toward the church. Mia lowered herself into the ditch and slid forward until only her eyes showed above the grass. "One guard outside," she whispered. "Maybe more in the shed." Mr. Hand's breathing rattled. "The gear is past the gate. We need that wire cut before the valve moves." I looked at Mia. She looked back, and no one had to say what the next part cost. The clock Cross had taken from us kept ticking. We crawled into the ditch and let the mud close cold around our hands. The tower gate. The ditch smelled like rot, wet leaves, and old runoff baked too many times by the sun. Mud sucked at my sleeves as we crawled. Broken glass hid in the slime. My left palm found a shard and slid across it before I could stop. Pain flashed bright and narrow. I clenched my teeth, pressed the cut against the mud, and kept moving. There was no room for clean injuries anymore. There was only damage you could carry and damage you could not. Mia went first, with the bolt cutters dragged beside her. I followed close enough to touch her boot if she stopped. Sam came behind me, shotgun hugged to his chest like he still did not believe it belonged in his hands. Lena stayed with Mr. Hahn, helping him through the ditch one slow pull at a time. Above us, the guard near the truck smoked and hummed through his nose. The smell of the cigarette drifted down, sharp and almost civilized. It made my stomach twist. People were thirsty 3 streets over, and this man had fire to waste on smoke. The field phone wire lay 6 feet from the ditch lip. Mia reached it first. She lifted the cutters. The handles opened with a soft scrape. The guard stopped humming. Every muscle in my body locked. He turned his head toward the ditch. The cigarette coal glowed near his mouth. For a second, I thought he had heard the cutters. Then he bent and spat. Mia closed the blades around the wire and squeezed. Nothing happened. Her jaw tightened. She adjusted the angle and pushed again. The cutters bit into insulation, but not through the metal inside. The guard took a step toward us. Sam's breathing turned ragged behind me. I slid my knife out, reached past Mia, and wedged the blade under the damaged insulation. Not cutting. Pulling. The old wire stretched resistant and stubborn. Mia shifted the cutters to the exposed place and leaned her weight down with both arms. The wire snapped with a tiny metallic tick. It sounded louder than the church bell. The guard froze. Mia rolled down into the ditch. I pressed myself flat into mud. The guard took 2 more steps. Then the truck door opened and another voice called from inside. "Leave the damn raccoons alone. Cross wants check in at dark." The guard stared toward the ditch for one more breath, then turned back. "Wire keeps popping anyway. Old junk. Everything's old junk now." Shut the door. The door slammed. Mia's shoulder touched mine. Her face was streaked with mud, eyes bright in the dark. We had cut the line. That did not mean they could not shout. It did not mean they could not shoot. It only meant Cross would not hear the first second of our mistake. We crawled past the truck and reached the pump shed wall. It was cinder block, low and square, with a metal roof that had rusted through in 2 corners. A padlock hung on the door. but the hasp had been forced and reclosed with wire. A generator sat under a tarp beside the rear wall, not running. Saved for something important. Mr. Han touched the generator with 2 fingers like a doctor checking a patient. Small unit. Enough for pump controls, if protected. Maybe lights. Can they restart the pumps? I whispered. Maybe in pieces. Not full pressure. Not without fuel and parts. Could we use it? Not if we are dead. Fair point. Mia eased to the corner and looked around it. She held up 2 fingers. 2 at the gate. I joined her. The water tower fence stood 30 feet away. The gate had been chained twice. 1 chain thick and new, 1 older and rusted. 2 churchmen sat on folding chairs just inside the fence. One had a rifle across his lap. The other held a notebook and pencil. A lantern burned low between them, throwing their shadows against the tower legs. Past them, the manual gear waited at the base of a pipe thicker than my body. It looked like a ship wheel mounted sideways, dark with grease and age. Mr. Han leaned close enough to see. His breath caught. "Can you open it?" I asked. "If the linkage is intact, how do we get them away from the gate?" Mia looked at the generator. "Fire." "Now," Mr. Han whispered harshly. "If you burn the shed, you may damage the controls." Sam swallowed. "Noise then." Lena's voice came from behind us, thin but steady. "They rotate. One walks the fence every few minutes. The other writes times in the book, so Cross knows they stayed awake. If one leaves, the other watches the gear." "Then both need to leave," Mia said. I watched the men. The one with the notebook was older, with gray in his beard and a stiff back. The rifleman was younger and restless. He kept tapping his heel. He wanted to be anywhere else. That made him dangerous. Restless men notice things because boredom makes them hungry for change. "We don't need them gone long," I said. Just turned. I pulled a small glass jar from the toolbox. Grease. Mr. Alvarez had packed it for the gear. I unscrewed the lid and dipped 2 fingers in. Then I smeared grease on a loose stone and pressed the stone into dry grit until it looked like something broken from a machine. Sam stared at me. "Please tell me that becomes a plan." "It becomes a distraction." "That's what people say when plans are embarrassed." I handed the stone to Lena. "Can you sound like one of them?" She looked toward the gate. "Not for long." "Long enough. Toss this at the truck from the ditch. Tell them the generator's leaking or the line sparking. Anything that makes them check the shed. And if they know my voice, then we go loud." She took the stone. Her fingers shook once, then closed around it. Mia leaned toward me. "You're putting the woman who just ran from them back in their ears. I'm giving her the choice." Lena heard that. She looked at Mia, then at me. "They made me sort children this morning. White cards for ones who couldn't work. Blue cards for older boys if their hands look strong. I ran because I didn't want to learn what the red marks meant. I can throw a rock." Nobody answered that. There was no clean answer to it. Lena crawled back toward the ditch. We waited. Time stretched. The younger guard stood, stretched, and scratched under his blue cloth. The older one wrote something in the notebook. A moth tapped against the lantern glass over and over, desperate for the heat that would kill it. The stone hit the truck with a sharp clink. Lena shouted from the ditch, pitching her voice low and rough. "Hey, shed side. Something's leaking by the generator. Smells like fuel." The younger guard snapped his rifle up. "Who is that?" "Check it before it catches, idiot." The older guard stood. "Dawes." No answer. The younger one moved toward the gate. I told him that line was bad. "Stay put," the older man said. "You want to explain a fire to Cross?" That name did the work. The older guard hesitated, then grabbed the lantern. "Fine. Quick." Both men came through the gate. Mia was already moving. She crossed the grass in a low run and reached the chain as the guards rounded the shed. I followed with the cutters. Sam took position near the corner, shotgun pointed down but ready. His face was pale. His hands were not shaking now, which worried me more than if they had been. The old rusted chain gave first. The new one did not. The cutters bit and slept. I reset them. Mia grabbed the handles with me. We pushed together. Metal groaned, but held. Behind the shed, the younger guard cursed. There's nothing leaking. Then who called? The older man asked. The chain snapped. Mia caught it before it could hit the fence. We eased the gate open just wide enough for Mr. Han and me to slip through. Go, she breathed. Mr. Han moved faster than I had seen him move all day. The tower gear waited 10 yards away. Up close, it was worse. Rust at the hub, old paint flaking like dead skin. A locking pin had been hammered through one spoke and bent over to keep it from turning. They didn't just close it, Mr. Han whispered. They tried to cripple it. Can you fix it? Pipe wrench. I opened the toolbox with hands slick from mud and blood. The wrench came out heavy. He set it on the bent pin, braced one foot against the pipe base, and pulled. Nothing moved. Voices rose by the shed. Mia spoke softly from the gate. They're coming back. Mr. Han pulled again. His face tightened. The pin held. I grabbed the wrench above his hands and added my weight. Pain flared in my cut palm. The wrench slipped, caught, and the pin bent another inch with a shriek. The younger guard shouted, Gate. Sam fired. The shotgun blast smashed the night flat. Birds exploded from the trees. The younger guard dropped behind the shed corner. Not hit, maybe not, but scared enough to live longer. The older guard fired back. Bullets slapped the tower leg above me and sparked off steel. Mia returned fire from the gate. Lena screamed from the ditch, anger or fear or both. Again, Mr. Han said. We pulled. The pin snapped free and skittered across concrete. Mr. Han shoved the wrench at me and grabbed the gear with both hands. Turn with me. Clockwise, first to break it, then back. That's not how opening works. Rest doesn't care how opening works. Turn. We heaved. The gear did not move. Another bullet hit the pipe with a deep bell note. Sam fired again. Someone cried out by the shed. Mia shouted for him to move. I put my shoulder into the gear and pushed until black specks crowded the edges of my vision. Mr. Han's breath tore out of him. The old metal gave a fraction of an inch, then screamed. Back, he said. We reversed. The gear shifted. Once. Twice. Then it turned so suddenly I almost fell. A deep shudder passed through the pipe. Not sound exactly. More like the tower taking a breath through metal lungs. Mr. Han laughed once, short and wild. Keep going. We turned. Outside the fence, the older guard rushed the gate. Mia met him there. He tried to shove the rifle barrel through the gap. She caught it and drove it up. The gun fired into the sky. He slammed his shoulder into the gate, knocking her back. I let go of the gear and ran. The guard forced through enough to get one arm inside. Mia pulled her knife and cut across the inside of his forearm. Blood spilled black in the lantern light. He yelled and punched her in the face. She staggered. I hit him from the side and drove him into the fence. The chain links rattled hard. He was bigger than me, older than me, meaner in the way men get mean when they think age should make them untouchable. He grabbed my vest and slammed me back against the gatepost. My skull rang. His thumb found my throat. I drove my knee into him. Once. Twice. He grunted, but did not let go. His eyes were pale and furious. Should have taken the card, he hissed. Mia's knife came over my shoulder and sank into the meat above his collar. He released me with a wet gasp. I shoved him backward. He fell outside the gate, hands clawing at the handle, legs kicking in the grass. Mia stood beside me with blood running from her nose onto her mouth. Tower, she said. We ran back. Mr. Han had kept turning alone. His hands were locked on the gear, arms trembling. The wheel moved inch by inch. Water groaned somewhere under us, a deep pressure sound that made the concrete vibrate through my boots. Almost, he said. The younger guard crawled from behind the shed with a pistol in his hand. Sam saw him too late. The shot cracked. Mr. Han jerked and folded against the gear. For a second, nobody moved. Then Sam fired the shotgun from 10 feet away. The younger guard went down hard and did not get back up. Mr. Han slid toward the concrete. I caught him under the arms. His shirt was dark near the hip, blood spreading fast. No, I said. No, keep pressure. Mia, quoth. Mr. Han grabbed my wrist. His grip was weak and fierce at the same time. "Finish! We can patch you." "Finish, then move." The gear waited. The tower shuddered. Somewhere in the distance, Brook Mill was still dry. I looked at Mia. She was already pressing cloth to Mr. Hahn's side. Her eyes told me she hated the answer as much as I did. I went back to the gear. Sam joined me. His face was empty now. All the panic burned off and replaced by something harder. Together we turned the wheel the last quarter turn. The pipe gave a heavy clunk. Water surged beneath us with a sound like an animal waking under the town. Mr. Hahn closed his eyes. "Listen," he whispered. For one heartbeat, through gun smoke and blood and ringing ears, I heard it. The main line filling. Brook Mill had water again. Then the church bell began to ring from far away, fast this time, angry and uneven. Cross had finally heard us. Pressure. We did not celebrate at the tower. Celebration belonged to people who could afford to stop moving. We had one dead guard near the shed, one dying or dead by the gate, another body hidden badly on the road behind us, and Mr. Hahn bleeding through every cloth we pressed against him. The tower pipe had started to tremble with returning pressure, but pressure was not victory. It was just a promise traveling underground faster than we could run. Mia tied the cloth around Mr. Hahn's hip and cinched it tight enough to make him bare his teeth. "Sorry," she said. "Do not waste sorry," he breathed. "Use hands." Sam stood over the younger guard with the shotgun hanging loose. He stared at what he had done the way people stare at storm damage when they still cannot accept the roof is gone. I grabbed his shoulder. "We need him searched." Sam blinked at me. "Now, Sam." "Check pockets. Ammunition. Keys. Anything with crosses marks." His mouth opened, then closed. He crouched and worked with jerky movements. The dead guard's blood had spread under the grass in a dark fan. Sam's fingers slipped on a pocket snap. He cursed softly and tried again. Lena came from the ditch carrying the cut phone wire in one hand. Mud covered her from chest to knees. "They'll send more." The check-in failed. "How long?" Mia asked. "Depends who was listening. If Cross was near the phone, minutes. If not, after dark count." The bell was still ringing fast. That answered enough. Mr. Hahn tried to sit up and failed. The tower gate. "Leave it open. If they close again, Brook Mill still drains what is in pipe. Maybe more if pressure holds." "Can they shut it from somewhere else?" I asked. "Main tower valve is open now. They can close if they take it back. Not from church unless there is another line I do not know." I looked at the manual gear. It had taken everything to move it. We could not stay and defend it. Cross could send 10 men and close it again before midnight, unless we made that harder. "Tools," I said. Mia understood first. She grabbed the snap chain and shoved it through the spokes of the gear. I took the bent locking pin and hammered it through the chain with the pipe wrench until metal warped around metal. Sam found a second padlock on the older guard's belt. No key. He smashed it twice with the wrench before it closed enough to jam through a link. It was ugly. It would not hold forever. It might hold when tired men tried to force it under fire or in the dark. Sometimes ugly was enough. Lena pointed toward the pump shed. "There's a truck." "Keys?" I asked. Sam held up a ring. The truck was old enough to survive what had killed everything clean and new. Square hood, cracked bench seat, manual windows, a bed full of rope, 2 empty fuel cans, and a crate of paper forms stamped with Cross's blue circle mark. The engine coughed twice before turning over. It sounded too loud under the tower, but walking Mr. Hahn back through the ditch would kill him even if Cross did not. Mia climbed into the bed with him. Lena went beside her. Sam took the passenger seat, shotgun across his lap. I slid behind the wheel and tried to remember the handful of times my dad had let me move his old farm truck around the driveway when I was 13. The clutch fought me. The truck lurched and nearly died. Sam gripped the dash. "Not judging, but I'd like to survive your driving too. Then pray quieter." "I'm not praying. I'm bargaining." The engine caught again. I found first gear by feel and rolled us through the open gate. We took the service road too fast for stealth and too slow for safety. Branches scraped both sides. Mud grabbed the tires. Behind us, the tower receded into trees, its legs flickering between trunks like a giant trying not to be seen. Mr. Hand groaned in the bed. Mia said something low to him. I could not hear the words over the engine, but I heard the shape of them. Stay here. Breathe. Be angry later. At the ditch crossing, headlights flared ahead. I killed our lights by instinct, then remembered we had none to kill. The truck coming toward us did. Shielded lamps, dim but working. Church vehicle. Maybe protected. Maybe old. Maybe both. Hold on, I said. Sam looked ahead. That's not a road wide enough for 2 trucks. I noticed. I hate that answer. The oncoming truck slowed. Men shouted. A beam swept across the brush. I yanked the wheel right and drove off the service road into the field. The truck bounced hard enough to slam my teeth together. Sam hit the roof with a shoulder and swore. In the bed, Mia shouted, but did not tell me to stop. Tall grass slapped the windshield. The tire spun, caught, slid. Behind us, the church truck tried to follow and bogged down where the ditch widened. A rifle cracked. The rear window burst inward. Glass sprayed over Sam's lap. He ducked and twisted, covering his face with one arm. I pushed the gas harder. The engine screamed. The field dropped unexpectedly, and for half a second we were weightless. Then the front tire slammed into a drainage rut. The steering wheel punched my palms. Pain ripped through the cut in my hand. The truck kept moving. Mia pounded the roof from the bed. Left. Go left. I went left. We burst through a screen of brush and came out behind the old school. The playground stood ahead, black swings hanging still in the smoke, slide cracked, benches overturned. For 1 second I saw the game again. The plastic slide. The tree line. The soldier saying, "Little rabbit." My foot eased off the gas without permission. Sam grabbed my arm. Stay here with us. The words snapped the world back. I swung around the playground and took the service lane behind the school. It fed into Oakmere, 2 streets north of Brookmill. If we could get across Ridge without being boxed, we could reach the rear yards. Mia pounded once, softer this time. He's fading. Mr. Han? The tower. Water. The clock. I drove faster. We reached Oakmere and found it changed. People stood in the street holding containers. They had heard water in their pipes too. Not enough pressure yet, maybe. Not steady, but something had moved. Thesis turned toward our truck. Some recognized the blue cloth on the dead guard's gear tossed in the bed and backed away. Others saw Mr. Hun bleeding and pointed. A woman yelled, "Did the church open it?" Lena shouted back before I could. Brookmill did. That name moved through them like a match in dry grass. Brookmill did. Not Cross. Not the church. Not Continuity Authority. A street. That kind of sentence could feed people or kill us. We hit Ridge Street near the burned hardware store. The skeleton of the building still smoked in places, a black ribcage of beams and shelves. 2 churchmen were dragging a barricade into the road ahead. One looked up and saw us. I did not slow. Sam braced one hand on the dash. Please don't make this a habit. The men jumped aside as the truck smashed through the half-built barricade. Wood exploded across the hood. A source flipped over the roof and vanished behind us. Something punched the passenger door. A bullet, maybe. A thrown tool, maybe. Sam ducked anyway. Then we were through. Brookmill's south entrance appeared between 2 houses, blocked by our own barricade. June stood on top of it with a rifle and a lantern at her feet. For one frozen second, I thought she would shoot before she saw us. Then she raised both arms and shouted. Men at the barricade scrambled to pull pallets aside. The gap looked too narrow. I took it anyway. The truck scraped both sides and rolled into Brookmill with the engine coughing and steam starting to hiss from under the hood. People surged forward. "Back!" Mia shouted from the bed. Dr. Carter. We need Dr. Carter. The crowd split. Dr. Carter ran from Rose's porch with her bag. Aaron came behind her, face white when he saw Mr. Han. Rosa caught him by the shirt and held him back. I killed the engine. The sudden quiet hit harder than the noise. Then I heard it. Water running. From houses up and down Brookmill came the sound of faucets coughing back to life. Not full. not clean. Not safe without boiling, if boiling had been easy. But it ran. Pipes spat air. Toilets hissed. Someone sobbed in a kitchen. Someone laughed once and then clapped both hands over their mouth like joy might get them punished. June stared at me. You did it. Mr. Hahn did it, I said. They carried him to the porch. Dr. Carter cut his shirt open and went to work. Mia stayed beside him, hands red, face streaked, one eye swelling from the guard's punch. She looked at me once as I climbed out of the truck. Neither of us smiled. Sam stepped down with the shotgun. He placed it carefully against the truck tire, then walked to the curb and sat. His hands dangled between his knees. Blood that was not his dried on his knuckles. I sat beside him. For a while, we listened to Brook Mill fill containers. I hit him with a rock, he said. I know. Then I shot the other one. I know. He rubbed both palms over his face and left streaks of dirt across his cheeks. I thought I'd feel something clean. Like I saved you, so it balances. It doesn't. It's just there. I looked at the water flowing from Rosa's outside faucet into a line of jugs. People were silent again, but this silence was different. Not empty. Full to the breaking point. It won't balance, I said. Maybe it isn't supposed to. That's awful advice. It's all I've got. He nodded slowly. I hate this world. Me too. I was better at the fake one. No, you weren't. You just got restarts. Sam looked at me then, and for the first time since the service road, some small piece of him came back. That's mean. It's also true. You're getting annoying again. That's probably healthy. June walked over before I could answer. She held a blue card between two fingers. Found these in the truck. Forms, too. Names. Street numbers. Skills. Household size. Weapon count. Medicine count. I took the card. The paper was thick. Better than anything it had a right to be now. At the top, printed in neat black letters, were the words, Brook Mill Intake Block. No all caps. No shouting. Just bureaucracy with teeth. They had a file on us, June said. Not complete. Complete enough. Lena came up behind her. She had washed her hands at a faucet and left the rest of the mud where it was. They'll have copies at the church. Cross makes copies of everything. He says memory is how weak people lose wars. Then we make his memory expensive, Mia said. She had come from the porch. Dr. Carter was still working over Mr. Hahn. Mia's voice stayed steady, but the way she held her hands told me she had not stopped feeling the blood on them. How is he? I asked. Alive. Carter says she needs better light and something to fight infection. The church might have medicine. Mia looked toward the bell tower beyond the roofs. The church has a lot of things. The bell had stopped. That should have been comforting. It was not. A bell is a message. Silence is one, too. June unfolded one of the forms. There's a schedule here. Tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, forced registration for Brook Mill and Oakmere. It says compliance window closes at noon. Sam stood slowly. What happens at noon? Lena answered without looking at him. Red marks. No one asked her to explain. We knew enough. Water ran into plastic jugs. The sound should have made us feel rich. Instead, every drop sounded like time hitting the bottom. The basement mat. Brook Mill did not sleep after the tower run. People tried. They lay on floors near filled containers, boots still on, weapons within reach, children tucked against them like heat mattered more than comfort. But the street kept waking itself. A faucet coughed. A jug tipped. Someone whispered too loud. Someone cried through quenched teeth in the Bennett's hallway while Dr. Carter worked on Mr. Hahn under lamplight, shielded by 3 blankets and a sheet of cardboard. I sat on Rosa's porch steps with Mia beside me, and the blue forms spread between us. The paper smelled like damp truck bed and cigarette smoke. Cross's handwriting filled the margin to tight, slanted notes. He had underlined households with generators, wells, nurses, mechanics, veterans, large dogs, teenagers, infants, pain medicine, diabetes supplies, stored fuel, and firearms. He had marked some names with circles. Others had little slashes beside them. The slashes bothered me more. Circles said interest. Slashes said, "Decision." June stood in the yard, guarding the line of water jugs as if they might run away. Sam sat with Aaron on the curb. They were not talking much, but Aaron had shifted close enough that his shoulder touched Sam's. Maybe that was talk enough. Lena knelt across from us, turning pages with careful fingers. Her eyes moved fast. "This isn't just cross," she said. Mia looked up. "What do you mean?" "The forms. The categories. The card colors. He didn't make all this in 2 days. Someone had this ready. Maybe not him, but someone." I remembered the basement she described. Radios. Batteries. Crates. A map with pins. "You said there was a map?" I said. She nodded. "In the church basement. Big county road map. Pins at churches, schools, the clinic, the water tower, the depot, the feed store, and some houses. Green pins, blue pins, red pins. Do you know what they mean? Green is supplies. Blue is manpower. Red is resistance or risk. I heard that much." Mia tapped the Brookmill intake form. "Guess which one we are?" Lena gave her a tired look. "You were probably blue before tonight. Red now." The porch boards creaked behind us. Dr. Carter stepped out, wiping her hands on a cloth that had gone dark. She looked smaller than she had in the morning, not weaker. Compressed. I stood. "Mr. Han?" I'm Mr. Han." "Alive," she said. "Sleeping because I made him. Bullet missed the worst places by less than I like to think about. I queened what I could. I need antibiotics, clean gauze, and more light than a lantern pretending to be a candle. Can he move? Not unless you're trying to undo everything I just did." Mia rubbed at the bridge of her nose and winced when she touched the swelling near her eye. "If Cross hits at 6, we can't move him anyway." Dr. Carter looked down at the forms. "What are those?" "Proof that Cross plans to register us by force," I said. "Maybe worse by noon." She gave a flat nod, like she had no more room for surprise. "Then don't be here at 6. June turned from the yard. "You suggesting we evacuate the whole street in the dark with kids, sick people, and half our water carried in kitchen trash bags?" "No," Dr. Carter said. "I'm suggesting we stop being where he expects us to stand." That was different. Mia leaned forward. "Empty the front houses. Put people in the rear basements and garages. Make the street look weaker than it is." "He'll search," June said. "Then we make searching hurt," Mia said. I looked at the forms again. Cross-liked categories. Useful. Dependent. Problem. He would expect us to react like a street. Barricades at both ends. Faces in windows. Rifles behind cars. Pride lined up in the open, because Pride hates looking scared. We could not win that version. "He wants registration," I said. "That means he needs people alive enough to count and scared enough to organize. He'll come with a table again. Maybe a bigger escort. Maybe he'll try to look calm. If we shoot first, he gets the story he wants. Violent street refuses lawful order." June spat into the grass. "Lawful order died with the lights. Not if he says it didn't. A lot of people want someone to say it didn't." Lena nodded once. "That's how he got half the church. He didn't promise safety first. He promised rules. People were so tired of choosing that they handed him the choice." Sam came up from the curb. "So we don't give him a clean fight?" His voice was rough, but he was back behind his eyes. "No," I said. "We give him a street that looks ready to fold and is actually ready to split his men apart." Mia's gaze sharpened, and while he stares at the front, someone gets into the church basement. Everyone looked at her. She held my eyes, and I knew that look. It was not a suggestion. It was a door opening. June crossed her arms. "Absolutely not. We need the map," Mia said. "We need medicine. We need to know who else Cross has marked. If district control is real, we need to know before a bigger truck rolls in." "You just came back with blood in your hair," June said. "Sit down before I nail your boots to the porch." "I can sit when the world gives us a boring day." June pointed at me. "Tell her she's insane." I looked at Mia. She was exhausted, hurt, and right. "She's not wrong," I said. June stared at me as if I had slapped her. "You two are going to get each other killed being brave in matching outfits." Sam muttered. For the record, the outfits are terrible. Mia did not smile. Lena knows the basement. I know the fence line near the rectory because we watched it from the depot side last night. If we go before dawn, we can get in while Cross is moving men toward Brookmill. If he leaves anyone behind, Dr. Carter asked. He will, Lena said. Basement guard, kitchen guard, sickroom guard. But fewer than usual if he thinks Brookmill is the main event. June shook her head. This is how people start thinking they're smarter than bullets. Bullets don't think, I said. People do. That's the only edge we get. The plan took shape in pieces that nobody liked. June would make Brookmill look shaken but not empty. A few visible people. A few jugs in the open. Covered windows. Barricades loosened enough to suggest we knew we could not hold. The actual families would be moved into rear positions before dawn. Basements, crawl spaces, garages with rear exits. Aaron and Sam would run messages between houses until first light, then stay with June's reserve group near the north alley. I would go with Mia and Lena to the church. June objected again, then again after that, then a fourth time with language sharp enough to make Aaron raise both eyebrows. Dr. Carter did not object. She simply handed me a folded cloth packet. For Mr. Hahn, I asked. For whoever needs it before you get back. Don't open it unless you need to stop bleeding or keep moving. There isn't enough inside to waste on courage. That sounded like her version of a blessing. Before we left, I went inside Rose's house to check on Mr. Hahn. He lay on a dining table covered with sheets. His face had lost color, but his eyes opened when I stepped close. Water, he whispered. I lifted a cup to his lips. He took one tiny swallow and closed his eyes as if it were a feast. The street's filling everything it can, I said. Because of you. Because of all, he said. You nearly died for a valve. His eyes opened again, sharper this time. Not valve. Choice. I leaned closer. Water is not just drink, he said. It is people deciding who commands tomorrow. Cross knows. You must know too. I do. Not enough. You are young. You think winning means enemy falls. Sometimes winning means neighbor does not kneel. Harder. More important. I did not have an answer. He did not need one. He closed his eyes. Bring medicine if you can. Bring truth if you cannot. Outside, Mia waited by the hedge with a dark pack on her shoulder. Lena had washed enough mud from her face that the split in her cheek looked fresh again. She carried no rifle, only a pistol taken from the tower guard and a knife tucked into her belt. Sam caught me before I reached them. I'm not asking to go, he said. Good, keep going. I want to. That's different. I know. He looked down the street where people moved in shadows carrying water and fear. When you get back, don't do the thing where you pretend almost dying was just an errand. I don't do that. He stared at me. I don't always do that, I said. Better, but not safe. For a second, we were back upstairs with controllers in our hands arguing over a rigged level and a checkpoint. Then the street shifted around us, and the old world fell away again. Sam held out his fist. I bumped it with mine. Don't be a hero, he said. That's my line. Then use a better one when you get back. Mia touched my sleeve. Time. We slipped out through the rear yards just as the sky began to pale behind the smoke. The church bell was quiet. That quiet spread ahead of us, heavier than sound. Lena led this time. She took us through the backside of Oakmere, past silent houses with wet porch steps where people had filled containers in the dark. Some had marked their doors with blue chalk already. Some had scrubbed at marks until the paint smeared. One door had a red slash across it, fresh and ugly. A man watched us from behind curtains and did not call out. The closer we got to the church, the more order we saw. Not safety. Order. Chalk arrows on pavement. Stacked crates under tarps. A hand-washing station made from a bucket with a nail hole near the bottom. A sign that read "Screening line begins here." Someone had written "Please" beneath it in smaller letters. Then someone else had scratched the word away. We crouched behind a low stone wall across from the church property. The building looked different before dawn. Less holy. More like a fort that had learned to wear stained glass. The bell tower rose black against the gray sky. The fellowship hall stretched behind it. 2 trucks sat near the side entrance. 3 men loaded crates into one. A fourth checked names against a clipboard. Cross stood at the bottom of the steps in a clean coat. Clean. Somehow that was the detail that hit hardest. Everyone else wore the reset on their skin. Smoke, mud, blood, sweat, sleeplessness. Cross looked like he had stepped out of a photograph from before, except for the pistol on his hip and the blue cloth around his arm. A woman approached him carrying a child. She held out a white card. Cross listened, then touched the child's forehead with the back of his hand. He said something too low to hear. The woman nodded too many times. A guard led her toward the fellowship hall. Mia's hand tightened on the wall. Lena pointed to the rectory, a small brick house behind the church with hedges along one side. Basement access is through the old coal door under those steps. They blocked the inside stairs after a fight. Outside door still works. Guard sometimes smokes near the kitchen. How do we get past the open yard? I asked. She pointed to the trucks. We don't. We become work. Mia looked at her. Meaning? They have people hauling crates from storage to the trucks. Most are half awake. Carry something heavy and don't look important. It was stupid enough to work for 10 seconds. We needed more than 10. A group of civilians came around the far side carrying boxes. They were watched by one guard, not because they were trusted, but because tired authority gets lazy around people holding weight. Lena waited until they passed the hedge gap, then stood and walked straight toward the churchyard. Mia cursed softly and followed. I grabbed a crate from a stack near the wall as we entered the flow. It was full of canned peaches. The weight nearly tore my arms down. Mia took a sack of something that shifted like grain. Lena picked up a box marked candles and moved with her head down. The guard barely looked at us. We crossed 10 yards. 15. 20. Cross-turned. For one breath, his eyes passed over the yard and landed near me. Not on me, maybe. Near me. I kept walking, crate biting into my fingers, face slack in the way exhausted workers' faces are slack. Mia walked 3 steps ahead. Lena angled toward the rectory hedge. Cross looked away. My lungs remembered how air worked. We dropped the supplies near the truck and slipped behind the hedge. The coal door waited under a concrete stairwell, half hidden by dead vines. A padlock hung open on the latch. Careless or trap. Lena lifted it, eased the door outward, and stale underground air breezed over us. It smelled of damp stone, lamp oil, sweat, and fear kept too long in one place. We went down. The basement was not dark. Low lamps burned along the wall, shielded with tin reflectors. Their light showed shelves, crates, folding tables, radio equipment, coiled wires, and a county map nailed to plywood. Pins dotted it in colors just as Lena had said. For a second, none of us moved. The map was the size of a door. Brook Mill had a red pin through it. So did 3 other streets. Blue pins clustered at the church, the school, the depot, and 2 neighborhoods west of town. Green pins marked supply caches. One black pin sat beyond the northern edge near the interstate ramp. Under the map, someone had taped a typed note. District convoy expected before nightfall. Secure water, labor, fuel, medical. Resistance examples authorized. Maya whispered, "Before nightfall." I stepped closer, eyes moving over the marks. The church was not the center. It was one node. Cross was not building a kingdom from scratch. He was preparing a handoff. A voice spoke from behind the shelves. "You shouldn't be down here." A boy stepped into the lamplight with a broom in both hands. He could not have been older than 15. Thin wrists. Blue cloth too large for his arm. His eyes moved from my face to Mia's rifle and widened until the whites showed all around. I lifted a finger to my lips. "We don't want you." "I have to call guard." "No, you don't. They'll red mark my sister if I don't." That stopped me. Mia lowered her rifle a fraction. "Where is she?" "Sick room. She has asthma. They said medicine if I work. They said if I don't, she goes outside the fence." Mina's face changed. "What's your name?" "Nolan, look at me." "Nolan, Cross is moving medicine for his convoy. If your sister needs it, he'll spend her breath like fuel. Help us find it." The boy shook his head fast. You don't know that. I sorted cards yesterday, Lena said. I know. The broom lowered an inch. Footsteps crossed above us. Mia moved to the stairs and listened. I took a small notebook from the radio table and flipped it open. Frequencies. Call signs. Shift schedules. Names. My hands wanted all of it. My pack could not carry a basement. Map first, Mia whispered. We could not take the whole board. I pulled the pins from Brook Mill, the church, the tower, and the black interstate mark, then ripped the typed note from the plywood. Lena found a stack of folded photocopies in a drawer and stuffed them into her jacket. Nolan watched us torn apart by math no kid should have to do. Medicine cabinet, he whispered at last, behind the choir robes. But there's a guard. Lena closed her eyes for half a second. Show me. We followed him through a narrow basement hall lined with boxes. The floor sloped toward a drain in the center. At the end, a door stood cracked open. Beyond it, someone coughed with a deep tearing sound of sick lungs. The sick room. Mia paused. Her face hardened in a way I had not seen before. Through the crack, I saw cots. Too many. People under blankets. A woman with gray lips. A child sitting upright and fighting for each breath while a teenage girl held a cup to his mouth. This was what white cards meant. Dependence. Problems waiting to become red marks. Bogard sat on a stool outside the medicine cabinet, half asleep with a rifle across his knees. Choir robes hung from a rack behind him, purple and white, absurdly clean in the basement stink. Nolan whispered, Ask the cabinet. Mia looked at me. No gunfire. Not here. Not with sick people on the other side of a thin wall. Lena stepped forward before either of us could stop her. She walked into the guard's view and said, Cross wants the red folder from radio. The guard blinked awake. Who are you? Price? Sorting. He said no. He didn't tell me. Then tell him you delayed him because you were napping by coffers. The guard's pride woke faster than his caution. He stood, rifle in one hand, and took a step toward her. Mia moved behind him and pressed her knife to the side of his neck. Don't, she said softly. He froze. I took the rifle from his hand. Lena pulled a strip of cloth from her pocket and gagged him. Nolan stared as Mia and I bound his wrists and ankles with robe cords. He'll get loose, Nolan whispered. Not soon enough, Mia said. The medicine cabinet held less than Hope wanted and more than Dr. Carter had. Bottles, gauze, inhalers, antiseptic, pain tablets, a few sealed packets with names I could not pronounce and did not need to. We filled one bag, then another. Nolan grabbed 2 inhalers and clutched them to his chest. Take them to your sister, I said. He looked at the bound guard, then at the sick room door. If I help you leave, will Brookmill take us? There it was. The question the reset kept asking in different voices. How many can you carry before everyone sinks? Mia answered before I did. We won't turn away a kid who brings medicine and truth. I hoped she had the right to promise that. I hoped I did too. The basement door above us opened. A man's voice called down. Nolan, you see Price? Cross wants basement count. Nolan went white. Mia pushed him toward the sick room. Go. Act scared. That's not hard. He ran. The footsteps started down. We slipped behind the robe rack as the man entered the hall. He was broad, with a blue armband and a clipboard. He saw the empty stool first, then the cabinet door hanging open. His mouth opened. Weena hit him with the butt of the stolen pistol. Not enough. He staggered and grabbed her coat. Mia struck his knee from the side. I caught the clipboard as it fell because some stupid part of me did not want the slap of it on concrete to carry. The man drew breath to yell. I drove my fist into his throat. He fell against the wall, choking. Lana hit him again. This time he dropped and stayed down, wheezing through a crushed sound that made my stomach turn. Above us, the church bell rang once. Not fast. Not a worm. A signal. Mia's eyes found mine. They're moving to Brookmill. We took the basement hall at a run. The coal stairs seemed steeper going up. My pack hit the wall. Glass clanked inside. At the top, Lena cracked the door and looked out. The yard had changed. Trucks were pulling away from the church, loaded with men and tables and crates. Cross stood near the lead truck, speaking to a man with a radio pack. The clean coat was gone. He wore a dark vest now, pistol visible, face calm. Nolan appeared from the side door with his sister leaning on him. She was maybe 12, thin, eyes huge. He saw us and angled toward the hedge. Mia hissed, "No." "Not now." Too late. A guard saw the kids. "Where are you taking her?" Nolan froze. The girl clutched his sleeve, trying to breathe quietly and failing. Cross turned. He saw Nolan. Then he saw the hedge. Then he saw me. Across the yard, his eyes locked onto mine with clean, awful recognition. For the first time since this began, Cross did not look patient. He smiled. Then he raised one hand and pointed toward Brookmill. The truck started moving. Not toward us. Toward the street. He had seen enough to know where we would run. Mia grabbed my arm. "Move." We ran with medicine in our packs, stolen truth in our pockets, and the bell behind us calling men to war. Red morning. We could not outrun trucks on open roads. That left fences, yards, drainage cuts, and the ugly mercy of places vehicles hated. Mia took the lead without a word. She vaulted a low wall behind the rectory and dropped into a vegetable garden that had been trampled by too many desperate feet. I followed hard enough to land on one knee. Pain shot up my leg. Lena came after me, then Nolan, half carrying his sister. The girl's breath scraped in and out. Every inhale sounded borrowed. "She can't run," Nolan said. "Nobody asked her to," Mia said. She crouched in front of the girl. "Climb on." Arms around my neck. "Don't squeeze my throat." "I can carry her," Nolan said. "You can carry that bag," Mia said. "It weighs less than your guilt." The boy blinked, then took the medicine pack from her. His sister climbed onto Mia's back with shaking arms. Mia stood under the weight and swayed once, then steadied. The church bell rang behind us. Engines growled toward Ridge Street. We cut through a row of lilac bushes, crossed a yard with laundry still hanging stiff on a line, and dropped into the drainage cut behind the old library. The ditch there ran shallow, half clogged with leaves and trash. It led south if you were willing to crawl under 2 culverts and smell every dead thing the town had washed there in the last month. We were willing. The first culvert forced us to hands and knees. Concrete scraped my shoulders. Water soaked through my pants. A rat shot past Lena's hand and made her bite back a cry. Behind us, Nolan's sister coughed against Mia's shoulder. Mia kept moving, one palm, one knee, one breath at a time. At the far end, we slid into a pocket of brush behind a library parking lot. The lead church truck rolled through the intersection 2 blocks away. Men in the back faced outward with rifles. A second truck followed, carrying the folding table. Cross stood in the bed of the third, one hand on the cab roof, clean hair moving in the wind like this was a parade. He was not rushing. That scared me more. "He's still doing registration," Lena whispered. "Even after seeing us." "No," I said. "He's using it to get close." Mia adjusted the girl on her back. "Brookmill thinks the hit comes at 6. What time is it?" No one had a working watch except Lena. She pulled an old wind-up from her pocket, its face cracked but hands moving. 5:28. Sam and June would be hiding people now. They would be loosening barricades, setting the street to look weak. They would not know Cross had seen us. They would not know he was coming early with anger under his calm. I looked at Nolan's sister. Her lips had a faint bluish tint. "Can she make it through the cut?" Nolan's answer came too fast. "Yes, yes." The girl shook her head against Mia's shoulder and whispered, "Maybe." Mia looked back at her. "Maybe is enough." We moved. The drainage cut became a tunnel of weeds and broken fences. Twice we had to stop while trucks passed on streets above us. Once, a church patrol walked close enough that I saw mud caked in the stitching of a man's boot. Lena held her pistol against her chest with both hands. Nolan clamped a palm over his sister's mouth while tears slipped down her face from the effort not to cough. When the patrol moved on, Sam's voice rang out in my memory. "Don't do the thing where you pretend almost dying was just an errand." I wish the world would give me an errand. We reached the edge of Oakmere as dawn broke fully. The sky did not turn blue. It turned the color of old tin, flat and cold, with smoke dragged across it in long smears. Brookmill lay one street beyond the row of houses ahead. I could hear the church convoy now. Engines idling. Men shouting. Cross's voice amplified by that protected megaphone. "Residents of Brookmill Drive," he called. "Remain inside your homes. Bring all weapons unloaded to the street-facing porch. Registration will begin at the south barricade. Those who comply will receive water rights, food allotments, and medical review. Those who refuse will be recorded as hostile. Recorded every last name. Even his threats wore clean shoes." Mia lowered Nolan's sister behind a shed and bent forward, hands on knees. Sweat ran down her temples despite the cold. The girl slid to the ground and sucked air through the inhaler Nolan had stolen. The first breath helped. The second made her cry. "Name?" Mia asked her. "Evie," she whispered. "Evie, I'm Mia. This is the part where you listen even if you're scared. We need to cross one street. Then you'll be with people who can hide you better. Can you do that?" Evie nodded with the fierce seriousness of children who have learned adults need encouragement. We reached the last fence before Brookmill and found Aaron there. He crouched behind a trash bin with a tire iron in his hands, eyes wide when he saw us. "You're supposed to be inside the line." "Plans age badly," I said. "Where's Sam?" "North Alley with June." Cross came early. They sent 2 trucks to the south and 1 around back. "We moved most people, like you said, but the churchmen are checking porches." "Did they breach?" "Not yet. They want everyone to walk out. June says they want witnesses." "Smart." "Cruel. Cross would make us open our own doors if he could. People fear being dragged. They fear choosing wrong even more." I handed Aaron the folded map copies from my jacket. "Get these to June. Medicine goes to Dr. Carter. Nolan and Evie go with it." Nolan tightened his grip on the medicine bag. "I'm not leaving her." "You're going exactly where she goes," I said. "Aaron knows the rear route. Follow him, stay low, and don't stop for speeches." Aaron looked at Evie, then at Nolan. Something like responsibility settled onto him so visibly it almost hurt to watch. "I know a crawl space under Rose's place. Dr. Carter's there. Come on." Evie looked at Mia. "Thank you." Mia touched the girl's shoulder. "Breathe first. Think later." They slipped away through the fence gap. That left the 3 of us, me, Mia, Lena. Cross's voice rolled again. "This is your final courtesy before corrective action. Send out your representative." Mia wiped sweat and mud from her cheek. "It only moved the dirt around." "He wants you." "He doesn't know my name." "He knows your shape now." "That's enough." Lena stared through the fence slats toward the south barricade. "If he gets the people out front, he'll separate them by card. He'll call it protection. Families will step forward to stay together. Then he owns them." "Not if we interrupt the show," I said. Mia looked at me. "How loud?" I pulled the typed convoy note from my pocket. Loud enough for Oakmere to hear too. We moved along the rear fence until we reached the Parker shed, where the roof gave access to the garage and the garage gave access to a view over the south end. I climbed first, using a rain barrel and a window frame. My cut palms screamed at me. Mia came up after me. Lena stayed below, watching the alley. From the garage roof, Brookmill looked like a stage built by a cruel director. The south barricade had been opened halfway. Cross stood beyond it with the table set in front of him. 2 men held clipboards. 4 held rifles. The trucks blocked the road behind them. Neighbors stood on porches, just visible in doorways and windows, faces pale in the morning. June leaned against a mailbox near the center of the street with a jug in one hand, playing tired better than anyone alive. Sam was nowhere in sight. "Good, that mattered." Cross lifted the megaphone. "You have water because we allowed the system to function. You have food because we preserved order while others looted. You have medicine because trained hands secured it from chaos. Bring your weapons forward and join the registry." Mia's voice was flat. "He's good." "Yeah," I said. "That makes it worse." June called back, loud enough to carry. "You closed the tower and called thirst a policy." A few people in Oakmere had crept into view behind the church trucks. Cross noticed them and smiled. He wanted an audience. He got one. The tower was secured to prevent sabotage, he said. Water distribution requires discipline. Discipline requires trust. I stood on the roof. Mia grabbed my sleeve. Careful. No room for that. I raised the type note and shouted as hard as my throat allowed. Ask him about the district convoy. Ask him why Brookmill's a red pin on his basement map. Ask him what resistance examples authorized means. Every head turned. Cross looked up at me. The smile faded by a fraction. I kept going. Ask him about the sick room behind the church. Ask him why he marks kids white and workers blue. Ask him why the medicine was locked behind a guard while people choked 20 feet away. A murmur moved through Brookmill, then through Oakmere. It crossed the road faster than men could stop it. Cross lifted the megaphone, but June beat him. You hear that? She shouted. He had medicine. He had the tower locked. He had forms with your houses on them. Cross turned the megaphone toward her. This is agitator fiction. Lena stepped from the alley below us and raised her voice. My name is Lena Price. I sorted your cards yesterday because they made me. Blue means useful. White means burden. Red means they can hurt you and call it order. The Oakmere woman who had asked about water the night before pushed through 2 men near the truck. My boy got a white card. You said it was for medical priority. One of Cross's riflemen shifted toward her. Too fast. Sam appeared behind him from under the truck. He slammed a pry bar into the man's knee. The man dropped with a scream. Brookmill erupted. Not as a charge. Not as a heroic wave. It broke into planned pieces. A garage door flew open, and 2 of June's people pulled a churchman inside by his coat. A sheet dropped from an upstairs window, revealing Mr. Alvarez and Pete with rifles braced on a dresser. Smoke bombs made from damp leaves and cooking oil rolled under the lead truck, choking the south end in gray. Kids started banging pots in rear yards, making the whole street sound full of movement. Cross shouted orders into the megaphone. The words vanished under noise. Mia fired from the roof, not at Cross, but at the ground near his feet. Pavement chipped. He stepped back. His calm cracked enough for everyone to see the man under the coat. I fired at the tire of the nearest truck. The shot hit the rim and sparked. Mia fired again, and the tire blew with a flat, heavy pop. The truck sagged. A rifleman swung toward us. I dropped behind the roof peak as bullets tore shingles above my head. Mia rolled to the side. Splinters sprayed her jacket. Lena ducked into the alley below. Roof's done, Mia said. We slid down the far side, dropped onto the garage roof, then to the rain barrel. I landed badly and pain shot through my ankle. Mia caught my arm before I fell. Move ugly, she said. I can do ugly. We hit the alley running. At the south end, Brookmill's trap had become a street fight, not clean lines. Not enough ammunition to waste. People used doors, fences, bricks, smoke, and the fact that churchmen had expected frightened civilians, not a neighborhood taught by hunger. June moved like a storm in a gray sweater, shouting people back before they chased too far. Sam dragged the injured rifleman away from his gun, face twisted with effort. Aaron threw a bucket of dirty water across the pavement to make a man slip, then ran before the man could grab him. Cross did not run. He retreated with 3 guards toward the truck that still had working tires. He knew when a performance had failed. He knew the difference between losing a fight and losing control of the story. Mia saw him. There. We cut between 2 houses and came out near the street. Cross was 20 yards away, backing toward the truck. His eyes found mine through the smoke. He raised his pistol. Mia shoved me as the shot cracked. Something burned across my upper arm. Not deep. Enough to spin me against a mailbox. I hit the ground, rolled, and came up behind the truck bumper. Cross stepped closer, pistol steady. You think truth feeds them? He called. His voice carried without the megaphone now. Truth is a match. It burns what little shelter they have. Mia fired from behind a tree. Cross ducked. One of his guards went down screaming, hand clamped over his shoulder. June shouted from the smoke, truck moving. Stop that truck. Sam appeared near the rear wheel with a length of chain. He looped it through the bumper and around the barricade post, moving fast, face blank with focus. Cross saw him. I came up and fired at the pistol in Cross's hand. I missed the hand and hit the truck door beside him. The impact made him flinch. Sam dove away as the driver gunned the engine. The chain snapped tight. The barricade post groaned, bent, and held. The truck lurched sideways and stalled. Brookmill surged, not forward, but around. Doors opened. Rifles appeared. Bricks flew. Someone hit the windshield with a cast iron pan hard enough to spiderweb the glass. Cross looked at the faces around him and understood the morning had turned. He did what smart cowards do. He used someone else. He grabbed the Oakmere woman who had asked about her son and pulled her against him, pistol under her chin. The street froze. Her eyes went wide. Her hands lifted, fingers spread. Order, Cross said, breathing hard now. Or this becomes what you chose. Nobody moved. The woman shook so hard her teeth clicked. Somewhere behind her, a child screamed for his mother. My rifle felt useless. Every angle led through her. Mia stood 6 feet to my left, face white under the dirt. Sam was crouched by the tire, trapped in the open. June had a rifle half raised and no shot. Then Lena walked into the street. She had no rifle in her hands. Just the red folder from the basement, held high. Cross, she said. His eyes flicked to her. You forgot your copies. She tossed the folder into the smoke between them. Papers burst across the pavement. Names, marks, schedules, inventories. The wind caught them and scattered his memory under everyone's feet. For half a second, Cross looked at the papers. The Oakmere woman bit his hand. He jerked back. Mia fired. The shot hit Cross low in the side. He stumbled, slammed against the truck, and dropped the pistol. June fired next, hitting the pavement near his boot, not him, forcing his guards back. Cross clutched his side and looked at us with pure disbelief, as if the street had violated a rule he had written in his own blood. A horn sounded from beyond Ridge Street. Long, deep, not from any church truck. Everyone turned. Down the road, past the burned hardware store, a larger vehicle rolled into view. Not one truck. Several. Dark shapes in a line, moving with slow confidence. Men stood in the lead vehicle wearing the same blue cloth, but cleaner, darker, more uniform. A banner hung from the front grille with the same broken circle mark we had seen in chalk. The district convoy. Cross smiled through his pain. You see, he said, voice thin and vicious. You didn't stop order. You only made it arrive angry. Maya grabbed my sleeve. June shouted for everyone to fall back. Sam scrambled away from the truck. Lena stared at the convoy like she had been right and wished she had not been. The lead vehicle stopped at the edge of Ridge Street. A new voice carried through a louder speaker, colder than Cross, calm as a closed door. Brookmill Resistance Group, lay down weapons and present your leaders for transfer. You have 3 minutes. Water ran in the houses behind us. Medicine waited under Rosa's table. Papers with Cross's secrets blew across the street, and beyond the smoke, a larger reset had found us. 3 minutes. The loudspeaker gave us 3 minutes, and nobody on Brookmill believed it meant 3 minutes. Men who bring armored trucks to a neighborhood do not care about clocks. They care about fear. They care about the shape fear takes when it moves through tired people. I watched it ripple from face to face, from the barricade to the porches, from the porches to windows where children peered through curtains until adults pulled them back. The district convoy sat beyond the smoke with its engines running low. 5 vehicles, maybe 6. The lead one was an old bank truck with steel plates bolted over the sides and a slanted shield over the windshield. Behind it idled 2 pickups, a box truck, and a squat utility rig with a cable drum on the back. Men stood in the beds with rifles held easy, not aimed, because confidence is its own threat. Blue cloth bands wrapped their sleeves. The broken circle banner hung from the lead grill, dark against dust and sunrise. Cross stood near his stalled truck, one hand pressed against the hole low in his side. He had gone gray around the mouth, but he still smiled like bleeding was an administrative delay. Mia was breathing through her nose beside me. Not fast, not slow. Measured in a way I had learned meant she was holding herself together with both hands. Sam crawled from behind the truck tire and froze halfway to the curb. June caught his collar and dragged him toward a mailbox while the district speaker crackled again. Brookmill Resistance Group, the calm voice said. "You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Lay down weapons." President Caleb Ward, Evan Hale, Dr. Carter, Mia Carter, Samuel Briggs, Lena Price, June Alvarez, and any other organizing personnel. Noncompliance will trigger clearance authority. My name sounded wrong coming from that speaker. It sounded flat and typed, like I had already become a line on one of their cards. Mia's fingers closed around my sleeve. They know everybody. Cross gave them the names. He didn't have all of them yesterday. That landed Calder. Across the street, Lena stared at the papers blowing around Cross's boots. The red folder had emptied itself across the pavement, and the district men did not rush to collect it. That told me 2 things. They either had copies, or they did not care who saw the system now. Both answers were bad. June shoved Sam behind a burned sedan and shouted, "Backline, move now." Kids through the yards. Medical house first. Nobody stands in the open. People broke loose, not in panic. Brooke Mill had been punished enough to understand drills. Rosa gathered children with a voice that sounded like she had swallowed gravel and fire. Mr. Alvarez pulled 2 men toward the south alley. Pete limped across the street carrying a rifle and a crate of glass bottles, with rags already stuffed into the necks. Grace took the Oakmere woman from Cross's reach and ran her toward my porch. I found Caleb in the mess near the center. He had one hand on Mrs. Klein's fence and the other clamped over his side. Blood had soaked through the bandage again. His face was the color of old wax, but his eyes were clear. "You need to get inside," I said. "I'm giving orders. You can give them from under a roof." He looked past me at the convoy. "That isn't Mercer." "I know. That means Cross was middle management." The words should have sounded absurd. They didn't. The loudspeaker clicked. 2 minutes. Caleb grabbed my wrist. His grip had almost no strength, which made me look at him harder. "They want us standing together. Don't give them the picture." "What picture?" "Leaders surrendering. Leaders dying. Leaders getting loaded into a truck. Doesn't matter. They need Brookmill to see the head come off." A round cracked from somewhere beyond the convoy, hitting the pavement between 2 scattered pages. Not a warning over our heads. Not a miss. A deliberate shot that cut the street in half. Mia ducked by instinct. I pulled her down with me. The report came a heartbeat late, deep and flat. Scoped rifle. "Farther back." "Marksman," Caleb said. "Where exactly?" "Roof line past the hardware store. Maybe the church tower." "I can't see." The loudspeaker came again. "Weapons on the pavement. Hands visible. Do not test enforcement range." Sam crawled to us behind the sedan, face streaked with soot. "Evan, they have a white truck moving left. They're trying the creek side." "Already moving?" They didn't wait for the clock. Caleb laughed once, and it turned into a cough that made him bend. "I told you. Clocks are theater." I looked at the houses. Brookmill had become a maze of half-open doors, curtains, barrels, fences, and people trying not to be seen. We could not beat the convoy in the street. Not clean. Not with children behind us and water finally running in the pipes. But the convoy had entered a neighborhood it did not know. We knew every gate that stuck, every garage with a back window, every fence board loose enough to kick out. We had one advantage, and it smelled like smoke and fear. "June," I called. She looked over from the mailbox. "Split them. South Alley gets noise. Creekside gets nails. Everybody else disappears until they get close." "And the leaders?" she shouted. "No leaders in the street." Caleb nodded once. "That is good." Mia crouched closer. "What about Cross?" Cross had made it to the bumper of the district lead truck. 2 men in cleaner blue bands had gone to him. One pressed cloth to his side. Another took his pistol and handed him a canteen. Cross drank like he owned the water. The speaker voice was not Cross. The man holding the microphone stood on the step of the bank truck, tall and lean in a dark coat that looked too clean for the week we had lived through. He had no rifle in his hands. He did not need one. His hair was clipped close. His face had the blank patience of someone reading an order aloud to people already judged. "That's Mason," Sam whispered. I looked at him. "You know him?" Pete said his name at the depot. Compliance intake. Clean hands. Mason lifted the microphone. 1 minute. A woman screamed from the creek side. We turned. The district had sent 4 men through the backyards, low and fast. One had reached Mrs. Klein's fence before the nail boards bit his boots. He went down hard, cursing, rifle firing into dirt. The other 3 spread out. Grace fired from a garage window. The shot hit one man in the upper leg and spun him into a trash can. He screamed. The sound put a crack in Mason's calm, just a little one. Now, Caleb said. June whistled from the north porch. The south alley erupted. Bottles shattered. Not fire, not yet, just smoke and vinegar and oil and whatever foul mix Pete had cooked in Mr. Alvarez's garage. Thick gray clouds rolled across the far end of Brookmill and swallowed 2 district men who had tried to circle there. Someone banged metal. Someone else fired 1 shotgun blast into the air from deep between houses. The noise made the street seem full of fighters. Mason did not flinch. He lowered the microphone and spoke to someone inside the truck. The box truck doors opened. Men stepped out wearing masks. Not full military masks. Painter masks. Filter masks. Goggles taped at the edges. Each carried a short launcher with stubby rounds hanging from a belt. My stomach tightened before the first canister hit. It bounced once in the middle of Brookmill and hissed. White gas spilled low along the pavement. Inside, Dr. Carter shouted from my porch. Cloth over faces. Get the kids inside. Another canister landed near the mailbox. Another hit the hood of the burned sedan and rolled toward Sam. He kicked it away and instantly doubled over, coughing. Mia lunged for him. I grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled. The gas hit my throat like ground glass. My eyes flooded. The world blurred into white streaks and dark shapes. Somewhere nearby, Cross was laughing, or maybe coughing made him sound pleased. Move, Mia rasped. We dragged Sam through the nearest open gate. Mrs. Klein's backyard tilted under my feet. My lungs tried to turn themselves inside out. The gas clung to skin, hair, sweat. It made every breath a negotiation. A district man came through the side gate with his rifle up. Maya saw him first. She shoved Sam behind the grill and fired twice. The first round tore bark from the fence post. The second hit the man in the chest plate and knocked him backward. Not down, only back. His rifle snapped up. I fired before he did. The shot caught him under the arm where the plate ended. He folded sideways against the gate and left blood on the latch. Sam coughed so hard he dropped to one knee. Get him to the laundry room, I said. Mia shook her head. You're coming too. I need Caleb. Caleb needs a doctor, not a hero. Another burst chewed through the fence. Splinters flew across my cheek. We ducked. Sam grabbed my jacket with both hands, eyes red and wet. Don't do the game thing, he choked. What thing? That thing where you think the trees are always close enough. I wanted to answer. I didn't get the chance. The back door of Mrs. Klein's house slammed open, and Caleb stumbled out with Dr. Carter under one arm and Lena under the other. Dr. Carter had a blood-smeared cloth pressed to Caleb's side while trying to walk and treat him at the same time. Inside routes blocked, Lena said. They put men at the front. Mia reached for her mother. Mom, wait. Dr. Carter's eyes were swollen from gas. I'm fine enough. Help him. Caleb tried to wave us off. Creek drain. Use the creek drain. A new voice shouted from beyond the fence. Evan Hale and Mia Carter step out and the stops for the children. Mason had moved closer. Not close enough to see through the gas. Close enough to own the sound. Rosa's children were crying in a house 2 yards over. Not loud. That made it worse. Small coughs. Small gasps. Adults whispered over them. Wet cloth. Stay low. Breathe through this. Don't open the door. Mia heard it too. Her face changed. I knew that change. It was the line between what we could survive and what we could live with afterward. They'll gas every house, she said. Caleb gripped the fence. They'll do it anyway. Not if they get the picture, I said. He stared at me. Evan, please. You said they wanted leaders. They don't know how many they've got if we give them only part. Maya turned toward me. Don't start. We buy the street time. Don't make it sound clean. It isn't. For a second, the gas made everything ghost white. Sam knelt in the grass, wiping his eyes with the heel of his hand. Lena clutched the red folder against her chest as if paper could stop bullets. Dr. Carter held her daughter with one hand and Caleb upright with the other. Behind us, children coughed in the houses. In front of us, the convoy waited with doors open. Mia looked at me, and the anger in her face hurt worse than the gas. "I'm going with you," she said. "They named you. That's why I'm going." Dr. Carter grabbed her arm. "Mia, no. Mom, if they want medical staff, they won't shoot me in the street. You don't know that. I know less if I stay." Sam forced himself up. "I'm named too." I put a hand on his chest. "You can barely see. I can still make bad choices. For once, don't." He looked like he might hit me. Then Caleb caught his sleeve. "Sam," Caleb said, voice thin, "somebody has to tell June what they take and where. Your eyes. Be useful." Sam swallowed. His throat clicked. Mia stepped beside me. I raised both hands and walked toward the gate. The gas thinned in the street just enough for Mason to see us emerge. Mia stayed half a step behind my right shoulder. She had her rifle slung loose, muzzle down, hands away from it. I set mine on the pavement before the gate because I wanted everyone watching to see me choose where it left my hands. Mason lifted the microphone, then lowered it. Up close, his face was younger than his voice. Maybe 30. Maybe not. The reset had aged everyone unevenly. "Evan Hale," he said. "You got one name right." His eyes moved to Mia. "Mia Carter." She spat gas and tears onto the pavement. "That's Dr. Carter to you if my mother asks." Mason almost smiled. "You understand you're being transferred under District Stabilization Authority. I understand you brought gas to a street with children in it," I said. "Your group escalated." Behind him, Cross leaned against the truck, bandaged now, teeth clenched with pain and satisfaction. "Your pet administrator took a hostage," Mia said. Mason did not look at Cross. Administrator Cross exceeded field guidance. The district will review his actions. Will it review the pistol under her chin? The district reviews all deviations. I laughed once. It came out raw. "That's what you call it now? Paper deviations?" "Oh, papal, old man." Mason stepped closer. 2 riflemen moved with him. "You are young, Mr. Hale. Young people often mistake language for morality. Language is how a society survives panic. That sounds expensive. Order always is." Mia's hand brushed mine. Not holding, just there. Mason raised 2 fingers. The rifleman came forward with strips of cloth and plastic ties. "Hands," one said. Mia lifted hers. I lifted mine. The ties bit into my wrists. Sam watched from Mrs. Klein's yard, half hidden behind a slat fence. His eyes were red, but he saw us. I hoped Caleb was right. I hoped seeing mattered. Mason turned back to the speaker. "Brookmill Drive, you have avoided immediate clearance by surrendering named personnel. Further resistance will result in structural search and selective removal. Remain indoors. Await intake." A hand shoved me toward the box truck. As we passed Cross, he leaned close enough for me to smell blood under the antiseptic cloth. "You think this is sacrifice," he whispered. "It's inventory correction." Mia moved before I did. She drove her shoulder into his injured side. Cross folded with a sound that was almost human. A rifle butt hit Mia across the back and knocked her to one knee. I surged toward her and caught a punch in the ribs. Air left me. Hands grabbed my arms. Mason said something sharp, and the beating stopped before it became entertainment. Mia lifted her head. Blood had started at the corner of her mouth. She smiled at Cross through it. "Review that deviation," she said. They threw us into the box truck and shut the doors. Dark swallowed the street. Transfer list. The inside of the truck smelled like metal, fear, and old onions. Someone had used it to haul produce before the world lost its wires. That smell still lived in the wood slats along the floor, sour and sweet under the newer stink of sweat and gas. There were 6 people already inside when they shoved us in. 4 adults. 2 teenagers. All tied. All silent until the lock clanged outside and the engine growled through the floor. Mia hit the wall shoulder first. I twisted so I landed beside her instead of on top of her. The truck lurched, and every body inside shifted with it. One of the teenagers whimpered, then bit the sound off like noise cost money. You hurt? I asked Mia. Everywhere that matters is still attached. Your mouth's bleeding. Across his side is bleeding more. That should not have made me feel better. It did. The truck rolled forward. The walls creaked. Light came through two thin seams near the rear doors, cutting the dark into dusty stripes. I could hear tires crunching over glass. Then Brooknell's sounds began to fall behind us. Coughs, shouted orders, a child crying my name, or maybe someone else's. The engine covered the rest. A man across from us shifted. His wrists were tied in front, like ours. He had a gray beard and a swollen eye. You from Brookmill? Yes, I said. They said Brookmill was armed insurrection. Mia leaned her head against the wall. They brought an armored bank truck to a neighborhood. Guess they needed the story to fit the costume. The man gave a dry, painful laugh. I'm Owen. Used to run the tire shop on County Line. My wife is in another truck. If you see a woman named Pearl who looks like she wants to bite through steel, tell her I'm still breathing. I'm Evan. That's Mia. The two teenagers watched us. One boy had a split lip and hair shaved close to the scalp. The girl beside him held her hands against her stomach as if she could hide from the truck by folding smaller. What names? Mia asked them. The boy swallowed. I'm Nolan. Iris, the girl whispered. I looked at her more sharply. We'd met an Iris before, at the church, with a blue card hidden in her apron pocket and enough nerve to walk into our street. The scroll was younger. 14, maybe. Same name, different terror. Where are they taking us? Nolan asked. Owen answered before I could. Civic Center. Old one by the high school. They call it District Intake now. Mia lifted her head. You've been there? 2 times. Once to trade tires for fuel coupons before coupons stopped meaning anything. Once after they tagged my block. They sort people there. Useful, dependent, resistant. They don't always say the words out loud. They don't have to. The truck hit a pothole. Iris slid into Nolan. He braced her with his shoulder, then winced because his hands were tied and kindness had become awkward. How many are there? I asked. Too many for one street, Owen said. Not enough for a town if everybody stops kneeling. That's why they move fast. First water, then medicine, then names. Once they know who can fix, fight, heal, cook, organize, or scare people, they pull those pieces out. The rest of us get hungry enough to follow. Mia closed her eyes. Mom was right. About what? I asked. About systems. She always said cruelty gets stronger when it has paperwork. I leaned closer to her and lowered my voice. Can you get your ties loose? She worked her wrists once. Plastic scrape skin. Not with my hands in front and 5 people watching. Owen snorted. Kid, everybody in here wants those off. Nobody's reporting technique. I turned my wrists. The tie was tight enough to numb my thumbs. Caleb had shown us 3 ways to break one, all of them requiring room, speed, or a hard edge. The truck had hard edges. The truck also had rifles outside and 6 scared prisoners inside who would pay if we got stupid. Mia followed my eyes to a rusted bracket bolted to the wall. Later, she whispered. The convoy slowed. Voices passed outside. The truck turned hard right, then left. Through the seam, I saw shapes glide by. Brick storefronts, dead traffic lights. A burned bus with vines painted black by smoke, bodies under sheets near a pharmacy entrance. Not a battlefield. Something worse. A town being processed 1 block at a time. The engine stopped. Nobody moved. Outside, men shouted names. Doors opened somewhere ahead. A woman started yelling for her husband. The yell turned into a gagging cough when someone shoved her too hard or hit her too low. The sound made Owen's face go flat. Pearl, he said. Mia touched his knee with her tied hands. Wait until we can see. That's my wife. Then wait until you can help her. He breathed through his nose, slow and shaking. Waiting can be harder than running when someone you love is making pain noises. The lock rattled. Light tore into the truck. A district guard stood below the open doors with a shotgun angled across his chest. Behind him stretched the Civic Center parking lot, and it had become a machine. Lines of people moved between folding tables under canvas awnings. Blue cloth markers, white chalkboards. There were clipboards, fuel cans, a medical tent, and a food station with crates visible enough to hurt. Guards held rifles from shaded positions. A broken fountain sat in the center, dry, filled with confiscated pocket knives, pistols, lighters, and tools. The old Civic Center itself rose behind it all, low and wide, with smoked glass doors and banners over the entrance. Stability, through order. The words were in big black letters. I looked away before they burned into me. A guard pointed at us. Get out. Owen stumbled first. I followed, then Mia. Nolan helped Iris down because no one else did. The guard shoved him for taking too long. He's helping her, Mia snapped. The guard turned. His face was blocky, sweat trapped under his helmet strap. You want to help too? I just did. He raised his hand. Mason's voice cut from the left. Not that one. The guard froze, jaw tight. Mason walked across the parking lot with a clipboard tucked under one arm. Cross was not with him. That was good. It was not good enough. Mia Carter goes to medical classification, Mason said. Evan Hale to interview holding. Samuel Briggs. Not present, the guard said. Mason's eyes flicked to me. That is interesting. I said nothing. He stepped closer and looked at the plastic ties on my wrists. You surrendered in pairs, but not completely. Caleb Ward remains inside Brickmill. Dr. Carter remains. June Alvarez remains. Sam Briggs remains. Lena Price, a guard behind us said. Different truck. She had documents. My stomach turned. Mason made a mark. Put Price in records review. Hale in interview. Carter in medical. Keep them alive and unmarked until I speak to them. Unmarked how? Mia asked. Mason looked at her as if she had interrupted a lecture. Temporary status. A woman at a nearby table pressed a chalk stick to a man's jacket and drew a blue slash across his chest. Another table used white tags on string. A third used red cards tied to wrists. Temporary status had edges. 2 guards took Mia by the arms. She jerked once, and both tightened their grip. Evan, she said. Look for water lines, I told her. Her eyes sharpened. It was not comfort. It was a task. She needed one. Look for exits, she said back. They pulled her away. A guard pushed me toward the Civic Center doors. The glass reflected a version of me I did not recognize. Soot in my hair, gas tracks down my face, wrists tied, shirt torn at the ribs where the punch had landed. Behind my reflection, the parking lot moved like a market where the goods breathed. Inside, the air changed. It was cooler and stale. The Civic Center had power, not from the grid, but from generators throbbing somewhere behind the building. Fluorescent tubes flickered overhead. Not all of them, just enough to make the hallway feel sick. They walked me past a registration desk covered in forms. Names, ages, skills, dependents, medical need, and resistance indicators filled each sheet. Every table had guards. Every guard had food within sight and water behind them. One room held people sitting on the floor in rows. Blue slashes. Useful people, maybe. Another held older folks and children with white tags. Burden or dependent, maybe. Those were soft words for hard decisions. A third room had no windows and 2 guards outside. Red cards. The guard shoved me through a smaller door marked Conference B. The room still had carpet. That detail made my skin crawl. Tan carpet with coffee stains, a stack of padded chairs, a dry erase board that still showed a faint reminder from before everything ended. Budget review Tuesday. Someone had set a metal chair in the center and a folding table near the wall. Lena Price sat at that table. Her wrists were tied. Her face was bruised. The red folder lay open in front of her, papers weighted by a pistol and a glass of water she had not touched. Lena, I said. She looked up. Relief crossed her face and vanished fast, like she had slammed a door on it. They took Mia. Medical wing. That's where they sent Dr. Mills, too. They need hands. They won't waste her quickly. The guard hit the back of my knee with his boot. I dropped into the chair. Mason entered behind me and shut the door softly. He removed his coat and hung it on a chair as if this were an office meeting. Under it, his shirt was rolled neatly at the sleeves. No armor. No visible weapon except the pistol on the table. He trusted the building, the guards, the ties, the system. Miss Price has been helping us understand a theft, he said. Lena stared at him. I haven't helped you understand anything. Refusal communicates too. Mason sat across from me. You caused a lot of unnecessary pain today, Mr. Hale, and you need to understand that. I looked at the pistol weighing down the papers. You brought the gas. After your group attacked an administrator, your administrator held a mother at gunpoint. Mason folded his hands. Administrator Cross acted under stress after being shot by your people. Mia shot him because he used a woman as cover. And you expect that sentence to simplify the entire event. It simplifies him. Lena's mouth twitched. Mason noticed. He noticed everything. That was the worst thing about him. Cross wanted fear loud. Mason wanted it filed. You have influence, he said to me. Caleb Ward has tactical value, but he's injured and too rigid. Dr. Carter has medical value but limited command presence. June Alvarez has neighborhood legitimacy. Mia Carter has emotional leverage over you and her mother. Samuel Briggs has loyalty without discipline. Lena Price has records exposure. You, Mr. Hale, are adaptable. That makes you useful. You make it sound like a job offer. It can be. I stared at him. He slid a paper across the table. My name was already on it. Evan Hale. Influence candidate, conditional field liaison, Brookmill stabilization pathway. My skin tightened under the plastic ties. You want me to sell you to my street. I want you to help your street survive contact with reality. Reality has a lot of trucks now. Reality always had trucks, Mason said. You just didn't notice because someone else kept roads open. The reset didn't create power. It revealed who could hold it. Lena leaned forward. Is that what the broken circle means? Mason's eyes moved to her. She swallowed, but she kept going. You were ready before the pulse. You had cards, names, district routes, supply caches. This isn't response. It's activation. For the first time, Mason paused before answering. There it was. Not guilt. Calculation showed there. Preparedness is not a crime, he said. Neither is breathing, Lena said. You still found a way to categorize it. A generator coughed somewhere outside. The lights dimmed, then steadied. Mason glanced at the ceiling for half a second. It was enough. Power mattered here too. I looked toward the wall behind him. The vent was blowing cool air. Generator fed. That meant fuel, wiring, a mechanical room, maybe maintenance access. Mia had told me to look for exits. I had looked. Now I started looking for what kept the exits closed. Mason saw my eyes move and smiled faintly. Good, he said. That's why you're useful. You keep saying that like it'll make me proud. Pride is inefficient. I prefer clarity. He stood and picked up the water glass. He brought it to me and held it near my mouth. I hated how badly I wanted it. Dragons and kings, and he didn't understand any of it. Untie me. No, Mr. Hale, not yet. Then pour it on the floor. Mason considered me. Then he tilted the glass slowly. Water struck the carpet between my boots. The sound did something ugly inside me. Not because I was thirsty. Because Brookmill had almost died for less than that. Lena jerked against her ties. You son of a... Mason set the empty glass on the table. That was one cup. Brookmill wastes lives over pipes it can't defend. Help me avoid that. The door opened before I could answer. A guard leaned in. Medical classification has a problem. Carter girl won't stop working on the white tags. Mason sighed. A small, bright piece of hope moved through my chest. Mia had found a place to make trouble. Mason looked at me. Your friends keep confusing compassion with strategy. I met his eyes. You've never seen what happens when they become the same thing. White Hall. They left me in Conference B long enough for thirst to become a clock. Not the kind cross-used with church bells and megaphones. This one ticked in my tongue, in the crack at the corner of my mouth, in the way my wrists swelled around the plastic tie. Lena sat 3 feet away with her head bent over the red folder, pretending to study papers while her fingers worked against a sharp screw under the table. The guard outside the door was bored enough to hum and careful enough to keep his shadow in the crack beneath the frame. He shifted every few minutes. Left foot, right foot, rifle strap squeak, left foot, right foot. I counted until counting made me want to stand and ram the door with my shoulder. "Stop staring at him," Lena whispered. "I'm not staring." "You're staring with your whole face." "How's the screw?" "It's old, stubborn, and loyal to furniture." I flexed my hands. Pins and needles crawled through my fingers. "Mason offered me a job." "He offered you a leash with a title." "That's shorter." She looked up. One eye had puffed darker since the truck. "He's scared of Brookmill." He didn't look scared. People with that many forms are always scared. Forms are what they use to make the world smaller. A scream came from somewhere down the hall. We both went still. Not Mia. I knew that before I knew anything else. It was a man's scream, raw and cut short by a door. Then another sound. A cart rattling. A guard muttering. A woman crying into cloth. Lena turned the screw again. Metal clicked softly. The door opened. The guard came in first, rifle up. Mason followed with a clipboard and the same calm face, but there was a new tightness around his mouth. "Dr. Carter's daughter has requested your presence," he said. "Mia requested?" "She demanded it. She believes you can persuade a patient to cooperate." "Who is it?" "A child from your street." My chair scraped as I stood too fast. The guard jabbed the rifle toward my chest. Mason watched me. "His name is Noah Miller. White tag. Respiratory distress? Your people hid him poorly. Noah Miller. Small glasses, asthma, and a kid who tried to make his little sister laugh by doing card tricks with ration slips." My mouth went dry in a different way. "If he's in trouble, take me. That is what I'm doing." He nodded to the guard. The man grabbed my arm and walked me into the hall. Lena started to rise. Mason pointed at her without looking back. "Miss Price stays." "Evan," she said. "Keep reading," I told her. The hall outside had become busier. A line of people with tags moved toward the main floor. Blue slashes went left. White tags went right. Red carts waited at the far end, near 2 closed double doors. A boy with a white tag asked the guard when his mother was coming. The guard did not answer. The boy asked again, softer. His voice followed me down the corridor until a door shut between us. They took me to the medical wing, which had been a banquet hall before the Pulse. Chandeliers hung dead above rows of cots. The district had power in the halls, but not enough for luxury. Work lights on stands threw hard white beams across faces, bandages, buckets, and metal trays. The room smelled of bleach, blood, sweat, and generator exhaust leaking through vents. Mia stood near the center with her hair tied back and both hands red to the wrists. For half a breath, everything else fell away. Then I saw the guard behind her, and the tied strip around one of her wrists, and the way she kept her shoulders loose because showing pain gives people ideas. "There," she said when she saw me. "Now he can talk to Noah while I get the mask seated." Mason remained near the door. "You said he wouldn't tolerate treatment without Evan Hale in the room." "I said he needs someone he trusts," Mia said. "That's not the same thing." Noah lay on a cot under a gray blanket. His skin had a blue tint around the mouth. His chest worked too hard. Dr. Carter was not there. A district medic held a cracked inhaler and a plastic spacer. Another medic adjusted a hand pump connected to an oxygen bag that looked scavenged from an ambulance. Noah's eyes found me. He tried to lift a hand and could not. The guard cut the tie from my wrists, but kept one hand on his pistol. "No sudden movement," he said. I crossed to the cot slowly and knelt beside Noah. "Hey, Card Shark," I said. He tried to smile. It came out crooked. "Your sister's fine," I said, though I did not know. Bulai was small and necessary and tasted like blood. Rosa has her. Sam's probably teaching her something annoying right now. Noah pulled air through his teeth. His eyes rolled toward the mask in Mia's hand. "I know," I said. "It looks like junk. It probably is junk. But Mia's got it, and she doesn't lose arguments with plastic." You let her fit it, then you breathe slow like we practiced in the pantry. Do you remember it? In through the nose if you can. Out like you're cooling soup. Mia lowered the mask. Noah flinched. I caught his hand. His fingers were cold. Look at me, I said. Not them. Look at me. The mask sealed. Mia nodded to the medic. The bag hissed softly. Noah fought the first breath, then the second. On the third, his chest caught the rhythm. Not enough. Better than before. Mia leaned close to me. They've got 3 inhalers locked in a cabinet behind that screen. Maybe more. White tags are getting lowest priority unless they can work. I kept my eyes on Noah. Where's your mom? Different hall. They pulled medical staff from dependents. She's cooperating because they showed her a room full of sick kids. That's not cooperation. It's a hook. Mason came closer. You two are very good at making moral distinctions while using district supplies. Mia did not look at him. Your supplies came from somebody. All supplies come from somebody. Mature governance admits that. Noah squeezed my hand. I squeezed back. A man on the next cot began convulsing. The medic with the bag swore and turned. Mia reached instinctively, but a guard blocked her. White tag, the guard said. Maya's face went empty. That emptiness scared me more than anger. Move aside, she said. Classification says stabilize blue first. Classification can hold pressure on his tongue after he bites through it. Move aside. The guard stepped closer. You're here because Mason says you're useful. Don't confuse that with important. Mia lifted one bloody hand and pointed at the man thrashing on the cot. He stops breathing in 10 seconds. When he dies in front of this room because you blocked help, everyone here learns what your tags are worth. Is that useful? The guard hesitated. Mason watched. I saw the calculation cross his face. Not mercy. Optics mattered. Let her work, he said. Mia moved. Fast and clean, she grabbed a folded cloth, turned the man's head, shouted for the medic to get a roll under his shoulders. I stayed with Noah, but my eyes tracked the room. Cabinet behind the screen. 2 guards near the door. One by the generator cable running through a drilled hole in the wall. Work lights plugged into a power strip taped to a pillar. The banquet hall had another exit behind the stage curtains. An exit always matters more when someone thinks you're too busy to see it. Maya got the man breathing again. Not well, but breathing. The room had watched. The tagged people. The medics. Even the guards. The district had made her useful in public, and she had turned useful into authority for 30 seconds. Mason understood it too. Enough, he said. Return Hill to interview holding. Carter remains here. Mia looked at me. Noah needs someone. Noah has district care. Noah has a broken mask and a room full of numbers pretending to be nurses. Mason's voice stayed mild. You may continue treating patients if you continue obeying instructions. And if I don't? Then your mother's cooperation becomes less valuable. Her face changed. There it was. The hook. I stood slowly. The guard reached for the tie. Mia moved close enough to wipe her hands on a towel hanging near me. It looked like nothing. Her fingers brushed my palm. Something small and hard slid into my hand. A cabinet key. I closed my fist around it. Mason's eyes were on Noah, not us. He was watching the room watch Noah breathe. The guard tied my wrists again. He did it quickly, irritated by the smell and the noise and the fact that sick people kept making his job feel less powerful. He did not notice the key tucked into my palm under the tie. As he pulled me toward the door, Mia spoke without looking at me. Cooling soup, she said to Noah. Go slow. That's it. It was a message, too. Going slow mattered. I walked out breathing like a child with a plastic mask over his face. The hallway seemed louder on the way back. More guards. More carts. More names shouted. Near the registration desk, a man with a blue slash argued that his wife was not a dependent because she could sew and cook and knew herbs. The intake clerk asked whether she had formal medical training. He said she had kept 4 kids alive. The clerk marked her white anyway. A red car door opened as we passed. Inside for 1 second, I saw a room with stripped wires, chairs bolted to the floor, and a map of neighborhoods pinned across one wall. Pins marked streets in different colors. Brookmill had a red pin and a black circle drawn around it. Then the door shut. My guard shoved me forward. Keep moving. What's in there? People who ask questions. Must be crowded. He jerked me by the arm hard enough to make my shoulder flare. Back in Conference B, Lena looked up once and saw my fist. She saw it because she'd been waiting to see whether I came back with nothing, fear, or a tool. The guard pushed me into the chair. Mason did not follow this time. He spoke from the hall to someone on a radio, his voice low. Brookmill remains contained. Ward is not confirmed. Briggs not recovered. Carter physician still on site. Cross stable enough for transport after dusk. Full clearance delayed until archive review. Archive review. Lena heard it too. The door closed. I leaned back and let my tied hands drop beside the chair leg. The key pressed into my palm like a hot coal. Lena whispered, "What did she give you?" "A reason to hurry. I've got the screw almost loose." "That is good. They've got Brookmill circled on a map. Full clearance after dusk." Lena's mouth tightened. "That means they won't just search." "No chance. They'll make an example." I worked the key between my fingers. Slow, slow, slow. The plastic tie held my wrist together, but my hands were in front. Mason had made a mistake. Not a big one. Not movie big. A human mistake made by someone who believed a thirsty person could be measured by forms. The screw came free under Vena's fingers and dropped into her lap. Outside the door, the guard shifted. Left foot. Right foot. Rifle strap squeak. Lena slid the screw across the carpet with her toe. I caught it under my boot. The district had power. Trucks, forms, gas, keys, and guards gave it all the big pieces. Brookmill had learned to use small ones. Small pieces. A loose screw is not a weapon until a desperate person gives it a purpose. Lena and I gave it 3. First, the screw ate the plastic around her wrists. Not fast. Not clean. It dug, slipped, scraped skin, and left thin red lines where panic tried to make her hurry. She kept her face angled toward the folder so anyone looking through the door window would see a beaten woman staring at papers, not a prisoner sawing herself free 1 ugly millimeter at a time. Second, the screw opened my tie. That part was worse because my hands had gone half numb and the cabinet key Mia had given me kept trying to fall from my fist. I wedged the screw against the tie's locking tooth and pushed until something inside clicked. The strip loosened enough to pull one hand through. Blood rushed back into my fingers with hot needles. Third, the screw went into the hinge of the metal table leg. Lena watched me twist. "What are you doing?" "Making the room worse for the next person." "That's vague." "It's also honest." The leg did not come off. That would have been too generous. It loosened enough to wobble, enough that a hard kick would break it free. We left it for the moment because timing matters. So does not looking free before you are ready to be free. I slid a tie back around one wrist and held the loose end in my fist. Lena did the same. From the door window, we still looked contained. The guard outside coughed. He had been breathing trace gas all morning and pretending not to suffer because uniforms teach stupid kinds of pride. His radio crackled. "Conference guard, status." He lifted it. Still quiet. "Records wants Price. Interview wants Hale separated from Price." Lena's eyes met mine. There went timing. A key turned in the door. The guard stepped in alone. Mistake number 2. He should have called another man. He should have kept the rifle back. He should have looked at our hands instead of the folder. "Price, up." Lena stood, slow and small. I kicked the table leg. It snapped sideways with a metallic crack. The pistol weighting the papers slid off the table. The guard's head turned toward the sound. Lena drove her shoulder into his chest while I grabbed the rifle barrel and shoved it toward the wall. The gun fired. The room exploded with sound. Plaster jumped from the corner. The guard slammed his forearm into my face. Pain flashed white. I kept both hands on the rifle because losing teeth is better than losing the muzzle. Lena caught the loose table leg and hit him behind the knee. He dropped. I twisted the rifle. He held on. Strong, scared, and swearing, his finger clawed for the trigger again. I drove my forehead into his nose. Cartilage cracked. He let go. Lena hit him again, lower this time. He folded around the blow. I stripped the rifle away and pressed the butt against his throat, not hard enough to crush, hard enough to explain the next second. "Give me keys," I said. He spat blood. Lena grabbed his belt and pulled the key ring free. Got them. The hallway erupted. We had maybe 10 seconds before the room filled with men. I took the guard's pistol, shoved it into my waistband, and checked the rifle by feel. Magazine seated. Safety checked. Chamber checked. Caleb would have corrected my grip. Sam would have made a joke, because fear had to leak somewhere. Mia would have told me to move. I moved. We stepped into the hall as a second guard turned from the registration desk. I fired at the floor near his feet. Tile chipped. He dove behind a cart. People screamed and scattered. Not heroic. Not controlled. Bodies hit walls, tables, each other. A clipboard flew. A water jug fell and burst, spreading clear across the dirty floor. For one insane second, everyone stared at the water. Then Lena ran toward the red card door. "Wrong way," I hissed. "Archive review," she said. "The map. The clearance order. We need it. Brook Mill needs us alive. Brook Mill needs proof and routes." A guard came out of the red card door with a baton in one hand. Lena did not slow. She threw the red folder at his face. Paper burst everywhere. He flinched. I hit him in the chest with the rifle butt and drove him backward through the door. Inside, the red card room smelled like sweat, metal, and fear that had no air left in it. 3 prisoners sat bolted to chairs. One had blood down his shirt. Another was an old woman with a purple bruise across her jaw. The third was Pete. For half a second, my mind rejected him. Pete lifted his head. One eye was swollen, nearly closed. "Took you long enough." "How are you here?" I asked. Creek sighed. Followed the truck. Got stupid near the fence. Lena was already at the map wall. "Need keys." I tossed her the ring. She tried one after another on a locked file cabinet while I covered the hall. The map was bigger than I had seen through the crack. Whole districts pinned and circled. Blue for controlled. White for pending. Red for resistance. Black circles for clearance authorization. Brook Mill had a black circle now. My throat tightened. The old woman in the chair said, "Boy, either let us out or stop showing us the door." I found the chair keys on the ring by luck or grace and freed her first. Pete next. The third man could barely stand. Pete caught him under one arm. Lena got the cabinet open. She pulled files fast, not reading, just taking anything with black circles, route sheets, fuel logs, and a stamped folder labeled Reset Continuity. I grimaced at the letters. Nice title. Really official. "We won't read the title out loud," she said, shoving it under her shirt. "Where's medical?" "Down the hall." Pete wiped blood from his lip. "Outside's crawling. You won't walk out front." "Stage exit in medical," I said. "How do you know?" Mia told me. That was enough for him. We moved as a broken knot. Lena with papers. Pete and the injured man. The old woman with a baton she had taken from the floor. Me with the rifle, trying to look like I had a plan big enough for all of us. The hall outside had turned into chaos, but not enough. The district was not fragile. Men shouted and regrouped. A whistle blew from the main doors. Boots pounded near the registration desk. Iris appeared from a side room with Nolan behind her. "Evan," she cried. "Where are the others?" "Whitehall. They're moving kids to the buses." "Those buses." The word opened a hole under my ribs. Mason was not just processing. He was removing dependence before clearance. Take children, take leverage, then burn resistance out of the adult. Mature governance. Language like queen cloth over rotten meat. "Go with Pete," I said. "Stay low." Nolan looked at the rifle in my hands. "We can help." "You can help by not making me carry you." He didn't like it. He obeyed anyway. We pushed toward medical. The banquet hall had become a storm. Mia stood near the cabinet with 2 inhalers in one pocket, one hand pressing gauze to a man's neck, and her other hand pointing a medic toward a cot. She had converted captivity into command so completely that 2 district medics were obeying before remembering she was a prisoner. Then she saw the rifle. About time, she said. I brought Lena. Pete, too. Of course you did. Dr. Carter came from behind a screen, face pale but steady. Her eyes landed on me, then Lena, then Pete, then the blood on the rifle stock. Mia, look. I see him, Mia said. We need the kids, I said. They've got buses. Dr. Carter's face hardened. White tags through the east corridor. I heard them call transport. Mia shoved the inhalers into her mother's hands. Noah stable. Keep 'em with you. You're not splitting off. Mom, wait. Mia Carter, do not start a heroic argument with me in a triage tent. Then run with us. A guard at the far entrance raised his rifle. The old woman with the baton threw a metal tray like she had been waiting her whole life for the chance. It hit him in the face with a flat clang. He staggered. I fired once into the work light above him. Glass burst. Darkness dropped across half the hall. People screamed. Not just prisoners. Guards, too. Darkness does not choose sides, but people who already know fear move better inside it. Mia grabbed my sleeve. Stage exit. Right now. We ran behind the curtains. The stage smelled of dust and old varnish. Folding chairs were stacked in towers. A grand piano sat under a tarp like a dead animal. The exit bar on the rear door was chained. Of course, Pete said. I jammed the cabinet key into the padlock. It did not fit. Lena tried 2 keys from the guard ring. Wrong key. Wrong key. Pete handed the injured man to Nolan and grabbed a metal chair from the stack. Move back. He smashed the chair into the crash bar. The sound rang through the stage. Once hard. Twice harder. The chain held. Mia took the rifle from me, aimed at the padlock, and fired. The lock jumped, cracked, and hung by a strip of metal. Pete hit it again. The chain fell. Cold air rushed in. Behind the Civic Center, the loading area opened to generator trailers, fuel drums, dumpsters, and a line of buses painted with district marks. Children stood in 2 rows beside the nearest bus, white tags swinging from their necks. Guards tried to herd them faster while intake clerks checked names. Noah's little sister was there. So was Rosa, tied at the wrists, face streaked with gas and rage. Mia saw her. Rosa, there. Rosa saw us and shouted, "Kids down!" Every child in her line dropped. Sam Briggs drove a district pickup through the rear gate. I knew it was Sam before I saw his face because nobody else could make a stolen truck look offended. The pickup came in too fast, dragging a section of chain-link fence behind it. June stood in the bed with a shotgun. Mr. Alvarez was beside her, one hand gripping the cab roof, the other firing toward the guard tower. Brookmill had followed. Sam slammed the truck into the side of the nearest bus, not hard enough to kill, hard enough to ruin the door and everybody's schedule. Metal screamed. The guard by the children turned. June fired over his head. He dropped his rifle and threw himself behind the wheel well. Sam leaned out the window, eyes still red from gas. You 2 ready to stop getting kidnapped? Mia looked at me. I like him again. Don't encourage him. The loading yard became a fight made of bad angles and worse choices. We had freed people, but not enough guns. The district had guns, but too many panicked bodies in their line of fire. I ran for Rosa's group while Mia and Dr. Carter pushed the sick from the stage exit. Lena shoved her stolen files under the pickup seat and helped Nolan drag the injured man into the bed. A district guard grabbed Rosa by the hair. I reached them at the same time Noah's little sister bit the guard's wrist. He howled. Rosa drove both tied fists into his throat. I hit him with the rifle stock and pulled Rosa back. Good timing, she said. You too. I taught her that, Rosa said, nodding at the little girl. Mason appeared at the far side of the yard with 6 men. His clean sleeves were gone. Blood marked one cuff. His face still looked calm, but the calm had thinned. He saw the broken gate, the stage door, the children crouched under the smoke, and Sam's truck wedged into the bus. He saw the system slipping. He lifted a pistol and aimed at Sam. I fired at Mason's feet. He stepped back behind a fuel drum, smart enough to know fuel drums were sometimes empty and sometimes lies. His men opened fire. The pickup windshield cracked. June dropped into the bed. Mr. Alvarez fired twice and shouted for everyone to move. "Evan," Mia called. She had Noah's sister in one arm and a medical bag over her shoulder. Dr. Carter carried Noah, mask pressed to his face. Pete helped Owen from the truck line. Pearl was with him, one arm around his waist and murder still alive in her eyes. We were not going to fit everyone. That thought tried to freeze me. Then Sam shouted, "Second truck." Behind the buses, Caleb Ward limped into the yard driving the utility rig from the convoy. He looked like Death had filed a complaint and been ignored. Mrs. Klein sat beside him with a pistol out the window. Grace clung to the rear step. The utility rig coughed black smoke and rolled crooked, but it rolled. Caleb braked near the stage door and leaned on the horn. Long, ugly, and perfect. "Load it," he shouted. I wanted to ask why he was there. I wanted to shove him into a bed and tie him to it. Instead, I started throwing people toward the rig because some arguments are for later, if later survives. Mason's men advanced from the fuel drums. Lena climbed into the pickup cab, reached under the seat, and pulled out the stamped folder. "Evan, they have a route map. Westbridge, Mill Road, Old Railspur. Brook Mill isn't the only black circle. Take it." "I am taking it. I'm telling you what we're carrying." A round hit the pickup door near her shoulder. She ducked. The generator trailer behind Mason sputtered. The work lights around the loading yard flickered. Mia grabbed my arm. Power cable. I saw it. Thick black cable snaking from the generator trailer across the ground into the building through a service panel. The same kind we had seen inside. One cable fed the rear yard lights and maybe the doors. Maybe alarms. Maybe nothing we needed. But Mason's men stood under those lights, bright and confident. "Cover me," I said. I hate that sentence. "Use that." She fired toward the fuel drums. June and Mr. Alvarez joined from the pickup. I ran low, boots slipping on spilled water and oil. Bullets slapped the pavement behind me. A guard stepped from behind a dumpster. I swung the rifle too close to aim. The butt caught his jaw. He fell into the dumpster and took my balance with him. The cable was bolted into a junction box with a lever. It was locked. I raised the rifle and fired into the lock. Nothing happened. "Come on," I hissed. A shot tore through the metal panel and sparked. Not mine. It was Mason's. He had moved for a clearer angle. The sparks gave me the answer. I grabbed the loose metal cover and jammed it against the exposed contacts. The world snapped white. Heat punched my hands. The generator screamed. Lights across the yard burst one after another, popping like glass teeth. Darkness slammed down. Men shouted. Someone fired into the air. The generator coughed, seized, and died. I fell backward with smoke coming from the panel and both palms burning. Mia found me by feel. "Evan, please. Hands are bad. Rest of me's rude but present. Move, rude boy." She dragged me up. In the dark, Brook Mill moved better than the district. We had practiced blindness all week. No phones. No lights. No easy rescue. We knew how to follow touch, voice, breath, and memory. The district had built its confidence under lamps. Sam's pickup tore through the broken gate first. Caleb's utility rig followed with people packed into every space that could hold a body. A few ran behind. Pete and Owen carried the injured man between them. Rosa counted children by touch as they climbed over the tailgate. Mason's voice rose behind us. No loudspeaker now, just a man shouting into dark. "Hale, stop!" I turned once. He stood by the dead generator with a pistol in one hand and a flashlight in the other. The beam found my face. His calm was gone. Under it was not rage exactly. It was insult. The system had expected me to become a piece. Pieces are not supposed to move themselves. "Brook Mill is finished," he called. "You just signed the order." Mia pulled me toward the gate. "Then write small," I shouted back. "We're hard to file." We ran into the dark behind the trucks. Hard to file. The road out of the Civic Center became a tunnel made of engine noise, cold air, and people trying not to fall off moving metal. I rode in the back of Caleb's utility rig with my palms wrapped in wet cloth and my shoulders jammed between Pete and a woman from County Line who kept asking if anyone had seen her sister. No one answered because no one had breath to spend on hope they could not confirm. Children crouched on the floor between boots. Rosa had one arm around Noah's little sister and the other hooked through a ladder rack. Dr. Carter sat near the cab with Noah across her lap, working the oxygen bag by hand every few seconds. Mia knelt beside them, counting under her breath. Sam's stolen pickup bounced ahead of us with its rear bumper dragging sparks. June stood in the bed until Mr. Alvarez pulled her down by the coat. Behind us, the Civic Center yard shrank into smoke and shouts. One district truck tried to follow, but the fence Sam had dragged wrapped under its front axle and turned pursuit into a grinding scream. Caleb drove like a man who had not been given permission by his body. Every turn came late. Every brake came harsh. His face in the side mirror looked hollow. Mrs. Klein shouted directions at him as if volume could replace blood. "Left at the school," she yelled. "I know." "Then make the left at the school." "I'm making it." "Make it better." The rig swung left hard enough to throw Pete into me. My burned palms flared when I grabbed the rail. I bit the inside of my cheek and tasted copper. Mia looked back from Noah. "How are your hands?" "Still there." "Bad attitude." "Don't use them." "I wasn't planning to knit." Her mouth twitched, which felt like stealing fire. We did not go straight to Brookmill. Caleb took us to dead side streets, across the back lot of an abandoned appliance store, and into a drainage lane where tree limbs scraped the sides of the rig. Sam's pickup vanished ahead, then reappeared through gaps in the brush. Twice we stopped to listen. Once, a district vehicle passed on the main road with no headlights, moving by moonglow and memory. Everyone held their breath while Noah's oxygen bag hissed softly in Dr. Carter's hands. When the engine faded, Rosa began counting again. 17 safe, 18 safe, 19 safe. "You've counted 19 3 times, Pete whispered. "Then 19 is safe 3 times. Nobody argued. We reached Brookmill through the creek path after midnight. The street did not cheer. Cheering belongs to people who believe a fight has ended. Brookmill knew better. Doors opened. Lanterns appeared behind covered windows. People ran forward, stopped when they saw the number of strangers with us, then ran again because strangers with children are harder to reject in the dark. Mrs. Miller found Noah and made a sound so sharp that even the guards on the barricade looked away. She took her daughter from Rosa, then saw Noah in Dr. Carter's arms and nearly collapsed before Mia caught her. Sam climbed from the pickup and leaned against the hood like his bones had been replaced with wet rope. I walked to him because walking was easier than letting my knees think. "You followed the truck," I said. "Technically, I stole the truck that followed the truck." "Caleb let you do that?" Sam glanced toward the utility rig, where Dr. Carter was already yelling at Caleb. "Let" is a strong word. He gave orders, then ignored his own. Very on brand. "How'd you know where they took us?" "We watched the convoy." Pete went ahead. "Got caught. Then Grace found their rear gate while we were deciding how dumb we could afford to be. Turns out the answer was very." I looked at him. His eyes were still raw from gas. There was blood on his sleeve that might not have been his. He had the shaky grin he used when the alternative was making a sound he could not take back. "You came for us," I said. The grin broke a little. "You walked into a box truck because I couldn't. That wasn't your fault." "I know." My head knows. The rest of me is arguing. I leaned against the hood beside him. "Mine too." For a minute we watched Brookmill absorb the rescued. Owen found Pearl by the south barricade and folded around her like the world had finally given one thing back. Lena carried the stolen files into my garage under her shirt. June took 3 guards to strip the district vehicles before someone remembered pursuit might still come. Mr. Alvarez checked fuel. Grace counted ammunition with a face like carved wood. Mia came out of the medical house and pointed at me. "You are inside right now." Sam gave me a tired pat on the shoulder. "That's the tone. You're doomed." The Alvarez living room had become surgery, triage, command post, and confession booth. Caleb was on the dining table again, shirt cut open, Dr. Carter stitching near the old injury while calling him an idiot in 3 different levels of volume. Noah breathed under a mask beside the couch. The room smelled of boiled cloth, iodine, smoke, and too many bodies. Mia took my hands and unwrapped the cloth. The The skin across both palms had blistered in pale ridges. Not the worst injury in the room? Not close. Still bad enough that looking made my stomach flex. Electrical burn, she said. The panel had opinions. You shoved metal into live contacts. It seemed persuasive. She looked up, and the tired humor drained from both of us. Don't do that again, she said. I can't promise that exactly. Then promise worse. Promise you'll hesitate long enough to see if there's another way. The room noise faded to a low hum. Caleb arguing. Dr. Carter snapping. Noah breathing. Rosa counting kids in the kitchen. All of it moved around us while Mia held my damaged hands like they were proof of a debt she had not agreed to owe. I can promise that, I said. She nodded once and went back to cleaning the burns. Her touch was gentle enough to hurt. Lena spread the stolen files across the coffee table when she was sure no blood would drip on them. The stamped folder had been scorched at one corner. She opened it with 2 fingers. Everyone who can think without fainting needs to hear this, she said. That's optimistic, Sam muttered from the doorway. June, Mr. Alvarez, Grace, Pete, Dr. Carter, Mia, Sam, Caleb, Rosa, Lena, and I gathered in the cramped living room. A few others stood in the hall. Nobody sat unless injury forced them to. Sitting made sleep too tempting. Lena placed the route map on top. Colored lines ran across the whole district. Civic Center, the church, depot, water tower, fuel yard, old rail spur, West Bridge, Mill Road, and a quarry outside town were all marked. Smaller circles marked neighborhoods like ours. Some blue, some white, 4 black. Brook Mill was 1. Black circle means clearance, Lena said. Not search, not intake. Clearance authority. The order references structural denial, population transfer, and asset recovery. Sam rubbed his face. Translate without sounding like Mason. They take what they want, move who they can use, and destroy the place so nobody can move back, Lena said. The room went still. Mr. Alvarez looked toward the dark window. When does it happen? She pulled another sheet from the folder. Dusk tomorrow was the delayed time. Mason told the hall full clearance after archive review. After tonight, he may move sooner. Caleb tried to sit up. Dr. Carter shoved him down without looking. Don't even begin. He spoke from the table. How many vehicles can they still use? Grace answered. We stole 2. Disabled 1 at the rear gate. Sam wrecked a bus door. The bank truck and at least 2 pickups are still theirs. Maybe the box truck. Maybe more from other sites. How much personnel? Enough, June said. But not clean. We cracked their intake yard. People saw it. Some ran. Some may fight them now. Rosa stood near the kitchen door with Noah's little sister asleep against her hip. People saw us take kids back. That matters. It matters if they hear about it, Lena said. District controls the loudspeakers. Church bell. There would be flyers and food tables. They can say we kidnapped dependents and attacked medical care. They will, Mia said. Dr. Carter tied off Caleb's stitch. Then we need our own message. All eyes moved to her. She looked exhausted enough to fall over and hard enough to cut glass. Not a speech. We need proof. We get copies of these papers to every pending neighborhood on that map before Mason closes the roads. We show them the black circles, the white tags, the transfer plans. If Brook Mill stands alone tomorrow, Brook Mill dies alone. If 4 neighborhoods refuse intake at once, Mason has a district problem. June nodded slowly. A rising. No, Caleb said. Call it something smaller. Rising sounds like flags and dead teenagers. Call it a refusal. People understand refusing. Sam looked at me. Can we make copies without power? Lena tapped a sheet. Not copies like before, but I can handwrite summaries. Others can copy those. We make packets. Routes, names, what black circles mean. We send runners before dawn. Runners get caught, Mr. Alvarez said. Some might, she answered. Some won't. Nobody liked it. Nobody had something better. I stared at the map. Westbridge. Mill Road. Old rail spur. The quarry marked 1 line of supply. The roads marked lines of control. Mason had looked unbreakable at the Civic Center because he had stood at the center of his own map. But maps lie when people move differently. We don't have to beat the bank truck, I said. Caleb turned his head. Go on. We have to make the bank truck be in the wrong place. Mason wants Brookmill as an example. Cross wanted obedience through water. Mason wants obedience through removal. If every pending neighborhood knows they're next, he has to guard intake, fuel, bridge, and roadblocks. June crossed her arms. You're describing a bigger fight. I'm describing a stretched one. We can't win a fistfight with a bigger man by standing still. We make him step wrong. Mia finished wrapping my palms. That sounds like one of your game explanations. The game killed me, then improved the strategy. That got a thin laugh from Sam, which helped more than it should have. Lena pulled another page from the folder and placed it beside the map. This one had names. Some we knew. Some we didn't. At the bottom, handwritten in Mason's neat block letters, was a note. Hail viable under targeted leverage. Carter leverage primary. Ward removal preferred if capture cost exceeds value. My eyes stayed on Mia's name without wanting to. She read it too. Her face did not change, but her hand found mine under the table and rested carefully above the bandages. Sam's voice dropped. They planned you. They planned everybody, Lena said. That's the point. Outside, the north barricade guard whistled once. Every person in the room stopped breathing. A second whistle answered from the south. Not alarm. A signal. Pete went to the window and looked through the slit in the curtain. Someone at the far end, alone, with hands up. June lifted her rifle. Who is it? Pete watched longer. Mason's coat, but not Mason. Smaller person. We moved through the house like tired ghosts. At the north barricade, a figure stood under the dead streetlight with both hands raised. She wore a district coat too big for her and no shoes. Her feet were dark with mud. A white tag hung from her neck. It was Iris. Not the Brookmill Iris. The girl from the truck. Nolan was not with her. Mia reached the barricade beside me. Open it. June held her back. Wait first. Iris swayed. Please? She called. Her voice barely carried. They followed me partway. I lost them at the creek. Nolan stayed. He said someone had to jam the gate. Her knees buckled. I climbed over the barricade before anyone could stop me. My hands screamed when I caught the other side. Maya swore behind me and came after. We reached Iris as she collapsed. Her skin was cold. There was blood on her sleeve and a folded paper tied under the white tag. Mia pulled it free while I lifted Iris. The paper was from Nolan. The handwriting shook. Mason moving before dawn. Crosses burn north first. Bank truck leads. They have fuel sprayers from utility rig. Nolan wrote it. Fuel sprayers. I looked down Brookmill at the sleeping children in borrowed houses, at our barricades made from cars and courage and things that could burn. The district was not waiting until dusk. The reset was coming with the dark still on it. Fuel before dawn. I carried Iris across the barricade while the street held its breath around us. She weighed almost nothing. That was the first thing that stuck in my head. Not the note tied under her white tag. Not Nolan's warning. Not the words fuel sprayers, written in a hand that had almost run out of strength. It was the way her body folded against my chest like damp laundry, all bones and cold skin and shaking breath. Mia walked beside me with one hand pressed against Iris's throat, two fingers searching for a pulse every few seconds as if the act of checking could keep it there. The girl's bare feet swung with each step. Mud had dried between her toes. One toenail was split. The hem of the district coat dragged against my knee. Kitchen table, Mia said. Caleb's on the dining table, I told her. Then the kitchen floor. Move right now. Nobody argued with that voice. Rosa swept a blanket across the tiles before I lowered Iris down. Dr. Carter came in from the living room with her sleeves rolled, her face drawn tight under the yellow lantern light. She took one look at the white tag and cut the string with a kitchen knife. Don't pull anything else off her, she said. Mia, warm water if we still have it. Evan, sit before you drop her and yourself. I'm standing. You're bleeding through your bandages and your hands are cooked. Sit before you fall. Mia looked at me without turning away from Iris. Listen to her. I sat on the edge of a chair because that was faster than arguing with both Carters at once. The Alvarez house had not slept. It had only changed from one kind of emergency to another. Children lay shoulder to shoulder in the hallway under coats. Mr. Alvarez had moved the couch against the front windows. June and Pete crouched over a map at the coffee table. Sam stood near the back door with a rifle across his chest and smoke stains on his face. Lena copied from Mason's papers with a pencil shaved so short she had to pinch it between finger and thumb. Everybody looked at the note again. Mason moving before dawn. Crosses burn north first. Bank truck leads. They have fuel sprayers from utility rig. Nolan wrote it. The words made the room smaller. June came in from the living room. How long before dawn? 2 hours, Lena said. Maybe less. They won't wait for light if they're bringing fire. I looked toward the window. The sky outside was still black, but the kind of black that had begun to loosen at the edges. A thin gray showed above the roofs. Smoke from the earlier fights kept it dirty. No stars. No porch lights. No hum of refrigerators or distant roads. Just the creak of houses cooling in the cold and the occasional cough from someone who had breathed too much gas. Sam swallowed hard. Fuel sprayers means what exactly? Dr. Carter did not look up from Iris. It means we keep flame away from houses. It means we get children low and away from the first row. It means anyone trying to be brave near open fuel dies ugly. Nobody spoke for a second. I flexed my fingers and the burned skin on my palms pulled under the dressing. Pain flashed up both arms. Good enough. Pain meant I was not drifting. They'll come north because Nolan said north first, I said. Not just because of the road. North side has the oldest houses and the most dry fences. If they light those yards, the wind pushes it through the block. Mr. Alvarez stepped into the doorway with a toolbox in one hand. Wind is moving east. I checked with Ash at the porch. Slow, but moving. Caleb's boys came from the dining room. Then we make the north side too expensive. He sounded half dead and still more useful than most people standing. Dr. Carter snapped, You stay flat, Caleb. I'm flat. I'm just loud. June rubbed the bridge of her nose. We don't have time for trenches. We don't need trenches, I said. We need fire breaks. Wet blankets on first row fences. Move cars away from porches. Knock down loose boards that can carry flame. Fill tubs if any pressure remains. Dirt lines through the yards. Sand from garden beds. Anything we can use. Pete gave me a look. You learned all that from games too? I learned some from watching my dad get mad at summer brush piles. The rest is guessing with consequences. That is comforting. It's better than guessing after everything's burning. Mia came back with a pot of warm water. Her hands were steady, but her jaw was clenched so hard a small muscle jumped in her cheek. She knelt near her mother and helped wash mud from Iris's feet. Iris stirred when the water touched her skin. Her eyes opened, unfocused and glassy. She tried to sit up. Nolan, she whispered. Mia pressed her down gently. You're safe for right now. Don't move. He stayed. Gate chain. He said the truck had to slow. He said tell Evan the map lies at the creek. I leaned forward. What does that mean? Iris blinked at me. It took her a second to place my face. Old culvert. Not on their map. He said your creek drains under the rail bed. He said district trucks can't see it from the road. Nina looked up from her copying. There is an old culvert by the rail spur. I marked it from the archive page. It's narrow. People can pass. Trucks can't. Can kids pass? Rosa asked. Yes, Lena said. If they crawl. Rosa's face tightened, but she nodded. Then that's where the children go if the north line breaks. Not if, June said. When it breaks. We plan like it's going to break. That was why people followed June. She did not sell hope at a discount. Mr. Alvarez set the toolbox down. I can get men to pull fence panels. Peak and rig chain low across Cedar Bend. If the bank truck turns too fast there, it catches. If it doesn't catch, it slows. We need quiet, I said. If they hear tools, they adjust. They already know we're breathing, Pete said. A hammer won't surprise them. A hammer tells them where. Sam shifted near the door. I'll take the creek route. I can get the first group through and mark the crawl. Rosa looked at him, and he lifted his chin before she could object. I know, he said. I'm not the calmest person in the room, but I'm skinny, and I can fit through stupid places. That is your strongest qualification, I said. He pointed at me. You don't get to mock my hero credentials with your blister hands. Mia's mouth twitched despite the dirt on her face. The tiny, almost smile disappeared when Iris coughed. Dr. Carter listened to the girl's chest and then looked at me. She was beaten, starved, and dragged through cold water. She may have infection starting in that arm. We don't have medicine for what she needs. What does she need right now? I asked. Warmth, fluids, rest, and nobody asking her to be brave again. Iris's eyes found mine. Nolan said he'd come after he jammed the gate. The room understood what she did not want to say. A boy who stayed behind a district gate did not always get to choose it later. Mia took Iris's hand. Then we'll keep a path open for him as long as we can. The girl nodded once and closed her eyes. June unfolded the route map and pinned its corners with ammunition boxes. Listen up. We have 2 hours if we're lucky, and less if we're not. North Fire Break gets every wet blanket, every shovel, every bucket. East Row moves kids to the culvert with Rosa and Sam. Lena's packets go with runners now, not at dawn. Grace takes Oakmere. Pete sends 2 to Millstone. Evan, you and Mia stay mobile. Mobile doing what? Mia asked. Seeing what the rest of us miss. That sounded nicer than go get shot where the line folds, but it meant the same thing. Lena tore 3 handwritten pages from her stack and held them out. Her fingers were black with graphite. These are ugly but clear. Black circles mean clearance. White tags mean transfer. Water point or control points. Mason is not rescue. He is removal. Grace took her packet and tucked it into her jacket. Oakmere listens if they see me. They saw the truck. Take 2 people, June said. I move faster alone. You die alone, too. Grace stared at her. June stared back. Grace finally jerked her head toward a teenager by the hall. Milo comes with me. Milo looked like he wanted to vanish into the wallpaper, but he stood. Dr. Carter finished binding Iris's arm. Nobody under 16 runs routes. Milo's voice cracked. I'm 17. You're not, but we don't have time to expose your lie, she said. Stay behind Grace and do exactly what she says. He nodded fast. A hard knock sounded at the back door. Every rifle in the room turned. Sam slid sideways and put his shoulder to the wall. Who is it? North Watch, a man's voice answered. Lanterns on the old road. 3 of them. Maybe more behind. I stood too fast. The chair scraped. Pain flared in my palms when I grabbed the rifle sling. Mia rose with me. Dr. Carter looked between us. You both hear me. If fuel hits clothing, you drop and roll in dirt. You don't run. Running feeds flame. If the spray is still coming, you get low behind hard cover, not wood. Wood will drink it. Sam made a sick face. That's a cheerful family tip. It's a living family tip, she said. Caleb called from the dining room, Evan. I stepped to the doorway. He lay pale under a sheet, pistol on his chest because nobody had managed to take it from him. His eyes had sunk deep, but they still held that old hard humor. Mason wants the first row burning, so the rest runs south, he said. He'll have men waiting south. Don't let fear pick the route. Culvert east, I said. Good enough. And Evan? I waited. Don't chase Cross if he shows himself. He'll want you angry. I thought of Cross drinking from a canteen beside the bank truck while Brookmill coughed gas out of children's lungs. I won't chase him, I said. Caleb watched my face. That wasn't convincing enough for church. Then it's good I'm not in church. He sighed through his nose. Get out of here before Carter hears me encourage you. May and I moved into the yard. Cold air hit the sweat under my collar. All along the north side, Brookmill had become motion without voices. People soaked blankets in kiddie pools and bathtubs. They dragged mattresses against brick steps, pulled fence panels loose, shoveled wet dirt across dry grass, and cracked open bags of garden soil. A woman in house slippers carried a bucket in each hand with her teeth clenched and her robe belted over a shotgun. The district had taught ordinary people to look ridiculous and dangerous at the same time. From beyond the north bend came the first low rumble of the bank truck. No loudspeaker this time. No clock. No demand. Mason had finished talking. The north fire break. The bank truck came slow enough to insult us. Its engine growled behind the curb, hidden by the line of dark houses and leaning telephone poles. The sound moved through the pavement into my boots. Every loose piece of glass in the gutter trembled. The truck did not rush because Mason wanted us to hear weight before we saw steel. Mia crouched beside me behind Mrs. Klein's brick planter. Her breath fogged once and vanished. She had wrapped a damp scarf around her neck and tied her hair back with a strip of sheet. There was soot across one cheek. The rifle looked too big in her hands until I remembered how steady those hands became when the world fell apart. "I hate this part," she whispered. "Which part?" "The waiting part. The part where your head keeps showing you the worst version before it happens. My head does that too. Yours turns it into strategy. Mine turns it into pictures. I look toward the houses where children were being guided through backyards toward the creek. Small shapes under blankets. Adults bending low. Sam at the front with a lantern shielded by his jacket, moving like he had memorized every broken board in the fence line. "Pictures can be useful," I said. "They tell you what you can't accept." Mia glanced at me. "That sounds like something Caleb would say if he wanted to make bad news sound noble." Then forget I said it. I didn't say it was wrong. The truck nosed into view. It was uglier up close. The old bank logo had been painted over with gray primer. Steel plates covered the sides in uneven sections, bolted on by people who cared about function and not pride. A wedge of scrap metal had been welded over the front bumper, turning it into a dull plow. Behind the windshield shield, I could see two shapes in the cab. Mason stood through a roof hatch with one hand on the rim. He wore the same clean, dark coat. Even now, under soot and weak pre-dawn light, the coat looked brushed. His face was calm, not brave. Calm was different. Brave people know fear and move anyway. Mason looked like fear was an item other people carried for him. Behind the bank truck rolled the utility rig. The cable drum had been stripped. In its place, metal tanks sat in a cradle of welded pipe. Two hoses ran to spray arms mounted like insect legs from the sides. Men in masks walked beside it with torches cupped against the wind. Not flamethrowers from some old war movie. Worse, because they were homemade. Crude enough to work. Leaking in thin lines. Good enough to turn fences into fuses. Pete's low chain stretched across Cedar Bend under a layer of ash and leaves. I knew where it was because I had helped drag it there. From the truck, it looked like road trash. June waited across from us behind a brick porch. She lifted two fingers. "Hold position." The truck kept coming. My mouth tasted like copper. The part of me that still remembered video games wanted clear rules. Range numbers. Health bars. Enemy types. Weak points. The street offered none of that. It offered smoke, poor light, children crawling through drains, and a man in a roof hatch who could order houses burned because paper told him he could. Mason raised a hand. The utility rig stopped. The bank truck rolled forward alone. "He sees the bend," Mia whispered. "Or he doesn't like moving his fuel first. He isn't stupid." No, he isn't. The bank truck reached the chain. For one breath, nothing happened. Then the front axle hit it and the whole truck lurched sideways with a grinding shriek. The chain snapped tight against the undercarriage. The left front tire climbed the curb, dropped hard, and the truck stalled with a sound like a giant clearing its throat. Pete whooped from somewhere to our right. "That's for my mailbox, you sons of disaster." District rifles answered. The street cracked open with gunfire. Brick chips sprayed from the planter. Mia ducked lower. I pressed my cheek to cold dirt and looked through a gap under the shrub. Men jumped from the pickups behind the utility rig. June's side fired first. Grace's route runner, Milo, fired too soon from a fence corner, and a district round punched through the board inches from his face. He fell backward, alive and shaking. Mason dropped through the roof hatch, gone from sight. "Fuel crew," June shouted. The utility rig sidearms hissed. A wet black sheet sprayed across the north fence line. The smell hit a second later. Gasoline, oil, and something sour. The liquid slapped wood and slid down in shining ropes. One of the torchmen stepped forward. I fired at him. The recoil punched my shoulder. My bandaged hands burned under the rifle grip. The shot missed high. Mia fired a heartbeat after me and hit the torchman's mask. He went down sideways, torch spinning away and dying in the dirt. "Good shot," I said. "Hate it later," she answered. Another torchman lifted his flame. A shotgun boomed from the porch across the street. The torch jumped from his hand. He grabbed at his wrist and stumbled backward into the rig. The spray arm jerked, dumping fuel across his legs. He screamed through the mask and fell away from the rig, rolling in gravel before flame could find him. The bank truck roared again. Its engine caught. The driver tried to reverse off the chain, tires chewing pavement. The chain held for 2 seconds, then broke with a sound like a cannon shot. One end whipped through Mrs. Klein's yard and cracked against a tree hard enough to strip bark. The truck backed straight into the utility rig. Metal hit metal. The tanks rocked. "Down," I yelled. The first tank did not explode. Real life did not care about movie timing. It split at one seam and dumped fuel across the road in a spreading black mirror. The stink rolled over us so thick my eyes watered. That was worse. A district man slipped in it and went down on both hands. Another dragged him up. The torch crews scattered. Mason's voice cut through the gunfire from inside the truck. "Sharp now. Separate the rig. Push through." A pickup behind the fuel rig revved. Its bumper touched the utility rig and shoved. The spray arm scraped against a parked car, showering sparks. Every spark made my skin try to crawl out of itself. Mia grabbed my sleeve. "We can't shoot near the spill." "I know." "Then what do we do?" I looked left. The street dipped slightly toward the storm drain near Mrs. Klein's driveway. The drain was clogged with leaves, but liquid had begun to creep that way in a dark finger. If the fuel reached the drain and someone lit it, the fire could travel under the street, under yards, maybe under houses. "We stopped the spill," I said. Mia stared at me. "With what? Prayer?" "Dirt works. Bags work. Anything helps. We'll be in the open. Only for a few seconds. You always say that like seconds are cheap." I did not answer because she was right. I ran hunched, rifle banging against my side, toward the garden bed along Mrs. Klein's walk. Mia cursed and came after me. We grabbed 2 half-frozen bags of potting soil from under a plastic tarp. My hands barely closed. I hooked my forearms under one bag and dragged it. Rounds cracked overhead. A bullet tore through the bag and sprayed dark soil across my face. Another hit the walkway and skipped into the grass. June saw us and understood. She shouted for cover fire. Brook Mill answered from windows and porches and gaps between fences. Not accurate. Not enough to defeat trained men. Enough to make the district duck. Me and I dumped the first bag across the dark stream, sliding toward the drain. Soil soaked up fuel and sagged. I kicked it into place. The smell climbed into my mouth. Mia dragged the second bag beside it and slit it with her knife. Dirt poured out. We shoved with boots until the flow bent away from the grate. A district man rounded the bank truck's front with his rifle low. He saw us at the same time I saw him. Mia fired from her hip and missed. He swung toward her. I had no time to aim. I threw myself into him, shoulder first. We hit the side of the truck together. His rifle discharged into the pavement. The muzzle flash lit his goggles from inside. He drove a knee into my ribs. Air left me. I slammed my burned hand into his mask without thinking, and white pain swallowed my arm. He headbutted me. Hard plastic cracked against my cheek. Stars burst behind my eyes. Mia came from the side with the garden shovel. She hit him in the knee. Not the chest plate, not the helmet, the knee. Something bent wrong under the blow. He dropped with a muffled howl. I kicked his rifle away, then hit him with the butt of mine until he stopped trying to reach his belt knife. Mia grabbed me by the jacket. That was not a few seconds. Felt longer to me, too. A new sound rose above the fight. Children crying from the east culvert. Not close. Not loud. Enough to matter. Sam appeared at the far end of the side yard, waving both arms. He pointed toward the creek, then held up 4 fingers, then made a cutting motion across his throat. 4 stuck. Route blocked. My stomach dropped. Mia saw the signal too. Go now. The fuel rig. June has the street. Sam has kids. Go now. I hesitated for half a breath. She shoved me hard enough to make me stumble. Don't make me say it twice. I ran. Behind me, Mason's bank truck tore free of the broken chain and rammed the wrecked sedan at the bend. Metal screamed. The north fire break held for now, but the east path was where the children were. The district had found the culvert. The culvert, the creek path, was never meant to carry a neighborhood. It cut behind Brook Mill in a shallow ditch, choked with winter grass, broken toys, and the kind of trash people swear they will clean up after the next rain. A concrete drainage mouth opened beneath the old railbed, half hidden by reeds and a leaning sheet of rusted tin. In daylight, it would have looked pathetic. In the gray before sunrise, with smoke rolling over the roofs and gunfire cracking from the north road, it looked like the only door left in the world. Sam stood in the ditch with water up to his ankles, trying to pull a little boy out of the culvert mouth by both wrists. The boy was wedged in sideways, backpack caught on something inside. 3 children crouched behind Sam, coughing into wet cloth. Rosa knelt beside them, with Noah's little sister tucked under one arm and a pistol in the other hand. 4 district men had come down the far bank. They had not fired yet because children were between them and us. That was not mercy. That was math. Living children could be sorted, tagged, used as leverage. Dead ones made neighbors harder to manage. One of the men held his rifle toward Sam. Move away from the drain. Sam's hands stayed locked around the stuck boy. His voice shook, but it carried. He's caught. Move away. He's a kid, you idiot. He's caught. The man stepped closer. I came through the reeds at a run and slid down the bank on my side. Mud soaked my pants. The rifle hit my shoulder and sent pain across my ribs. I landed behind a fallen section of fence with just enough cover to breathe. Rosa saw me. Her eyes flicked once toward the men, then toward the boy's pack strap. I nodded. She put Noah's sister behind her, raised the pistol, and fired into the mud near the closest district man's boot. The men flinched and spread. I fired at the one with the cleanest angle on Sam. The shot hit his thigh and knocked him down, screaming. The other 3 dropped low. One fired blindly into the reeds. Mud jumped beside my face. A round tore through the fence plank and filled my mouth with dust. Sam yelled, "Evan!" He's stuck on metal. Cut the pack. Knife's gone. I crawled toward him, staying low. The ditch smelled of cold water, fuel smoke, and rot. A bullet snapped through reeds above me. Another hit the concrete mouth of the culvert and sparked. The stuck boy had stopped crying. That scared me more than the sound of it. His face was pressed against the concrete, eyes squeezed shut, lips moving without sound. His backpack strap had twisted around a rusted rod inside the drain. I pulled my knife with 2 fingers because my palms would not cooperate. It slipped once. Sam caught it before it fell in the water. "I can do it," he said. "Then do it." He crawled halfway into the culvert beside the boy. His shoulders barely fit. He sawed at the strap while Rosa fired twice more, slow and deliberate, keeping the district men behind the bank. One of them shouted, "You are interfering with transfer authority." Rosa answered in a voice flat as a shovel, "Come transfer me." The man rose to fire. Mia shot him from the ridge above. He folded down the bank and hit the mud face first. Mia came sliding after him, landing hard near my shoulder. "I told you to go," she said. I did go. "You made it sound like I wasn't coming after." That was wishful thinking. She took cover behind a concrete chunk and fired toward the 3rd man. He ducked behind a cottonwood stump. The 4th district man grabbed his injured partner and tried to drag him back. He did not make it 3 steps before June appeared at the top of the far bank with 2 Brook Mill men behind her. "Grab the rifles," June shouted. One obeyed. One did not. The one who did not lifted his weapon toward June. Pete's shot came from somewhere behind her and hit him in the shoulder. He spun and went down. The remaining man dropped his rifle into the water and raised both hands high enough to tremble. Sam cut through the strap. The boy shot forward into my arms. He was small and soaked and shaking so hard his teeth clicked. I pushed him toward Rosa. "Breathe through the cloth," I told him. "Slow if you can. Angry if you have to." He nodded without looking at me. Sam crawled out of the culvert, face scraped raw along one cheek. "There's metal inside. More of it. Kids can pass, but not with packs." Rosa ripped backpacks off the next two children. "Then packs stay. Children first." The captured district man stood knee-deep in creek water with his hands up. He could not have been more than 20. His mask hung loose around his neck. Without it, he looked like someone's exhausted brother. June moved behind him and took his belt knife, sidearm, and spare magazines. "Your name?" "My name is Eli." "What unit?" He swallowed. "North Transfer Detail." Mia kept her rifle on him. "Where's Nolan?" His eyes shifted. Maya stepped closer. "Don't look away from me." "Where is he?" "I don't know names." Boy, dark-haired, taken from the truck yard, jammed the gate. Ellie's mouth opened, closed. "Quarry holding, maybe. They draggin' a boy there after the gate jam. Mason said he wanted the boy kept alive until after Brookmill." Sam's face changed. "Why alive?" "Alive." He looked at the children moving into the culvert. An example. "A broadcast." "I don't know. I just drove supply." June put the muzzle against the mud near his boot. "People who just drive supply still choose roads." "They have my sister," he blurted. White tag. "I drive because they have my sister." That silenced us for one breath too long. I thought of Iris on Rosa's kitchen floor. The white tag under her chin. The way the system made everybody part captive and part guard until the line between them broke. June's expression did not soften, but her finger eased off the trigger. "Where is the quarry holding?" "Old gravel pit beyond the rail spur." "Chain gate." "2 flood towers that don't work unless the generator runs." "Prisoners are in the scale house and the tin shed." "Vehicles at the top lot." "Mason uses it when the civic center gets crowded." "How many guards?" "For tonight? Maybe 12. Maybe less now." He pulled men for Brookmill. Lena arrived breathless from the east yard, carrying a packet wrapped in oilcloth. Grace got through. Oakmere has the papers. Millstone Runner left. South Bend isn't answering. "South Bend may already be locked," June said. Lena saw Eli and stopped. "District prisoner? Also came near could keep I could probably that here." "Supplier," I said. "Maybe prisoner too. Those aren't opposites anymore." A blast rolled from the north road. Not an explosion. Metal impact, deep and violent. The bank truck had hit something bigger than a car. Smoke leaned over the rooftops. A man screamed. Another voice shouted for water. Mia looked at me. "We have to go back." Rosa pushed another child into the culvert. "I can move them now." "Sam, you stay with me." Sam shook his head. "No, I can fight." Rosa grabbed the front of his jacket. "You are fighting. You're getting them through. Every child who crawls out the other side is a bullet Mason can't put in our backs. Do not confuse noise with courage." Sam stared at her, then nodded once. "Yes, ma'am." "And don't ma'am me like I'm old." "Yes, Rosa." "That is better." He looked at me. There was mud on his teeth when he tried to grin. "Go do the stupid thing. I'll do the useful thing. Don't get stuck. Don't get burned." Mia and I climbed out of the ditch with June, Lena, and 2 others. Healy came with us because June tied his hands with wet rope and decided he was more useful scared than dead. The north road looked worse when we reached the yards. The bank truck had shoved through the first barricade and jammed nose first against Mr. Alvarez's pickup. The pickup had been loaded with bricks, engine block, and every useless heavy thing people could drag from garages. It had folded around the bank truck's plow, but not moved. The fuel rig sat sideways behind it, one tire in the gutter, one spray arm torn loose and dragging. Black fuel spread in patches across the pavement, trapped in dirt berms where our fire brake had worked, and creeping in silver threads where it had not. A fence was burning at the far end. Not an inferno. Not yet. Flames crawled along soaked wood, sputtering and hissing, trying to find something dry enough to become hunger. Pete stood too close with a blanket beating at the fire while coughing hard enough to vent. Grace had returned with blood running from her scalp and no Milo behind her. "Where's Milo?" Lena shouted. Grace looked once at the north bend. Oakmere took him. "He's alive." He froze, but he's alive. Relief crossed Lena's face so quickly it almost broke her. Then Mason stepped out from behind the bank truck. No roof hatch now. No speaker. He walked on the pavement with a pistol in his right hand and Cross behind him, pale and bandaged, leaning on one of his own men. Cross's smile was gone. That made him look older and meaner. Mason looked at the blocked road, the burning fence, the captured utility rig, and the bodies in the gutter. He seemed less angry than inconvenienced. "Evan Hale," he called. "You keep costing people their houses." Mia's hand tightened on my sleeve. Caleb had warned me. Do not chase Cross. Mason was smarter. He wanted me to chase myself. I stepped behind the porch column instead of into the open. "He's learning," June murmured. Mason's head turned a fraction, tracking the sound. "The offer remains. Present the named organizers, and the children already in transfer will receive water and shelter. Continue, and the next neighborhood will hear that Brooknell chose fire over compliance." Grace spat blood onto the dirt. "He practices that in a mirror." Lena raised the oilcloth packet in her hand. "Oakmere has your papers. Millstone will have them before full light. Your mirror's cracked." For the first time, Mason looked directly at her. Cross did too. Cross's face twisted. "That's the clerk." Mason's pistol moved. I fired before I knew I had decided. The shot hit Mason's wrist or the pistol. I could not tell which. The weapon flew from his hand and clattered under the truck. Mason staggered back, clutching his arm. Blood shone between his fingers. Every district gun turned toward us. June yelled, "Down!" The porch exploded into splinters. Mia dragged Lena flat. I dropped behind the brick steps. Rounds hammered the column where my head had been. The air filled with dust and the hot stink of gunfire. Cross stumbled backward, shouting through pain. "Burn them now. Burn the whole line." A district man grabbed a torch from the road and ran toward the spill. Pete saw him first. He left the burning fence and tackled the man from the side. They hit the pavement together in the wet black shine. The torch skidded away. Pete slammed his fist into the man's mask. The man drove a knife into Pete's side. Pete roared, grabbed the man's wrist, and rolled with him straight through the dirt berm into the shallow fuel patch. "Pete!" June shouted. The torch flame flickered 2 feet away. Mia fired and shattered the torch handle. The flame died under mud. Pete did not get up. I tried to move toward him. June caught my jacket and yanked me back with one hand. "No open ground," she snapped. "He's down." "Then don't make two." The bank truck's engine revved again. Mason had vanished behind it. Cross was dragged toward the utility rig. District men hooked chains to the stuck vehicles. They were not giving up. They were making space. Ellie, tied near the porch rail, shouted, "They'll vent the tanks. If they can't spray, they'll dump and light. That's what Cross wanted at South Bend." June turned on him. "South Bend already burned?" He flinched. "1 block." I heard 1 block. Lena went white. Mia looked from the fuel rig to the houses. "We can't let them reset the rig." "We don't have a shot," Grace said. The rig's tank sat behind the bank truck, half shielded. Men crawled under the frame with tools. One spray arm was wrecked, but the other still pointed toward the row of houses. I looked at the old power pole beside Mrs. Klein's driveway. The transformer on it had blown days ago, leaving the heavy service cable hanging loose where it had torn from the house. The cable stretched across the yard like a dead snake, thick and black. No power. No danger from electricity now. Just wait. A memory from the game flashed uselessly through me. Drap the sign. Block the lane. Force the enemy path. Then real life corrected it. Not drop a sign. Drop the pole. "Mr. Alvarez," I shouted. "Can that pole come down?" He followed my look. "With a saw and 10 minutes, yes." "With a chain and a truck?" He grinned like a man who had been waiting all week for someone to ask him the wrong question in the right way. Maybe 2. We don't have 2 minutes. Then we make them count. He ran crouched toward his garage. Mia stared at me. You're going to pull a pole onto the street. Preferably not onto us. You say that like it's a small preference. The bank truck shoved backward again. Metal groaned. The blocked pickup shifted 6 inches. June looked at the houses, then at the pole. Do it. Everybody else keeps their heads down and eyes up. When that pole starts moving, nobody stands where gravity wants them. Mason's voice came from behind the truck, no longer amplified, no longer smooth. Final warning. Nobody answered him. Brookmill had run out of warnings. Gravity wants blood. Mr. Alvarez drove the chain truck like he had been saving all his anger for the clutch. It was not really a chain truck. It was an old utility pickup with a dented flatbed, a tow hitch, and a length of logging chain thick enough to anchor a bridge. The engine should not have worked after the pulse, but Mr. Alvarez had kept more old parts alive than most people kept family recipes. He had replaced something under the hood by lantern light, while the rest of us fought for water, then refused to explain it because, in his words, explanations waste miracles. Now the truck coughed, bucked, and rolled out of his driveway with no lights and 3 people pushing from behind until the engine caught. District fire snapped toward it at once. Rounds punched through the bed. One shattered the passenger window. Mr. Alvarez ducked without slowing. June and Grace fired from the porch. Mia and I crawled along the ditch beside Mrs. Klein's yard, dragging the loose end of the logging chain through wet leaves. The pole stood 20 feet ahead. It had leaned for years, pulled by old wires and weather, held up by habit more than strength. The top was black from the blown transformer. The base was cracked where roots had lifted the sidewalk. It looked dead already. That helped. Rap low, Mr. Alvarez shouted from the cab. I know. Not too low. It snaps wrong. Then I know less. Mia reached the pole first and looped the chain around it. Her hands moved fast. Mine fumbled. The dressing on my right palm slipped and stuck to a metal link. Pain flared so bright I almost made a sound. I bit it back and hooked the chain through itself. A bullet hit the pole above Mia's head, spraying old wood into her hair. She did not flinch until after the link locked. Then she grabbed my collar and pulled me down. Move, she said. We crawled back as Mr. Alvarez eased the pickup forward. The chain rose from the leaves, link by link, tightening with a heavy metallic clatter. The pole groaned. The bank truck slammed the barricade again. The pickup blocking it skidded backward another foot. Behind the bank truck, the remaining spray arm lifted. Men had it working. Fuel dribbled from the nozzle, then sprayed in a broken fan against the curb. Now, June yelled. Mr. Alvarez hit the gas. The truck jerked. The chain snapped tight. The pole held. For one terrible second, nothing moved except the tires spinning on dirty pavement. Come on, Mia whispered. The pole cracked. Not at the base. Higher up. A sharp split ran up one side. The whole thing leaned, paused, and then tore free with a long wooden scream. Wires whipped through the air. The dead transformer swung like a black iron head. Down, I shouted. The pole fell across the street between the bank truck and the fuel rig. It hit the rig's spray arm first. Metal folded. The nozzle snapped. Fuel blasted straight upward in a dark fountain and rained across the rig, the road, and 2 district men beneath it. They screamed and clawed at their masks. The transformer smashed through the hood of the utility rig, caving it in with a thunderous crunch. The engine died. Steam hissed from the broken radiator. The street went still for half a breath. Then everything moved at once. Brookmill fired from every hidden angle. District men dragged fuel-soaked friends away from the torches. The bank truck tried to push through, but the fallen pole had pinned the space behind it, trapping it nose forward against the heavy pickup and tail blocked by wreckage. Mason's armored monster had become a cork. Cross staggered from behind the rig with fuel on his coat. He looked down at himself. His face finally broke open with something close to panic. Help me, he shouted. Nobody moved toward him. A small flame crawled along the broken torch head in the gutter. Not much. a tongue of orange no bigger than my thumb. Cross saw it. He tried to run. Mia raised her rifle, then lowered it. Shooting near that fuel would be worse than letting him stumble. I knew it. She knew it. Cross did not. He slipped in the spill and fell hard on one knee. The flame found the fuel film beside him and spread with a soft, hungry sound. Not an explosion, a sheet. Fire ran under him and across his coat. Cross screamed. He rolled, but he rolled through more fuel. 2 district men tried to reach him with a blanket and backed away when the heat punched them in the face. His screams chased every other sound off the street for 3 long seconds. Mia turned away. I did not. I made myself watch, not because I wanted to, but because Cross had become one more lesson the New World wanted, written in permanent ink. Fire does not care about rank. It does not care who ordered it. It eats whatever has been prepared for it. By the time one of his own men finally dragged a wet tarp over him, Cross had stopped sounding like a man. Sam would have made a joke if he had been there. A bad one. A joke made from horror because horror needed somewhere to go. He was still at the culvert, which meant at least one thing in the world was where it needed to be. Mason appeared on the bank truck's passenger side, face dirty now, coat torn at one sleeve. His injured arm hung close to his body. He had another pistol in his left hand. He looked at Cross under the tarp, and he looked at us. No speech came. That made him more dangerous. He fired twice at Mr. Alvarez's truck. The windshield shattered. Mr. Alvarez ducked, lost control, and clipped a mailbox. The truck stalled half across the driveway. He fell out of the cab and rolled behind the front tire. June shot at Mason. He vanished behind the armored door. "They're pulling back," Grace said. She was right and not right. The men behind the fuel rig were retreating toward the pickups, but the bank truck could not move. The fallen pole had trapped it. Mason was inside or behind it. The district men still had rifles and training. Cornered men hurt people because they cannot imagine anything else. A district fighter crawled under the fallen pole with a knife between his teeth, trying to reach the chain around Mr. Alvarez's hitch. Pete rose from the street. I do not know how he stood. Blood soaked one side of his shirt. His face had gone slack and gray. He held the same shovel Mia had used earlier, both hands wrapped around the handle. He walked toward the crawling man like he was crossing his own yard to move a snake. "Pete," June called, her voice breaking on the name. He did not look back. The district fighter came up fast, knife flashing. Pete swung the shovel in a short, ugly arc. It hit the man's jaw with a wet crack. The man collapsed under the pole. Pete took one more step, reached down, and pulled the knife free. Then his knees folded. June ran despite her own orders. This time nobody stalked her. Mia and I moved with her, firing over her shoulders while she dragged Pete behind the brick planter. Dr. Carter came out from nowhere, low and furious, with her medical bag bouncing against her hip. "You stubborn piece of work," she said as she pressed both hands to Pete's side. "You do not get to die after making that much noise." Pete coughed blood onto his chin and smiled at June. "Mailbox is avenged." June's hand gripped his jacket. "Shut up and breathe." "I'm trying." "You keep interrupting." Dr. Carter cut his shirt open. Her mouth tightened, and that told me more than any diagnosis. The bank truck's rear door banged open. 2 district men jumped out with smoke grenades. They threw them underhand toward the porch line. Gray smoke burst and rolled low, mixing with fuel stink and dawn mist. "Mason's moving," I said. June looked up from Pete. "Go now." Pete needs hands. Pete needs Carter. Brooke Mill needs Mason not escaping. Go now. Mia was already moving. We circled through Mrs. Klein's house, coughing through smoke, stepping over broken glass and fallen curtain rods. The house smelled of old perfume, gas, and fear. In the front room, a family photo hung crooked over a couch shoved against the wall. A child's drawing had been taped beside it before the world ended. A sun. A house. 4 stick people holding hands. I saw it for 1 second and hated Mason more cleanly than before. Mia reached the front window first. She pointed. Mason had crossed the yard behind the bank truck and was heading for the side alley with 2 guards. He moved fast despite the injured arm. He did not look back at the trapped truck or the men dying around it. He had already counted them as spent. "Can you hit him?" I whispered. Maya lifted the rifle, then shook her head. "Too much smoke. Too many of ours beyond." Then we cut him off. We ran through the kitchen and out the back. Mason's alley route curved behind 3 houses before opening near the north road beyond the barricade. If he reached it, he could get to the pickups. If he reached the pickups, he could bring more men, more fuel, more paper authority dressed as order. I knew the alley. I had crawled it as a kid playing stupid games with Sam, hiding from imaginary armies. There was a narrow gap behind the old white shed, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they turned sideways. I went for it. Mia followed, and for once did not question the stupid route. We slipped between the shed and a fence slick with dew. My rifle caught on a nail. I yanked it free and left a strip of sleeve behind. The gap spat us into the alley 10 yards ahead of Mason. He stopped. His 2 guards raised rifles. Mia and I hit the ground as they fired. Rounds tore through the shed behind us. I shot from my back and hit 1 guard low in the stomach. He dropped his rifle and staggered into the fence. Mia fired twice at the other. Her first shot broke his shoulder. The second went through his throat. He fell without a word. Mason fired left-handed. The bullet tore past Mia's jacket and clipped the fence, showering her with splinters. She rolled behind a trash barrel. I tried to aim, but my right hand cramped and the rifle dipped. Mason saw it. He smiled. Then he ran. Not toward the road. Toward the white shed. He slammed his shoulder into the side door, vanished inside, and barred it behind him. Mia got there first and kicked the door. It held. "Move back," I said. "He's getting out the other side." "Move back." She moved. I fired through the door near the latch. I fired once, then twice. The old wood splintered. Mia kicked again and the door flew inward. The shed was empty. A square of floorboards had been lifted in the back corner. A dark crawl space dropped beneath it, leading under the fence line toward the alley drainage ditch. Mia stared down. "You have got to be kidding me." Mason had used our kind of route against us. A whistle sounded from the north road, then engine noise. By the time we reached the alley mouth, 1 district pickup was already moving away with Mason in the bed, 1 hand wrapped in cloth, dark coat flapping behind him. He looked back once, not at Brookmill. "At me." He lifted 2 fingers to his brow in a small, mocking salute. The pickup vanished beyond the smoke. Mia stood beside me, breathing hard. "Tell me you didn't take that personally." I took it informationally. That's not a word people say before making good choices. Behind us, the bank truck horn blared and died. Brookmill fighters swarmed the trapped vehicle. District men dropped rifles and came out hands high. The fuel rig burned in small, ugly patches under wet blankets. The north row still stood. The children were through the culvert. Brookmill had survived the burn. Mason had survived us. That felt less like a victory than a bill coming due. The refusal spreads. Sunrise came through smoke and made everything look guilty. Brookmill did not cheer when the last district fighter dropped his rifle. Nobody had the breath for it. People moved in a stunned, practical silence, the kind that comes after bodies have to be separated from weapons and fires have to be checked under every porch. The north row smelled of wet ash, fuel, blood, and old wood steamed by heat. Water ran down the gutters in black threads. The fallen pole lay across the street like a giant bone. Mason's bank truck had become ours because it could not be anything else. Its front was crushed against Mr. Alvarez's loaded pickup, its rear pinned by the pole, its side plates dented and scored. Inside we found crates of white tags, transfer ledgers, 2 boxes of ammunition, 3 locked medical cases, and a canvas satchel full of district ration bars stamped with broken circle ink. Lena looked at the tags for a long time before she shoved the whole crate into the street and kicked it hard enough to split one side. "Leave them," she said when I reached for the scattered tags. "Let everyone see what they look like. They'll blow everywhere. Good enough. Let them haunt the gutters." I left them. Dr. Carter worked on Pete in the Alvarez dining room while June stood outside the door like a guard posted at her own heart. Pete had lost too much blood, but he had not let go. Every time his breath thinned, Dr. Carter snapped his name with enough anger to drag him back across whatever line he kept trying to cross. Caleb watched from the couch, pale and furious because nobody would let him stand. Iris slept under 2 blankets near the stove, lips cracked, one hand curled around a cup of broth she had not finished. Ely sat tied to a kitchen chair, guarded by Rosa with a shotgun across her lap, and Noah's little sister asleep against her side. Sam came back from the culvert after the last child reached the east orchard beyond the rail bed. He walked into the kitchen, saw Iris breathing, and leaned both hands on the sink. For a second, I thought he was going to throw up. Instead, he laughed once, almost soundless, and wiped his face with both hands. 42, he said. Rosa looked at him. 42 what? Kids through the drain? 3 adults too big had to go around. 1 dog bit me. I still count him because he was committed. Mia sat on the floor by Iris and looked up. Where did they end up? Old Orchard. Oakmere women met us there. Grace got through. They have food and blankets. Not enough, but some. Lena stepped into the kitchen. Oakmere sent word back. They're refusing intake. They cut down the district sign at their school and dragged 2 blue band guards into the principal's office. Nobody's dead there yet. Ed is doing too much work, Caleb said from the couch. Millstone got the packet too, Lena continued. They closed the west road with farm equipment. South Bend is harder. The north half burned last night. The south half is split. Some want to surrender because they think surrender means food. Ellie lowered his eyes. June came in from the dining room. Her hands were red to the wrists from helping Carter. Tell South Bend about the tags. Tell them about the quarry. Ellie's head lifted. You know the route, June said to him. He looked at the rope around his wrists. Are you asking or aiming? Both can be true. I crouched in front of him. Your sister is tagged. Where would she be? His mouth tightened. If she was intake from West Farms, quarry. If she was clinic intake, civic basement. If Mason moved her as leverage, anywhere he sleeps. What is her name? Her name is Tessa. She's 13. Brown hair. Scarier. He nodded toward his chin because his hands were tied. She fell off a porch when she was small. Maya looked at Rosa. Rosa stared back for a long second, then sighed like the whole world had just put one more stone in her apron. Untie one hand, Rosa said. If he tries anything, I don't have to be fast at this distance. June did it. Ellie rubbed his wrist and kept very still. Smart enough. Lena spread Mason's captured ledgers across the table. We have names now. Neighborhood names. Transfer codes. Work assignments. Medical leverage. Family leverage. Mason's system works because nobody knows how big it is. We can break that. With handwritten notes and limping runners? Sam asked. With ledgers that have his own stamp. With white tags from his own truck. With district prisoners who can talk if they choose to stay people. Ellie flinched at that. Mia leaned back against the cabinet, fatigue making shadows under her eyes. Can we make the prisoners talk? Make them? Dr. Carter called from the dining room. Not by force. Invite them, yes. Feed first. People tell truth better when they aren't certain you plan to kill them. June's face suggested she disagreed with parts of that, but she said nothing. A runner arrived near mid-morning, not from Oakmere or Millstone. He came from South Bend. He was older, maybe 60, with a gray beard stiff with ash and one sleeve burned away to the shoulder. He limped through the north road with 2 white tags nailed to a board and held it over his head like a flag. 2 Brookmill guards almost shot him before he shouted Lena's name. Lena ran into the street. The man lowered the board when he saw her. You Price's girl? I was. Your packet got to us through a drainage ditch. Girl named Grace said you wrote it. South Bend saw it? South Bend read it out loud in the churchyard. Then we found the tags in the old bus they left after the fire. He held up the board. The tags clicked against the nail. They had our kids sorted before they offered soup. We want in. June stepped forward. In what? The man looked at the burned north row, the trapped bank truck, the fallen pole, and the people with rifles watching from porches. Whatever this is, he said. Refusal, rising bad decision with neighbors. We want in before Mason comes back. Caleb had been helped to the porch by Dr. Carter and Mia, both of whom looked ready to shove him back inside. He leaned against the rail, face damp with sweat. "Then don't come here," he said. The South Bend man frowned. "Thought that's where you were gathering." "That's what Mason will think too. Stay in South Bend. Block your roads. Hide your children. Make noise at the edges. Send 2 people who can read maps and keep their heads. We need neighborhoods standing where they are, not crowding into one place Mason can hit." The man studied him. "You in charge?" Caleb gave a tired smile. "Only when people ignore better options. Name's Abram. I'll send 2. "Send 3, June said. "One might not make it." Abram nodded like he appreciated honesty more than comfort. He left with copies of the ledgers, 6 white tags, and 1 ration bar he refused, until Rosa put it in his pocket and told him old men were terrible at pretending not to need food. By noon, Brook Mill had become a hub without admitting it. Oakmere sent 2 teachers and a mechanic. Millston sent a woman named Harrow who had a rifle older than I was, and eyes that missed nothing. South Bend sent Abrams 3, one of whom arrived with a district radio that did not transmit anymore but still had a hand-crank power pack useful for light. People came through yards, creek beds, and rail cuts. Nobody came in straight lines. Mason had built a map of roads. We were becoming a map of people. The captured district fighters sat in Mrs. Klein's garage under guard. Some stared at the floor. Some asked if they would be traded. One asked for water and cried when Grace handed it to him without spitting in it. Illy talked first because he had a sister to save and because fear, once cracked, leaks in strange directions. He told us the quarry gate had been jammed by Nolan using a crowbar through the chain housing. He told us Mason kept mobile fuel at the Civic Center, not just the utility rig. He told us the broken circle was not a government seal, not really. It was a district symbol Mason's people had adopted from emergency management binders and made into law by shouting louder than hungry people. He told us something else, too. "Mason has 1 working transmitter," Eli said. "Short range. Old emergency unit. He uses it from the Civic Center roof at scheduled times. Quarry has a receiver. Fuel yard has a receiver. Maybe Westbridge." Lena looked up from her notes. "Can he call outside the district?" "I don't know. He acts like he can." "Acting is not having," Caleb said. "But if the neighborhoods think he can call outside force, they'll hesitate," June said. "Then we make him sound small," Lena said. "We take the transmitter, or break it in public." The room went quiet because everyone knew what that meant. Civic Center. Mason Center. Mia met my eyes across the table. Neither of us had to say it. Every road in the story seemed to be turning back toward that building. Sam, who had been too quiet for too long, leaned against the counter. "What about Nolan?" I looked at Eli. "Quarry first?" Ellie nodded. "If Mason wants a broadcast example, he doesn't do it at the Civic Center. Too many prisoners there. He uses the quarry because the road overlooks 3 neighborhoods. People can be made to watch from below." Iris spoke from the floor. Her voice was dry and small. "Nolan said he wouldn't let them drive through the gate." Everyone turned. She had not opened her eyes. Her hand gripped the blanket. "He said doors matter," she whispered. "He said if they own the doors, they own the people." Sam sat down beside her. "That sounds like Nolan trying to sound older than us." Her eyes opened just enough to find him. "He was scared." "Yeah," Sam said. "That's how you know he was thinking." Mia reached for my bandaged hand under the table. This time, she did not avoid the burns. She rested her fingers lightly over the dressing. "Quarry tonight?" she asked. June shook her head. "Not tonight. Before tonight." Mason retreated. "He'll regroup fast. If Nolan's alive, he is useful to Mason until the next speech. Speeches like daylight." "We just fought through dawn," Dr. Carter said from the doorway. "Half of you can barely stand." "Then the half who can stand goes," June said. Carter stared at her. "That is not medicine. It's arithmetic." Caleb exhaled. "Small team. No hero parade. Evan, Mia, June, Sam, if Rosa releases him from drainage duty, Eli because he knows the gate, and one from Millstone who knows gravel pits. Lena stays and builds the message. Carter stays because Pete will live just to argue and someone needs to keep him annoyed. Dr. Carter's expression shifted at the word live. Just a little. Enough to breathe. June looked toward the dining room. Pete heard that? From inside, Pete rasped, I heard I'm essential for morale. Sam called, You heard wrong. Pete coughed, then said, Still alive enough to hate you. The room breathed again. It did not last. A bell rang in the distance. One hard strike, and another. Not church service. Not alarm from our line. Farther west, toward the civic center. Billy's face drained. That's recall. For who? I asked. All district units within hearing. Full consolidation. Mason doesn't do that unless he plans to seal the roads. A third bell struck. Lena gathered the ledgers against her chest. Then our message has to move now. June picked up her rifle. And so do we. The fourth bell rolled over Brookmill, dull and heavy, calling every loyal blue band back to Mason. Calling them away from the quarry. Maybe calling them toward it. We had no clean answer. We had enough fuel stink in our clothes, enough blood drying under our nails, and enough anger left to move. Quarry holding. The road to the quarry did not look like a road anymore. It had been a service cut once, 2 lanes of cracked asphalt running between scrub trees, drainage ditches, and weed-choked lots where equipment had slept for years before the world went quiet. Now abandoned cars blocked the straight sections. Someone had dragged sheet metal across the shoulders. Ash drifted in low curls whenever wind touched the ground. The bell from the Civic Center kept striking behind us until distance swallowed it. Our small team moved without talking. June led because she could read danger in dirt. Harrow from Millstone walked beside her with that old rifle tucked close and a canvas bag of tools against her hip. Ely came next with his hands tied in front instead of behind because he needed balance and because Rosa had made it clear his next betrayal would be his last. Sam followed him, carrying 2 water bottles, 3 ration bars, and a look that said he was trying not to ask if Nolan might already be dead. Me and I took the rear. My hands throbbed inside fresh dressings. Every step pulled at the bruises along my ribs. Smoke had dried in my throat until swallowing felt like dragging cloth over sand. Mia looked worse in ways she would deny. Her cheek was swollen where a fence splinter had struck. Her eyes kept tracking every ditch, every culvert, every patch of brush big enough to hide a man. You're staring, she said without looking at me. I'm assessing. You're staring. You have a piece of wood in your hair. She reached up and found a splinter. Is that better? Now I'm assessing again. She shook her head, and for a few seconds the road felt less like a path to a holding site and more like 2 people walking through a morning that had no right to exist. Then Harrow raised a fist. We froze. Ahead, the service road dipped toward the old rail spur. Beyond the spur, the land opened into gravel cuts and raw gray slopes. A chain-link gate stood across the entrance with a district sign wired to it. The broken circle had been painted in black over faded quarry warnings. The gate hung crooked. Nolan's work showed in the chain housing, where a crowbar had twisted metal outward like peeled fruit. The gate had been forced open just enough for people to pass, not vehicles. Ely whispered, He did it. Sam's jaw tightened. Then where is he? June pointed 2 fingers left. We left the road and cut through brush along the fence. The quarry smelled different from Brookmill. Less smoke. More diesel, cold stone, standing water, and old dust. Sound behaved wrong there. A pebble under my boot clicked, and the noise seemed to fall down into the pit and come back thinner. Harrow knelt near a tire track. 2 pickups left not long ago. Loaded heavy. One still here, maybe. How can you tell? Sam whispered. Mud tells. People lie. June almost smiled. I like her. We reached a gap in the fence behind a rusted conveyor frame. Below us, the quarry spread in uneven levels. The scale house sat near the entrance, low and square with boarded windows. A tin shed stood farther down by a gravel pile. 2 flood towers rose over the pit, dead and skeletal. Near the scale house, 3 district men stood around a burn barrel, rifles slung. Another sat on the bumper of a pickup, head down. A 5th walked the upper path with a shotgun. 5 visible. Visible never meant total. Mia pointed toward the tin shed. A strip of white cloth hung from a nail near the door. Not a flag. A tag string. Prisoners waited there. June leaned close. We take the walker first. Quiet if possible. Then barrel. Evan and Mia, shed. Sam and Eli stay with me until we know where Nolan is. Sam's mouth opened. June cut him off with a look. If you run ahead and make me save you, I will tell everyone the dog at the culvert was braver. He shut his mouth. Harrow moved like smoke through the brush. June followed. The shotgun guard turned at the wrong sound, saw nothing, and stepped closer. Harrow rose from behind a loader bucket and cracked him behind the ear with a wrench. He dropped hard. June caught the shotgun before it hit stone. Quiet enough. Me and I slid down the slope toward the tin shed, while June and Harrow angled toward the burn barrel. My boots slipped on loose gravel. Twice I caught myself with burned hands and had to swallow pain so hard my vision blurred. At the shed, a padlock hung through a hasp. New lock. Old door. Mia looked at my hands, then at the lock. Move right now. She jammed Harrow's pry bar under the hasp and leaned with her whole weight. The wood groaned. The screws tore free one by one. Inside, someone gasped. Quiet, I whispered. We're Brookmill. We're getting you out. A boy's voice answered from the dark. Is that Sam? Sam heard it from halfway up the slope. He forgot June, Harrow, Mason, guns, and every threat in the county. He ran. Sam, June hissed. Too late. The burn barrel guards turned at the movement. Nolan came out of the shed into Mia's arms because his legs failed under him. His face was bruised, one eye swollen almost closed, hair matted with dried blood. He had a strip of cloth tied around one wrist where the skin had been rubbed raw. He saw Sam running and tried to smile. Gate worked, Nolan said. You idiot, Sam choked. That's rude. That's accurate. The first guard shouted. June shot him before he raised his rifle. Harrow fired after her, hitting the second in the chest. The third dove behind the pickup and came up shooting. Round slapped the tin shed. Prisoners inside screamed. Mia shoved Nolan behind a gravel pile. I pulled the shed door wider. Out low, I said. Hands on the person ahead. Move when I say. There were 9 prisoners inside. 2 women, 3 men, 4 kids. One of the kids had a white tag still hanging from her neck. Not Tessa. I hated myself for checking that quickly, but Eli had made her real to us. Sam reached Nolan and dropped beside him. Can you walk? Very badly. That's fine. I do most things badly. The pickup guard fired again. A prisoner jerked backward in the shed doorway and fell against my chest. Blood spread across his shirt. He looked surprised more than hurt. Mia grabbed him under the arms and dragged him behind the gravel pile while I fired at the pickup. Harrow solved it. She ran low along the conveyor supports, climbed 3 rusted steps, and dropped from above onto the pickup's hood. The guard looked up. She shot through the windshield at a downward angle. Glass burst outward. The guard fell against the steering wheel, horn blaring in one long dying note until June yanked the door open and dragged him out. The quarry echoed with the horn even after it stopped. Move, prisoners, June called. Move fast. Ellie ran to the scale house before anyone told him to stop. June raised her rifle. My name is Eli. Tessa, he shouted back. That name dragged all of us with him. The scale house door was barred from outside. Ellie tore at the bar with both hands. I reached him and lifted it clear. He pushed through into the dim room. A smell came out that made my stomach walk. Too many people in too small a room. Sweat lingered. Waste lingered. Old fear. No air. Ellie whispered, It's Tessa. A girl near the back lifted her head. Brown hair. Scar on her chin. Eli made a sound I had never heard from a human throat. Not joy. Not grief. Something that had both and trusted neither. She crawled toward him. He caught her and held on like his bones had been waiting for permission to break. Mia's eyes shone in the doorway. She blinked hard and turned away before anybody could look too closely. We pulled 17 people from the scale house. 17 plus 9 from the shed plus Nolan. 27 lives Mason had filed somewhere under useful. June organized them in seconds. The strongest helped the weakest. Tags came off and were shoved into pockets as proof. Harrow disabled the remaining pickup by cutting hoses and pulling something important from the engine with a brutal twist of pliers. Sam gave Nolan water too fast, and Mia slapped the bottle down before he made him sick. "Small sips," she said. Nolan coughed. "She's meaner than you described." Sam wiped his face with his sleeve. "I undersold everybody." A distant engine answered from the service road. Then another. June looked uphill. "We have company." Ely stood with Tessa behind him. "Recall units." The bell. Some went civic. Some were posted west. They must have heard the shots. "How many?" Harrow asked. "Could be 2 trucks. Could be 10 men. We did not have time to count fear." The freed prisoners could not run far. Nolan could barely stand. Pete's words from earlier came back to me because bad humor had a way of surviving longer than people. Mailbox is avenged. The quarry had its own mailbox. A scale house with windows. A gate vehicles could not pass cleanly. Slopes of loose stone. Conveyor frames. Dead towers. Doors mattered. Nolan had been right. Doors mattered. "We don't fight them in the open," I said. "We make the gate worse." Harrow looked at me. "How worse?" I pointed at the gravel hopper above the service road. The old bin sat on rusted legs, half full of crushed stone. A release lever hung from one side, chained in place. Harrow followed my gaze, and a slow grin cut through the dirt on her face. "You Bricknell kids are bad for property values. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me today." Mia grabbed Nolan under one arm. "Whatever you're doing, do it faster." Sam took Nolan's other side. "Can I help with the property crime?" "You help him walk," Mia said. "I can do emotional support crime from here." "Then do it quietly." June sent the prisoners through the fence gap with Harrow's map directions and Eli leading Tessa. She stayed with me and Harrow at the hopper while Mia and Sam moved Nolan. The engine noise grew. Tires hit the broken gate and slowed. 2 pickups, maybe 8 men, maybe more in the beds. Harrow climbed the hopper ladder first. I followed, each rung biting through my dressings. June covered from below. At the top, the release chain was rusted but intact. Harrow wrapped both hands around it. "When they pass under?" "When the first truck commits," I said. "You say that like you've done this before. I lost a lot of games before the world ended." The first pickup nosed through the gate, driver leaning out to navigate the twisted chain housing. The second waited behind it. Men in the beds scanned the quarry with rifles up. One saw June. "Now," she shouted. Harrow and I pulled. The release lever did not move. We pulled again. Rust screamed. The chain jerked loose all at once. The hopper gate opened beneath us, and half a bin of crushed stone poured down in a roaring gray sheet. It hit the pickup's hood and windshield with enough force to flatten the front tires. Men in the bed disappeared under gravel and dust. The driver screamed. The truck slewed sideways, blocking the gate completely. The second pickup slammed into its rear and stalled. June fired into the confusion. Harrow dropped from the ladder and rolled, old joints apparently made of cable and spite. I climbed down slower because my hands had stopped pretending to be hands. A district man crawled from the second truck, coughing dust. He reached for his pistol. Mia shot from the fence line and knocked it from his hand. "Stay down," she shouted. He stayed down. More shots cracked from the road, but they were wild. The gate was blocked. The quarry turned every sound into echoes, making 5 of us seem like 20. June used that. She fired from one position, moved, fired again. Harrow banged metal with her wrench. Sam shouted from behind the fence in a voice deeper than his own, "Left side covered." For the first time since the Pulse, district men believed the Shadows had more guns than they did. They dragged their injured out. The second pickup reversed hard, bumper tearing free. Someone shouted that Mason wanted consolidation. Someone else shouted that the quarry was lost. Then they did the thing Mason had taught everybody else to fear. They retreated. We did not chase. Chasing was how you turned victory into a hole in the ground. By the time we reached the fence gap, the freed prisoners were moving east through the scrub. Tessa walked with Eli's jacket around her shoulders. Nolan leaned on Sam and tried to pretend he was doing most of the walking. Mia stayed near them, face set in that hard Carter line that meant she would collapse only when the last person had crossed something safe. June stopped beside me at the broken gate. Dust settled over her hair and shoulders. Mason will know within the hour, she said. He already knows he lost the truck. He'll guess the rest. Then he's going to hit back with everything he still has. I looked toward the Civic Center, hidden beyond roads, smoke, and the shape of a town, trying to decide what it was without power. Then we stopped waiting for him to choose where, I said. June watched me a long second. That's Caleb talking through your mouth. It's getting crowded in there. She huffed something that might have been a laugh. At the rail spur, a millstone runner met us with news written on a torn envelope. Oakmere holds. South Bend split, but moving. Millstone blocked bridge. Civic Center bell stopped. Mason gathering at Old Courthouse. Broadcast at dusk. Names listed for public removal. My name was there. Mia's too. Sam read over my shoulder and swallowed. Removal means what I think it means? Nolan, barely standing, answered before anyone else could. It means he kills you where people can see. The air seemed to thin. Mia took the envelope from me. Her eyes moved over the names, then over the time. At dusk. The same hour Mason had first planned to clear Brook Mill. He liked his symbols. He liked people watching. He liked making the world look inevitable. I looked at the freed prisoners, at Eli holding Tessa upright, at Sam's hand gripping Nolan's torn sleeve, at June wiping quarry dust from her rifle, at Mia folding the envelope with fingers that did not shake. We need to get back, she said. Yeah, I said. And then we need to take his stage away. Nobody called it a plan yet. Plans need time. We have the road back to Brookmill, a handful of hours, and a town full of people who had finally seen the paperwork behind their fear. Maybe that would be enough. Maybe enough was a fairy tale tired people told so they could keep walking. Either way, by dusk, Mason wanted a crowd. We were going to give him one he could not control. The dusk crowd. We reached Brookmill with dusk hanging low and dirty over the roofs. The sky still carried that red stain from the first day, faded now into a bruised strip along the western trees. Smoke from cook fires lay in the street and mixed with the sour odor of bad fuel, damp wool, and people who had not slept enough to trust their own hands. The town did not look saved. It looked awake, and there was danger in that kind of awakening. June walked at the front because nobody argued with a woman who looked like she had already buried every foolish opinion ever spoken to her. Harrow moved beside her with a scavenged rifle over one shoulder and a canvas bag full of district tags slapping against her hip. Ellie kept Tessa close behind them. The girl wore his jacket like a blanket, her thin fingers locked around the zipper pull. Nolan came next between Sam and Mia, jaw clenched so hard the muscles jumped in his cheeks. I brought up the rear for the first 2 blocks because I kept looking back, not for Mason's trucks. Not really. I listened for engines, tires, boots, any organized sound that meant the old courthouse had decided to send teeth after us before the hour. What I heard instead was Brookmill breathing, doors opening, curtains pulling aside, names moving from porch to porch before our feet hit the pavement. They got Nolan back. They found the quarry people. Mason has a list. Mason wants removals at dusk. The words traveled faster than we did. By the time we reached my street, people were already coming out. Not all of them. Fear kept plenty of doors shut. I did not blame anybody for that. A closed door could be a prayer, a barricade, or a coffin you chose before somebody else chose one for you. But more people came than stayed hidden. They carried lanterns, garden tools, hunting rifles, kitchen knives, crowbars, and faces that looked older than the faces I remembered from a week ago. Dr. Carter met us at the curb. Her hair had come loose from its tie, and there was dried blood along one cuff. She looked past Mia, saw Nolan, then took 2 fast steps and stopped herself from grabbing him because his legs were barely holding. Nolan tried a smile. It did not survive contact with her face. Dr. Carter said, "You look like something scraped off a road." "Good to see you too, Mom." She touched his cheek with 2 fingers. That was all she allowed herself. Then her eyes moved to Mia. "Inside. Both of you." Mia shook her head. "No time." Do not make me choose between being your mother and being useful. I can do both and make it hurt. Sam made a small sound beside Nolan. That runs in the family. Mia cut him a look, but it had no heat left in it. Caleb sat on the porch with a blanket over his shoulders and a shotgun across his knees. His skin had that yellow lantern look of a man running on stubbornness and borrowed time. Rosa stood behind him. Lena had both boys pressed close to her sides. Mr. Han was at the rain barrels with a notebook because apparently the end of the world still needed clean columns. Caleb saw the paper in my hand. That's the list? I handed it to him. Names for public removal. Old courthouse. Dusk. Mason wants everybody watching. Caleb read the names. His eyes slowed when they hit mine, then Mia's, then Sam's. He folded the envelope once and pressed it flat against his thigh. He wants obedience before winter. This is not just killing. It's instruction. Then we teach back, June said. Harrow dropped the canvas bag at Caleb's feet. The district tags spilled over the porch boards. White cards. Black writing. Numbers. Work groups. Fuel groups. Food groups. Prisoners made into inventory by men who still had clean handwriting. The crowd at the edge of the yard went quiet as the cards slid across the wood. Tessa stepped forward before Eli could stop her. Her voice was thin but clear enough to cut through the street. They kept us in the scale house. They said our names weren't ours unless they wrote them down. Nobody moved. Tessa swallowed. Eli's hand hovered near her shoulder without touching until she leaned back into it. They took 2 men away last night because one couldn't carry stone. They said the courthouse needed examples. A woman in the street covered her mouth. A man I knew from the hardware store stared at the tags like they might crawl. Caleb lifted one card. Mason's strength is paper and fear. The trucks matter. The rifles matter. But paper tells scared people that cruelty has already been decided by somebody smarter than them. He'll have guards, June said. He'll have a crowd penned where he wants them. He'll have speakers. Nolan leaned against Sam and raised his head. He'll have the courthouse steps. There's a stone wall on 3 sides and the war memorial in front. Old bell tower behind it. 2 alleys, 1 loading lane, and the basement access under the tax office. Mia looked at him. How do you know that? They made us unload there before the quarry. Mason used the basement as intake. He kept crates, fuel, and records in the old archive room. Harrow rubbed grit from her jaw. Records, you say? Lots of them, Nolan said. Names from every neighborhood. Supply tallies. Confiscation lists. Punishment lists. He likes files. Makes him feel permanent. Caleb's hand tightened around the card. Then the stage is not enough. We need the basement. The crowd shifted as if the word basement had opened a hole under everyone. I looked toward the road that led out of Brookmill, toward the courthouse we could not see. Mason wanted us under his steps by dusk. He wanted my name, Mia's name, Sam's name, Caleb's name, all of us turned into a lesson. He had built a district out of people looking down at their own shoes. I had seen his mistake at the quarry. He believed fear moved in only one direction. We don't go there as prisoners, I said. We go there with everyone he's been lying to. June's eyes narrowed. Everyone is a big word. Brookmill. Oakmere. Millstone. South Bend. Anybody who got a runner. Anybody who has a bell. We don't sneak into his crowd. We split it open. Sam shifted Nolan's weight. I love the confidence. I hate all the details I can't hear yet. We give Mason the crowd he asked for, I said. Then we show them the tags, the prisoners, the lists, and whatever Nolan can help us find. If his men fire into that many people, he's done. If they don't, he has to talk while his own paper burns him. Caleb studied me with tired eyes. You think he'll hesitate? I think some of his men will. Not all. Maybe not enough. June nodded once. Enough can save lives or get people killed. We plan for both. The bell at the church gave 3 slow rings. Not Mason's bell. Ours. People turned their heads. Another bell answered far off, thin through the trees. Oakmere, maybe? Then a third, lower and slower from the direction of Millstone. The sound moved across the darkening land like a hand knocking on every locked room at once. Mia stood beside me, close enough that her shoulder brushed mine. Her voice dropped where only I could hear. You know this could end bad. Most things have been trying to. That's not an answer. I looked at her hands. There was dirt under her nails, dried blood at one knuckle, and a tremor she kept chasing down before anybody else could see it. I wanted to take those hands and tell her the world could wait 1 minute. The world never waited. If we don't go, he kills the names on that paper and calls it peace, I said. If we go wrong, he kills us and calls it order. I like our chances better when he's forced to speak where everyone can hear the lie. Mia's mouth moved like she almost smiled. You always liked stupid odds. Only when they're all we've got. Dr. Carter came out with a medical bag and shoved it into my chest. Then carry this. Useful people keep both hands busy. Sam looked at Nolan. Did that mean I'm useful? Nolan said, You're load-bearing. Try not to collapse. For a second, laughter touched the street. It was rough, thin, and gone fast, but it happened. Caleb stood with Rose's help. The shotgun shook in his grip until June took it from him and handed him a walking stick instead. I can still shoot, he muttered. You can still inspire regret from a seated position, June said. The rest of us waste ammunition. Caleb looked ready to argue. Rosa put one hand on his chest. The argument died there. By the time the plan became movement, the sun had slid behind the trees. Lanterns were hooded. Runners went out through backyards and drainage cuts. Harrow took 3 people toward the courthouse basement route. Nolan, pale and sweating, drew the access path on the back of Mason's list with a shaking pencil. June divided shooters into pairs and told every armed person the same thing. You fire only if fired on. You don't shoot silhouettes. You don't chase. You don't become what you're angry at. Not everyone liked it. That made me trust it more. Mia checked the strap on her rifle, then looked at me. Ready? My legs felt full of sand. My mouth tasted like old pennies. Somewhere beyond the houses, a man who had turned fear into a uniform waited on courthouse steps with my name in his pocket. Not even close, I said. She nodded. Good. Ready people get careless. We left Brickmill by the back roads, following the bells toward dusk. Under the courthouse. The courthouse used to be the kind of building adults pointed at when they wanted kids to respect things they did not understand. It had stone columns, a cracked flagpole, bronze doors gone green at the edges, and steps wide enough for wedding photos, campaign speeches, and now executions. Before the Pulse, I had only been inside once for a school trip. I remembered polished floors, a metal detector that beeped at Sam's belt buckle, and a judge who told us civilization was a contract. Contracts burned fast when nobody could enforce them. We approached from the old tax office side through a narrow lane behind a row of dead shops. The storefront windows were boarded or broken. Old sale posters hung behind dusty glass. The words easy financing looked obscene in the dark. Nolan stayed behind with Dr. Carter because he could barely stand. He hated it enough to make his voice sharp when he gave us the basement route for the 4th time. Harrow had memorized it after the first. I listened all 4 times anyway because fear loved missing one detail and charging interest later. Mia, Sam, June, Harrow, and I moved with 6 others from Brooknell. Oakmere had promised bodies at the square. Millston would block the north road if Mason tried to pull more trucks through. South Bend was supposed to come in late from the river path. Supposed to had become one of the most dangerous phrases left. The courthouse square glowed ahead, lanterns and barrel fires making the low clouds pulse orange. A speaker crackled from the steps. Mason's voice rolled over the town, calm and full of gravel. Order is not cruelty. Order is mercy with structure. Sam whispered, He practices that in a mirror. June lifted a finger without looking back. Sam closed his mouth. We slipped behind the tax office. The basement access was a metal storm door set low into the foundation, half hidden by weeds and a knocked-over trash bin. Harrow crouched beside it and tested the handle. Locked. Of course it was locked. The end of the world had not killed locked doors. It had made them multiply. Harrow pulled a pry bar from her bag. Talk among yourselves. The first scrape of metal seemed loud enough to wake the dead buildings around us. I held my breath, staring toward the lane. No shout came. No beam of light swept across us. Mason's voice kept filling the square. The individuals named tonight chose disruption. They chose theft. They chose violence. Mia's jaw tightened at the word theft. Behind us, Tess's tag and 17 others sat in June's pack. Theft had a strange sound coming from men who cataloged people. Harrow worked the pry bar again. The door flexed, but did not open. Pins, she muttered. Old hinges? Mean little things. Need help? I whispered. Do you know hinges? I know pressure. She looked at me once, then shifted. Put your weight here when I pull. Not before. If this snaps loud, blame Sam. Sam whispered, Why am I always available for blame? Mia said, You have the face for it. I set my boot where Harrow pointed. She pulled. I pushed. The hinge gave with a hard pop that ran up my leg. Everybody froze. A dog barked somewhere beyond the square. A guard coughed. Mason kept speaking. Harrow grinned in the dark. Civilization, one hinge at a time. The second hinge surrendered faster. We lifted the door just enough to slide under it one by one. Stale air crawled up from the basement, thick with mold, lamp smoke, old paper, and a chemical bite that made the back of my throat tighten. Fuel. Nolan had been right about the crates. The stairs were concrete, damp along the edges. We moved without speaking. At the bottom, June touched my shoulder and pointed. A thin line of lantern light showed under a door at the end of the hall. Voices moved behind it. 2 men. Maybe 3. Harrow leaned close to the wood, listening. One voice laughed. Another said something about the square crowd getting restless. A third answered that Mason liked restless people because they clapped harder when the fear turned. June pointed to herself, then to the door. She pointed at me and Mia, then the left side. Harrow and Sam to the right. It was not a plan so much as a shape, but by then we knew how to fill the missing pieces. June opened the door and stepped through with her rifle raised. Hands where I can see them, she said. 3 district men sat around a desk in what had once been the records office. One had a tin cup halfway to his mouth. Another held a cigarette, unlit, because fire near fuel was apparently where even idiots found religion. The third reached for a pistol on the desk. Maya slammed the butt of her rifle into his wrist. Bone cracked against wood. He folded over the desk with a sound that tried to be a curse and became breath. Sam took the cup man's chair out from under him. Harrow hit the cigarette man behind the knee with her pry bar. He dropped hard, and June stepped on his hand before it found the knife at his belt. It happened fast enough that the room seemed to catch up afterward. Papers fluttered. A lantern swung. The man with the broken wrist tried to suck air through clenched teeth. June said, Quiet keeps you breathing. They believed her. We tied them with strips cut from a canvas mailbag and gagged them with their own scarves. Harrow looked almost offended by the quality of the knots one of our volunteers used and redid them herself. The archive room beyond the office was worse than Nolan had described. File boxes covered tables and the floor. Wall shelves sagged under binders. Tags hung from string lines like pale leaves. There were maps of neighborhoods with marks beside certain houses. There were confiscation orders, labor rotations, food seizures, lists of medicine pulled from homes that had children, lists of people to move, lists of people to break. Mia stood in the doorway with the lantern light across her face. For a moment she did not move. I found the Brook Mill folder because Mason had written the town names in heavy black marker across the tabs. Inside were our names, our houses, our habits where they knew them, and empty spaces where fear had not filled in the blanks yet. Samuel Briggs, 17, strong influence over Evan Hale. Youth separation. Mia Carter, trained by family, likely medical value. Leverage mother and brother. Evan Hale, 18. Decision point for Brook Mill Youth Group. Public example recommended. My hands tightened until the paper creased. Mia read over my shoulder. Decision point. That sounds fancy. Public example sounds worse. He's not getting either. Sam came up behind us. His face had gone flat in a way I did not like. He held another sheet. He has my parents listed. The room narrowed around him. Sam's parents had left before the worst of it to find his aunt and had not come back. None of us had said out loud what that might mean. Mason had their names under absent assets with a note beside them that said property to evaluate. Sam folded the paper very slowly. I want to hit him with this whole cabinet. June's voice came from the doorway. Later? First we use it. Harrow had found a district field radio on a shelf. It was not powered by the grid. Hand crank. Battery pack wrapped in cloth. A wire ran through the ceiling, probably to one of Mason's speaker boxes. She turned it over, eyes bright. How good are we at lying? She asked. Depends who asks, I said. The square is wired from here. Mason's voice goes up to the balcony speaker through this junction. He thinks his people control it from the steps, but this is the old courthouse system, a judge's toy. June crossed the room. Can you cut him off? I can cut him off. Keeping us on without squeal, fire, or divine punishment is the fun part. Outside, Mason's voice rose. At dusk, mercy will be shown through firmness. These names will be presented. These people will answer. The district will continue. The crowd answered with a low, restless sound. Not cheering. Not yet. Not against him either. Harrow handed me a stack of papers and a small desk microphone that looked like it belonged in a principal's office. If I get this working, don't waste it. My throat dried out. Why me? Mia looked at the paper in my hand. Because your name is first on his lesson. Sam touched my shoulder. Also, you already look like you might throw up, and that makes you relatable. That's support? Premium support. June moved to the office door and listened. You get one chance. Mason hears the speaker change. He'll send men down here. Harrow cut one wire, stripped another with her teeth, and twisted copper around a screw head. The speaker above us popped. Mason's voice warbled, then steadied. The old world failed because weak people confused choice with freedom, he said. Harrow looked at me. When I point, speak like the floor is already on fire. The floor smelled enough like fuel that it was not hard to imagine. I took the microphone. My fingers left damp marks on the metal. Mia stood at my left. Sam at my right. June in the doorway. Harrow bent over the wires with the careful grin of a woman committing a felony against tyranny. She pointed. The courthouse speaker screamed once, then went quiet. Mason's voice vanished from the square. I leaned toward the microphone before fear could teach me silence. My name is Evan Hale, I said, and the square outside heard me. The paper burns. The first thing I heard after my own name was not a shout. It was the square stopping. Crowds have a body. They breathe together, shift together, mutter together. Mason had been holding that body by the throat from the courthouse steps. When my voice came through the speaker instead of his, the grip loosened for one strange second. In the basement, that second felt big enough to walk through. I held the microphone too close. My breath hit the metal and came back at me warm. Mason has a list, I said. Not just names for tonight. Lists for every neighborhood. Lists of food to take. Medicine to take. Families to separate. People to move into work groups. People to punish where others can see. Above us, the square began to stir. Mason shouted something away from his own microphone. His voice did not carry clearly, but anger did. Boots hit stone. Guards moved. June lifted 2 fingers. Hurry. I picked up the first sheet. This one is Brookmill. Dr. Carter's medicine, marked for seizure. Caleb Ward, public pressure. Mia Carter, leverage through family. Samuel Briggs, separation recommended. Evan Hale, public example. Sam made a rough sound beside me. I kept going, because stopping would let the words find me. Oakmere has one too. Millstone has one. South Bend has one. If you think your name isn't in these boxes, that's because he hasn't read it out loud yet. The speaker popped. Harrow hissed and tightened a wire. The lantern flame jumped as someone opened a door somewhere above us. Mia grabbed another folder and shoved it into my hand. Read the quarry page. I read it. Not every word. I could not make myself turn people into the same inventory Mason had made of them. I read enough. Work capacity. Food allotment if compliant. Removal if unable to labor. Children to be relocated for stability. The words tasted like rust. Outside, a woman's voice rose. Then another. Then a man shouted, Where's my brother? Mason's answer finally cut through without the speaker. This is a rebel trick. Hold the line. June looked back at the stairs. They're coming. Heavy steps hit the hallway above the basement access. Harrow slid a chair under the office doorknob and shoved a file cabinet against it with Sam's help. That buys us bad seconds. Use them. I leaned closer to the microphone. The quarry prisoners are alive. Some of them are in the square. Some are on their way. Tessa from Oakmere is alive. Nolan Carter is alive. Mason kept them hidden because dead people are easier to explain than starving ones with tags around their necks. Mia moved behind me, collecting tags from June's pack. She held one near the microphone even though the crowd could not see it. Her voice came in low and clear. They tied these on children, she said. They wrote numbers where names should be. A crash hit the office door. The chair jumped. Sam flinched, then planted both feet and pushed against the file cabinet. Harrow joined him. June aimed at the door through the gap between cabinet and wall. Keep talking, she said. There are moments when a life gets thin. Not simple. Never simple. Just thin enough that every choice seems to stand in a line. Run. Hide. Fight. Speak. I'd spent the first days after the Pulse trying to find the right doors. The right basement. The right alley. The right way to survive whatever came next. Mason had built a world where survival meant staying quiet. I was tired of his world. You don't have to believe me, I said. Believe the papers. Believe the families who came back from the quarry. Believe your own homes after his men leave with your food and call it order. He doesn't need you safe. He needs you scared enough to hand him tomorrow. The door slammed again. Wood split around the lock. Sam grunted. Mia touched my arm. Her fingers pressed hard enough to bruise. Finish it. I looked at the papers spread around us, at the names of people who had become plans inside Mason's boxes. I saw my parents' empty house in my head. Sam laughing on the couch before the lights died. Mia kneeling over Iris on the kitchen floor. Caleb bleeding and still giving orders. June with her cane across her knees. Tessa saying her name like it was a thing she had dragged back from a grave. If Mason wants a reset, then let it start with this, I said. Nobody gets to own your name. Nobody gets to make a card out of your kid. Nobody gets to call a cage a work group and a bullet mercy. If you can hear me, step away from his line. Don't rush the rifles. Don't give him the panic he wants. Step back. Turn around. Look at each other. Count how many you are. For one breath, nothing answered. Then the square changed. It started as a scrape of shoes. Hundreds of them. People moving not forward, not away, but sideways, breaking the neat rows Mason's guards had formed along the steps. The sound came through the stone and pipes under the building. A low drag. A human tide finding its own weight. Mason shouted, "Hold formation. Hold formation now." No speaker carried him. No calm voice covered the strain. The office door burst inward 3 inches and hit the file cabinet. A rifle barrel shoved through the gap. June fired once. The barrel vanished and a man outside screamed. Sam's face went pale, but he did not move from the cabinet. Harrow ripped the microphone from my hand. Time to leave the talk show. Mia grabbed the Brooknell folder and shoved it into her shirt. I took 2 more boxes because logic had abandoned me and evidence suddenly seemed worth my spine. June fired through the door gap again. Not to hit, just to make the men outside remember corners. Harrow kicked open a side panel behind the archive shelves. "Old dumbwaiter shaft," she said. "Tax records used to go upstairs. People can go down if they hate comfort." "Down where?" Sam asked. "Crawl space to the coal chute. Probably rats. Possibly freedom." I was hoping for a better sales pitch. "Move, right now." We moved. The shaft was narrow and black. Dust coated my tongue. Mia went first because she said smaller, with a tone that ended the discussion. Sam handed boxes to her, then squeezed in after them. Harrow followed with a coil of wire because apparently she refused to leave any useful crime behind. I went next. June came last, firing 1 more round into the office door before dropping into the dark. The crawl space scraped shoulders, knees, backs, everything that had already been punished by the last week. I pushed the boxes ahead of me and felt old coal dust slick under my palms. Above us, boots hammered. Someone shouted that the basement was compromised. Someone else shouted for fire. That word changed the air. Fuel crates. Paper. Old wood. Angry men with lamps. Mia heard it too. Faster. The coal chute angled up toward a rectangle of night. Sam shoved the outer hatch. It did not move. He hit it with his shoulder. The hatch groaned but held. "Harrow," he said, voice squeezed thin. "I am busy being crushed by history," she said from behind me. Smoke found us before the hatch opened. It crept through the crawl space in a warm gray thread, carrying the bitter stink of burning paper and lamp oil. My eyes watered. Mia coughed once and tried to swallow the next one. Sam hit the hatch again. It opened a finger width, then stuck on something outside. I pushed past the boxes as much as the space allowed. Together, Sam and I set our shoulders against the hatch. My bad leg screamed. His breath hitched. We shoved. The hatch gave all at once, spilling us into weeds behind the courthouse. Cold air hit my face like water. Mia dragged the boxes clear. Harrow rolled out swearing softly. June came last with smoke in her hair and a grin that had no business being there. Behind us, flames licked orange through the basement window wells. Mason had burned his own archive to kill the proof. He did not understand that proof was already in the square. The line breaks. We came around the side of the courthouse into a world that had stopped obeying its stage directions. The square was packed from memorial wall to courthouse steps, but the neat rows were gone. People had turned toward each other. Lanterns lifted. Arms pointed. Voices overlapped until no single voice owned the air. Mason stood halfway up the steps with 4 guards in front of him and more above, his face bright with firelight from the basement windows behind the building. For the first time since I had seen him take Brook Mills Church, he looked smaller than the space he stood in, not weak. That would have been too easy. Mason still had rifles. Still had men who believed obedience was safer than thought. Still had the kind of face that could turn anger into orders. But the square no longer leaned toward him. It leaned everywhere at once. That was enough to make him dangerous in a different way. June caught my sleeve before I stepped into the open. "Do not run at him." I wasn't. Your feet were considering it. Mia came up beside me, breathing hard, one hand pressed against the folder under her shirt. "Oakmere's there." She pointed with her chin. I saw Eli first, then Tessa, beside a woman who had to be her mother. The woman held Tessa's face in both hands and shook like the ground had become unreliable. Around them, Oakmere people held up tags and pages passed from hand to hand. Millstone had arrived too, a cluster of hard-faced farmers and shopkeepers near the North Road. South Bend came late from the riverside, wet to the knees and angry enough to look carved from it. Sam saw the crowd and let out a breath. "That's more than I pictured." Harrow wiped soot from her cheek. "You pictured 12 heroes and a dog, didn't you?" The dog was very brave. A shot cracked from the courthouse steps. The square folded low. Screams ripped through the noise. My body dropped before thought caught up. Stoned to my knees. A lantern shattered somewhere to my right, flame crawling across spilled oil until someone smothered it with a coat. Mason's voice cut through the panic. The next shot goes into the crowd. "Return to order. Bring me Evan Hale and the Carter girl. Bring me Caleb Ward if he still breathes." Mia's hand closed around the back of my jacket. "He wants you visible." "He already has me." I stood before she could stop me. Fear did not leave. It just moved out of the way enough for my legs to lock. I held one of the stolen folders over my head. Pages fluttered in the heated air. "Mason," I shouted. "You burned the basement too late." Heads turned. "Not all. Enough." Mason saw me. The look that crossed his face was almost relief, as if he understood enemies better when they stood where he could shoot them. "There he is," Mason called. "The boy who thinks chaos is courage." "No," Sam muttered from behind a stone planter. "The boy who thinks too much and runs badly. Get it right." Mia pressed close to my left side with the Brook Mill folder in her hand. June moved 10 steps away to split the target. Harold vanished into the crowd with a bundle of tags and the expression of a woman about to ruin someone's evening. Mason raised one hand. His guards lifted rifles. The crowd recoiled but did not return to Rose. That mattered. You have been lied to, Mason said, voice carrying from the steps by force alone. These children broke into district property, assaulted guards, and set fire to records needed for rationed fairness. A man near Oakmere shouted, "My daughter had one of your tags on her neck." Mason did not look at him. Discipline prevents suffering. Tessa's mother screamed. She was locked in a scale house. The guard line shifted. One man glanced back at Mason instead of forward at the crowd. June saw it too. Her rifle lowered a fraction. Not away from danger, but away from the wrong man. Mason's jaw tightened. Stories spread in disorder. Hungry people invent villains. Mia held up the Brookmill folder. You wrote my brother's name in here before you took him. You wrote my mother's medicine under seizure before you came to our house. That's not a story. That's planning. Mia Carter, Mason said. You are young enough to be forgiven. Step aside. I'm old enough to read. That seems to be the bigger problem. A ripple moved through the crowd. Not laughter exactly. Something harder. A sound that remembered laughter and sharpened it. One of Mason's guards barked. Quiet. Harrow's voice rose from the north side. Read this one. Millstone Bridge seizure. Says take seed grain if elders refuse labor quotas. Another voice from South Bend answered. This one's got river families marked for relocation. Papers lifted across the square. Tags passed from hand to hand. Mason had wanted names in the air. He got them. His face changed. He had lost the clean crowd. Now he needed the dirty answer. Rifles up, Mason said. Some obeyed. Not enough. The left side of his guard line raised weapons. The right side stalled. A young district man near the memorial kept his rifle pointed at the ground, lips parted, eyes flicking between Tessa and the tag in her mother's hand. Mason saw him and drew his pistol. June fired before Mason did. Her shot hit the stone beside his boot and sprayed chips across his leg. Mason jerked back. The square exploded into movement. Not a charge. Not at first. People dropped, scattered, pulled children behind planters, dragged the old and weak into shop doorways. Millstone men shoved carts into the north road. South Bend people tipped a wagon across the river lane. Oakmere closed around Tessa's group like a wall made of shaking hands. Mason's loyal guards fired high and wild as the crowd broke their sight lines. One round hit the bronze door behind him. Another struck the memorial and shaved white dust from a carved name. A woman fell near the fountain, clutching her arm. Mia ran toward her before anyone could tell her not to. I grabbed Mia's sleeve. She tore free. Cover me, she snapped. That was not a request. Sam and I moved with her. He dragged a bench sideways, legs streaking against stone, making a low barrier. I dropped behind it and aimed at the steps. My hands shook badly enough that the sight bounced, so I did not shoot. I waited for a clean target because June's rule had dug itself into me. You don't become what you're angry at. Mia slid beside the woman at the fountain and pressed cloth against her arm. Bullets cracked over us. Sam crouched beside the bench with his jaw clenched and his eyes too wide. I hate this plan, he said. It got worse after the first draft. Your drafts are terrible. Mason retreated up the steps toward the courthouse doors. 2 loyal guards stayed with him. The rest were splitting, some firing, some backing away, some dropping rifles and raising empty hands as people they knew shouted their names from the crowd. June moved like a storm through the confusion. Her cane was gone. She had a pistol in one hand and her rifle slung tight, barking orders that cut through the panic. Hands visible. Weapons down. Nobody kicks a man who's down. You, Red Scarf, get that child behind the wall. Move. Harrow appeared near the memorial with 3 district rifles under one arm. I had no idea how she had taken them. I suspected the story would involve biting. Mason reached the bronze doors. One guard pulled them open. If he got inside, he could still turn the building into a fort. There were upper windows, back halls, maybe more fuel, maybe more prisoners, maybe another speaker, another list, another way to make us pay for finally seeing him clearly. I stood from behind the bench. Mia shouted my name, but the square swallowed it. I ran for the steps. No more little rabbits. Running up courthouse steps under gunfire felt different from running through a game. There was no controller hum, no checkpoint, no neat red mark to tell me damage had been taken. There was only stone under my boots, smoke in my throat, the snap of bullets near my ears, and the sick knowledge that every bad choice had a permanent address. My leg pulled hard with each step. Heat flashed through my thigh where old pain had learned new language. Mason saw me coming and smiled. That smile hit worse than the gunfire. It said he understood this part. One boy running uphill. One man waiting with a pistol. A clean lesson restored from messy rebellion. The guard at his right raised a rifle toward me. Sam hit him from the side with the bench leg he had torn free. It was not graceful. He came out of nowhere with both hands around the wood, and all the fear in his body turned into one swing. The rifle fired into the sky. The guard went down hard, and Sam landed on top of him with a sound that knocked the air out of both of them. "I said your drafts are terrible," Sam gasped from the steps. Mason fired. The shot cracked past my shoulder and punched into the stone column behind me. Chips stung my neck. I kept moving because stopping would have been honest, and honest would have put me on the steps at his feet. He fired again. Mia shot from below. Her round hit Mason's pistol hand. Not clean enough to end him, clean enough to break his aim. The pistol spun away and clattered down 2 steps. Mason grabbed his wrist, teeth bared, and staggered through the courthouse doors. I followed. Inside, the courthouse smelled of smoke, wax, wet stone, and old fear. Barrel fires outside threw moving light through high windows. The polished floor was scratched by crates and boot marks. Papers drifted from a bulletin board where district orders had been pinned. The metal detector from my school trip lay on its side like a dead gate. Mason crossed the rotunda toward the stairs. "You don't know what you've done," he shouted back. His voice echoed off marble. Without the square behind it, without guards and speakers and lines of frightened people, it sounded raw. I raised my rifle but did not fire. He was moving too fast, and Sam was behind me somewhere, and shades crossed the doors. My finger stayed outside the trigger guard. June would have approved if she were not busy keeping the square from eating itself alive. Mason reached the stairwell door and shoved through. I went after him. The stairwell was narrow concrete, lit by a lantern halfway up. Smoke seeped through vents from below. Mason's boots hammered above me. He was hurt but not slow enough. The stairs twisted twice before opening onto the second floor, where old courtrooms lined a hall with glass panels beside the doors. He threw a chair behind him. It bounced down the hall, hit my shin, and almost took my legs out. I slammed into the wall and bit back a sound that would have cost breath. Mason ducked into courtroom 2. By the time I reached the doorway, he had another weapon, a short shotgun from under the judge's bench. Old, oiled, kept for men who believed every room should offer them power. I froze with my rifle halfway up. Mason stood near the bench, one hand bleeding, the other wrapped around the shotgun grip. His eyes were bright in the dim room. Behind him, the judge's chair sat empty under a seal half covered by district notices. "Put it down, Evan." He knew my name now without reading it from paper. "You first," I said. This is why the district was necessary. Children with rifles. Neighbors turning on neighbors. Food wasted on sentiment. You think you won because a crowd got loud? Loud people starve too. So do quiet ones. You just get to pick the order. His mouth twitched. "You are not stupid. That's what makes this irritating. You could have been useful. I keep hearing that from people who mean obedient." He shifted the shotgun. "You have no grid, no supply chain, no law beyond whoever can hold ground when winter comes. You break me tonight and tomorrow every selfish little king with a deer rifle starts over." I swallowed against smoke and dust. He was wrong in the way poison could contain 1 grain of truth. The district was not the only nightmare waiting outside. Roads were broken. Food was thin. Medicine thinner. People could become animals without uniforms or speeches. But Mason's answer had been to choose a cage early and call it shelter. "Maybe tomorrow gets bad," I said. "Maybe it gets worse than anything you scared people with. But if the only way you can build order is by tagging children and planning executions, you're not saving the world. You're just making sure it dies with paperwork." His face tightened. Pretty line. I had practice. You kept giving me material. Footsteps sounded in the hall below. Mason heard them too. His eyes flicked toward the door, then back to me. If they come through that door, I shoot you first. They know. Do they? He was not pointing at my chest. He was pointing low where a hit would drop me screaming and leave me alive enough to be used. I saw that calculation and understood the kind of man he was. Better than any speech had shown me. The courtroom window behind him had been cracked before tonight. A spiderweb line ran from one corner. Outside, firelight pulsed against the glass. The old flag rope hung just beyond it, running down from the roof line to a cleat near the window frame. A stupid idea opened in my head. Sam would hate it. Mia would probably save it for later and yell when I could not escape. Mason saw something change in my eyes. Don't. I dropped my rifle. He blinked. I kicked the fallen chair at his legs and dove sideways. The shotgun blast tore through the space where my ribs had been a breath earlier. The sound punched the room flat. Splinters exploded from the door behind me. I hit the floor, rolled into the jury box, and came up with one of the heavy wooden nameplates in my hand. Mason worked the action with his hurt hand. Slow? Too slow. I threw the nameplate at the cracked window. Glass burst outward. Cold air and square noise rushed in. Mason fired again. The blast chewed the jury rail and filled the air with wood dust. I grabbed the flag rope through the broken frame and yanked with everything I had. The rope did not move. Mason laughed once, sharp and ugly. Then the rotten cleat tore free from the wall. The rope whipped into the room, dragging a heavy brass pulley loose from above the window. It swung down like a weight on a chain and caught Mason across the temple. He stumbled, dropped the shotgun, and hit the judge's bench shoulder first. I crossed the room before he could find his feet. He grabbed for the shotgun. I stepped on the stock. He drove his fist into my stomach with his good hand. Air left me. He hit me again, and the world narrowed to smoke and a ringing sound. I fell against the bench. Mason came up with a letter opener from the clerk's table, long and thin. The kind of office tool no one thought of as a weapon until a man held it wrong. He lunged. I caught his wrist with both hands. The blade stopped inches from my throat. His weight drove me backward onto the bench. My bad leg slid. Pain flashed white at the edge of my sight. Mason leaned close, breath hot with smoke and old coffee. "Little rabbit," he whispered. The words did something strange to me. They dragged me back to a couch, a game, Sam laughing with chips on his shirt, a screen flashing white because I almost reached the trees. I remembered thinking the game had cheated. I remembered Sam saying I probably would have made it in real life. My knee came up hard between Mason's ribs. He grunted. The blade dipped away. I turned his wrist until something gave under my fingers. The letter opener clattered across the bench. Mason tried to pull back, but I drove forward this time. Not to kill him. Not because he deserved mercy. Because the square outside needed something more useful than another body. We hit the floor together. Mia and June came through the doorway with rifles up. "Don't move," Mia said. Mason moved anyway. He reached for the fallen pistol near the bench. June fired into the floor beside his hand. The shot blasted splinters across his fingers. Mason stopped. His chest rose and fell against the dusty boards. Blood ran from his temple into one eye. Mia crossed the room, kicked the pistol away, then looked at me. Her face was pale under the soot. "You ran into a courthouse after him." I tried to pull air into lungs that felt borrowed. "I noticed. We're discussing that later." I was afraid of that. Sam appeared in the doorway with one hand pressed to his shoulder and the broken bench leg still in the other. Did we win, or are we still doing the stupid part? June looked down at Mason, then toward the window where the square roared below. "We're past winning," she said. "Now we have to survive what comes after." World reset. Mason came down the courthouse steps with his hands tied in front of him and every eye in the square fixed on his face. June walked behind him. Mia walked beside me because my leg had stopped negotiating. Sam trailed us with a bandaged shoulder and an expression that said he had earned at least 6 months of complaints. Hera waited near the memorial with a pile of collected rifles at her feet and 3 former district men sitting under guard, stripped of belts, weapons, and certainty. The square did not cheer. I had expected cheering, maybe because stories trained people to believe villains fell and crowds knew what to do with their hands. Brookmill, Oakmere, Millstone, and South Bend did not cheer. They stared. Some cried. Some shook. Some looked at the tags in their palms and then at Mason as if they were trying to understand how a man became smaller without shrinking. Tessa stood with her mother and Eli near the fountain. Nolan sat on the edge of a planter with Dr. Carter checking him every few breaths. Caleb had arrived in a wagon because nobody had been able to stop him, and Rosa sat beside him looking ready to knock him flat if he tried to stand. The old man saw Mason and did not smile. That helped more than cheering would have. Mason stopped on the lowest step. June kept one hand on the rope around his wrists. A man from Millstone shouted, "Hang him." Other voices rose fast, not all saying the same thing. Some wanted blood. Some wanted answers. Some wanted their families. Some wanted food back. Some wanted to know who had helped him. Anger climbed the square like fire finding dry stairs. Mason lifted his head, and I saw him listening. Even tied, even bleeding, he looked for the rhythm. He could use a mob. Maybe he could not command it anymore, but he understood what it wanted to become. Caleb saw it too. His voice came from the wagon, rough but carrying. Do not give him the last lesson. The square quieted unevenly. Caleb leaned on Rosa's arm. He taught that fear makes law. If you kill him because you're angry and call that justice, some other man learns the same lesson tomorrow. The Millstone man shouted back, "He killed people." "Then let him answer in front of people," Caleb said. "Let every town send witnesses. Let the papers be read. Let families speak. Let the men who followed him choose truth or stand with him in chains. We do not have courts like we had. That does not mean we start with rope and call it rebuilding." Mason turned his head slightly. "You think hungry towns can afford trials?" June tightened the rope until he winced. "You don't get the floor." Hera lifted one of the district rifles from the pile. "We also have a practical issue. His loyal boys are not all here. Some ran. Some are hiding. Some will wake up tomorrow and decide they were confused patriots." A woman from South Bend spat on the stones. "Then we hunt them." "We find them," June said. "We disarm them. We don't become raiders with better speeches." Mia's hand brushed mine, quick and hidden. Her fingers were cold. The square spent the next hour turning itself from a crowd into something heavier, not neat, not peaceful, nothing that clean. People argued. People cursed. 2 men had to be pulled apart near the fountain. A district guard who had dropped his rifle named 3 storage sites and almost got beaten before Tessa's mother stepped between him and the first fist. "Not here," she said, voice raw. "Not in front of my girl." That stopped them better than any rifle could have. By lantern light, decisions took shape. Each town would send 5 people by morning, not the loudest 5 and not only the armed ones. Food seized by the district would be inventoried in public and split by household need, with extra kept for the injured, children, and anyone who could not travel. Mason and the named officers would be held in the courthouse cells under mixed guard until witnesses could be heard. The archive papers saved from the basement would be copied by hand before anyone slept. Mr. Hahn volunteered for the copying and looked offended when nobody seemed surprised. "Ink is a ration too," he told me. "Do not waste it on ugly handwriting." Sam leaned close. "That's his way of flirting with civilization. Civilization should be flattered." Dr. Carter treated the hurt under the memorial wall. The woman shot near the fountain would live if infection stayed away, which was the kind of sentence the New World used instead of comfort. 2 district men were dead. 1 Oakmere man, too. A South Bend boy no older than 15 had powder burns along his cheek from a shot that missed him by the width of a prayer. He sat with both hands wrapped around a cup of water and stared at nothing. Victory had a body count. Nobody put that on the banner. Near midnight, Mia found me sitting on the curb outside the tax office. The courthouse behind us glowed with lanterns. People moved in and out under guard, carrying files, crates, blankets, and bruised pride. The basement fire had been smothered before it reached the upper floors, but smoke still seeped from cracked windows in thin gray breaths. Mia lowered herself beside me with a careful sound. Dr. Carter says you need stitches checked. Dr. Carter says a lot of things. She also says she'll sit on you if you argue. That sounds medically aggressive. Mia looked across the square. Firelight touched the side of her face and left the rest in dark. You scared me in there. I did not answer fast enough. She turned toward me. That's the part where you say you didn't mean to. I meant to stop him. I didn't mean to scare you. That's annoyingly honest. I'm trying it out. Her shoulder touched mine. For a while, we watched people carry Mason's papers into the open. Hera supervised with a pry bar tucked under one arm like a queen's scepter. Sam sat near Nolan and talked with both hands, probably making his bench attack sound tactical. Nolan looked half dead and fully entertained. Mia's voice went softer. When the lights went out, I thought the world ended. It kind of did. No. The part I thought ended was the part where anyone got to choose who they were. Mason almost made that true. I looked at her hands resting inches apart on the curb. There was dirt on both of us that might never really wash out. What do we choose now? I asked. She slipped her fingers between mine. No speech. No dramatic pause, big enough for a movie. Just her hand finding mine while people rebuilt a damaged square by lantern light. We choose tomorrow, she said. Then we keep choosing it until it sticks. I held on because there was nothing useful to say that would not be smaller than that. Before dawn, the bells rang again. Not alarm. Not Mason's summons. 3 rings from the courthouse, answered by Brook Mills Church, then Oakmere, then Millstone, then the river bell at South Bend. 5 places, tired and hurt and still alive, talking across the dark without wires, phones, towers, or permission. Caleb asked for help standing when the sound reached the square. Rosa told him he was an idiot. He said he knew. She helped him anyway. The first gray light showed the damage plainly. Broken glass. Blood scrubbed thin across stone. Burn marks around the basement wells. Tags nailed to a board beside the courthouse doors, not as ownership now, but as evidence. Names written beside them in careful hand where people had been able to speak them. Tessa wrote her own. Ely stood behind her while she did it, arms folded tight, eyes on the street as if he expected the world to change its mind and come for her again. When she finished, she looked at the board for a long moment, then handed the pencil to the next person. That was how the new morning began. Not with speeches. With names returned one by one. By sunrise, runners were already preparing for the roads. Some would search for missing families. Some would check district storage sites. Some would carry word beyond the 5 towns. Careful word, because news could save or burn depending on who held it. June organized patrols with rotating leadership so no one person became the next Mason by accident. Harrow opened the courthouse tool room and found a ledger of confiscated generators, then called dibs on insulting whoever had hidden them badly. Dr. Carter claimed the jury room as a clinic until somebody found a cleaner option. Sam found me on the courthouse steps with 2 cups of bitter chicory water and handed me one. You know, in real life, you probably made it to the trees, he said. I stared at him. You held that line for a week? I was waiting for the right moment. That was the right moment? It had emotional symmetry. I took the cup. It tasted like dirt that had heard of coffee from a cousin. You hit a district guard with furniture. Heroic furniture. Your shoulder is gonna hate you. My shoulder has always been difficult. We sat side by side while the sun climbed over a town that did not know what it was yet. My parents were still somewhere beyond reach, if they were alive at all. The grid was still dead. Food was still finite. Winter still waited. Mason's remaining loyalists were still out there, and beyond them would be other men with other flags, other lists, other clean explanations for dirty work. The world had reset, but not into something simple. It had reset into work. Mia came out of the courthouse with a stack of copied names against her chest. She saw me watching and raised an eyebrow, which somehow carried a full lecture, a medical warning, and something warmer underneath. Sam noticed and sighed dramatically. I'm going to need rules about you 2 making eyes during government formation. We're not forming a government, I said. Caleb's voice came from behind us. You are, if you don't want fools doing it first. I turned. He stood with his walking stick and Rosa at his side, looking worse than he wanted and better than he should have. I thought you were resting, I said. I rested when I blinked. Do not get greedy. June joined him with Mason's pistol tucked into a cloth pouch. First council meets after breakfast. Each town sends 5. Evan and Mia brief what happened in the basement. Sam explains why courthouse furniture should now be considered a controlled resource. Sam lifted his cup. Finally, policy that recognizes my sacrifice. Mia came down the steps and stood beside me. You ready? I looked at the square, at the board of return names, at the people sorting supplies in the open, at Mason, visible through a courthouse window, seated in a cell with 2 guards from 2 different towns watching him from opposite corners. At Caleb, June, Dr. Carter, Harrow, Nolan, Eli, Tessa, Sam, and every exhausted face that had decided survival did not have to mean surrender. I thought about the first night, the dead phones, the red sky, the safe opening under my hands, and that strange, cold clarity I had mistaken for calm. I had spent a week learning that staying alive was not the same thing as living. Mason had known how to keep people alive just enough to own them. The rest of us had to learn something harder. We had to keep each other human. Not ready, I said. Mia's hand found mine again, quick and sure. Sam stood and groaned like an old man. June started giving orders before anyone asked for them. Bells faded into morning air. The road beyond the square waited, broken and dangerous, and ours only as far as we were willing to walk it together. I squeezed Mia's fingers once, picked up the copied names, and stepped into the new day.